Chapter 1. Welcome to the Apocalypse. Fortunate player, the survival game has matched you. ID 025, Lu Yen. Generating identity information. Lu Yen, ordinary player, strength, 8, speed, 5, talent, none. The game will officially load in 1 hour. Please prepare. In the suburban area of Yang City, within a dilapidated old house, Lu Yen stared vacantly at the crimson text suspended above his head. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he realized that the words were as if etched into the air, not an illusion. "Brother, what are you looking at?" A little girl at the dining table tilted her head and waved her hand in front of Lu Yen. "You look so silly." The girl's prolonged call jolted Lu Yen back to reality. He blinked for a moment, then cautiously pointed to the text above him and asked, "Xiao Yu, do you see the words here?" The girl had delicate features, though her complexion was somewhat pallid, giving her a frail appearance that instinctively stirred a protective instinct in others. She gazed upward but could only see the slightly yellowed ceiling and the cobwebs in the corners. Nothing more. "Brother, are you under too much mental stress?" Lu Xiaoyu propped her chin on one hand, her face clouded with concern. "I think you've been acting a bit strange lately." Lu Yen, a 22-year-old man, had been living alone with his ailing sister since their parents tragically passed away in a car accident years ago. Hearing his sister's words, he raised an eyebrow, his gaze returning to the crimson text before him. He murmured, "Perhaps I've really been facing some issues lately." In truth, Lu Yen felt that not only was his body troubled, but the entire world seemed to be in turmoil. For the past 3 months, solar flares had become increasingly active, wreaking havoc on Blue Star, leading to severe incidents in various regions, such as raining fire and snow in June. A multitude of unprecedented disasters had erupted during this time. "This world is likely coming to an end," Lu Yen sighed, scratching his nose as he brought a bowl of pig liver and a plate of boiled black beans to the table for his sister, while he himself began to eat a bowl of white rice. Despite the world's escalating chaos, life had to continue. Even if tomorrow marked the apocalypse, today still required sustenance and rest. "Eat some meat." Lu Xiaoyu picked up 2 slices of liver and placed them in Lu Yan's bowl before swiftly devouring her meal. The taste of the liver, devoid of any seasoning, was not particularly pleasant, yet she consumed it eagerly. It was not mere indulgence. The liver was beneficial for her health. At 14 years old, Lu Xiaoyu's height was comparable to that of a 10-year-old due to a severe congenital genetic disorder, thalassemia. Regular consumption of liver and beans helped to stabilize her condition. This illness was nearly incurable, leading to stunted growth, weakened immunity, and a susceptibility to numerous infectious diseases. Most critically, it could cause fainting spells at any moment. Given this situation, Lu Xiaoyu's childhood was vastly different from that of other children. Rarely did she venture outside or play with peers. While Lu Yen worked part-time, she remained at home, quietly engrossed in books. Since she was 6, she had read tens of thousands of books, spanning a wide range of subjects from classical literature to modern novels, and even academic textbooks across various fields. Following their parents' demise, Lu Yan's financial situation had become strained, and most of her reading material consisted of discarded books from relatives, neighbors, and teachers, including some college textbooks. In truth, it was not a matter of what Lu Xiaoyu wanted to read, but rather what was available for her to read. A few days ago, the grandson of Grandma, Miao, got beaten up pretty badly. Lu Xiaoyu finished the grains in her bowl, wiping her mouth as she cheerfully inquired, "Was it you who did it?" Lu Yen raised an eyebrow, shaking his head. "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything." "Stop making wild claims." "Then that's odd. He used to come up and tease me, calling me a sickly child, but lately he's been avoiding me." Lu Xiaoyu scratched her head. "Yesterday, he even came to apologize. Perhaps he's changed his ways." "That kind of troublesome child?" "The odds of that are nearly zero. Or perhaps his family educated him with a stern hand." "Every troublesome child has a troublesome adult. Grandma Miao is even less civilized than her grandson." Would she suddenly become civilized? Is discussing this even worthwhile? "Well, I just wanted to know." "All right, I confess, it was indeed me who did it." "I knew it. You're the best, brother." At the dining table, a girl embraced the arm of a young man, her head gently resting on his shoulder, exuding warmth and tranquility. This scene resembled a painting. The title of the painting is Home. 10 minutes until the game loads. After lunch, Lu Yin continued to ponder the sudden crimson prompt that had appeared before him, but ultimately found himself at a loss. Aside from the countdown of the crimson text that continued to dwindle, nothing else had changed or provided further clues, causing Lu Yin immense anxiety. It seems I've been chosen to be a player of some high-dimensional game. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yin forced himself to calm down and began to organize his thoughts. Since 3 months ago, the world had been undergoing continuous mutations and disasters. Perhaps unseen forces were controlling all of this, and the anomalies occurring in his life were influenced by that mysterious power. As a good man of the new era, Lu Yin possessed a strong adaptability to such extraordinary events, having read many novels. Most importantly, he had no recourse. The situation unfolding around Lu Yin was not governed by his will. He lacked even the right to voice dissent. Apart from silently accepting it, he had no other choice. Lu Yin had attempted to search for similar information online, but the phrase survival game seemed to be blocked, yielding no relevant results on any search engine. Survival game. I'm not afraid. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin mused, but I wonder in what form this game will manifest. Will it descend directly into this world? Or will I, as a player, be transported into another game world? If it's the former, then it's not a big deal. If it's the latter, who will take care of Xiaoyu when I'm gone? A 14-year-old girl with a severe genetic illness would find it exceedingly difficult to survive alone in this world without the care of her family. Fortunate player? Lu Yin glared at the crimson text before him, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Who the hell wants this player identity?" The blood-red words remained unresponsive, with only the countdown incessantly ticking away. As the countdown progressed, the sky grew increasingly overcast, dark clouds enveloping the horizon, fierce winds howling, and thunder rumbling. It felt as if some terrifying entity was gestating, poised to emerge into this world. Restless, Lu Yin pushed open the door to Lu Xiaoyu's room, where the young girl was engrossed in a thick academic book. Her room, approximately 50 square meters, housed 3 towering bookshelves filled with various texts. In the corner stood 3 large wooden boxes, all filled with books as well. The place resembled a bookstore with scarcely any space to settle. It overflowed with all the books that Lu Xiaoyu had read throughout her life. During Lu Yan's work hours, these volumes were her solace in solitude. "Brother, what's wrong?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired, blinking her eyes. Lu Yin forced a smile, sitting beside her, pondering deeply before earnestly asking, "Xiaoyu, if one day I must depart for a distant place, would you be afraid?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu replied, "Not at all." Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. "Because I will go with you." Lu Xiaoyu closed her book, joyfully wrapping her arms around Lu Yan's, resting her head on his shoulder. "Wherever you go, I will follow. Whether to the countryside or a bustling metropolis, we shall never part." Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback, a wave of emotion causing his eyes to sting, and he quickly turned to gaze out the window. "Don't think of leaving me," Lu Xiaoyu murmured softly, clinging tightly to him. Thud, thud, thud. The clock on the wall chimed 3 times. The current time was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There are 10 seconds remaining until the game loads. The mechanical, icy countdown echoed in Lu Yan's ears as he held Lu Xiaoyu's shoulders tightly, as if this grip could offer him a semblance of comfort, enabling him to avoid confronting the impending separation. 8, 7. The countdown steadily diminished, and Lu Yin softly recited along. 3, 2, 1. At last, the crimson countdown before Lu Yin reached its final 0. The survival game had officially loaded. A thunderous roar reverberated through the realm, as the overcast sky suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance, akin to 1,000 suns igniting in unison. "That is an asteroid." Lu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a terrifying asteroid plummeting from the heavens. Immediately, flames engulfed the landscape. Just before Lu Yin lost consciousness, he heard a series of electronic synthesized notifications. Survival game successfully loaded. Choose Fusion World. Blue Star Conquest. Fusion commencing. World fusion complete. Initial player count, 80,000. Player Lu Yin has entered the game. Welcome to the Apocalypse. Chapter 2. The Apocalypse Survival System Darkness. Endless darkness. With a sudden gasp, Lu Yin awoke, struggling to rise, only to find himself in a desolate wilderness. Welcome, fortunate players, to the survival game. As you can see, This is a brand new world constructed upon the map of Blue Star. I will now announce some important considerations. 1. The former splendor has crumbled into wasteland. Players, your task is to survive in this desolation and to reconstruct a new civilization. 2. As one of the first players, you have the potential to become the architects of this new world, the heroes or the demons etched in history. Of course, you may also become mere nameless skeletons, devoured by beasts, merging with the earth. 3. Countless threats lurk in this wasteland. Acid rain, frigid currents, swamps, and mutated creatures. A moment's inattention could lead to your demise. Yet, danger coexists with opportunity. The wilderness abounds with survival resources, and defeating mutated beings may yield extraordinary rewards. 4. A shelter is a powerful means of defense, capable of withstanding numerous threats and significantly enhancing your chances of survival. We will provide an initial safe house. Players are encouraged to expand and develop it. 5. Remember, should you encounter fellow players in the wild, exercise caution in trusting them. Intelligent peers in this wasteland can be far more terrifying than mutated creatures, as they may be poised to plunder your resources and extinguish your life. 6. For additional features, please consult the function panel. 7. The second batch of players will be introduced 1 month later. First players, seize the opportunity to elevate your shelter's level. Wishing you all a delightful gaming experience. An overwhelming influx of information surged into Liu Yan's mind like a torrent from a USB drive, clarifying his current predicament. He had not anticipated that the arrival of the Apocalypse game would unfold in such a manner. The framework of the original 7 continents of Blue Star had been transformed into a realm brimming with peril and promise. It seemed that the small asteroid he had observed did not directly impact Blue Star, but rather served as a prelude to a game-like scenario. Before Liu Yan, a game interface materialized. The screen displayed 6 options: personal information, chat, trading area, inventory, shelter, and leaderboard, while subsequent features were indicated in gray text as to be unlocked. After a cursory examination of these game functions, Liu Yan was once again engulfed in anxiety. The method of the Apocalypse game's arrival was the second scenario he had dreaded the most. He had been transported to another world, while Lu Xiaoyu had been left behind, alone, isolated in that other realm. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Liu Yan's mind once more. After the first batch of players has been deployed for 15 days, we will selectively introduce another group of affiliated players, who will be the relatives of the main players and will not possess any game privileges. The main player with affiliated players will simultaneously bear the survival pressure of 2 individuals. It is a formidable trial. Yet, familial bonds can be both a burden and a shield. Perhaps the presence of loved ones can assist players in unlocking greater potential. Player Liu Yan, after 15 days, may select the subordinate player Lu Xiaoyu for deployment. Listening to the notification, a smile gradually spread across Liu Yan's face, ultimately blossoming into a hearty laugh. He was unafraid of shouldering the survival burden of 2, for he had been doing so ever since the passing of his parents. He feared neither toil nor peril. His only dread lay in separation. At that moment, Liu Yan's solitary concern dissipated. In 15 days, Lu Xiaoyu would also be thrust into this apocalyptic game. And what Liu Yan needed to do now was to create a comfortable and secure living environment in anticipation of his sister's arrival. Ding! The Apocalypse survival system has been bound. This system provides functions such as smelting, crafting, deconstruction, and upgrading, and daily evaluates the host's living conditions, calculating rewards based on ratings. Survival points can be used to upgrade items or participate in a lottery. Liu Yan paused for a moment, then looked back at the game interface before him. Although the game screen remained unchanged, an additional system interface had appeared beside it, displaying options for smelting, crafting, deconstruction, and a daily assessment at the bottom. Do I possess 2 systems? As Liu Yan gazed at the 2 interfaces materializing before him, a spark of excitement illuminated his eyes. Clearly, the first game interface was a fundamental control system available to all players, while the newly added Apocalypse survival system was undoubtedly Liu Yan's unique advantage. Meanwhile, in the World Chat channel, a multitude of players were fervently exchanging messages. How did I suddenly end up in this place? I'm so scared. Help. I'm surrounded by a pack of wolves. Ha ha ha. So the Apocalypse game is real. I can finally unleash my true nature. I'm going to kill. Do you all have a safe house? Have you decided where to place it? Lines of dialogue scrolled by, and Liu Yan noted that all the prefixes of these messages were accompanied by real avatars and names. The trading interface was remarkably straightforward. Players could freely list items and set their desired prices for barter, with the game taking no transaction fees. In the items interface, Liu Yan opened his inventory, which displayed 20 slots, yet all were empty, completely devoid of resources. As for the final option on the game interface, the shelter, upon opening it, a text prompt immediately appeared. LV1 safe house. Wooden, area 130 square meters, height 3 meters, weak wind resistance, weak water resistance, no fire resistance. You may choose between ground or underground placement. Please place the safe house as soon as possible. After nightfall, the temperature in the wilderness will drop significantly, and terrifying beasts and unknown creatures will roam. The initial state of the safe house exhibited poor performance, barely offering protection. Yet the decision to place it above ground or below was a grave dilemma. In the survival game, selecting a safe house requires careful consideration of numerous factors, such as the terrain, the presence of nearby beasts, and proximity to water sources. However, as Liu Yin stood atop a small mound over 3 meters high and gazed into the distance, he saw no shimmering reflections of flowing water. There were no water sources within several kilometers. Yet, if he ventured away from this desolate wilderness towards other areas, he would likely encounter a pack of beasts along the way, and given Liu Yan's current condition, he would undoubtedly become easy prey. Thus, he had no choice but to establish his camp nearby. He decided to choose a high ground for an underground installation. Ultimately, Liu Yan resolved to place his safe house underground, selecting the very mound beneath him. The advantages of an underground safe house are plentiful. It can provide refuge from beast hordes and cold fronts, disasters that are arduous to withstand on the surface but pose no threat underground. Should the underground safe house be established? Yes. Liu Yan clicked confirm, and a red light began to scan downward from the area beneath his feet. Soon, the mound trembled violently, gradually rising and becoming steeper. The shaking subsided, revealing a wooden door embedded in the base of the mound, akin to an entrance to a cellar. Underground safe house has been successfully established. As the completion notification sounded, Liu Yan eagerly pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness, but with the sunlight streaming in, he could barely discern the conditions within. The framework of the safe house was constructed of wooden materials, appearing quite decent. However, the load-bearing columns, which were crucial for structural integrity, seemed rather slender, and there were only 2 of them. Personal shelter. Owner, Liu Yan. Area, 130 square meters. Height, 3 meters. Equipment, none. Description: the most basic shelter, lacking any survival supplies, with a risk of collapse. Liu Yan inspected the overall structure of the safe house and concluded that the load-bearing design was indeed insufficient. He needed to add several more columns to prevent a catastrophic collapse during the night. Fortunately, timber was readily available. Earlier, while surveying the terrain, he had noted a small cedar grove approximately 500 meters from the camp. The cedar trees had sturdy, straight trunks that could serve as new load-bearing columns. However, a problem arose. He lacked tools. I almost forgot about my external aid. Liu Yan smacked his forehead and opened the Apocalypse survival system, directing his gaze to the daily assessment at the bottom, and immediately clicked on it. Assessment result: in the Apocalypse, you have acquired your very own underground shelter, marking a promising beginning. At least you need not worry about sleeping in the wilderness at night. Final settlement: today, you have earned 30 survival points, along with rewards of 10 units of steel, 10 units of stone, 10 units of wood, and 20 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. 1 unit, 1 kilogram. Next assessment time: in 11 hours, at midnight. As the assessment concluded, Liu Yan's previously empty backpack was suddenly filled with 4 different items. Yes, this provides materials for crafting tools. Liu Yan accessed the manufacturing interface of the system, which presented an array of subcategories, such as tools, weapons, and daily necessities. Among others, the variety was extensive, encompassing everything from nuclear reactors to matchsticks and nail clippers. However, each item required a certain level of proficiency before it could be crafted. Advanced and intricate products necessitated a corresponding level of proficiency for their creation. For instance, Liu Yan's weapon crafting proficiency was currently at level 1, allowing him access solely to the most rudimentary items, such as spears and bows. It wouldn't be until he reached level 2 that he could forge more sophisticated weaponry, like flintlock guns. Chapter 3. An axe. Liu Yan navigated to the tools category and discovered an axe among the initial tools at the bottom of the list. This essential implement could be crafted even at the lowest proficiency level. While it was true that a saw, being another basic tool, would be more advantageous for felling trees, Liu Yan ultimately opted for the axe after careful consideration. The rationale was simple. Although the saw excelled in its singular task, its utility was limited. The axe, on the other hand, offered versatility. Beyond chopping wood, it could serve as a basic weapon in case of any unforeseen dangers in the wilderness. Materials required for crafting the axe: 2 units of steel, 1 unit of wood. Would you like to proceed with the crafting? Liu Yan promptly selected confirm in response to the query that appeared on the manufacturing interface. System: steel, 2, wood, 1. System: consumed 1 survival point. System: chopping axe successfully manufactured. System: tool crafting proficiency, 1, 130. In Liu Yan's grasp appeared a gleaming axe, approximately 50 centimeters in length, with a handle fashioned from coarse hardwood that provided excellent grip, ensuring it would not slip from his hands even when dampened by sweat. The axe bore a bright sheen, its design reminiscent of a crescent-shaped blade rather than a conventional chopping axe used in agriculture, lending it a more weapon-like appearance. Steel axe, inferior. A brand new steel axe. Suitable for swinging, cutting, and chopping, but caution is advised against excessive force. Did the quality of tools vary based on the materials used? Liu Yan swung the axe a few times and found it satisfactory. Items produced by the manufacturing system were categorized into 3 grades: inferior, standard, and superior, with significant differences in quality depending on the materials employed. Functionality was his primary concern. Liu Yan was indifferent to the axe's grade, focusing instead on promptly reinforcing the support pillars of his safe house before nightfall. Pushing open the door to the safe house, Liu Yan cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Once assured there were no creatures lurking nearby, he hastened towards a small grove located 500 meters away. Soon, Liu Yan arrived at his destination. Although referred to as a small grove, it consisted of merely over 20 fir trees, along with 7 or 8 that had long since withered and decayed. Circling the grove, he quickly selected 2 trees, each about the thickness of a bowl, standing tall and resilient, perfect for reinforcing the support pillars. The hardness of these trees appears to be exceptionally high. Liu Yan gently tapped the trunk with an axe, discovering that the sound produced was not a dull thud, but rather a sharp, crisp sound reminiscent of striking stone. It was evident that the harsh conditions of the wilderness had induced an evolutionary adaptation in these trees, rendering them more resilient and robust. To fell a tree, one must first carve a wedge-shaped notch at the base of the trunk, then completely sever it from the opposite side. This technique ensures that the tree falls in a controlled manner, preventing it from endangering nearby individuals. Liu Yan rubbed his hands together, gathering his strength, and struck down at the stoutest part of the trunk. Thud! The axe blade penetrated the wood, causing the trunk to quiver slightly. The immense recoil that followed left his hands tingling. These fir trees were exceedingly hard. Rubbing his wrist, Liu Yan raised the axe once more and struck again. After a flurry of 7 or 8 blows, a surprising crack echoed through the air. 7 or 8 spiderweb-like fissures appeared on the axe blade, and with a gentle tap, the blade shattered completely. Liu Yan was taken aback by this scene. These fir trees were indeed harder than ordinary fir trees, yet they should not have been superior to steel axes. How could the system's output be so fragile and easily broken? Staring at the damaged axe in his hand, and the mere 3 or 4 centimeters deep cut in the fur, Liu Yan was dumbfounded. His frustration boiling over as he tossed the axe aside like refuse. What a piece of junk. This was utterly subpar. It seemed that his plan to enhance the support columns would have to be postponed, as such a low-quality axe could not meet the demands of vigorous logging. The thought of spending the night in a precarious shelter filled him with anxiety. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Liu Yan's mind, and fragments of distant memories resurfaced within him. It was 8 years ago when a tool factory near his family's old home went bankrupt, leaving behind a plethora of steel scrap that had not been processed. At that time, 6-year-old Lu Xiaoyu had collected many pieces of steel, intending to polish them for use as toy cards. However, during the crafting process, she discovered that some steel pieces were remarkably tough, while others shattered at the slightest touch. A perplexity she brought to Liu Yan. At that moment, Liu Yan did not fully understand the reason behind it, but as an older brother, he could not admit ignorance before his sister. Thus, he spent an entire night poring over extensive materials, ultimately answering Lu Xiaoyu's inquiry. The reason some steel shattered upon impact was not due to inferior materials, but rather because of an excessively high carbon content and a low manganese content within the steel. Slapping his forehead, Liu Yan exclaimed to himself in a rush, "Yes, it's manganese." Steel is an alloy formed by the addition of carbon to pig iron. Generally, steel with a higher carbon content exhibits greater hardness but poorer ductility. Manganese, however, is a fascinating element. When incorporated at levels of 25 to 35%, it produces a type of steel known as low manganese steel, which is hard yet exceedingly brittle, akin to glass that shatters upon being struck. However, addressing this issue is quite straightforward. By continuing to infuse manganese into the steel until it reaches approximately 13, one can transform it into a manganese steel that boasts both remarkable toughness and exceptional hardness. This would eliminate the risk of it shattering upon impact. The words I once shared in response to Lu Xiaoyu's inquiry now resurface in Liu Yan's memory with perfect clarity. Indeed, this steel is evidently akin to the low manganese steel that Lu Xiaoyu had previously salvaged. Liu Yan recalls the admiration reflected on Lu Xiaoyu's face after he answered her question, accompanied by her soft exclamation of "Brother, you are so impressive." A moment that remains etched in his mind to this day. From that day forward, perhaps inspired by Liu Yan's extensive knowledge, Lu Xiaoyu embraced studying as her passion. To this day, Even Lu Yin is unaware of the vast number of books she has read and the wealth of knowledge she has acquired. In essence, if the steel is remelted into high manganese steel, the axe crafted from it will be significantly more resilient. Excited, Lu Yin gathered the broken axe and the steel fragments from the ground, then accessed the Doomsday Survival System's decomposition interface. Would you like to decompose the damaged axe? Yes. Decomposition successful. Obtained 18 kilograms of steel, 9 kilograms of wood. Note, there will be a 10% loss of materials upon decomposition of finished items. Lu Yin focused on the 2 piles of materials obtained from the decomposition. The word decomposable still prominently displayed above the steel. Continue decomposition. Decomposition successful. Obtained 17 kilograms of pure iron, 0.34 kg of carbon, 0.51 kg of manganese, phosphorus, and sulfur. Note, there will be no loss of materials upon decomposition of raw materials. Soon, Lu Yin's backpack contained 5 different materials, 4 of which were solid black spheres representing elemental components. After a brief calculation, Lu Yin deduced that the manganese obtained from the decomposition constituted approximately 3 of the steel, perfectly aligning with the earlier conjecture of it being low manganese steel. He silently praised Lu Xiaoyu for her curiosity, which, years ago, had inadvertently assisted him in overcoming a significant challenge. He then proceeded to decompose 6 units of steel again, yielding 0.18 kilograms of manganese. Now, the total amount of manganese he possessed had reached 0.231 kilograms, exceeding the standard of 13 for 17 kilograms of pure iron. Accessing the smelting interface within the system, Lu Yin combined 17 kilograms of pure iron, 0.25 kg of carbon, along with 0.231 kilograms of manganese, and some sulfur and phosphorus, before clicking the smelt button. During this smelting process, he increased the manganese content while reducing the carbon content. Smelting successful, consumed 1 survival point. Obtained 2 units of steel. Lu Yin gazed at the new steel in his backpack, which had a slightly different hue compared to the previously acquired steel. Taking a deep breath, he reopened the crafting interface. Select to craft. Axe. Consumes wood. Consumes steel. Consumes survival points. Crafting successful. System. Tool crafting proficiency level 3. A brand new axe materialized in Lu Yin's hands. Steel axe. Excellent. Easy to chop. An axe of exceptional quality, capable of effortlessly cleaving through even the hardest woods, stones, and bones. With it, your chances of survival will significantly increase. Easy to chop, an effect possessed by excellent grade products, enhancing cutting and chopping efficiency by 100%. Lu Yin gazed at the information regarding the new axe with immense excitement, abruptly turning his head to fixate on the half-felled cedar tree. With a resounding thud, he raised the axe and swung it. This time, the blade remained steadfast and sharp, showing no signs of damage. 10 minutes later, a 15-meter-tall cedar crashed to the ground. The axe blade remained as sharp and gleaming as ever, unwavering as a mountain. It is useful. Indeed, it is useful. This is the essence of mastering the fundamentals of mathematics and chemistry. One can traverse the world unafraid. Sitting atop the felled trunk, Lu Yin laughed heartily. In this apocalyptic existence, such foundational knowledge proved invaluable. Suddenly, he recalled the books on Lu Xiaoyu's shelf, which seemed to contain an abundance of titles pertaining to these 3 disciplines. Chapter 4. Trade after a brief respite. Lu Yin felled another tree and proceeded to prune the branches of the 2 cedars, retaining only the stoutest sections of trunk, cutting them into segments of 3 meters each. This was a laborious task. Had Lu Yin not possessed considerable strength, he might have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. After approximately 3 hours, a neat stack of straight, clean wooden pillars lay before him. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, nodding in satisfaction, before gathering some dry twigs to stow in his backpack in preparation for his return. Acquired 3M wooden pillars, X8. Acquired fresh branches, X182. Acquired dried twigs, X50. The beauty of this apocalyptic world transformed into a game lies in the fact that collected resources can be stored within a virtual backpack, eliminating the need for physical transportation and alleviating the burdens of storage. However, as the collection of resources increases, the virtual backpack will inevitably become insufficient, necessitating the construction of a personal warehouse. On the journey back to the safe house, Lu Yin was overwhelmed by a singular sensation: thirst. An insatiable, overwhelming thirst. The daytime temperatures in the wilderness soared above 40 degrees Celsius, and coupled with the vigorous exertion from chopping wood, Lu Yin had perspired profusely, teetering on the brink of dehydration. Dehydration can lead to dire consequences. Mild symptoms include disorientation and faintness, while severe cases can result in organ failure. In the perilous wilderness, whether one faints or suffers organ failure, the ultimate outcome is invariably the same: death. Although he found himself within the confines of a survival in the apocalypse game, Luyan did not believe he could respawn like a character in a game. He was acutely aware that in this realm, death equated to a genuine end. During the tree-felling endeavor, Luyan felt the weariness, thirst, and abrasions on his body with startling clarity, aside from certain aspects being datafied. Most rules mirrored those of the real world. This is a reality masquerading under the guise of a game, a true apocalyptic world. Upon entering the safe house, the sudden darkness rendered Lu Yan's eyes unaccustomed. And it was only after a considerable time that he could discern his surroundings through the faint light seeping in from the door's crevice. This meager illumination was utterly inadequate for daily living, Lu Yan muttered to himself. Such was the drawback of an underground safe house: poor ventilation, insufficient light, and a drainage system that was virtually non-existent. Lu Yan felt akin to a mouse, hiding within a cavern devoid of daylight. Nonetheless, safety took precedence. Comfort was a luxury that could only be contemplated after ensuring survival. After some reflection, Lu Yan found solace in this thought, at least in terms of security. The underground safe house surpassed any surface dwelling by a significant margin. He retrieved 8 wooden pillars from his backpack and accessed the upgrade interface of the Doomsday survival system. Gazing at the safe house, 2 lines of prompts materialized before him. Sturdy cedar pillars can be utilized to reinforce the structural integrity of the safe house. Consuming 5 survival points, sturdy cedar pillars can be split into short wooden stakes to establish a perimeter fence around the safe house, consuming 5 survival points. A fence? Such a contraption would primarily serve to fend off wild beasts, Lu Yan pondered, ultimately dismissing this option. His initial choice of the underground safe house was predicated on its ability to thwart animal incursions. Adding a fence seemed superfluous. In an era of scarce resources, it was imperative to maximize their utility. Reinforce the structural integrity of the safe house. In no time, with a flash of green light, the 8 wooden stakes appeared uniformly at the 8 cardinal points of the safe house, steadfastly supporting the beams of the roof. With the addition of these 8 load-bearing pillars, the previously precarious safe house now exuded stability. Lu Yan exhaled in relief. At least he no longer had to worry about the roof collapsing while he slept at night. Thud, thud, thud. After quenching his thirst with a few hearty gulps from a bottle of mineral water, Lu Yan felt the fatigue and heat dissipate. Grasping his steel axe, he extracted a cedar branch from his backpack and methodically stripped away the outer bark. Through pounding and kneading, he fashioned thick fibers resembling coarse rope. He intended to weave these strips into a hammock. The wilderness was fraught with peril. Who knew if a venomous snake might slither into the safe house by night? Sleeping on the ground was far too hazardous. Crafting a hammock would not only enhance comfort, but also mitigate disturbances from insects and rodents. This task, while not physically demanding, was mentally taxing. Although the System's crafting category included the option for a hammock, the required materials were nylon rope, springs, and hooks. The system's offerings were all modern, mass-produced artifacts of civilization. Primitive creations like bark hammocks or grass skirts fell outside its manufacturing scope. From midday until the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Yan finally completed the hammock. Though it appeared somewhat unrefined, it was remarkably sturdy. He secured both ends of the hammock to 2 load-bearing pillars of the safe house, and, upon lying down and stretching his limbs, was overwhelmed by a wave of indescribable comfort and a profound sense of accomplishment. Having resolved the most fundamental safety issues, it was now time to contemplate sustenance and future developments. Lu Yan pondered for a moment and opened the trading interface of the game. In the span of a mere afternoon, the once desolate trading interface had become brimming with a plethora of goods. Seller: Han Siyuan. Item for sale: homemade stone axe. Required item: 500 milliliters purified water. Remarks: do not be deceived by its unsightly appearance. It can be a lifesaver in critical moments. I spent an entire afternoon crafting this, and it can easily chop through wood as thick as a baby's arm. Seller: Wu Xianghai. Item for sale: 2 units of saltpeter. Required item: 1,000 milliliters purified water. Remarks: are there any demolition experts among you? Do you aspire to dominate the wilderness and be the first to transition from the Stone Age to the Age of Firearms? 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal, and a dash of sugar for good measure. While others are still wielding stone axes, you could be hurling grenades at your foes. Seller: Duan Wuda. Item for sale: 452 milliliters liquid that quenches thirst and cures dehydration syndrome. Required items: food. Weapons. Sale status: transaction completed 3 minutes ago. Buyer's message: by the heavens, I thought this was iced tea, but it turned out to be urine. No wonder it weighs as it does. Duan Wuda, if I ever cross paths with you in the wilderness, I shall surely pluck every hair from your head and slap your face. Lu Yan regarded this trading information, stroking his chin, and found the trading system quite intriguing. Sellers could independently edit the details of the items for sale, provided they matched the described functions. In this instance, the seller's description was entirely accurate. In an extreme state of water scarcity, urine could indeed quench thirst and save lives. However, unless one was at death's door, who would willingly drink urine? Liu Yin refrained from condemning the seller's morals, instead concluding that in the face of survival crises, this seller was merely more cunning than the rest. After browsing through a multitude of goods, Liu Yan's attention was suddenly piqued. Seller, Catalog, item for sale, 10 kilograms of wolf meat. Required item, 3,000 milliliters purified water. Remarks, freshly hunted wolf. The meat is absolutely pristine. Goodness. Liu Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Was this player truly that formidable? While most were still gathering stones and chopping wood, he had already single-handedly taken down a wolf. However, Liu Yan quickly felt reassured upon viewing the seller's brief personal information. Ahmad Catalov, male, Chechen, a formidable individual from a warrior nation, Liu Yan mused. As for the Chechens, Liu Yan had heard tales of their prowess long ago. They were born warriors, with a fierce disposition embedded in their very essence. Just how fierce were they? To put it simply, wherever the Chechens tread in battle, eggs would scramble, worms would be severed upright, and ants would be scalded. Even the passing dogs would receive a couple of sharp slaps. Should summer arrive, they would shatter your remote control and scour your non-stick pans with steel wool. Though such tales carried a hint of jest, they sufficiently illustrated the ferocity of these individuals. Liu Yan was in urgent need of sustenance, and given that Liu Xiaoyu's ailment necessitated a prolonged intake of meat, he wasted no time in privately messaging his contact. Liu Yan, friend, I desire your wolf meat. But could you possibly lower the price? In the realm of trade, haggling is an indispensable skill, particularly for those newly ventured into the wilderness. No one would foolishly adhere to the seller's pricing. Katarov, what can you offer? Liu Yan, your price is exorbitant. I can only afford 800 milliliters. Liu Yan employed his dragon-slaying blade technique, swiftly slashing the price down to the bone. At that moment, in a distant part of the wilderness, a burly and fierce-looking man with a thick beard glared, trampling a wild wolf whose neck had been cruelly snapped. He licked his cracked lips nervously, replying in a somewhat irritable manner on the private chat interface. Katarov, are you jesting with me? I can only lower it to 1,500 milliliters. Katarov was acutely aware that his pricing was steep. He had intentionally set it high to leave room for negotiation. In truth, his psychological price range hovered around 1,200 to 2,000 milliliters of pure water, and Liu Yan's aggressive cut was simply too severe for him to accept. Liu Yan, 1,500 milliliters is out of the question. You must understand the critical importance of drinking water in this environment. A person can survive 7 days without food, but without water, they may not last 3. Liu Yan, you just took down that wild wolf, which must have expended quite a bit of your stamina. If you fail to replenish your water supply promptly, you risk succumbing to dehydration syndrome. Katarov, are you threatening me? Liu Yan, I am merely stating the facts. Consider it carefully. I shall grant you 3 minutes to deliberate and message me back. Time is of the essence. Katarov, you are taking advantage of me. The private chat within the trading interface had no limit on the number of messages, yet Liu Yan chose not to respond to Katarov's final remark, as he needed to assert his stance and retain control of the negotiation. From his prior observations, he noted that the majority of traders were in desperate need of drinking water, which was currently the most scarce and vital resource. In the face of water's necessity, even the significance of food paled in comparison. Liu Yan understood that Katarov would inevitably reach out to him, as he had already scoured the trading posts and found no listings for drinking water among the thousands of items available. It seemed that none of the initial players had begun their journey near a water source. However, this created an advantageous position for Liu Yan. Armed with the 10 liters of mineral water rewarded by the system at the outset, he could exchange it for a plethora of survival resources. He was indifferent to Katarov's accusations of opportunism or being a swindler in such dire circumstances. Prioritizing his own interests and extracting as much as possible from others was essential for survival in this apocalyptic world. As for the fates of others, who truly cared? Chapter 5. The value of drinking water. After temporarily closing the trading interface, Liu Yan reopened the world chat interface. The total number of initial players amounted to 80,000. Yet this figure was distributed uniformly across the varied maps of the 7 continents. The desolate wilderness where Liu Yan currently resides belongs to the eastern continent. One of these 7. The world chat interface, however, indicates that there are only approximately 12,000 players online. Only those players situated on the same continent can engage in trade and conversation with one another. Thus far, the world channel of this chat interface should more accurately be termed the Continental Regional World Channel. After an afternoon of acclimatization, the players' discourse has transformed from the bewildered and chaotic expressions of a few hours prior into a wealth of useful information. In the wilderness, I encountered a mutated creature. It resembled a palm-sized lizard, yet possessed fleshy wings, appearing akin to a diminutive dragon from Western mythology. Upon vanquishing it, I discovered a decrepit wooden chest, which yielded a lighter and a bundle of bandages. Within the dense thicket of the wilderness, treasure chests and essential supplies may also be concealed. I stumbled upon a rusted kitchen knife. However, one must remain vigilant for hidden venomous insects and beasts, as their camouflage abilities are formidable. A moment's inattention could result in an ambush. Hey, why didn't you mention this earlier? I was just bitten on the hand by a snake while rummaging through a pile of dead branches, and now I feel a tingling sensation all over. Am I going to be poisoned? What are the snake's distinguishing features? Is its head round or triangular? It seems triangular. Oh no, my head feels heavier by the moment. Am I going to die? Have a little faith in yourself. Triangles are stable, so I deduce you'll be just fine. Is there a kind-hearted soul out there who might spare a morsel? I haven't eaten all day, and my blood sugar is plummeting. The World channel is continuously refreshing with the comments of various players, all engaged in discussions centered around the quest for survival resources and the avoidance of dangers in the wilderness. At this stage, a staggering 99% of the populace is preoccupied with concerns over dinner and drinking water. Liu Yan observed for a moment, gaining a general understanding of this wilderness. As previously described, it is fraught with peril, yet brimming with opportunity. Defeating mutated beasts can result in treasure chests. Scouring the wilderness may unveil survival supplies. Provided one isn't exceptionally unfortunate, players possessing some fundamental life skills can grasp a sliver of hope for survival in this wilderness. Conversely, those pampered elite, accustomed to a life of ease and entitlement, who merely issue commands and expect their needs to be met, will be the first to be eliminated in this survival game. Ding! You have 2 private messages from the trading post. At that moment, a melodious notification chimed in Liu Yan's ears. He opened the trading interface and, upon seeing a familiar name, felt a slight smile tug at the corners of his mouth. It was Kardalov who had initiated the private chat, signifying that his psychological tactics had borne fruit. Kardalov, 10 kilograms of wolf meat, plus a wolf pelt, can be exchanged for 1,000 milliliters of pure water. Kardalov, this is my final offer. If you disagree, I shall cancel this transaction. Though the taste of wolf blood is pungent, it is still drinkable. Observing these 2 messages, Liu Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a radiant grin. This price was remarkably close to Liu Yan's psychological expectation. The wolf pelt could be fashioned into a blanket for warmth. Prior to the commencement of the game, there had been warnings about the substantial temperature fluctuations in the wilderness. Now, as the sun had just set, Liu Yan already felt the cold wind seeping through the cracks of the safety shelter. Water is a commodity that holds its highest value in the early stages. Once players become fully settled in the wilderness and locate reliable water sources, its worth will diminish significantly. Thus, Liu Yan refrained from further haggling. Liu Yan, I shall add another 50 milliliters and include a wolf brain. Kardalov agreed. Soon, Kardalov modified his trade offer, augmenting the original 10 kilograms of wolf meat with a wolf pelt and a wolf brain, raising the price to 1,050 milliliters. Liu Yan promptly selected the purchase option. Transaction completed. Liu Yan's backpack now contained a bounty of wolf meat and a wolf pelt, while his previously remaining 9,800 milliliters of drinking water was reduced to 8,750 milliliters. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Yan extracted 300 milliliters of drinking water and placed it on the trading interface, this time opting for an auction rather than a direct price offer. Seller: Liu Yan, auction item, 300 milliliters of pure drinking water, desired items, food, minerals, living supplies, medicine. Any item. Note: this is the last 300 milliliters of drinking water obtained after an afternoon of digging. The highest bidder wins. What? Pure drinking water is being auctioned. Did they really dig up water underground? I must dig. Today, no one in the World channel has found a water source. Most of the drinking water acquired was from treasure chests, and their ISNT enough for personal consumption, yet he is willing to sell? If he is selling 300 milliliters, I surmise he must have at least 3,000 milliliters in reserve. I have a box of Durex obtained from a treasure chest. Can I trade it? The chat channel erupted into a flurry of excitement. After all, on the first day in the wilderness, water is the most vital survival resource. Most are still enduring thirst, yet someone is willing to sell? In the private messages of the trading area, a multitude of individuals began to reach out to Liu Yan. Little brother, can I exchange 20 units of wood for your water? Even 100 milliliters would suffice. I am a mogul of Moro Street, worth billions. If you give me this water, I shall bestow upon you half of my fortune when we return to the real world, elevating you to the pinnacle of life. Brother Yan, I really wish to drink water. Look at my cracked lips. Please let me have some, or give me a coordinate, and I shall visit you in the future. I'll comply with whatever you ask. In mere seconds, the private chat interface was inundated with 99 messages. Among these private messages were those earnestly seeking trade. Alongside threats and temptations, each cinder varying in identity, from affluent merchants to rogues, and even some renowned celebrities familiar in the real world. In the unforgiving wasteland of the apocalypse, everyone cast aside their pretenses and dignity. Can you envision a once cold and aloof diva, known for her high-profile persona, now plaintively calling out to Lu Yin as Big Brother? This indeed corroborates a saying: if your status is insufficient, you can never fathom how proactive women can be. In the current scenario, Lu Yin, possessing the vital resource of drinking water, holds the highest status within the trading arena. It would not be an exaggeration to say he wields life and death. Lu Yin reflected, reminiscing about his 22 years of life, during which he had only encountered one girl who had approached him first. That girl boldly declared that they were not suited for one another. How the tides have turned. With a faint smile, Lu Yin opted to block all the messages laden with threats, temptations, and seductive propositions, ultimately choosing the highest bidder to complete the transaction. Regrettably, in this wasteland, beauty holds the least value. Heaven knows how many of these helpless celebrities and affluent merchants will survive after tonight. In the face of the apocalypse, all are equal, be they men or women, commoners or stars. Chapter 6. The first night of the apocalypse. Transaction successful. You have lost 300 milliliters of drinking water. You have gained 500 g of almond cookies, 200 g of jerky, 30 g of pepper, 100 g of lime powder, lighter X1. With the completion of the transaction, Lu Yin's supply of drinking water dwindled to 8,450 milliliters, replaced by 5 new items in his backpack. The time was now 7:23 p.m. He had been in this apocalyptic world for 6 hours. He conducted a brief inventory of his current supplies. Drinking water, 8,450 milliliters, stone, 10 units, wood, 9 units, extracted all manganese elements, transforming the brittle, low manganese steel into moderately ductile carbon steel, 7 units, a steel axe, a wolf pelt, 10 kilograms of wolf meat along with the recently acquired cookies, jerky, and pepper, as well as the safety shelter and a hammock. This constituted Lu Yin's entire fortune. On the very first day of entering this apocalyptic game, these resources were sufficient to elevate him to the status of a minor magnate. While night had yet to fully envelop the land, Lu Yin exited the safety of his shelter, retrieving the bloodied wolf pelt from his backpack. Using a branch from a cedar tree, he stretched it taut and secured it in the ground before the entrance of his shelter to dry. If not processed, pelts stripped from beasts would quickly decay. Should there remain fat and bits of flesh within the hide that could not be entirely removed, he would need to summon ants or similar insects to consume them, before continuing the drying process under the sun, ultimately treating it with plant ash or lime to absorb moisture and prevent decay. As for the wolf brain that Lu Yin had previously acquired at an inflated price from Katarov, it was not intended for consumption, but rather for application on wolf pelts during the tanning process. Only through this method could the pelts attain their desired softness. This undertaking was somewhat repulsive and rather intricate. Surviving in the wilderness has never been a simple endeavor. Even a seemingly inconspicuous product of modern civilization demands an immense expenditure of energy to fabricate in the wild, where tools are scarce. After accomplishing all of this, Lu Yin felt utterly exhausted and famished, with a profound sense of muscle fatigue enveloping his entire body. A low growl emanated from his stomach in protest. Typically, at this hour, he would be seated at the dining table with his sister, relishing a delightful dinner. Shall we forge a shovel? Requires 2 wood, 1 steel. Confirm synthesis. Discarding the chaotic thoughts within his mind, Lu Yin combined steel and wood to create a shovel. Iron shovel, excellent. Easy to dig. Easy to dig. The excellent grade iron shovel possesses a special effect, doubling the digging capability. Consumption, 1 survival point. Tool crafting proficiency, 3, 730. Upon crafting the iron shovel, Lu Yin quickly excavated a small, ventilated pit in the open ground before the safe house, subsequently constructing a beehive-like structure atop the pit with soil and stones. This rudimentary earth kiln, commonly found in rural areas, could be employed to roast sweet potatoes, corn, and, of course, meat. Lu Yin retrieved the dry branches he had gathered from the cedar grove earlier that afternoon and ignited them before using an axe to chop 500 grams of wolf meat into 2-finger-wide chunks, skewering them with hardwood sticks and placing them into the burning earth kiln for roasting. The advantage of this kiln lay in its remarkable ability to conceal the firelight, rendering it less conspicuous in the darkness and less likely to attract the attention of lurking creatures. However, while the kiln could obscure the source of the flames, it could not hinder the tantalizing aroma of the roasting meat from permeating the air. Beasts possessed an acute sense of smell. Yet, relocating the kiln indoors to the safe house, combined with the enclosed space and smoke, could potentially lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. Lu Yin gazed towards the wilderness gradually shrouded in nightfall, where visibility diminished to a mere 8 meters. Accompanied by the chilling night breeze, distant growls of beasts echoed faintly. Goosebumps prickled his arms, a response to both the cold and the unsettling unknown that loomed. The temperature variance between day and night in the wilderness was stark. Midday could soar to 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, yet with the onset of night, it plummeted sharply, reaching frigid lows of approximately -20 degrees in the coldest regions. Even while seated beside the fire, Liu Yin felt waves of chills surging from every direction. The daily assessment of the apocalypse survival system was based on the quality of his living environment. In essence, the better he lived, the more abundant his resources, and the safer and more comfortable his safe house, the higher his daily assessment score would be, yielding greater rewards. Therefore, he could not afford to live too frugally. He needed to elevate his standard of living to cultivate a positive cycle. As he turned the meat skewers, Liu Yin pondered these thoughts introspectively. The environment of the safe house is currently abysmal. Apart from merely meeting the most fundamental survival needs, it offers little in terms of comfort. None of the essential requirements for light, ventilation, or drainage are satisfied. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yin resolves to commence improvements with the drainage system. While enhancing light and ventilation pertains to comfort, the drainage system is critical to both safety and comfort. Should a torrential downpour occur in the wilderness, a safe house devoid of a drainage system would be swiftly inundated. Even if luck prevails and it remains structurally intact, the accumulation of water would foster an abundance of bacteria and foul odors, rendering it uninhabitable. Half an hour later, Liu Yin completes the preparation of his dinner. He steps into the safe house, secures the door with a bolt, and braces it with 2 sturdy branches. A sense of security washes over him, and the tension that had been tightly coiled within him dissipates. Liu Yin summons the crafting panel and extravagantly expends for units of timber to create a small stool and a single table, along with a rudimentary set of 3 utensils, a cup, a wooden plate, and a bowl. His meal consists of a skewer of meat seasoned with pepper, 10 almond cookies, a small handful of jerky, and a glass of 200 milliliters of clean water. On the first day of the apocalypse, Liu Yin has secured his refuge, ample water, and a sumptuous dinner. Is this not a form of happiness? Life ought to possess a sense of ritual. In the darkness, Liu Yin arranges his dinner meticulously by category and, seated at the table, muses aloud. Should I say something to commemorate the first meal of the apocalypse? Some cultures and religious followers always offer sincere prayers before dining, expressing gratitude to the divine for their sustenance. Gratitude to God. Liu Yin chuckles. The person he ought to thank is himself. Liu Yin, you have worked hard. This is all well-deserved. He seizes the meat skewer and bites into it voraciously, his hungry stomach rejoicing at the influx of meat, akin to discovering an oasis in a desert. Such bliss is beyond verbal expression. The almond cookies are both fragrant and crisp, providing essential sugars for the body. Liu Yin devours them eagerly. At this moment, nothing holds greater significance than the act of eating. Soon, the table is cleared of food. There is meat, cookies, and water. Liu Yin, on the first day of the apocalypse, you have truly excelled. May you thrive in this wilderness. Cheers. In the darkness, Liu Yin raises his cup in a toast to himself and then drinks it all in one go. The first night of the apocalypse has fully descended. Satiated and content, Liu Yin reclines in his hammock and drifts into a peaceful slumber. However, not all players in the wilderness are as fortunate as Liu Yin. Many find their safe houses merely shells, devoid of any sustenance, enduring hunger and thirst as they lie on the floor, drifting into a restless sleep. Yet, the greatest threat to the players does not end there. In the darkness, a pack of beasts prowling the wilderness begins to stir, their countless azure eyes gleaming like phantoms in the night. They commence their assaults on the exposed safe houses. The piercing, fearful screams and the ferocious roars of the beasts form the haunting symphony of the night, resonating relentlessly across the land. After that fateful night, the number of surviving players displayed on the World Channel plummeted from 11,865 to 9,860. Chapter 7. The terrifying mortality rate. As the sun gradually ascended in the wilderness, the last vestiges of darkness were dispelled by its radiant light. The air began to warm, and a faint glow seeped through the crevices of the shelter's door, casting a gentle illumination upon Liu Yin's face, awakening him from his slumber. In the realm of modern civilization, technological advancements surged and the economy flourished, compelling individuals to hasten their pace of life to keep in sync with the relentless march of progress. The hurried commutes, the frantic work schedules, the rushed meals, and the early morning awakenings became the norm. Yet, upon entering this apocalyptic game, despite confronting monumental survival challenges, Liu Yin experienced an unfamiliar sense of ease, as if the tempo of life had suddenly decelerated. As the adage goes, when one is hungry, they have but a single worry, yet when one is satiated, countless concerns arise. Here, Liu Yin was liberated from the anxieties of tardiness to work, the looming bills of the following month, and the difficult clients and superiors. Instead, he could indulge in his whims, prioritizing his comfort above all else. In a certain light, the apocalypse, when juxtaposed with modern civilization, appeared not entirely devoid of merit. Liu Yin leapt from his hammock and accessed the daily assessment within the survival system. Day 2 of the apocalypse. You have fortified your shelter, alleviating concerns of a potential collapse during sleep. You feel secure. Survival points. 5. You have crafted a steel axe and an iron shovel, which will greatly assist in chopping, hunting, and digging. Survival points. 2. You have woven a rudimentary hammock, allowing you to avoid the ground and shield yourself from snakes, insects, and dampness. Survival points. 1. You have constructed a set of simple tables, chairs, and utensils. Survival points. 2. You have relished your first dinner in the apocalypse, filling you with immense joy. Survival points. 5. Today's score, C. Survival points reward, 15. Item reward, a set of tattered leather armor. Current survival points, 37. On the second day of the apocalypse, the system's evaluation rewards starkly contrasted with those of the first day. Not only had the survival points reward been halved, but the item rewards were significantly inferior as well. Liu Yin speculated that, according to the system's assessment criteria, the value of the safe house on the first day far exceeded that of the steel axe, iron shovel, and other assorted items. The generous rewards on the first day were likely a reflection of a novice's initial gift package. Survival points are the most vital resource within the apocalypse survival system. Aside from the decompose function, both the craft and smelt functionalities require the expenditure of survival points. Thus, one could assert that survival points serve as the universal currency within the apocalypse survival framework. They can also be directly utilized to upgrade and transform the shelter. Although the required points are astronomical, Liu Yin activated the upgrade function and turned his gaze toward the shelter, soon encountering 2 lines of prompts before him. Upgrade Method 1. Upgrade the shelter's material to stone, significantly enhancing safety, requiring a consumption of 600 survival points. Upgrade Method 2. Increase ventilation, drainage, and lighting functions of the shelter, greatly improving comfort, requiring a consumption of 800 survival points. The daunting prospect of spending hundreds of survival points weighed heavily on Liu Yan's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved several units of stone from his backpack. At that moment, the first upgrade method presented a modification, reducing the required survival points to 599. The upgrade function allows for items to be enhanced without materials, but necessitates a substantial expenditure of survival points. However, if the host can provide a portion of the materials, the consumption of survival points will correspondingly decrease. This implies that the additional survival points expended equate to directly purchasing upgrade materials within the system. Liu Yin stroked his chin, gaining a rudimentary understanding of this upgrade system. His gaze fell upon several load-bearing columns within the safe house, and according to this logic, even if he had not chopped down those cedar trees yesterday, he could directly enhance the load-bearing capacity of the safe house within the system, conjuring additional columns from thin air. However, the cost would not merely be 5 survival points, but rather several times, or even more than 10 times that amount. Given his current situation, he could not afford the luxury of directly utilizing survival points to upgrade the safe house. Liu Yin let out a bitter smile, with only 37 survival points. Even upgrading a drainage system individually would be insufficient. It appeared that diligent efforts to amass more survival resources were necessary. Remaining cooped up in the safe house would only diminish the rewards of survival points, utterly failing to meet the demands for upgrades. Inside the shadowy shelter, a sliver of light filtered through the door's crack. Liu Yin slowly approached the entrance, pulling the bolt open just enough to let in a blinding light accompanied by the brisk morning breeze, instantly invigorating his spirit. Exercising utmost caution, he observed for a moment, ensuring no creatures lingered outside the safe house, before fully opening the door and stepping out. The earthen kiln constructed last night still stood nearby, and the wolf pelt, having dried and tanned throughout the night, had become desiccated. Clutching his steel axe firmly, Liu Yin circled around the safe house, confirming that no creatures had approached during the night, before accessing the game's chat interface. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by the number of survivors displayed on the world channel. 9,860. This indicated that at least 2,000 players had perished overnight. The mortality rate soared to 15%. Only a single night had passed, and it was unfathomable to consider how many of the initial players would endure after a week. 3,000? 2,000? I can't take it anymore. There were packs of beasts roaming outside my safe house all night, clawing at the door and battering it with their bodies. I was nearly terrified to death. Good grief. Good grief. I just witnessed a safe house less than 800 meters from my camp fall to a pack of wolves. That player was dragged out in under 3 minutes, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. It was utterly gruesome, profoundly savage. The wilderness is perilously treacherous, mother. I yearn to return home. I am willing to do anything, provided that I can secure a bodyguard to ensure my safety. I stand at a height of 172 centimeters. My measurements are of no consequence here. Within the World Channel, a majority of individuals are lamenting the players who perished last night for various reasons. Such a high mortality rate instills a profound sense of dread and unease in everyone. Meanwhile, those with nearly zero survival skills have been compelled to barter their dignity and physical integrity for a chance at survival. At this moment, the essence of humanity begins to reveal itself. It appears that night is the pinnacle of the beast's hunting prowls. Liu Yin quietly muses to himself, "Fortunately, I opted for an underground shelter. The comfort of above-ground shelters is indeed superior, illuminated, ventilated, and dry. Yet many players lacking survival experience fail to accurately assess their current circumstances. In pursuit of a so-called refined lifestyle, they recklessly chose above-ground shelters, only to face the dual threats of a cold snap and roaming beasts that very night. After departing from civilized society, humanity, devoid of alliances and modern weaponry, finds itself at the very bottom of the wilderness food chain." Chapter 8. The emergence of the drainage system. Once again, Liu Yin ignited the earth kiln, heating a few pieces of jerky. He accessed the trading interface. After a night had passed, the supply of drinking water in the trading market remained scarce, with prices even higher than the previous day. Seller, Su. Items for sale, 30 mountain chicken eggs, 100 G salt, 120 centimeters nylon rope. Items wanted, 300 milliliters drinking water. Upon seeing this information, Liu Yin did not hesitate to make a purchase. While the eggs can replenish protein and the salt can regulate the body's electrolytes, these two commodities are not what he currently lacks. It is the last item that piques his interest, nylon rope. The utility of nylon rope is manifold, but its most crucial application at present is as a bowstring. Although Liu Yin possesses a steel axe, the wilderness is rife with mutated creatures, and recklessly engaging in close combat without knowledge of their danger levels would be exceedingly unwise. In such scenarios, ranged weaponry proves to be far more advantageous. At the very least, it significantly reduces the danger factor when hunting. Liu Yin is determined to venture out for hunting, not only to stockpile meat for sustenance, but also because slaying mutated beasts can yield various treasure chests. Currently, the wilderness offers only basic resources such as wood, stone, minerals, and rudimentary tools like knives and pickaxes. Technical items such as lighters, medicines, and bearings are absent, their acquisition solely reliant on treasure chests. Should he be fortunate enough to uncover a premium item from a chest, such as a firearm or generator, he could leap ahead of all players in the wilderness, rapidly establishing his advantage and allowing it to grow exponentially. On the second day of the apocalypse, having resolved the issues of food and water, Liu Yin set forth two objectives. 1. Address the drainage problem of the safe house. 2. Craft a bow and arrows, preparing for hunting and the procurement of treasure chests. After completing the transaction, Liu Yin casually tossed 2 mountain chicken eggs into the fire pit of the earth kiln. He then listed 500 milliliters of drinking water on the trading interface, with the same terms as yesterday. The highest bidder would prevail. Subsequently, Liu Yin circled around the safe house to ascertain the location of the drainage ditch. After placing the underground safe house, the terrain of the small earth mound rose slightly, forming a gentle slope, which greatly facilitated the excavation of the drainage ditch due to this natural geographical advantage. Liu Yin did not need to worry about water accumulation around the safe house. He merely had to ensure that water did not flow back in through the main entrance. His design involved digging a trench resembling an inverted L in front of the lower-lying safe house door, ensuring that all rainwater would flow into the ditch without accumulating at the entrance and would then be channeled directly several dozen meters away. This was a rather simple drainage system, lacking in technical complexity. After mentally planning the layout, Liu Yin picked up the iron shovel and began his work. The soil here was quite hard, and every shovel full of earth consumed a significant amount of energy, but Liu Yin had long since acclimated to such physically demanding labor. Since the passing of his parents, he had taken on all the responsibilities of the household, repairing roofs, replacing windows, laying tiles, planting vegetables, and digging cellars. If Lu Xiaoyu, who had read extensively across various fields, was knowledgeable in all matters, then Liu Yin, who had been caring for the family from a young age, was adept at every task. Coupled with the iron shovel's ease of digging attribute, his progress was not slow. Half an hour later, the basic form of the drainage ditch had emerged before the safe house, though it was only about 10 centimeters deep. The remaining task was to continue digging deeper to expand the ditch's capacity, preventing overflow during heavy rainfall. Liu Yin set down the shovel and sat in front of the earth kiln. The fire had already died down, and he used a branch to extract the 2 charred eggs, peeling away the shell to reveal the translucent egg whites within. After blowing on them to cool, he sprinkled a few grains of salt and took a small bite. The cooked egg whites were delightfully bouncy, reminiscent of jelly, exuding a peculiar fragrance, while the yolk displayed an orange-red hue, bursting with a creamy sweetness upon biting. This flavor was leagues superior to the feed eggs Liu Yin had previously consumed. The 2 eggs quickly vanished, and as Lu Yin gazed at the remaining 28, he hesitated whether to roast a few more, but ultimately decided against it, opting instead to store the food for later. A steady supply was essential for survival. He mixed the remaining jerky with 200 milliliters of clean water, feeling invigorated. Grasping the iron shovel once more, he returned to the excavation of the drainage ditch, his speed now surpassing his earlier pace. At this rate, the ditch could be completed before the peak heat of noon arrived. Unbeknownst to Lu Yin, after he listed the water for trade again, a stir was ignited in the world channel. Zhan Wu, wow, Lu is at it again. Hongwen, didn't Lu Yan's drinking water trade exceed 15 liters yesterday? Today, another 800 milliliters was carelessly discarded. How did he acquire such an abundance of water? Has he stumbled upon a water source? Yang Chunmei, Lu Yan respond. You cannot hoard the water source. It is a divine blessing that must be shared. Selfishness and greed may lead one to perdition. Do you all agree? 20 agreed. 20. We need water. We must share. We must embrace love. Li Cheng, to the self-righteous individual above, are you lacking in sense? Who in their right mind would think of sharing at a time like this? Would you? Yang Chunmei, what do you mean by that? If I had a water source, I would certainly share. Compassion for all beings is the teaching bestowed upon us by the divine. Li Cheng, oh, I recall you acquired 20 kilograms of instant noodles through trading yesterday. Why not distribute some to those who are starving? System, Yang Chunmei has exited the world chat channel. Li Cheng, damn it, don't run, you hypocritical saint. Take this. The world channel descended into chaos, with voices rising to condemn Lu Yin for withholding the water source, while others vehemently criticized those childish individuals who sought to reap without labor. The discord within the channel reached a fever pitch. After several trades, Lu Yan's name gradually garnered public attention, and his follower count surged to 215 in just a few hours, with nearly 1/3 of the survivors in the northern continent wilderness now following him. Numerous private messages flooded in, filled with both vile insults and threats, as well as moral coercion. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, the focal point of this turmoil, had no time to engage with these individuals in the chat. After 3 hours of diligent work, a drainage channel approximately 40 meters long had taken shape in front of the safe house. Chapter 9. The completion of the drainage channel. Lu Yin sat on the ground, gazing at the crooked drainage channel before him. Although it functioned in terms of drainage, without reinforcement from stone materials, the earthen channel, while appearing sturdy at present, would inevitably collapse and become obstructed after a few heavy rains, as the soil would soften with saturation. However, after perusing the trading market, Lu Yin found no powdered concrete for sale, nor could he locate the clay or adhesive necessary for its production. It seemed he would have to resort to the system's upgrade function. Lu Yin summoned the system interface and glanced at the drainage channel. Soon 2 prompts appeared before his eyes. A drainage trench, upgradable. Upgrade method 1. Use stone materials for reinforcement to enhance sturdiness, erosion resistance, and ease of cleaning. However, it is vulnerable to damage and requires 80 survival points. Upgrade method 2. Utilize plastic and stone piping for underground concealment, increasing resilience against damage, reducing bacterial growth, and preventing foul odors from spreading, though cleaning after blockage will be significantly more challenging. This requires 200 survival points. The upgrade methods for the drainage channel bore a striking resemblance to those for the safe house, presenting both above-ground and underground options. From the perspective of the 2 available options, it is evident that the underground drainage channel possesses greater advantages. However, given the limited survival points at my disposal, it is imperative that I allocate my resources judiciously. After a moment of contemplation, I resolved to pursue the first upgrade method, with the understanding that once my survival points increase, I could later modify the drainage channel as needed. With only 10 units of stone remaining in my backpack, I removed them all and placed them by the drainage channel, only to discover that the required survival points for the upgrade had diminished to 75. I stroked my chin thoughtfully and boldly made my way around to the rear of the safe house, gathering some stones and combining them with my previous materials. Gradually, the requirement for survival points decreased to 74. Indeed, it became apparent that the upgrade to the drainage channel was constrained solely by the quantity of stone, rather than the type. Be it cobblestones or ore, both were equally acceptable. This revelation filled me with excitement. Did this mean that, as long as I amassed sufficient stone, my safe house could be upgraded to a stone structure in a relatively short time? An hour later, I had meticulously cleared all stones within a 1,000-meter radius of the safe house. However, due to the geographical factors, my safe house was situated far from the mountains. And even after collecting all the stones in the vicinity, I had only managed to gather around 10 units. Upgrade method 1. Required survival points 70. This approach proved to be ineffective. The scarcity of stones in the area compelled me to consider purchasing supplies at the trading post. Gazing at the blisters forming on my palms and the sun now perched high in the sky, I realized that the day was approaching its hottest point. I had to complete the drainage channel work before then, or risk succumbing to heat exhaustion. Purchasing directly at the auction house was the most expedient solution. After all, I currently possessed potable water, a universal currency that could be exchanged for whatever I desired. It would be foolish to criticize my indiscriminate use of drinking water to acquire various goods, or to suggest that I should conserve my water and expend more time and energy searching for stones elsewhere. In this post-apocalyptic world, time itself is a precious resource. If I were to gather enough materials for the drainage channel expansion, it might take a day or two, and traveling to distant locations would not only waste time, but also require substantial consumption of water and food. Thus, the effort expended would not be proportional to the rewards gained. Moreover, in the early days of the apocalypse, the price of stones, a resource found abundantly, was exceedingly low. A small amount of water could procure a considerable quantity. Seller: Lu Yen. Items for sale: 10 milliliters of drinking water, total 1,000 milliliters. Desired items: 30 units of stone. Description: bulk purchase of stone. Each individual is limited to 3 exchanges. Once the drinking water was listed, the trading notifications promptly began to ring. Player Su Chun bid 90 units of stone, receiving 30 milliliters of drinking water. The actions of the player Lu Yen, who exchanged potable water for stone materials, were akin to those of a savior for certain players teetering on the brink of thirst. It is noteworthy that in the early days of the apocalypse, the majority of players regarded stone materials, a resource abundant in their surroundings, as mere refuse. To this day, there has yet to be a successful precedent for the sale of stone materials in the trading market. Thus, Lu Yan's intervention naturally left many in a state of bewilderment. Duan Xiao: the items he is acquiring are rather peculiar. What can stone materials be used for now? Hongwen Lu God: my safe house is near the mine. How much stone do you need? I can handle it myself. Li Qianan: everyone. Could it be possible that Lu God is using this method to provide aid to those unable to access water? After all, stone materials are currently equivalent to waste. Who would willingly trade their most precious water for refuse? Lu Shan: absolutely. Lu God is indeed kind-hearted, wishing to assist others without fostering a sense of entitlement, thus employing this method of exchanging easily obtainable stone materials for water, teaching us that the desire for water must be earned through our own efforts. XX. Lu God is magnanimous, boundless in love. XX. Let me express my gratitude to you, for you are here. Within the global channel, a considerable number of players endorsed this reasoning, as they could hardly fathom the purpose behind Lu Yan's acquisition of such a large quantity of stone materials. Under the guidance of a few trendsetters, the global channel was filled with mindless adulation for Lu Yan. As the saying goes, self-promotion can be the most terrifying. Lu Yan never anticipated that such a simple transaction would lead so many to regard him as a benevolent figure. However, he was disinclined to clarify, recognizing that reputation is also a valuable resource, although its significance may not be immediately apparent. As order is established and survival stabilizes in the wilderness, the importance of reputation will gradually reveal itself. You have lost 1,000 milliliters of potable water. You have gained 3,000 units of stone materials. Following these 2 notifications, a substantial quantity of stone materials appeared before Lu Yan. He attempted to place the stones into the drainage channel, observing the survival points diminish gradually until, after inserting 540 units, the survival points stabilized at 20, no longer shifting regardless of the additional stone materials added. Had he reached the limit? Lu Yan pondered, as it was evident that the stone requirement for the drainage channel had reached its maximum. To further reduce survival points, additional concrete was necessary. Even with the addition of concrete, survival points could not be reduced to 0, as the system also required a labor fee to facilitate upgrades. Previously, the addition of load-bearing columns to the safe house consumed 5 survival points when materials were complete. Thus, the labor fee for upgrading the drainage channel should be comparable under similar conditions. Upgrade confirmed. Lu Yan decisively selected the first upgrade option, with a melodious notification sound. A green light enveloped the drainage channel. As the light faded, all the stone materials had transformed into stone slabs, neatly laid within the channel. The gaps tightly bonded with cement. A stone drainage channel extended from the entrance of the safe house directly to a low-lying area 50 meters away. A complete drainage channel exhibits superior drainage performance and exceptional impermeability. Its function ensures that during heavy rainfall, no standing water accumulates near secure shelters, thus preventing backflow. This invincible barrier against lateral leakage provides a sense of safety and comfort, ensuring a dry environment month after month. Chapter 10. Under 3 meters, the craftsmanship produced by the system rivals that of the finest masters in the world. This stone drainage channel is impeccably smooth, devoid of any signs of carving, appearing as if it were sculpted by nature itself. Lu Yan struck the channel's surface with his axe, feeling a substantial resistance. Its durability is also of the highest caliber. A wave of profound satisfaction surged within Lu Yan, With this drainage channel, he no longer needed to worry about water accumulation threatening the safety of his shelter. Although the wilderness might seem devoid of water sources at first glance, Liu Yan discovered while excavating the drainage channel that a considerable amount of alluvial soil lay scattered on the surface. This is typically indicative of riverbeds or regions with frequent rainfall. Moreover, he noted that the soil became moist at depths of approximately 30 centimeters, suggesting that the wilderness was not in a state of prolonged drought, but rather experiencing high daytime temperatures combined with its predominantly flat terrain, which hinders the formation of large pools of standing water. After rainfall, a significant amount of moisture seeps underground, while the small portion remaining on the surface evaporates rapidly, resulting in the current scarcity of water in the wilderness. Based on the presence of moist soil at just 30 centimeters deep, one could infer that the wilderness not only receives rain, but does so quite frequently. While the majority of players struggle to locate water sources, little do they realize that in the not-so-distant future, an abundance of rain could pose a lethal threat to their underground shelters. Liu Yan mused to himself by the drainage channel, glancing skyward. The sun had reached its zenith, and the air temperature soared above 45 degrees Celsius. The recently unearthed moist soil quickly dried out, and Liu Yan found his breathing becoming labored. What a nuisance! Such extreme heat makes it unbearable to remain outdoors. Liu Yan grumbled, shouldering his tools and retreating to the safety of his shelter to avoid the intense midday UV rays that could scorch his skin. The harsh conditions of the wilderness render it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to venture outside during midday or midnight. This poses a serious dilemma. High temperatures begin at 11 in the morning and persist until around 3 in the afternoon, while frigid conditions commence at midnight and last until sunrise, approximately 7 in the morning. This means that for 11 hours, players must remain indoors, unable to gather resources lest they risk heat stroke, dehydration, or freezing to death. If the system does not adjust the environmental temperatures in the future, it could lead to dire consequences. Furrowing his brow, Liu Yan retrieved nylon rope and sturdy cedar branches from his backpack, laying them before him. Both of these time frames are critically important. The 4 hours of peak midday heat typically coincide with the laziest behavior of beast packs, making this the prime time for successful hunting. The significance of the 7 hours past midnight becomes even more pronounced as acts of homicide and robbery, along with ambushes and surprise attacks, are often executed under the shroud of darkness. Losing control over these 11 hours would be detrimental to future developments. If the system does not adjust the ambient temperature, the only way to utilize this time effectively would be to enhance one's physical constitution, thereby cultivating a body capable of withstanding such adverse climates, more ferocious than a lion, more resilient than a bison. Liu Yan's eyes sparkled as he clenched his fists. Although this notion may sound somewhat absurd, the wilderness yields a plethora of resources. Who can guarantee that in the future, potent genetic enhancements akin to strength-enhancing pills or indestructible elixirs won't emerge? Setting this contemplation aside for the moment, Liu Yan deftly activated the manufacture function. Longbow, required materials, wood, any type, bowstring, any type. Manufacturing cost, 1 survival point. Would you like to proceed with manufacturing? Crafting and mastering the use of a bow constituted Liu Yan's second objective for the day. Confirm manufacturing. Manufacturing successful. You have obtained a longbow. Excellent. Weapon crafting proficiency 3, 330. With a flash of brilliance, Liu Yan's survival points decreased from 17 to 16. As the spruce branches and nylon string before him vanished, replaced by a longbow of simple yet ancient design. To his astonishment, he had produced a longbow of excellent quality. Liu Yan raised an eyebrow, although the crafting interface indicated that the materials for the longbow were not limited. The quality of products made from softwood bee sinew would undoubtedly pale in comparison to one crafted from yew wood combined with BCY string. The materials he provided were of spruce wood and nylon string, which could only be considered upper-middle tier among the longbow crafting materials. The fact that he managed to create an excellent-grade longbow filled him with unexpected delight. As Liu Yan grasped the bow, he was pleasantly surprised by its remarkably smooth and warm texture, with the wood grain displaying exquisite patterns. He pulled back the bowstring, noting the exceptional curvature and elasticity of the bow. Longbow, excellent, easy to hit. Full moon power, 50 kilograms. Maximum effective range, 200 meters, 120 meters. Piercing power, in full moon state. Light arrows can penetrate 3 centimeters thick oak within 80 m, while heavy arrows can pierce 9 centimeters of oak. Description: the moment of the hunt. Upon reviewing these statistics, Liu Yan felt immensely satisfied. The lethality of the bow far exceeded his expectations. Utilizing a heavy arrow weighing over 50 grams could even pierce the skull of certain large beasts within 80 meters. After crafting the bow, Liu Yan proceeded to use the remaining spruce branches and steel to manufacture 20 arrows. Since the quantity of arrows is calculated by a set, crafting 20 arrows consumed only 1 survival point. Previously, after creating a steel axe, Liu Yan had extracted all the manganese from the steel, and the steel he now possessed was classified as carbon steel. While it may not possess the toughness of high manganese steel, it is also not as brittle as low manganese steel, representing a standard grade of steel, more than adequate for crafting arrowheads. To his astonishment, the system produced featherless arrows. Liu Yan's eyes widened as he gazed at the arrow in his hand, which bore intricate grooves resembling water patterns, yet lacked any fletching at the tail. It is well known that the feathers at the back of an arrow are essential for stabilizing its flight. Without them, the arrow may veer off course and miss its target. However, arrows equipped with fletching also experience a corresponding decrease in speed. In this world, there exists a type of featherless arrow that eliminates the tail feathers, enhancing its velocity to the utmost. The stability of this arrow is achieved through the water-like grooves on its shaft, which serve as aerodynamic guides. During flight, these guides direct the wind to compress the arrow's body at specific force points, creating an effect akin to the rifling of a firearm, allowing it to strike the target with remarkable accuracy even in the absence of tail feathers. Thud, thud. Soon, Liu Yan began to test the power of the longbow within his safe house, the sound of arrows embedding themselves into wood echoing continuously. Initially, the precision of his shots was lacking. Even with the assistance of a special effect that enhanced his chances of hitting, the points of impact were still widely dispersed. However, as time progressed, Liu Yan seemed to grasp the art of archery. Within a distance of 10 meters, the maximum variance of 20 arrows did not exceed 30 centimeters. After 3 hours of intermittent training, Liu Yan set down his longbow, feeling a profound ache and fatigue in his shoulders and arms, the sensation akin to tearing. Online games often portray archers as weaklings, suggesting that infantry can easily overpower them. Such notions are utterly absurd. As he rubbed his painfully sore shoulder, he inhaled sharply and remarked, if an archer lacked strength, their arms would be rendered useless after just a few shots. Through these 3 hours of training, Liu Yan realized that these fundamental weapons were not as simple to wield as he had previously imagined. He also came to understand that in ancient armies, archers were indeed the elite. They must have been robust and formidable, akin to a brawny warrior, capable of retaliating even against a frontal assault from infantry with a powerful blow. After a brief respite, Liu Yan noticed a significant reduction in his bodily aches. Meanwhile, the temperature outside had dropped considerably, prompting him to venture out before nightfall in search of additional resources. At the entrance of his safe house, the wolf pelt propped up by branches remained eerily still. As Liu Yan stepped outside, his footsteps suddenly halted. His gaze fixated 3 feet ahead of the wolf pelt, his pupils constricting as a chill ran down his spine. Earlier that morning, while excavating a drainage ditch, he had disturbed some loose soil, scattering it in that very spot. Now, upon the surface of that soft earth, less than 3 meters from the entrance of his safe house, there lay an unmistakable footprint. Chapter 11. The mutated beast. A footprint had appeared less than 3 meters from the entrance of Liu Yan's safe house. More precisely, it resembled a paw print of a feline creature. Yet, curiously, this print did not consist of a single pad, but rather 5 distinct toe impressions. Its width measured approximately 8 centimeters, suggesting that its owner was likely a medium-sized predator, such as a leopard or a juvenile tiger. Liu Yan carefully crouched down to scrutinize the traces of claw marks. He discovered that these peculiar prints were not merely confined to the vicinity of the wolf pelts, but rather dispersed around the safe house. In other areas, the soil was firmer, leaving only a faint dust imprint that was nearly imperceptible without meticulous observation. After several minutes of inspection, Liu Yan noticed that the closest claw mark to the entrance of the safe house was less than 50 centimeters away. This revelation meant that while he was practicing archery inside, a ravenous beast had been silently observing him from directly above the entrance. A chill crawled up his spine, sending a shiver to the nape of his neck. This discovery felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. In his attempt to let a sliver of sunlight into the safe house, Liu Yan had not fully closed the door, leaving a gap of about 30 centimeters, propped open by a wooden stick. If that feline predator had wished to invade, such a flimsy defense would be utterly inadequate. I have been far too careless. The deceptive ease of survival in this post-apocalyptic world had lulled me into a false sense of security, rendering me oblivious to the omnipresent danger that could strike at any moment. A wave of regret washed over Liu Yan as he recalled his earlier belief that wild beasts typically refrained from venturing out during the sweltering noon heat, which had led to his momentary laxity. The claw marks before him felt like a resounding slap across his face. Relying on mere experience to survive in the wilderness is a fool's errand. Perhaps the beast had caught sight of my bow and axe, which deterred it from launching a reckless attack, allowing me to narrowly escape disaster. Regaining his composure swiftly, Liu Yan resolved to firmly remember his negligence and mistakes. However, The pressing question at hand was to ascertain what type of feline predator it was and whether it still lingered near the safe house. Among all predatory species in nature, felines are the most formidable, almost born killers. If that creature were to breach the safe house, what were the odds of me successfully vanquishing it amidst the ensuing chaos? His mind raced, swiftly arriving at a grim conclusion. If that unknown feline predator were to invade, a direct confrontation would likely result in a swift demise, with the entire village waiting for their next meal. What a calamitous affair! Even if fortune favored him and he managed to eliminate the creature, he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, lacking both medicine and medical equipment, such injuries would almost certainly equate to a death sentence. It was imperative to first discern the nature and behavior of this creature before deciding on a course of action. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Lu Yen promptly opened the world chat interface. Lu Yen, uploading an image. Lu Yen, everyone, does anyone know what type of beast these claw marks belong to? Accurate information regarding this creature will be generously rewarded. In the world channel, Lu Yen utilized a specialized game screenshot function to capture a clear image of the claw marks, promptly uploading it. Soon, a deluge of responses began to flood in. Chun Nan, it resembles a leopard, yet felines should only have 4 claws touching the ground. The 5th is a dew claw and should not appear in the footprint. Karlov, it could be a cougar, the shape is similar. Wang Mushing, nonsense. I believe it looks like an African leopard. Look at the roundness of its paw pads and claw marks. Only the African leopard exhibits such traces among felines. Karlov, how do you account for the 5 claws then? Triple X, perhaps it was injured? Or maybe a genetic anomaly, a natural deformity? The discussion within the world channel was rife with debate. Eventually, the first speaker chimed in again. Chun Nan, someone mentioned deformity earlier. I suspect it may not be genetic, but rather a mutation. Chun Nan's statement quickly garnered the approval of numerous players, and Lu Yan's pupils dilated as he contemplated this possibility. Just then, Lu Yan suddenly received a private message. Upon opening it, he found a message from a player with the ID, Zhao Ruifeng. Zhao Ruifeng, I know what this creature is. Lu Yan raised an eyebrow and promptly replied, Brother, could you provide me with all the information about it? I can offer you 150 milliliters of drinking water in exchange. Zhao Ruifeng, hold on. Golden striped lynx. Type, feline. Lynx genus, mutated species. Description, level 1 mutated beast, with 3 golden stripes on its head. Its forepaws have enormous dew claws containing traces of a muscle-paralyzing toxin. Information, an adult can reach a length of 80 centimeters and weigh 25 kilograms. Once it fixates on a prey, it will lie in wait until finding the opportunity to launch a stealth attack. Weakness, due to the evolution of its massive toxic dew claws, its reaction time, speed, and hunting ability have significantly diminished. It is pain-averse and timid. If injured, it will flee immediately. The skeletal structure at the site of its golden stripes is fragile and can be easily pierced or shattered. It is also rather foolish, demonstrating low intelligence. Threat level low. An adult male armed with a cold weapon over 40 centimeters in length can easily hunt it. After quickly reading through the entire page of information, Lu Yan asked, Brother, how do you know all this? His suspicion was not unwarranted. In the wilderness, one cannot easily trust others, and it is always prudent to be cautious. Zhao Ruifeng, haha, are you afraid I'm deceiving you? Let me tell you. I opened a treasure chest today and obtained a monster compendium that details the habits and identification methods of most wild and mutated beasts. Lu Yan, I wonder if you would mind letting me take a look? Not that I don't trust you, but I wish to broaden my horizons. Zhao Ruifeng sent an image. It was a selfie of Zhao Ruifeng holding a book resembling a compendium, with the title Beginner's Monster Encyclopedia prominently displayed on the cover. Lu Yan raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a valuable item. With it, the dangers of traversing the wilderness would be significantly reduced. If he could acquire it. Lu Yan, brother, is this for sale? I'll pay a handsome price. Zhao Ruifeng, sorry, I intend to keep it for personal use. The acquisition failed. Lu Yan stroked his chin and quickly typed in the private chat interface. I will designate 150 milliliters of drinking water for you. Please confirm. Zhao Ruifeng replied, no need. I'm not short of this little water. Consider this information a gift, just to make a friend. You're quite famous now, who knows? I might need your assistance in the future. Haha. After sending this message, Zhao Ruifeng abruptly ended the private chat. Lu Yan attempted to reach out again, but there was no response. What is this? Is he trying to make me owe him a favor? Lu Yan chuckled helplessly. He preferred straightforward transactional relationships over the complexities of personal debts, which could be difficult to repay and sometimes cost half a life. However, do I possess the value to initiate connections? Reflecting on Zhao Ruifeng's words, he pondered for a moment before swiftly ascending to the top of the safe house mound to survey his surroundings. Once a mutated lynx fixates on prey, it remains concealed nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Lu Yan scanned the area, mounds, sand pits, and small groves, finding nothing amiss. Suddenly, his gaze halted. He noticed a fleeting glimmer of gold in a patch of withered shrubs 300 meters from the safe house. Chapter 12. Confronting Threats. Preparing for the hunt in the desolate thicket, less than 300 meters from the safe house, a subtle flash of gold darted past. Liu Yin withdrew his gaze from the shrubs, feigning ignorance of any anomaly, though his mind was racing. It seemed that at least one piece of information provided by Zhao Ruifeng was entirely accurate. Once it fixates on a target, it will lie in wait for the opportunity to ambush. The mutated lynx had indeed not departed. It remained, an incredibly patient hunter, squatting motionless in the nearby bushes under the scorching sun, vigilantly observing Liu Yin's every move. Consider this. Had Liu Yin not spotted the paw print and continued to roast meat at the entrance of the safe house come nightfall, would the mutated lynx have stealthily approached from the shadows to sink its teeth into his carotid artery? Or if he had been unaware of the lynx's presence and ventured out with his longbow and axe to gather supplies, would it have leaped forth to inject a paralyzing toxin into his body? The mere thought of these possibilities sent a chill down Liu Yin's spine. He quietly circled the entrance and then returned inside, securing the door. Sitting in the darkness, his mind raced. In the early days of the apocalypse, being stalked by a predatory beast would undoubtedly hinder his development. What should he do? Should he huddle inside the safe house for a few days, waiting for it to leave? Absolutely not. Time in the early apocalypse is too precious to waste. Liu Yin quickly dismissed this thought, his expression growing serious. Now it seems that in order to rid oneself of the looming threat, one must take the initiative. Either drive the adversary away or eliminate it entirely. Merely wounding it and forcing it to retreat may only result in its return once it has healed, potentially with an even greater ferocity and determination. Indeed, it is far more prudent to eliminate it entirely. Liu Yin stroked his chin, silently resolving this matter in his mind. The notion that beasts harbor grudges is not without foundation. Some creatures can even recall the appearance of humans who attacked them years prior. In the perilous wilderness, if one were to incur the wrath of a mutated beast, that individual would indeed find themselves in dire straits. Whether venturing out to mine, hunt, or rest, one must remain ever vigilant against a vengeful creature. It would not take long for one's mental state to unravel under such pressure. However, what method should be employed to confront it? Traps? No, it has been watching me closely. Digging a pitfall would surely reveal my intentions. Poisoning. The keen sense of smell possessed by beasts makes it exceedingly difficult to trick them into consuming tainted meat. Numerous strategies flitted through Liu Yan's mind, yet ultimately, he dismissed them all. After receiving intelligence from Zhao Ruifeng and assessing his own capabilities, Liu Yan realized he was indeed capable of dispatching this beast. Yet he sought to do so without sustaining any injury. The creature's sudden appearance had left him unprepared for many approaches. Rubbing his temples, his gaze fell upon the bow and steel axe nearby, and he murmured to himself, "It seems this is the only course of action." He swiftly accessed the trading interface and listed 200 milliliters of water for sale. Seller, Liu Yan. Item for sale, 200 milliliters of drinking water. Desired item, potent poison. The quicker, the better. Liu Yan's plan was straightforward. Since it was challenging to entice the creature to ingest poison willingly, he would deliver the poison directly into its system. After honing his archery skills for an entire afternoon, he finally had an opportunity to put them to use. Due to his previous trading activities, many were now watching him closely. Thus, as soon as he listed his water, he received private messages almost immediately. Although the production of poison was relatively scarce in the early days of the apocalypse, among the vast pool of nearly 10,000 players, several had managed to procure this rare product. Liu Yin perused the private messages, and after some comparison, he completed a transaction with a player identified as Zhao Qing. You have lost 200 milliliters of drinking water. You have gained 5 grams of golden poison frog venom. As the system notification chimed, Liu Yin found himself holding a thumb-sized, transparent vial containing a viscous liquid. The golden poison frog, a diminutive amphibian native to the rainforests of South America, is among the most beautiful and deadly creatures on Blue Star. Its skin is brilliantly colored, and its petite form is undeniably charming, yet it harbors a lethal toxin within. Of the myriad species of poison frogs, the golden poison frog possesses the most potent venom, with just 0.1 milligram sufficient to kill 5 adult humans. This alkaloid toxin can permeate the bloodstream through the skin, mouth, wounds, or any exposed surface, and within 3 minutes, it can bring the heart of the afflicted creature to a halt. The most fitting description for the poison dart frog would be the most beautiful, yet the most perilous. Liu Yin gently swayed the glass vial in his hand, slowly opening it, and using a plant fiber to dab some of the venom, meticulously applying it to the arrowhead with utmost care. In the rainforests of South America, numerous indigenous tribes employ the technique of coating arrowheads with the poison of dart frogs to hunt large predators. After diligently applying the venom to 20 arrowheads and the blade of a steel axe, Lu Yin carefully sealed the vial before retrieving the leather armor rewarded for today's assessment. Worn leather armor crafted from bison hide, adorned with several holes and signs of wear. Note: its age renders it unsuitable for wear. It is best suited for display in a museum exhibit. Despite its shabby appearance, Lu Yin discovered that the armor resisted his attempts to slice through it with his steel axe, indicating that its defensive capabilities surpassed his expectations. Donning the leather armor, he fashioned a rudimentary quiver from tree bark to carry on his back, secured the axe at his waist, and cautiously opened the door of the safe house, just a crack, peering through to observe the thicket. Confirming that the mutated lynx remained stationary and was not lying in wait at the door, he decisively pushed the door open and stepped outside. Fully equipped, Lu Yin did not approach the thicket directly. Exercising patience, he first walked away from the underbrush, digging 2 small rabbit traps with an iron spade before returning to the grove where he had felled trees the previous day, gathering some dried branches to stack in front of the roasting pit. This entire process took nearly 20 minutes. After circling near the safe house, Lu Yin feigned aimlessness as he approached the thicket where the lynx was concealed. Chapter 13. Misguided Information. The ugly facets of humanity. As he contemplated the impending confrontation with a fierce feline predator, a wave of unease washed over Lu Yin. He endeavored to relax, yet his muscles remained taut, akin to a spring coiled to unleash its energy at any moment. His gaze did not linger solely on the thicket. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, feigning ignorance to lower the mutated lynx's guard. The greatest advantage of feline predators lies in their speed. Yet the mutated lynx sacrificed this edge by adopting a 5th digit with venomous traits, thereby diminishing its overall threat. Lu Yin pondered that as long as he maintained a safe distance and refrained from engaging in close combat, using ranged attacks to evade it, this creature would be manageable. He had no intention of closing in for a melee encounter or venturing into the thicket. As long as he could reach a distance suitable for bow and arrow, he would initiate an assault. This optimal distance was roughly 10 meters. At present, however, he was approximately 100 meters away from the lynx. He did not intentionally decelerate or hasten his pace, but instead maintained a steady approach toward the underbrush. 80 meters. 70 meters. Lu Yin's heartbeat quickened. 60 meters. 50 meters. He sensed his lips growing parched and his throat tightening. 30 meters. Lu Yin had already caught sight of the distinctive tufts of black fur on the lynx's ears, gently trembling in the breeze among the thicket. 20 meters away. Suddenly, Lu Yin noticed a movement in the underbrush, as if stirred by a gentle gust. His heart leapt to his throat. He was acutely aware that the mutated lynx was stirring. Although Lu Yin appeared to be an unsuspecting prey, his proximity had nonetheless instilled a sense of threat in the mutated creature. It seemed to be contemplating whether to launch an immediate attack or wait for Lu Yin to draw closer. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Yin's forehead. He faced a daunting decision. Advancing further might provoke the beast into pouncing, while remaining stationary at this distance risked missing the chance to strike should he fail to hit his mark. A second passed, feeling like an eternity. The thicket regained its calm. The lynx settled back into silence. Lu Yin exhaled. Perhaps the distance had rendered the creature slightly uncertain, preferring to wait for him to edge closer before striking. Typically, lynxes and other mid-sized felines like cheetahs can leap distances of around 6 to 7 meters, and this was not yet within their optimal striking range. Lu Yin pressed forward. 15 meters. 13 meters. 11 meters. Suddenly, Lu Yin surged forward with all his might, drawing his bow with lightning speed. The bowstring tautened like a crescent moon. The mutated lynx seemed to realize its position had been compromised, letting out a sharp screech as it attempted to leap sideways to evade Lu Yin's assault. But it was too late. The poisoned arrow sliced through the air in an instant, covering the 10-meter distance in a flash. Though this was Lu Yin's first experience in live combat, and his aim was not precise enough to strike the vital areas like the eyes or neck, the arrowhead still found its mark, piercing the lynx's abdomen thanks to the longbow's effectiveness. A dull thud echoed, akin to a wine-filled sack being punctured, as the mutated lynx emitted a wretched cry of pain. Lu Yin, having hit his target, immediately turned and fled. His speed was such that even a rabbit would be astonished. He had no desire to engage further. Merely waiting for the poison to take effect, the creature was doomed. A harrowing roar erupted behind him, followed by the sound of branches being crushed. As Lu Yin sprinted ahead, he glanced back, only to see the mutated lynx, an arrow lodged in its abdomen, charging towards him with bloodshot eyes. Its visage was grotesque, teeth and claws gleaming menacingly. How could this be? Hadn't it been said to be timid and pain-averse? Moreover, its speed was utterly uncharacteristic. Lu Yin felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, cursing Zhao Ruifeng in his mind 180 times. This creature was certainly not as described. Its temperament was off, and it seemed unaffected by its mutation. Thankfully, he hadn't fully trusted Zhao's words. he would confront it head-on with his axe. Swish! Liu Yin discarded his quiver and longbow, lightening his burden as he sprinted for his life, clutching only a steel axe. A copious amount of blood streamed from the mutated lynx's abdomen, and the excruciating pain had driven it to the brink of madness. At this moment, its singular focus was to eliminate the detestable human before it. Liu Yin felt as though a tempest was surging behind him. He knew the mutated lynx was alarmingly close. No more than 7 or 8 meters away. Ahead lay nearly 100 meters to the safety of the shelter, and there was no way he could reach it before the beast caught up to him. Stay calm. Stay calm. The creature was merely 7 or 8 meters away and had sustained injuries. Clad in leather armor and wielding a steel axe, Liu Yan's physique was superior to that of the lynx. The one to fear should not be him, but the beast. As long as he timed his strike correctly, he could pivot within 0.5 seconds, swing his axe, and execute a slide tackle at the moment the creature lunged at him. Suddenly, Liu Yin sensed a chilling breeze at the nape of his neck. Without a moment to spare, he twisted his body sharply to the right, turning just in time to face the threat, gripping the steel axe with both hands and swinging with all his might towards the source of the cold wind. In the next instant, a grotesque beast had appeared before him, its 3 golden stripes glaringly visible. The steel axe struck the lynx's skull with a resounding thud, and Liu Yin felt a warm spray of blood splatter across his face. The force of his blow sent the lynx hurtling back 3 or 4 meters, nearly splitting its face in half, leaving a horrific scene drenched in blood. It struggled to rise again, seemingly intent on charging once more, but suddenly, it began to vomit foamy white substance, collapsing with a thud and convulsing violently, soon devoid of life. Dead. Just like that? The ease with which events unfolded left Liu Yin in disbelief. It seemed the poison from the arrow frog had taken effect. After pausing to catch his breath while gazing at the fallen mutated lynx, he refrained from rushing over to inspect it. Instead, he circled around to retrieve his bow and arrows, nocking an arrow and drawing the bowstring back once more. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the lynx's body. A howl erupted from the seemingly lifeless creature as it struggled to rise, its crimson eyes locking onto Liu Yin with a fierce glare, emitting an enraged roar. It was indeed feigning death. Liu Yin smirked. The lynx's behavior starkly contrasted with the information provided by Zhao Ruifeng. Realizing this discrepancy, he would never foolishly approach with his steel axe in hand under uncertain circumstances. This beast was not only cunning, but also remarkably shrewd. With a series of swift shots, thud, 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 Liu Yin loosed arrows, transforming the severely wounded lynx into a pincushion. Its furious roars diminished, ultimately succumbing to the ground in a feeble collapse. This time, all signs of life had vanished. As a brilliant light flickered, a bronze treasure chest appeared upon the ground. Gazing at the bronze chest, Liu Yin fell into a moment of silence before grasping his axe and stepping towards the corpse of the mutated lynx. He aimed for the 3 golden stripes adorning its head and struck down with force. The resounding thud echoed like a clash of gold and iron. Liu Yin felt as though he had struck a slab of granite, the impact reverberating painfully through his hand. Redirecting his focus, he targeted the enormous claw protruding from its forepaw and forcefully severed it, stowing it away in his backpack. A comprehensive array of item descriptions promptly materialized. Mutated lynx's venomous claw. Toxicity. Severe. Upon penetration, an average adult will experience full muscular paralysis within 10 seconds, the effect lasting for 15 minutes. Slow, timid, and of low intelligence. The 3 golden stripes were its most vulnerable feature. Narrowing his eyes, Liu Yin suddenly chuckled. The information was entirely erroneous. The weaknesses provided by Zhao Ruifeng were, in fact, its strengths. After the skirmish, Liu Yin was certain that the individual who had offered him unsolicited intelligence had supplied the most critical information falsely. This was not a mere oversight, but a deliberate attempt to mislead him. This creature was far from something an ordinary person could effortlessly slay with a mere dagger. Had Liu Yin not been inherently cautious and failed to fully trust Zhao's words, he might have fallen victim to the mutated lynx. Even after recognizing its supposed weakness and still utilizing the poison of the poison dart frog, he shuddered at the thought of what could have been. Since entering this apocalyptic world, Liu Yin believed he had not offended anyone nor made enemies. Yet, the individual named Zhao Ruifeng seemed motivated by jealousy and resentment, perhaps due to Liu Yan's apparent prosperity from selling water in the trading arena. In a civilized society, those with twisted psyches often don a facade to conceal their sordid and ugly hearts, shielding themselves from rejection. However, in a lawless world, they can unreservedly unleash their true natures. If someone is displeasing to me, I shall deceive you, harm you, and bring about your demise. On the second day of the apocalypse, had players already begun to betray one another? Humanity, Liu Yin scoffed as he slowly opened the chest, muttering under his breath, truly, this is one of the most vile and repugnant things in the world. Chapter 14, Talent Skill Book. After dispatching the mutated lynx, A finely crafted bronze chest erupted from its remains. Based on the intelligence Liu Yan had gathered, chests were categorized into varying levels, ascending from the most basic wooden chests to black iron and bronze. The lowest tier, wooden chests, typically yielded fundamental survival items such as bandages, seasonings, and matches, while black iron chests could produce items like medicines, lighters, and bearings. As for the bronze chest, according to the information obtained yesterday, it appeared that no player had yet claimed one. Of course, it was also possible that some players had opted for discretion, choosing not to boast about their findings even if they had emerged victorious. It has been speculated that above the bronze level lie silver, gold, and even higher tiers such as diamond. Yet the challenge of obtaining such treasure chests is unimaginably daunting, far beyond the reach of players currently struggling to meet their basic needs. The first chest is of bronze quality. It seems my luck is indeed quite favorable. What treasures might I uncover? Liu Yan licked his lips, the exhilaration within him beyond mere words to express. This sensation resembled the thrill of unboxing a mystery box. With limitless fantasies swirling in his mind, what a delightful experience it is. Would you like to open the bronze treasure chest? Yes. As Liu Yan uttered these words, the bronze treasure chest before him erupted in a golden radiance, swiftly accompanied by the sound of a spinning lottery wheel. System, you have opened the bronze treasure chest. You have acquired 1 underground water extractor, rare item. You have acquired 5 stimulant potions, common items. You have acquired the talent skill book Endure Hunger, advanced item. You have acquired 1 stainless steel pot. With the melodious prompt resounding, Liu Yan's eyes widened, a parched feeling creeping into his mouth. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to venture out and engage in battle with 2 mutated beasts for 300 rounds. High risks indeed yield high rewards. He laid out the 3 items from the chest, excluding the stainless steel pot, and focused intently on the first object, which resembled a hand-operated water pump. Underground water extractor, purple, rare quality. Once buried underground, it can collect and extract moisture from the soil, with a maximum daily extraction of 1,500 milliliters. This attribute is astonishingly overpowered. This means there is no need to dig a well or connect to a water source. It can extract underground water like a pump. After reading the description of the first item, Liu Yan felt a renewed understanding of this world. If items like lighters and bearings belong to the realm of technology, then this, underground water extractor, clearly resides in the realm of conceptual marvels, akin to a magical product born from nothingness. After a brief moment of shock, Liu Yan quickly regained his composure. This world is inherently strange. Everything within it does not adhere to the original laws of Blue Star, meaning that the birth of any wondrous product in this wilderness is entirely possible. Drawing a deep breath, Liu Yan turned to the second item. Stimulant potion, white, common quality. Can stimulate the brain and enhance mental strength. Alleviates negative emotions caused by fatigue, injury, rage, or pessimism, temporarily boosting cellular activity and placing the body in an excited state. Liu Yan diligently read the description of this potion 2 or 3 times. It seems to be akin to a stimulant. He carefully stowed it away. One should not underestimate its potential. Players in the wilderness are always at risk of injury, and the effects of the stimulant potion are comparable to adrenaline, capable of elevating one's physical capabilities to their peak for a short duration, significantly enhancing survival chances. To describe it as a life-saving elixir would not be an exaggeration. Immediately, Liu Yan shifted his gaze to the third item, which piqued his interest the most. Talent skill book Endure Hunger, blue, high quality. Description: upon use, the talent Endure Hunger will be acquired, enhancing the user's resilience against hunger and thirst, requiring only 1/3 of the normal water and food intake to satisfy the body's essential needs. Extends the death limit due to lack of food and water supply to 15 times. Before entering the apocalyptic game, Liu Yan had noticed that alongside the basic attributes of strength and speed on his personal panel, there existed a blank talent information. Initially, he presumed that his ordinary constitution had prevented him from awakening a special talent. However, it now appeared that talents were to be acquired through skill books. Nevertheless, this talent held no utility for him at present. Furrowing his brow, Liu Yan recognized that the talent was quite straightforward. It merely enhanced the body's resistance to hunger. What once required 3 bowls of rice to feel satisfied could now be accomplished with just 1. Previously, one would perish from thirst after 3 days without water. Now, he could endure 4.5 days. If Liu Yan were to possess nothing at this moment, this talent would undoubtedly be a miraculous boon for him. However, given his current abundance of food and drink, it felt more like a useless trinket. This talent, akin to drinking water, was a coveted asset in the early stages, yet would become worthless later on. If he did not intend to utilize it, he must swiftly dispose of it. Otherwise, it would become a burden. Liu Yan's mind raced as he reached a decision. On the second day in the wild, many players would still be hampered by the terrain of their landing points. facing the peril of starvation and dehydration. Once several days had passed, and players had thoroughly explored the wilderness, the prices of food and water in the trading markets would begin to stabilize and decrease. Should rain arrive during this period, the likelihood of dying from hunger and thirst would significantly diminish. At different temporal junctures, the value of the Endure Hunger talent would undergo a dramatic transformation. Yet, Liu Yin wore a smile reminiscent of a cunning merchant, his grin growing ever more radiant. Today was undoubtedly the moment it would command the highest worth. On the second day of the apocalypse, those who had failed to secure adequate food and water would have already endured the torment of hunger and thirst. Among these players, there would always be a small fraction who, due to terrain or sheer luck, had managed to gather exceedingly precious treasures and resources, such as first aid kits, various forms of clean energy, or small engines. However, in the early days of the apocalypse, the significance of food and water outweighed all else. Few were willing to part with them in exchange for other items, as no one could confidently ascertain whether relinquishing their food and water would jeopardize their survival. The valuable treasures in their possession were nearly impossible to barter for survival supplies. It was akin to a person trapped in a desert. No one would trade a bottle of water for a gemstone, regardless of its immense value. Water, no matter how inexpensive, could save a life. A gemstone, no matter how precious, could not provide any means of survival. The trading objective of Liu Yin naturally revolves around those players possessing precious gemstones, yet desperately in need of mineral water. Although the skill Endure Hunger cannot provide them with a sufficient supply of resources, it can diminish their body's requirement for food and water. In a sense, this significantly enhances their chances of survival. Each additional day of life signifies another day of hope and the potential for a turnaround. Liu Yin is convinced that no one facing the dire threat of starvation and dehydration can disregard such a temptation. Seller: Liu Yin. Item for sale: Talent Skill Book Endure Hunger. Remarks: The Grim Reaper has knocked at your door. I swiftly closed it for you and dealt the Reaper a couple of swift slaps. Chapter 15. Auction: Talent Skill Book Endure Hunger. The Grim Reaper has knocked at your door. I swiftly closed it for you and dealt the Reaper a couple of swift slaps. Required items: rare items, resources. Due to previous transactions, Liu Yin garnered considerable attention within the trading arena, and with the Talent Skill Book being introduced for the first time, the popularity of the Endure Hunger Skill Book skyrocketed upon its listing, swiftly securing the top spot in today's hot items. What? There's such a thing as a talent skill book? This must be the first in the wilderness. People can be so envious. With ample drinking water ahead and a rare skill book behind, Liu Yan's luck is simply extraordinary. This skill book's effect seems somewhat trivial. Shut up. For those of us struggling to make ends meet, this is nothing short of a life-saving miracle. Even if it holds immense value, can you afford it? Those who can barely afford food are unlikely to possess resources that would satisfy Liu Yan. As the first talent skill book of the Eastern Continent's wilderness hit the trading market, the entire regional world channel erupted with fervor. On the second day of the apocalypse, most recognized the high value of Endure Hunger, yet many believed that selling it would pose significant challenges. After all, how could those facing the threat of death possess resources of equivalent value to a skill book? This item is of use to those who cannot afford it, and those who can afford it find it useless. It's a real conundrum. I suggest that Liu Yan sell it at a low price to avoid being stuck with it later. A plethora of players flooded the world and private chat channels, intentionally or unintentionally downplaying the value of Endure Hunger, attempting to sway Liu Yan into selling at a lower price. Initially, Liu Yan felt somewhat uncertain, but soon, with the first player's bid, his restless heart found its equilibrium. Tafuna: 3 units of gold, or a pickaxe, a bag of sorghum seeds, 3 units of timber. Li Ning: 3 liters of gasoline, a flashlight. Wang In: a piece of explosion-proof glass, 2 buckets of sealant, a can of tea leaves, a consumable beehive. Within a mere 3 minutes of the skill book being listed, over 50 bids had already been placed, prompting the trading system to generate a preliminary valuation based on the player's bidding information. It was only at this moment that Liu Yan realized that among these seemingly ordinary players were numerous formidable individuals, possessing resources so abundant that it left Liu Yan rather astonished. Some had even managed to capture a live mutated beast, offering it as a bargaining chip. However, after a brief glance, Liu Yan dismissed the idea. The captured creature was far too feeble, a mutated lizard. Even if slain, it would most likely yield only a wooden chest. Betting on a wooden chest with treasures from a bronze chest was an endeavor only a fool would undertake. Despite the multitude of bidders, none could match the inherent rarity of the skill book, Enduring Hunger. Most players were offering up commonplace ores, basic tools, and rudimentary life resources. While their quantities were substantial, their quality fell woefully short of Liu Yan's expectations. He sought items of a rare caliber, commensurate with the skill book, capable of providing him a competitive edge in a particular domain. After observing the players' bids for a while, Liu Yin closed the trading interface without initiating contact with anyone. He tidied up the remains of the mutated links before preparing to return to his safe house. In the realm of auctions, psychology reigns supreme. Liu Yin believed the value of the skill book could rise even higher, and he was certain many players had yet to reveal their hands, remaining in a state of watchful anticipation. As long as he remained patient, it was the others who would be anxious. At the foot of a desolate mountain, a dark-skinned man sat atop the roof of his safe house, cradling an antiquated flintlock pistol in his hands, his gaze fraught with turmoil. On the first day of the apocalypse, he had stumbled upon a chest containing a firearm, leading him to believe he would be ahead of all other players. Yet, why had he been placed in this godforsaken wasteland? There were no beasts to be found, not even a single insect. If he went hungry for 2 more days, he would surely perish. He bellowed to the heavens, his voice laden with anguish. This region bore no signs of life nor any water sources. Within a span of 24 hours, he had consumed merely half of a small pear, only slightly larger than a jujube. This morsel was retrieved from the chest alongside the flintlock, and he was now left with only 1.5. He had attempted to leave the area, but after hours of arduous trekking, he discovered the expanse was absurdly vast. At his current state, he might very well succumb to starvation before even escaping this barren land. The remaining morsels of pear would hardly provide the sustenance needed to navigate through this desolate expanse. Gazing despondently at the flintlock in his possession, he felt waves of thirst and hunger wash over him, rendering him weak. In despair, he murmured to himself, "I can think of no other use for it but to end my own life." In a parched underground cavern, a pallid young man with cracked lips pressed his tongue firmly against the rock face, his gaze intensely fixed on the stalactite above. A droplet of water gradually formed at the tip of the stalactite. The young man's expression shifted to one of excitement. He slightly adjusted his position, stretching his tongue outward, resembling a fledgling bird awaiting nourishment. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the droplet swelled to the size of a soybean, its weight increasing before it slowly fell. Plop! The droplet landed precisely on the young man's tongue. He hastily retracted his tongue into his mouth, closing his eyes. A look of comfort washing over his face as he savored the sweetness of the water. After a long moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and erupted into tears. What kind of life am I living? What good is this little bit of water? After a whole day, it's hardly enough for a sip. I don't want to die. Can someone save me? His emotions spiraled out of control. Behind him, in the safety shelter, an old gasoline generator stood silently in the corner, motionless. In a subterranean safety shelter beneath a sand dune, a Caucasian girl sat cross-legged in the dark, holding a skill book of her own, though its purpose differed entirely from the one titled Endure Hunger. From a long-term perspective, the value of the skill book in her possession far surpassed that of the Eastern man's goods. Yet, in the early stages of the game, the market demand was utterly distorted. Did she truly have to engage in this inequitable exchange? She felt reluctant. If she could endure the early hardships, her skill book could provide a wealth of resources. However, her hunger was acute. Her body had gone without sustenance for over 24 hours, leaving her exceedingly weak. In such a state, it would be challenging to venture outside in search of food. All grand plans for the future must be built upon the foundation of survival. Even if this transaction was unjust, she had no choice but to accept it. Chapter 16. From the ruins of the secret realm, dragging the body of a mutated lynx back to the safety shelter, Liu Yin retrieved the underground water extractor. After digging a hole in the ground with a shovel, he buried it within. Underground water extractor. Today's water extraction quota, 01500, evaluation. Experience the life-giving essence that bursts forth. Liu Yin carefully placed a stainless steel pot, extracted from a treasure chest, at the outlet of the extractor. Gripping the lever firmly, he pulled upward, and with the sound of flowing liquid, a clear stream of water began to flow forth. Yes, the product from the treasure chest was indeed marvelous. This was how it functioned. Witnessing the underground water successfully extracted from the pit, a heavy weight lifted from Liu Yan's heart. Starting today, the water crisis would be entirely resolved. Even when Lu Xiaoyu arrived 14 days later, the daily yield of 1,500 milliliters of drinking water would suffice for their daily consumption. In truth, if one refrains from engaging in strenuous exercise, an individual requires merely 300 to 500 milliliters of water daily to sustain life. Even when venturing outdoors for work, as long as one avoids the sweltering heat of midday, a liter of water is undoubtedly sufficient. As for the scientific recommendation of at least 8 glasses of water per person each day, are you attempting to detoxify, enhance beauty, or prolong life in such dire circumstances? Adhering strictly to scientific theories for nutritional intake amidst the apocalypse is an extravagant notion, utterly unattainable for anyone. Before long, Liu Yin completed the extraction of today's groundwater and fashioned a rope from tree bark fibers to secure the corpse of a mutated lynx. suspending it from the beams of the safe house to prevent it from being devoured by ants and insects. Although the mutated lynx was permeated with the toxin of an arrow poison frog, this toxin is a type of neuroprotein that becomes ineffective when subjected to high temperatures, rendering it safe for consumption. Having accomplished these tasks, Lu Yin reclined in the hammock, utterly disinclined to move, as exhaustion enveloped his limbs and body. On the second day of the apocalypse, Lu Yin gained new insights into this world. In the bygone civilized society, the worst adversaries one might have faced could have been the school bully who pilfered your pocket money, the cold-hearted superiors at work, or the unreasonable neighbors in daily life. Individuals who may have once inspired a seething hatred, prompting a desire to confront them violently. However, it is only upon truly entering this wilderness that one realizes those once deemed malevolent appear almost as gentle as lambs in comparison. Here, the brutal, insidious, and malicious reveal their true faces, shedding their masks one by one. Throughout this day, Lu Yin experienced being misled and harmed without cause, endured his first life-and-death struggle since entering the wilderness, and witnessed many sacrificing their dignity for survival. Some pleaded, others despaired, some surrendered to despair, while others cruelly directed their blades towards fellow human players. The myriad facets of humanity unfolded before Lu Yan's eyes. In the brief span of less than 30 hours since the onset of the apocalypse, Lu Yan felt he had matured significantly, and his mindset had transformed considerably. He understood that this world harbors not only unfounded love, but also unwarranted hatred. Here, one must be wary of all beings aside from oneself. The phrase hell as other people found its utmost expression in the wilderness. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, and a profound weariness washing over him, Lu Yan drifted into a hazy slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned himself standing in the boundless wilderness, wielding a steel axe, surrounded by enemies with blood-red eyes, all glaring at him with fierce and greedy countenances. Time slipped away, and when Lu Yan opened his eyes once more, a chill crept through the cracks of the safe house door. Night had fallen once again. Inside the safe house, darkness enveloped him, rendering him unable to see his own hand. It seemed that tomorrow's objective would be to address the illumination and ventilation systems. Lu Yan stretched languidly, only to be met with a profound rumble of protest from his stomach. Today, Lu Yan excavated a drainage ditch and engaged in a fierce battle with a mutated lynx. The 2 eggs and a few pieces of jerky he had consumed that morning were long gone, and his body was signaling an urgent need for energy replenishment. After crafting a makeshift torch from wood and plant fibers, Lu Yan grasped the lit torch and exited the safety shelter. The encounter with the mutated lynx still haunted him, prompting him to cautiously circle the shelter to ensure no beasts lurked nearby before retrieving the stainless steel pot and the ingredients he had prepared for the evening. Among the 4 items he had uncovered from the bronze treasure chest today, although the stainless steel pot was the most ordinary, it significantly elevated Lu Yan's happiness at this moment, as it symbolized his first opportunity to enjoy a hot soup. He chopped 500 grams of wolf meat into slices on a wooden table and whisked 2 eggs into a liquid mixture in a wooden bowl. He then boiled 750 milliliters of drinking water in the stainless steel pot over a clay stove. Swiftly, Lu Yan exchanged 100 milliliters of drinking water for a piece of ginger and a packet of dried vegetables at the trading post. With these ingredients, he concocted a steaming pot of meat and egg soup, adding a sprinkle of pepper for seasoning. Moments later, he savored every drop of the soup, relishing the blissful sensation of being satiated. 10 minutes later, Lu Yan extinguished the fire and returned to the safety shelter to access the trading post. At that moment, the game interface displayed the time as 21:49, indicating that 5 hours had passed since he had listed enduring hunger in the afternoon. Glancing at the number of bidders below, he noted that it had reached 783, far exceeding his expectations. Meanwhile, the highest bid came from a player who had offered a mysterious pet egg. A pet egg? Yet another rare item. Lu Yan felt a surge of interest. Acquiring a powerful pet in the early wilderness could significantly enhance his chances of survival. Mysterious pet egg, LV1. Source, Secret Ruins. Upon hatching, it yields a random ordinary beast pet in its juvenile form, with a growth cycle half that of a normal beast. After carefully reading the description, Lu Yan's initial excitement waned considerably. An ordinary beast, a juvenile form, requiring his care. These attributes seemed rather lackluster, not to mention the lengthy growth period. The mere mention of random introduced a significant risk. If he were to hatch a hunting dog or a leopard, that would be acceptable. But what if it turned out to be a hamster or a turtle? What purpose would that serve? A nourishing stew, perhaps? Shaking his head, Lu Yan mused that if he were in a stable period, acquiring a pet for ornamental purposes might not be a significant issue, but at present, he was in dire need of progress and could not possibly gamble on a random pet egg with a skill talent book. Although the pet egg held little allure, its source was indeed intriguing. Lu Yan's gaze lingered on the pet egg's description as he raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, from the Secret Ruins? Chapter 17. The Secret Realm Void, Secret Realm Ruins. In the wilderness, the Secret Realm ruins appear intermittently and at random locations. Within these ruins lie abundant resources and treasures. Yet they are fraught with peril. Throughout the ages, countless beings have perished within these realms, driven by greed. A word of caution. If you wish to avoid joining the ranks of the fallen, do not venture too deeply into the ruins. Avoid excessive greed. Luyan opened the game system interface and found a brief introduction to the Secret Realm ruins in the lower corner of the description section. However, this introduction was exceedingly vague, merely outlining the general characteristics of the ruins without offering any useful information. Questions lingered. How long have the ruins existed? Is there a distinction between simple and difficult ruins? What are the methods of entry? It seemed the system had no intention of revealing such data, preferring instead to encourage players to discover it for themselves. Luyan pondered for a moment. This design undoubtedly aimed to heighten the game's difficulty and increase player mortality rates. In such circumstances, acquiring information about the ruins would require players to explore the underbrush with their own bodies and lives. If ordinary beasts and mutated creatures corresponded to typical and elite monsters in the game, then the Secret Realm ruins could be likened to a high loot rate dungeon. The rewards would certainly far exceed those gained from defeating mutated beasts, but the challenge was significant. On the second day of the apocalypse, players had already entered the Secret Realm ruins and returned laden with treasures, indicating that the challenges were not insurmountable. A look of excitement spread across Luyan's face. While he had little interest in the pet egg, the prospect of the Secret Realm ruins captivated him. He promptly initiated a private chat with a player known by the ID, Yuan Wenya. Luyan, greetings. Before long, a response came from the player, whose avatar depicted a delicate, gentle-looking woman. Yuan Wenya. Hello, Lu Shun. Are you looking to complete a transaction with me? Among all the bidders, my offer is the highest. Luyan. No. To be honest, a juvenile pet is of no use to me at this moment. It would only add to my burdens. Although your bid is impressive, I'm afraid it's not what I currently need. Yuan Wenya fell into a brief silence before inquiring further. Since Lu Xin does not intend to trade, what is the purpose of your private message? Luyan. In fact, I am quite interested in information regarding the Secret Realm ruins. Could we strike a deal? You could share your exploration experiences with me, and I would provide you with some form of compensation. Yuan Wenya was taken aback by Luyan's true intent for contacting her. Yet she quickly responded with a smiley face emoji. Yuan Wenya. Ah, I see. Since it's Lu Shun who needs it, I would consider providing the information for free. The value of such information is inherently difficult to quantify. Rather than seek some petty gain, I'd prefer to become familiar to you, hoping for priority consideration in future dealings. Hehe, I hope Lu Shun won't mind my forthrightness. Upon hearing this, Luyan felt overwhelmed, internally lamenting, please don't mention the word free again. It's making my head ache. In a discreet underground shelter nestled within a small grove, a young girl gazed at the private chat interface displaying Luyan's reply. Her expression tinged with surprise as she murmured to herself, Luyan, who abhors taking advantage of others, exhibits quite the gentlemanly demeanor. After 2 or 3 minutes of negotiation, the duo ultimately established the price for exchanging information. Yuan Wenya listed an item and designated Luyan as the buyer. Seller, Yuan Wenya. Item for sale, all-encompassing, precise, and unembellished information regarding the exploration of the secret ruins by player Yuan Wenya, devoid of any misleading details. Required item, 300 milliliters of potable water. This remarkably specific item description was meticulously crafted by Lu Yin after considerable reflection. The trading arena of this game harbored certain vulnerabilities, necessitating vigilance against scams, particularly with regard to items like information, which were prone to discrepancies. Having been previously deceived by Zhao Ruifeng, Lu Yin approached this matter with utmost seriousness, striving to eliminate any possibility of deceit from the seller. The system would automatically review the item parameters, allowing the transaction to proceed only if the item fulfilled the seller's stipulated conditions entirely. It was not merely paranoia on Lu Yan's part. While losing 300 milliliters of water was trivial, acquiring false information could prove fatal. After carefully perusing the item data twice to ensure no detail was overlooked, Lu Yin clicked the transaction button. You have lost 300 milliliters of potable water. You have acquired the information. Do you wish to retrieve it? Retrieve immediately. As Lu Yan's words faded, a cascade of text materialized before him. The emergence of the ruins was entirely unforeseen. This morning, upon awakening, I discovered a mysterious structure adjacent to my shelter, an imposing door, seemingly connected to a realm of chaos. I noticed an intricate carving of the character Void upon the door, though its significance eludes me. Upon entering, I found myself unable to access the game panel. The surroundings morphed, as though I had traversed into an alternate space, revealing a dilapidated ancient tribal ruin. After walking approximately 500 meters inward, I stumbled upon abandoned altars, clay pots, and stone knives, which I proceeded to collect. Continuing deeper, I was startled to encounter a corpse, not that of a native tribesman, but rather a modern individual. Clad in a leather jacket, his countenance was contorted in agony, a dagger gripped tightly in his hand, frozen in a pose of combat, lying quietly on the ground. This seemed to be a fellow player who had entered this world alongside us. Overcome with fear, I steeled my resolve and scavenged the corpse for any supplies. Yet, during this grim endeavor, I noted the absence of any visible wounds on him. How did he meet his demise? What was he battling before his death? I am uncertain, yet I dare not venture further within. The thought of becoming yet another lifeless corpse terrifies me. Ever since I entered this relic, an overwhelming sensation of being watched has enveloped me, as though invisible eyes are fixated upon my every move. This feeling intensifies with each passing moment, leading me to believe that an unfathomable terror lurks within these ruins. I yearn to escape this place. I must leave. As I prepared to depart, my gaze fell upon an abandoned altar to my left, upon which rested a peculiar egg and an enigmatic mechanical object. Was that a rotor? Such artifacts seemed to belong to a tribal civilization. How could they possibly possess elements of modernity? I seized the pet egg and the rotor. Fleeing like a man escaping death, my peripheral vision catching sight of the very heart of this tribal ruin. There, a grand altar shone with a mysterious brilliance, likely housing the most precious treasure within this site. In my frantic escape, the sensation of being watched grew ever stronger, as though that pair of eyes loomed mere inches behind me. The proximity of this unseen presence sent waves of terror coursing through me, constricting my thoughts like a venomous serpent. I felt on the brink of madness, my sanity teetering. Fear enveloped me. At last, I burst through the gates of the relic, gasping for breath. Just before descending into complete insanity, I grasped how the player who had succumbed to death had met their fate within these ruins. It seemed an invisible demon roamed here, drawing ever closer, methodically tormenting its victims until their very essence was consumed. I stood before my sanctuary, panting, the sun warming my skin, yet I could not quell my trembling. The intense feeling of being watched vanished the moment I left the relic. 30 minutes later, the entrance to the ruins disappeared entirely. This expedition into the relic posed no immediate danger, yet it felt akin to having danced upon the precipice of death. I vowed, never again would I set foot within such a place. Absolutely not. Chapter 18. No one cares about your survival. This solemn declaration, steeped in palpable dread, serves as the conclusion of the entire account. Liu Yin scrutinized the information 3 times, ensuring he overlooked no detail before closing the document. From Yuan Wenya's revelations, Liu Yin gleaned a wealth of information. There indeed exist treasures of greater caliber within the relic, as even its periphery yields rare items such as the pet egg. Should one delve deeper into the core, the rewards would be unimaginably bountiful. Yet, the dangers within these ruins are equally formidable. The player who perished in a state of pristine condition, poised for battle, alongside the invisible eyes that Yuan Wenya described, serve as testament to that peril. An unseen enemy? Such a notion vexed Liu Yin. Although he now possessed a bow, a steel axe, and leather armor, his physical prowess had reached the zenith of the melee weapon era. He remained utterly defenseless against the invisible demon lurking within the relic. What methods can be employed to confront intangible monsters? Spells? Crucifixes? Or perhaps an 8 trigrams compass? However, she mentioned that upon entering the ruins, a character was intricately carved on the gate, void. Does this signify a particular characteristic of the ruins? Liu Yin pondered silently. Could it denote the manner in which danger descends? The term, void, and invisibly watching eyes, inherently suggest a profound connection. Yet, Liu Yin found it challenging to arrive at a definitive conclusion regarding this matter, especially since the only player known to have safely traversed the ruins was Yuan Wanya, leaving him devoid of comparative intelligence to discern potential rules or methods to mitigate the impending crisis. Information acquired from others is seldom as reliable as that gained through personal exploration. Liu Yin rubbed his palms together. He believed that if given the opportunity to enter a ruin, many of his uncertainties would be resolved. He was determined to expedite his exploration of the ruins. Although the risk of exploring ruins in the early stages of the game was considerable, there existed a saying in civilized society: when difficulties dissipate, opportunities vanish as well. This adage held true even in the wilderness. When danger recedes, resources dwindle. Pioneers traverse perilous tightropes across rivers, where a single misstep leads to their demise. In contrast, successors cross sturdy bridges with minimal risk. However, after the pioneers have navigated the tightrope, the abundant treasures on the opposite bank become theirs for the taking. While the successors may cross the river unscathed, they find only the remnants scavenged by the pioneers. After closing the information panel, Liu Yin's gaze returned to the trading post. In the brief span of a few minutes, the auction price of the originally top-rated pet egg from enduring hunger had been usurped by a new item. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes as he leaned in, his pupils suddenly constricting. It was astonishingly another tome of a talent skill. Upon closer inspection, he realized the new top item was, in fact, a skill book of the same category as Enduring Hunger, though the inscription on the cover was entirely different. Item name: Talent Skill Book Avoiding Harm and Seeking Benefit. Avoiding harm and seeking benefit. Upon learning, the host can scan for the existence of concealed, dangerous treasures within a radius of 500 square meters, with the ability usable 3 times a day. Danger refers to any entities that may pose a threat to the host, including hostile creatures, traps, natural disasters, etc. Treasure refers to any beneficial entities that may provide advantages to the host, including buried artifacts, medicinal plants, natural minerals, etc. Trading post valuation, 280. As Lu Yin finished reading about the new top item, his heart raced, and he found himself parched with anticipation. He had not anticipated that on the second day of the apocalypse, others besides himself would have unearthed a talent skill book, and one with such an extraordinary capability. Seeking benefit was akin to a treasure-hunting compass within the game. He believed that with this talent, his advantages would rapidly accumulate, proliferating like a snowball. The skill Avoid Harm significantly enhances one's survival capabilities, allowing one to detect any lurking traps and embodying a camouflaged mutated creature. Previously, Yuan Wenya's bid for a pet egg received an evaluation score of 80, while Lu Yan's Endure Hunger was assessed at merely 190. In stark contrast, the evaluation of Avoid Harm soared to an impressive 280, underscoring its immense value. The sudden emergence of Avoid Harm ignited a fervent discussion in the trading arena and world channel. What a terrifyingly powerful skill. The auction house was simultaneously graced with 2 talent skill books, inciting an overwhelming sense of envy. This new skill book possesses extraordinary abilities, evidently more practical than Lu Shan's. Trading it for Endure Hunger would undoubtedly be a loss. Who can contact the seller? Let us bypass Lu Shan's auction and directly list it in the trading area. I shall offer a high price. In an instant, the new talent book became a hot topic, with numerous players expressing their intent to privately message the bidder for a transaction. Is this an attempt to intercept my opportunity? Lu Yan's expression darkened as he observed the myriad of players commenting in the chat interface. From the very first glance at this skill book, he had resolved to possess it, vowing that it would not fall into another's hands. Miss Angelina, are you there? I am willing to offer 2 kilograms of wild boar meat, along with 300 milliliters of underground water, for a trade. I am prepared to offer 3 kilograms of cream bread. Players were acutely aware that since this bidder was willing to auction a skill book of evidently greater value than Endure Hunger, it indicated that at this stage, Endure Hunger was surely capable of alleviating her current dilemmas. This meant that Angelina was in dire need of food and water. By understanding her mindset, it was entirely plausible to intercept Lu Yan's opportunity and acquire this skill book for oneself. Although food and drinking water remained in critically short supply, amidst the vast player base, over a dozen individuals still bid, laying forth their entire fortunes to appeal to Angelina. Suddenly, a dialog box popped up before Lu Yan. Trading Arena Notification. The highest bidder for your auctioned item Endure Hunger, Angelina, has requested to withdraw her bid. Do you agree? Upon agreement, the other party will retract their bid. Refusal allows them to apply for a forced withdrawal, resulting in a penalty where the player cannot utilize the trading system for 10 days. Faced with the multitude of bids, Angelina appeared to have second thoughts. Realizing that the popularity of the skill book in her possession far exceeded her expectations, and she no longer wished to proceed with the transaction with Lu Yan. However, upon seeing this dialog box, Lu Yan's previously anxious disposition found tranquility. Soon, 2 private messages appeared, from a blonde foreign girl with a fair complexion and a prominent nose, radiating youthful vitality. Angelina, hello Mr. Lu. Could you please assist me by agreeing to the withdrawal request? I sincerely apologize, but I am currently both thirsty and hungry, and I urgently require food to satiate my hunger. In a moment of impulsive fervor, I hastily placed a bid in the auction. Now, having reflected upon my decision, I wish to exchange my skill book for a greater quantity of sustenance. Angelina, I beg you, if you refuse to rescind my application, I shall starve. Can you truly bear to witness my demise? As I perused her private message, a smile threatened to escape my lips. It was unclear whether she feigned vulnerability or if she was genuinely naive. By openly revealing her weaknesses and predicaments, was she not delivering herself into my hands? Perhaps she sought to convey her plight in hopes of eliciting my sympathy. Yet in the wilderness, amidst the apocalypse, who possesses such a luxury as compassion? A cold smirk graced my features. Lu Yan, once you engage in this auction, you must adhere to its rules. One must bear the consequences of their choices. I am under no obligation to accommodate your errors. Lu Yan, as for your life or death, it bears no significance to me. Do not overestimate the value of your existence. Aside from yourself and your family, no one cares about your survival. 2 seconds later, a crisp notification chimed. Trading area. Seller Luyan has declined the rescission request of bidder Angelina. Chapter 19. Talent ability. I resolutely dismissed Angelina's plea. As I stated, everyone must abide by the rules of the game and accept the ramifications of their decisions. Sacrificing one's own interests for the sake of another in the apocalypse does not signify nobility, but rather foolishness. Soon after, upon discovering that her request had been rejected, Angelina fell into despair, bombarding me with a flurry of frantic private messages. A cursory glance revealed her messages to be monotonous pleas, which I chose to ignore. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, I deemed it time to respond. Luyan, how about this? I will add 300 grams of wolf meat and 200 milliliters of drinking water to the basis of enduring hunger, with the enhancement of my talent. These resources should sustain you for a week. Luyan, this is my utmost concession, but I have one condition. You must complete the transaction immediately. My sudden reply was not born of newfound compassion or a change of heart. It was, in fact, my original strategy. Strike with a firm hand, then offer a sweet reward. Under this policy, most individuals would swiftly capitulate. One might wonder why I would bother to augment these provisions when, upon the auction's conclusion, should I choose not to bid on alternative items, the system would automatically complete the transaction based on the highest valuation, thus allowing me to acquire the talent skill book. What purpose does this serve? A deeper issue lies beneath: emotions and character. Under normal circumstances, I believe there exists a 99% chance that Angelina would not dare to forcibly rescind her bid. Yet, as life often presents exceptions, there remains that elusive 1%. Human emotions are an extraordinarily peculiar phenomenon, particularly among the youth, who are often easily governed by their feelings in every action they undertake. This circumstance can prove perilous, as it signifies that, when provoked, these young individuals may readily lose control over their behavior. For instance, numerous young people engage in fights, commit murder, and perpetrate violent crimes. Prior to their actions, do they not recognize the wrongness of their behavior? Are they unaware of the grave consequences that may ensue? They are indeed cognizant. Yet, why do they persist in such conduct? It is precisely because they are dominated by their emotions, leading them to make erroneous decisions, often at the expense of their very lives. In typical scenarios, an ordinary individual would undoubtedly refrain from forcibly canceling an auction transaction with Luyan for the sake of survival. However, if Angelina were to feel resentment, anger, and humiliation stemming from Luyan's recent rejection, and if her emotions were to spiral out of control, she might, in a fit of vengeance, consider forcibly canceling the bid, even at the risk of starving herself in her safe house, refusing to allow Luyan to benefit. Do not dismiss such thoughts as absurd. In our modern civilized society, countless homicides occur, often merely out of a desire to assert oneself. I would rather risk my life than allow you to triumph. Such occurrences are all too common. Resorting to the tactic of striking hard followed by a sweet promise may be effective in the wild. But when parties are unfamiliar with one another and lack understanding of each other's psychological resilience and character, an imprecise application of force could easily drive one to extremes, potentially resulting in fatal consequences. Moreover, it is crucial for Luyan to complete this transaction in the quickest and most secure manner possible. The automatic completion of the auction requires a public notice period of 12 hours, meaning that even if Angelina hesitates to forcibly withdraw her bid, Luyan will not be able to acquire the profit-seeking and harm-avoiding item until 8 hours have passed. Luyan fears that during this interval, other players may discover the precise location of Angelina's safe house and either offer her substantial incentives or attempt to seize the item by force. Once both the bidder and the seller consent to the transaction, there will be no further public notice restrictions. With the night stretching long, Luyan is averse to any unforeseen complications arising from this deal. For him, 300 grams of wolf meat and 200 milliliters of drinking water do not constitute particularly valuable resources. However, for Angelina, they may represent life-saving provisions, prompting her to acquiesce to Luyan's demands. A few moments earlier, within a certain underground safe house, Angelina gazed at her private chat interface, observing that her numerous messages had vanished into the void, receiving no response from Luyan. Her expression shifted from anxiety to a state of stupor, ultimately transforming into fury. She clenched her teeth tightly, her delicate visage contorting in rage. Damn it, this accursed Eastern man. Why does he possess no shred of compassion? This world is unbearably cruel. I can no longer endure this. Even if I were to gain the ability to withstand hunger after a successful transaction, I could only tolerate this torment for a maximum of 3 more days. I yearn for liberation from this suffering. Yet even in death, I shall not allow that wretched Eastern man to reap any benefits. If he desires it, I shall ensure it accompanies me to the grave. A resolute glint flickered in Angelina's eyes as she reopened the trading platform and sought the option to rescind her bid. Are you sure you want to forcibly withdraw your bid? Staring at the blood-red prompt, Angelina inhaled deeply and, gritting her teeth, pressed the button. Ding. At that moment, a private message chimed unexpectedly. She paused, her finger hovering over the force withdrawal button. Lu Yen, I have added you. Lu Yen, this is my greatest concession. The transaction can be completed immediately. As she read these messages, the anger that had twisted Angelina's face began to dissipate, for reasons unknown. In that instant upon seeing Lu Yan's words, all her fury and resentment towards him vanished. Simultaneously, the courage that had once compelled her to consider sacrificing herself to prevent Lu Yen from gaining anything evaporated in an instant. This is the law of the hunt. When wolves encircle their prey, they typically do not block every possible escape route, for if they do, the prey, stripped of all hope, will fight back ferociously, potentially injuring the pack. However, if the wolves merely offer a small opening, allowing the prey to glimpse the possibility of survival, the prey will immediately lose all will to resist, fixating solely on self-preservation, thus enabling the wolves to hunt it down without sustaining any harm. Within 5 seconds of sending his private message, Lu Yen received a response from Angelina. Her reply was simple and direct. Okay. A smile crept across Lu Yan's face as he promptly added wolf meat and drinking water as complimentary items to the Endure Hunger product. It proved that a firm hand combined with a sweet reward is indeed a potent means to soften one's resolve. Had Lu Yen not first delivered a stern rebuke, but instead directly proposed adding bonuses to complete the transaction, Angelina would likely have been dissatisfied with the meager provisions, insisting on further demands and continuing to haggle with him. The tendency to take advantage is a common trait among all human beings. Yet now, Angelina dared not utter another word. Once the product details were adjusted, she immediately sent a request to finalize the transaction. Bidder Angelina has sent you an immediate transaction request. Please choose wisely. The bidding time has not yet reached its limit. Completing the transaction early may result in missing higher subsequent bids. The system's prompt appeared before him, but Lu Yen disregarded it and pressed the confirmation button. Although the bidding time had not reached its limit, Lu Yen felt that no one else would present a higher offer, as this was merely the second day of the apocalypse, and precious resources were scarce. Acquiring such a valuable item as profit and avoid harm had already exceeded Lu Yan's expectations. Transaction successful. You have lost. You have gained the talent skill book Profit and Avoid Harm. With a flash of brilliance, a skill book, comparable in size to a standard textbook, appeared in Lu Yan's hands. Lu Yan reflected on his circumstances. Surviving in the wilderness proved far more arduous than he had ever imagined. He not only had to contend with the mutated beasts and monsters that roamed the wild, but also engage in a battle of wits against fellow players who were human like himself. Acquiring an auction item smoothly necessitated cunning strategies. It was difficult to fathom what the scene would be like when competing with other players for precious resources in the wilderness. It would likely be a chaotic melee, with bloodshed inevitable. With a sigh, Lu Yan's gaze fell upon the skill book in his hands. Would you like to learn the talent Seek Advantage and Avoid Harm? Once learned, it cannot be undone, and can only be replaced with a higher tier talent. Learn, he whispered softly. As he spoke, the skill book transformed into a radiant light that enveloped him. Simultaneously, his personal information interface displayed Seek Advantage and Avoid Harm, marked with 03. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Yen activated the talent skill. Scanning in progress. A green light emanated from Lu Yen, swiftly expanding outward until it halted at a radius of 500 meters. Scan complete. 3 meters ahead, 30 centimeters below, lies 2 units of iron. To the left. As an enchanting notification chimed, several green dots appeared in Lu Yan's line of sight. He ignited a torch and swiftly grabbed a shovel to excavate at the location of the light points. Soon, he unearthed 2 units of iron, 1 unit of nitrate, and an old wooden chest, all laid before him. In addition to the green points, 2 red dots emerged on the map. One situated in the corner of the safe house and the other 12 meters beneath the ground outside the entrance. He glanced toward the eastern corner. A venomous sand scorpion, with a potent toxin that causes significant swelling and fever upon stinging, potentially leading to organ failure in severe cases. Threat level low. Approaching the corner, Lu Yen indeed spotted a thumb-sized scorpion, its shell blending seamlessly with the earth. If not for his keen observation, it would have gone unnoticed. With a swift motion, Lu Yen crushed it underfoot and then turned his attention to the second light point. A groundhog carrying various bacteria. If it consumes your food, it will leave behind a lethal virus. Threat level high. If you wish to avoid becoming a rotting corpse, it is advised that you eliminate it immediately. Chapter 20. The third day of the apocalypse. Upon reading the second warning, an uneasy chill crept down Lu Yan's spine. While the fierce beasts of the wilderness appeared highly threatening, The unseen menace of viruses and bacteria posed an even greater danger. Most critically, beasts could be defended against with stakes and fences, whereas the invasion of a virus was silent and insidious. Had Lu Yin not discovered the groundhog lurking beneath the soil, he might have succumbed to a fatal infection in the days to come. In the absence of a formal medical system, the mortality rate from such infections was nearly 100%. Lu Yin pushed open the door of the safe house and, following the marked red, discovered a rather concealed opening above. He gathered some dry twigs, ignited them, and forcefully directed the smoke into the hole. Soon, from a thicket a dozen meters away from this burrow, he observed wisps of smoke wafting into the air. With a shovel in hand, Lu Yin stood vigilantly by the source of the smoke. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and similarly, gophers often create 1 or 2 back doors when digging. This allows them to escape through these exits when faced with deadly threats like snakes or rainwater entering their primary burrow. Having grown up in the outskirts of the city and often accompanying his parents to the fields, Lu Yin was well acquainted with the habits of such creatures that dwell in agricultural lands. Indeed, mere seconds later, rustling sounds emerged from the underbrush, followed by a dark figure darting out. Quick as a flash, Lu Yin brought down his shovel, crushing the creature into a lifeless mass. Watching the red dot on the scanning map vanish completely, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He collected some dry twigs to incinerate the gopher's remains, thereby eliminating any possibility of virus transmission. Subsequently, Lu Yin wielded a torch and circled the vicinity of the safe house a few more times, exhausting the last 2 uses of his abilities for the day. However, perhaps due to the terrain, these 2 scans yielded only 2 units of iron as rewards. In addition, he unearthed a toxic plant near the safe house. With the assistance of his profit and avoid harm ability, Lu Yin successfully eradicated all threats within a 500-meter radius of his shelter. Upon completing these tasks, the system indicated that the time had reached 22:49, signaling the imminent arrival of the coldest moment in the wilderness. The chilling wind howled across the desolate landscape. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky, bestowing an additional layer of despair upon the barren earth. Lu Yin had returned to the safety of his abode, reclining on his comfortable hammock and indulging in the bliss of slumber. Yet, not everyone shared Lu Yin's privilege of enjoying the night. Beneath the ominous glow of the crimson moon, many others endured the biting wind, wielding pickaxes, relentlessly striking the mines, risking their lives to extract the scant precious ores for a chance at survival. Some even prowled through the darkness, their eyes set on the camps of nearby players, stealthily infiltrating their safe houses under the cover of night to commit murder and theft. In this grim and ferocious second night of the apocalypse, humanity had completely shed its facade, revealing its true nature. The myriad facets of life began to unfold in the wilderness. In the struggle for survival, each individual exerted their utmost efforts, employing all the skills at their disposal to carve out any advantage they could muster. The wind howled, and beasts roared. On the second night in the wild, the conditions for survival grew increasingly dire. After 1 night had passed, the number of remaining survivors in the eastern continent's wilderness stood at 158. Day 3 of the apocalypse. You have constructed a stone drainage channel for your shelter, resolving a crucial drainage issue, significantly enhancing the safety of your refuge. Survival points, 20. You have forged a longbow. Survival points, 1. You have hunted a level 1 mutated beast without sustaining any harm. Survival points, 10. You have acquired a talent that will significantly enhance your survival capabilities. Survival points, 40. You have resolved your water supply issue. Survival points, 20. You have successfully consumed a soup-like dish. Survival points, 5. Overall evaluation. Be calculating today's survival points reward. 96. As dawn broke, Lu Yin's first action upon awakening was to promptly access the system's daily assessment. With a lengthy list of settlement information materializing before him, his survival points, which had dwindled to a mere 16, soared to an astonishing 112. Though he had mentally prepared himself, the generous rewards from this settlement exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. It appeared that merely reviewing the assessment results could illuminate which resources acquired the previous day held the greatest value. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he meticulously compared the reward points from the evaluation, arranging them from highest to lowest. The talent skill book, a rare artifact, was a coveted find, followed closely by the significant points awarded for resolving the water issue and constructing a shelter. It was evident that he needed to continue fortifying his safe house. The more functions it possessed, the higher the safety level, and consequently, the greater the accumulation of survival points. Lu Yin silently resolved to devise a specific plan for his upcoming endeavors. Ventilation and lighting were equally vital systems to enhance the safety of the shelter. He intended to remodel these features in the near future, as humans, unlike rodents, could not endure prolonged darkness. He decided to peruse the trading post and the world chat channel for any new developments. Following his daily routine, Lu Yin opened the trading post and, After a brief scan, found no rare treasures worth acquiring. He then turned his attention to the World Chat channel, which had become akin to a morning news broadcast. With players exchanging the latest intelligence daily, Liu Yin was keen not to miss out. Soon, amidst the myriad of player exchanges, a familiar ID caught his eye. Yuan Wenyu. Sending a picture. Yuan Wenyu. Urgent, urgent. May I ask everyone if my method of treating this wound is correct? Will it become infected? Has she been injured? Out of curiosity, Liu Yin clicked on the image that Yuan Wenyu had shared in the World Channel. What appeared before him was a picture of a hoof. At the junction of the hoof and the lower leg, there was a wound approximately 3 centimeters long. Appearing quite deep, the wound was not actively bleeding, but a layer of blackish-gray paste was smeared around it, giving it a rather unsightly appearance. It was not Yuan Wenyu who had sustained an injury, but rather an animal? Upon a moment's reflection, Liu Yin realized that this must be the pet hatched from the egg Yuan Wenyu had acquired. However, it seemed that the creature's condition was quite dire. Li Nanan, what happened to it? And what is that filthy substance smeared on its wound? Such a careless method of treatment. Won't the horse's foot hurt? Wang Qiao indeed. Wounds require the utmost cleanliness. With such treatment, even if it were not infected originally, it would surely fester under your care. Do not meddle if you do not understand, exclaimed a group of players, failing to provide any solutions and instead incessantly critiquing Yuan Wenyu's methods. After observing for a while, Liu Yin remained silent for a moment before responding in the World Chat. If I am not mistaken, the wound is covered with a layer of wood ash. Ash from burnt vegetation is not inherently dirty and possesses certain hemostatic properties. Moreover, wood ash is primarily utilized for pest control and sterilization. Thus, applying it to a wound in the absence of disinfectants is indeed a prudent choice. Liu Yin continued. As for the earlier question regarding whether such a casual treatment would cause the horse pain, I can assure you that the horse will definitely not feel any discomfort, for that is unequivocally the foot of a donkey. Chapter 21. Malice. Liu Yan's remarks swiftly ignited fervent discussions among the players. After shutting down the World Chat, he felt a sense of melancholy. From the myriad of comments, it became evident that many players lacked fundamental wilderness survival knowledge, even unaware of the properties of wood ash. Within the framework of modern civilization, individuals have reaped the benefits of rapid technological advancement while simultaneously losing some essential self-sufficiency skills. It is no wonder that the casualty rate among players is alarmingly high. Within a mere 2 days, the death toll has approached half of the total population. Glancing at the number of survivors, Liu Yin rose from his hammock. After a restful night filled with dreams, he felt invigorated. Due to the late hour last night, he had refrained from venturing too far, but today, he was determined to leverage his talent for seeking benefits while avoiding harm to discover more precious resources. Liu Yin accessed his personal information interface, noting that the usage count for his talent had reset. He then opened the crafting interface. To store the daily yield of groundwater from the extractor, he decided to create a water storage vessel. A stainless steel pot, necessary for cooking, was unsuitable for long-term water storage, making the construction of a bucket imperative. Would you like to craft a basic tool? A wooden bucket? Requires 1 unit of wood. Crafting successful. Current survival points, 111. Basic tool crafting proficiency, 2, 830. With the sound of notifications, a brand new ordinary quality wooden bucket materialized at Liu Yan's feet. Its capacity was approximately 15 liters. After extracting the day's share, the water level barely reached the bottom of the bucket. I shall accumulate it slowly. One day, I shall attain the freedom of abundant water. Liu Yin mused joyfully, taking out 200 grams of almond biscuits mixed with mineral water to quench his thirst. Having completed these tasks, he adeptly donned his tattered leather armor, slung the longbow and quiver over his shoulder, and grasped a steel axe as he prepared to venture out. Following the incident with the mutated lynx yesterday, Liu Yin had become significantly more cautious. He ensured that he was fully armed before stepping outside. In the perilous wilderness, exercising caution could never be detrimental. Pushing open the shelter's door, the morning breeze mingled with warm sunlight enveloped him. Yet, Liu Yin had no inclination to revel in these sensations. His pupils suddenly constricted, focusing intently on a specific point ahead. It was a door, before the safe house of Liu Yin. The area where the mutated lynx had lurked amidst the desiccated thicket yesterday was now enveloped in a misty haze. At the forefront of this ethereal fog stood a rusted bronze door, silently towering in its grandeur. The words Secret Realm Ruins flashed through Liu Yin's mind the moment he beheld the door. This portal appeared to be of ancient origin, its surface marred by brown rust and grime. The mist behind the door writhed gently, obscuring the interior specifics while emanating an aura of profound antiquity and mystery. To his astonishment, having only learned of the Secret Realm Ruins the day prior, he had now encountered one. Liu Yin gazed at the entrance to the ruins. Situated less than 300 meters from his safe house, his eyes gleaming with determination. Gripping his steel axe and longbow tightly, He resolved that since fate had brought him here, he would not let the opportunity to explore the ruins slip away. As he had previously stated, in every endeavor, it is the pioneers who reap the rewards. Moreover, based on the information from Yuan Wenya, there were no constraints on exiting the ruins. Given the proximity of this entrance to his safe house, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could retreat without fear of ambush or mishap. However, if the ruins were to reappear at a more distant location next time, the challenge would undoubtedly escalate. Yet, Liu Yin felt a twinge of unease regarding his current defensive capabilities. He glanced down at his attire. The shabby leather armor seemed somewhat mismatched against the backdrop of his finely crafted steel axe and longbow. Danger lurked within the ruins, necessitating an upgrade of his equipment. He activated the upgrade system, focusing on his leather armor, and promptly 2 upgrade options appeared. Upgrade option 1. Upgrade to lightweight scaled armor, moderately increases defense. Requires 15 survival points. Upgrade option 2. Upgrade to plate armor, significantly enhances defense, but greatly reduces mobility, requires 30 survival points. Upon reviewing the 2 options, Liu Yin decisively opted for the first upgrade. Although the plate armor offered superior protection, its weight was prohibitive. He feared that donning it would render him immobile after just a few steps. Historically, plate armor was the exclusive domain of European heavy cavalry, without the aid of steeds. It was merely a cumbersome mass of iron. In contrast, the lightweight scaled armor resembled the military armaments of ancient Yin and Huang, constructed with leather and fabric lining, and sewn with thin iron plates. While its defensive capability was somewhat inferior to that of plate armor, it weighed approximately 10 pounds and allowed for nearly unrestricted movement at the joints, bestowing remarkable agility. Liu Yin retrieved 3 units of iron, watching as the survival point requirement dropped from 15 to 5, and immediately confirmed the upgrade. With a flash of blue light, his tattered leather armor transformed into a resplendent suit of ancient battle armor, shimmering with silver brilliance. Lightweight scaled armor, defense 3, provides resistance against slashing attacks from knives, swords, and other light weaponry. Description: I am the valiant general of the Han dynasty. Feeling the heavy sense of security enveloping his body, Liu Yin gripped his steel axe with one hand and clutched his longbow with the other, striding purposefully towards the entrance of the ruins. Although he had prepared thoroughly, his primary objective in entering the ruins was not to engage in combat with any potential foes that might reside within. Rather, his main aim was to explore the rules governing the ruins. Once he grasped the intricacies of these rules, navigating through the ruins in accordance with them would significantly enhance his chances of survival compared to recklessly charging in. Despite having dispatched a mutated lynx the previous day, Liu Yin did not consider his combat prowess to be on par with that of seasoned fighters. Without the advantage of formidable weaponry, he was merely slightly stronger than an average person. Upon entering the ruins, it was imperative for him to keenly observe the landscape and environment, striving to avoid confrontation. However, should an unavoidable conflict arise, he resolved to eliminate the adversary in the shortest time possible, he murmured to himself. Reaching the foot of the grand entrance, Liu Yin beheld the bronze doors standing stoically before him, with a narrow gap between the 2 doors sufficient for a single person to pass through. Attempting to peer inside, he was met with an overwhelming chaos that obscured his vision. It was clear that without stepping into the ruins, he could not glean any insight into their interior. One cannot glimpse the depths of the ruins without entering, Liu Yin muttered, taking a deep breath before stepping through the bronze doors. Just before crossing the threshold, he glanced upwards at the top of the doors, where a striking scarlet character loomed large. Evil. Chapter 22. The terrifying ruins. The moment Liu Yan's foot crossed the threshold of the ruins entrance, an intense chill surged through his body, penetrating his very being and causing him to shudder involuntarily. Ding. You have entered the evil secret realm ruins. Due to the influence of the ruins aura, the game chat channel and trading functions will be temporarily disabled. In the eerie silence of the environment, the sudden chime of notifications startled Liu Yin. As if responding to these alerts, the chaotic surroundings began to dissolve, revealing the true nature of the ruins before him. What greeted Liu Yan's eyes was a desolate landscape of a modern city in ruins. Beneath his feet lay not the yellow earth of the wilderness, but a cracked asphalt road. A few meters ahead stood a crooked signpost, prominently displaying 3 words, White Bear City. City? Upon seeing these words, rather than feeling a sense of joy and excitement at the prospect of returning to civilization, Liu Yin was overcome by a chilling sense of dread. It became evident that each secret realm was a distinct entity, potentially separated by millennia. While Yuan Wenya's virtual realm represented an ancient tribal site, Liu Yin had entered the evil realm, a testament to modern civilization's decay. Yet, the more modern the ruins, the greater the peril. For this signified that the foes lurking within these ruins might wield contemporary weaponry. With Liu Yan's current equipment, Facing the remnants of a tribal civilization could be deemed a fair contest. However, should he engage with modern civilization, it would undoubtedly be akin to a complete surrender. Prologue. This is my homeland, now rendered a desolate wasteland due to a catastrophe, where terrifying monsters roam, poised to annihilate all survivors like us. I can only hide underground, living like a rat. I have concealed myself in this lightless cellar for 20 days, with no respite from their relentless pursuit and slaughter of our kind. Thud, thud, thud. Those are footsteps. Dear heavens, the sound grows ever closer. I hear the heavy, labored breathing seeping in through the ventilation window above me. Fear grips me, and I huddle tightly in the corner. After a long while, that breath fades away. Yet as I dare to lift my head, I catch sight of a single eye, fixated on me through the narrow crack of the vent. As the entirety of the ruins unfolds before Lu Yen, 5 phrases akin to a narrative synopsis materialize in his mind. What is this? An outline of a quest? Lu Yen finds himself momentarily stunned, carefully contemplating the 5 sentences from the survivor's perspective, piecing together a vague image. This ruin was once a beautiful city, where its inhabitants lived in happiness and joy. Yet, one fateful day, a horde of monsters descended upon this city, obliterating it and slaughtering all its survivors. The survivor who left behind these 5 phrases endured 20 days in the dark, underground abyss before ultimately succumbing to the monster's discovery. Thus, it stands to reason that the dangers within these ruins likely stem from the very creatures that decimated the city. Lu Yen is lost in thought. Judging by the remnants of the city before him, it must have resembled a mid-20th century urban development prior to its destruction. A city of such caliber, despite possessing various technological weapons, was still overwhelmed by monsters, indicating that these creatures possess formidable combat strength, far beyond what he currently could contend with. Yet, to depart without at least attempting something feels unsatisfactory. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yen resolves to explore the outskirts, employing his innate ability to seek advantage and evade danger in search of usable resources among the ruins. After all, even a modest collection of materials from the fringes of such a technologically advanced ruin could suffice to bridge the gap from the Iron Age to the Electronic Age. Gripping his steel axe tightly, Lu Yen cautiously traverses along the collapsed walls, moving at a deliberate pace, his ears attuned to any sounds in the vicinity. Here lies a discarded radio, a shattered car tire, a standard-issue steel helmet. After advancing several meters, he has already unearthed a multitude of modern civilization's remnants. Though most are irreparably damaged and unusable, he picks up the camouflage-patterned helmet and places it atop his head, immediately feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him. At this moment, Lu Yen was clad in ancient armor, adorned with a modern helmet, creating an incongruous appearance. Yet, he found himself devoid of concern for his image. As he ventured deeper, he discovered a plethora of bloodstains among the ruins beneath his feet. These stains, now desiccated, had seeped deep into the ground. The further he progressed, the more concentrated the blood became. Upon reaching a distance of 50 meters, the blood was no longer dried and dark, but had transformed into a wet, sticky substance that adhered to the blade of his axe upon gentle contact. Suddenly, a mangled human corpse tumbled from the heights of the nearby ruins, crashing directly at Lu Yan's feet. The instant he beheld the lifeless body, a wave of dread washed over him, akin to being doused in icy water. Though not lacking in courage, having previously witnessed the grotesque forms of those who had perished in the river, the sight before him instilled a profound sense of vertigo and an overwhelming terror. The reason was starkly evident. The corpse bore a gaping wound in its throat, from which warm blood gushed forth in a steaming torrent. This body had only just met its demise. Lu Yen could not ascertain whether this corpse belonged to another player or an NPC exclusive to this mystical ruin. But one fact was indisputable. Some bloodthirsty creature had recently claimed a life in the very ruins surrounding him, likely lurking in a shadowy corner, voraciously devouring fresh flesh while casting a sinister gaze upon his throat. With a racing heart, Lu Yen activated his innate scanning ability. Almost instantaneously, he assumed a defensive posture, wielding his steel axe before him as a radiant azure light emanated from his being, sweeping a radius of 500 meters around him. In an instant, a crimson dot materialized on his scanning interface, so saturated it appeared to drip with blood. Chapter 23. Resources in the basement. A crimson dot, nearly dripping with blood, appeared on Lu Yan's scanning map, no more than 30 meters away. Demonic ape. Category: monster. Danger level: extremely high. Caution: avoid contact with its corrosive blood, as it will sear your flesh. As the blood-red light flickered, a figure emerged unsteadily from the very ruins where the corpse had fallen. For the time being, let us refer to this entity as a man, as it bore a human-like form. Yet, in demeanor and movement, it bore a closer resemblance to a beast. Upon fully discerning this creature, Lu Yen was struck by a chilling sensation. It resembled a humanoid ape, its body cloaked in dark fur, marred by extensive lesions, with blackened blood oozing from the exposed muscle beneath its peeling skin. The ulceration in the abdominal region had worsened significantly, manifesting as a gaping hole through which one could even glimpse the vertebrae of its back. Its appearance was strikingly reminiscent of the grotesque creatures found in certain science fiction films. At this moment, its serpent-like vertical pupils fixated intensely on Liu Yan, exuding an unmistakable expression of fury, as if to convey, "How dare you trespass in my domain?" While it had only mentioned corrosion, it had not indicated the possibility of infection. Liu Yan promptly discerned the nuances within the warning. Gripping his steel axe firmly, his gaze remained locked on the monstrous ape. As long as he wasn't subjected to the typical fate of being bitten or caught as depicted in zombie films, engaging in combat with this adversary seemed feasible. Armed with weapons and armor, even if he could not secure victory, escape should be relatively straightforward. However, Liu Yan was uncertain whether there were more creatures like it lurking nearby. The noise of a skirmish could easily attract further foes, making an escape exceedingly difficult. Should he fight or flee? Just as Liu Yan wrestled with this intense internal conflict, the fearsome ape offered him no respite for contemplation. Like a bolt of lightning, it lunged from the heights of the ruins, its terrifying maw agape, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Had this been Liu Yan's initial encounter in the wilderness, he would undoubtedly have panicked at the sudden assault. Yet, following his battle with the mutated lynx yesterday, his mental fortitude had strengthened considerably. At the very least, he would not be rendered helpless in the face of an enemy. He crouched low, twisting his waist, and thrust his armored elbow forward to meet the oncoming charge of the ape, choosing not to evade but rather to collide head-on. Thud! With a resounding impact, the ape was sent hurtling 2 to 3 meters away from the force of Liu Yan's strike. His tactical reasoning was remarkably clear. At a distance of 30 meters, his greatest advantage, the bow, could not be utilized, and wielding the steel axe at close range would prove futile if he failed to sever its spine or neck, potentially rendering him incapable of inflicting fatal harm. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether this bizarre life form even possessed the capacity for pain. Should his initial counterattack fail, and the creature close in, its corrosive blood would grant it a distinct advantage. Liu Yan, towering in stature, could generate an elbow strike exceeding 300 kilograms of force when fully sprinting, a power sufficient to shatter an entire human skeleton. It was evident that Liu Yan's strategy proved highly effective. The emaciated ape was violently propelled backward, crashing into the debris, struggling to rise, but repeatedly collapsing to the ground. A prime opportunity. A glint of ferocity flashed in Liu Yan's eyes as he seized his longbow and unleashed 3 arrows in rapid succession, all piercing through the creature's chest. The ape emitted frantic howls, its gaze reflecting an almost human-like agony. It attempted to rise and retaliate. Yet the tremendous impact from Liu Yan's charge had fractured its lumbar vertebrae, rendering its lower body utterly uncontrollable. Struggling to push itself upright, it crawled towards Liu Yan like a writhing worm, its hands scraping the ground. Gurgur! The ape roared incoherently, its mouth agape in a grotesque display. How utterly revolting. Do you truly believe you can escape from this relic? Road Rock furrowed his brow, once again drawing several sharp arrows and aiming them at the creature's arms and neck. At such a short distance, coupled with the special enhancement of easy hit, the arrows struck their target with unerring precision. With a mournful cry, the demon ape was rendered immobile, collapsing to the ground and howling in anguish. Road Rock observed the fallen beast with a sense of bewilderment. The strength this creature exhibited was hardly sufficient to obliterate the technologically advanced city before him. What was the true nature of the destruction that had befallen this relic? Was this merely the periphery, with something far more terrifying lurking at the city's core, the true source of its demise? Standing in contemplative silence, Road Rock moved aside a large stone, positioning himself 2 meters away to aim directly at the demon ape's head, bringing the stone crashing down. Thud! Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, reminiscent of a watermelon being smashed, as vibrant splatters adorned the earth. Finally, the creature's wretched struggles ceased. Road Rock strode purposefully towards the carcass, preparing to retrieve the arrows embedded in its body. But at that moment, the headless remains of the demon ape suddenly surged, its sharp claws lunging toward Road Rock's thigh. The sound of claws scraping against steel echoed as the armor on his leg was viciously torn away. Road Rock's heart raced. It was still alive. The creature, undeterred by its injuries, redirected its assault towards his unprotected ankle. However, Road Rock was faster. His steel axe descended with precision, cleaving through the beast's claw with devastating force. Crack! The axe blade sliced effortlessly through the rotting flesh and bone, severing the claw entirely. Simultaneously, a foul spray of dark blood erupted onto Road Rock's chest plate, hissing and emitting thick smoke. How can it still be alive after having its head crushed? Road Rock's gaze darkened with incredulity as he watched the frenzied thrashing of the demon ape's remains. It was a close call. Had it not been for his armor, he would have met his demise here today. This creature transcended the realm of biological understanding, defying conventional logic. Gritting his teeth, Road Rock once again gathered several large stones, thoroughly pulverizing the demon ape's body until nothing remained intact. Exhausted, he crouched down, panting heavily. The arrows had corroded and held no value for retrieval. With a sense of lingering dread, he grasped the arrow embedded in the severed claw, only to find the shaft nearly eroded by blood, rendered useless. With a sigh, he discarded the arrow along with the claw. Surveying his surroundings, Road Rock resolved not to delve deeper into the city. The danger was palpable. Who could say how many of these indestructible monsters lurked within? With merely a handful of arrows and a steel axe, how many could he possibly defeat? In the pursuit of gathering resources, it would be prudent to wait until one is better equipped before venturing into the treacherous wilderness of the White Bear City. However, it remains uncertain whether the ruins shall be encountered again at that time. Lu Yen, gripping his steel axe, stood atop the ruins where the magical ape had appeared, surveying the desolate landscape of broken walls and remnants of destruction. Activation, Talent Scan. Lu Yen activated his innate ability once more, and this time, no crimson dots illuminated the scan. Instead, a multitude of green points flickered across his scanning map. He began to meticulously compare the signals, ultimately selecting a location to approach. The site resembled a warehouse in ruins, and Lu Yen navigated along the walls to the innermost recess, where he discovered a highly concealed entrance to a basement. The door appeared to have suffered a violent impact from the outside, its structure severely deformed. With a determined effort, Lu Yen pried the door open and peered into the darkness of the basement. Inside, an oppressive gloom enveloped the space, accompanied by a pungent odor of mildew. Retrieving a torch from his backpack, he ignited it and descended quietly into the depths below. The flickering light danced within the basement, gradually illuminating the surroundings. Bloodstains, splattered across the walls, hinted at a brutal massacre that had transpired within these confines. Images flooded Lu Yan's mind. A group of survivors huddled in the shadows of the basement, fearful of lighting a lamp, hesitant to speak, even wary of breathing too loudly. Yet, the lurking horrors outside had found them, and the monsters violently breached the basement door, ruthlessly slaughtering the survivors. Their anguished cries and pleas for mercy echoed in the darkness, evoking no pity from the creatures until the last survivor was extinguished and the monsters turned away, leaving only silence in their wake. As Lu Yen pondered this grim scene, he pressed onward, and indeed, in the easternmost corner, he stumbled upon several corpses of human soldiers. Further afield, he also discovered the charred remains of a magical ape, severely burned and disfigured. These bodies had long since desiccated, clearly having been deceased for quite some time. Lu Yen rummaged through the soldiers' remains, but found no firearms or ammunition, only an identification tag. Private Arthur, 3rd Corps of the Federation stationed in Green City. Lu Yen murmured upon examining the tag. It seems reinforcements were summoned from afar. The monster activity in White Bear City must have been exceedingly rampant back then. After this reflection, he began to scavenge the remaining supplies within the basement. In the farthest corner on the right, he discovered a large cardboard box containing various household items. Upon inspection, he found only a few things in decent condition. A VCD player resembling a laptop, powered by batteries. Half a bag of dark meat from an unknown animal. A complete package containing a variety of seasonings, including salt, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and dried chili. Half a bag of rice, and a peculiar intercom device. Each player possesses a backpack with 20 compartments. Prior to entering the ruins, Lu Yen had occupied 5 of these slots, leaving him with a remaining 15, sufficient space to carry away all the well-preserved supplies from this location. Is this a diary? While rummaging through the area, Lu Yen discovered a meticulously preserved diary beneath the VCD player. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, he casually skimmed through its contents, which chronicled the experiences of the survivors in this basement during the catastrophic monster siege that obliterated the city. He decided to take the survivors' diary back for a leisurely read, viewing it as a means to pass the time. With ample room in his backpack, he stuffed it inside without hesitation. Soon, Lu Yen had filled his backpack to the brim, and, clutching a cardboard box, he strode purposefully out of the basement, fearing that the commotion from his earlier battle with the monstrous ape might attract more foes. Lu Yen did not linger outside the basement and proceeded directly towards the exit of the ruins. Your exploration progress of the ruins stands at 1,000th. Would you like to exit the ruins? Just as Lu Yen was about to step out of the door, the prompt chimed again. He glanced back, noting that the expanse of the ruin was indeed vast and seemingly endless, leaving him to wonder when he might achieve a full exploration of this site and claim all its treasures for himself. Confirm exit. A peculiar wave of energy rippled around him, and Lu Yen noticed the dense fog re-encircling him, slowly obscuring the clear remnants of the ruined world behind him. With purposeful strides, Lu Yin exited the grand entrance of the ruins. However, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, several grotesquely disfigured apes were charging towards him from the depths of the ruins. They gathered around the lifeless body of the ape Lu Yin had slain, their expressions betraying sorrow and fury. At that instant, a robust ape dragged over a human corpse, which had previously suffered a severed throat, and unceremoniously dropped it before the other creatures. Strangely, rather than ravenously devouring the remains like starved beasts, the creatures appeared profoundly fearful, their gaze fixated on the human carcass. After a prolonged silence, a quivering voice emerged from one of the apes. "It is a monster." Soon, more voices echoed in unison. "Yes, it is the monsters. They have returned. We shall face slaughter once more." As Lu Yin stepped through the entrance, the thick fog dissipated instantaneously. He paused at the threshold, surveying his surroundings to ensure no lurking dangers remained, before dragging his weary body back to the safety of his shelter. Though his time within the safe house was brief, he genuinely grasped the sensation of narrowly escaping death. The indomitable ape had left an indelible impression on him. He slowly removed his armor, a sharp pain radiating from the spot on his thigh where the ape's claws had struck. Despite the iron armor providing some level of protection, the ape's desperate assault had been powerfully forceful. While the armor had thwarted the lethal talons, it could not withstand the tremendous impact they carried. He unfastened his pant leg and discovered a bruise at the site of impact. This area was particularly sensitive, had it been a mere half-inch higher. Lu Yin might have acquired an additional moniker akin to Santa Claus or the Holy Gunman. Experience is the most effective teacher, and the lessons learned from broken bones are invaluable. Despite the pain, Lu Yin managed to muster a faint smile. It is through repeated setbacks and mistakes that one grows. Indeed, Lu Yin had stumbled this time. He had believed himself to be sufficiently cautious, yet he had underestimated the vitality of these magical creatures. The beings of the wilderness are peculiar, and the enemies within the ruins are even more enigmatic, defying conventional understanding. By the flickering light, Lu Yin examined his injury. Although the pain was intense, it was merely a soft tissue bruise, with no damage to the bone. Nevertheless, this expedition into the ruins proved to be quite fruitful. Not only had he procured a substantial amount of supplies, but he had also gathered valuable intelligence regarding the ruins. He took a sip of water from a wooden bowl, and as the sharp pain subsided somewhat, he began to meticulously organize his observations from within the ruins. What he could ascertain was that the enemies within the evil ruins materialized in a tangible form, and one could not gauge their mortality by the same standards applied to ordinary creatures. Even after shattering their skulls, they could still launch attacks. Lu Yin paused, recalling the charred remains of the magical apes in the basement. Perhaps the key to defeating the enemies in the evil ruins lay in incinerating their bodies. After compiling the information he had gathered, it was time for the main event, tallying his gains. This was Lu Yan's favorite part. What was the purpose of risking so much to infiltrate the ruins and engage in life and death battles with these creatures? It was all for the resources before him. With a sense of glee, Lu Yan laid out all the items he had procured from the ruins on the ground. First, there was a whole package of seasonings. These were vital items for enhancing his meals and elevating his happiness index. One must not underestimate them. With these, the flavor of his diet could be improved, and even the system's daily evaluations would increase in score. Salt, cumin powder, Sichuan pepper, star anise, bay leaves, monosodium glutamate, and dried chili peppers. Lu Yin inspected them all, ensuring that he had all the essential seasonings for his kitchen. With these, and a few modifications to the ventilation system of his safe house, Lu Yan's personal kitchen would be successfully established. Next, Lu Yan's gaze fell upon the second item. New Energy Walkie-Talkie, the latest product from White Bear City Umbrella Technology Company, capable of receiving any dialogue within a range of 1,000 meters. Note, I am not one for gossip. What? Lu Yin was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with elation. Had he truly obtained such an extraordinary item? Originally thinking it to be a mere vintage walkie-talkie, he was astonished to discover its remarkable capabilities. This meant that as long as it had sufficient power, he could eavesdrop on everyone's conversations within a radius of 1,000 meters. However, this device requires charging. Where can I possibly procure a generator? Lu Yin scratched his head, gazing despondently at the walkie-talkie in his hand. Despite its numerous glitches, without a power source, it was as useful as an ordinary brick. No, a brick could at least crack walnuts. Surely, there must be a generator within the ruins of White Bear City, although its location might be quite deep. Well, I shall wait for the next opportunity to delve into the ruins of White Bear City. Lu Yin set aside the walkie-talkie and turned his attention to another electronic device, a VCD player. Unlike the walkie-talkie, this device relied on batteries for power, and fortuitously, he had stumbled upon a few compatible batteries among the supplies he had scavenged. After replacing the batteries, he eagerly stared at the display screen. Since arriving in this desolate wilderness, Liu Yin had gone over 48 hours without indulging in his phone or any electronic devices, which was an excruciating ordeal for a young man accustomed to the comforts of civilization. Although this VCD player lacked the myriad functionalities of a smartphone, it could still inject a modicum of joy into his monotonous existence. He wondered what films might be contained within. Perhaps I Am Legend or A Better Tomorrow awaited him. Filled with anticipation, Liu Yin watched as the screen gradually illuminated. After a large startup logo appeared, a comprehensive list of movies swiftly materialized. However, frowning in confusion, Liu Yin searched for a long time without encountering a single familiar title. Instead, there were only obscure films he had never heard of. Finally, he resigned himself to selecting one at random and clicked to play. Soon, the buffering completed, and an image appeared on the screen. Upon seeing the visuals, Liu Yan's pupils constricted to pinprick size. What in the world was this? Chapter 24. The Truth of White Bear City Ruins. The VCD player's screen displayed a film. But to Liu Yan's utter astonishment, the characters featured were none other than the monstrous apes he had encountered in the ruins. However, these creatures appeared far more refined. Their skin and muscles were not rotting, and they donned suits, traversing the subway stations and streets like humans. This was a film starring monsters. After a brief pause, Liu Yan opened another film, only to find the same bizarre characters appearing once more, all portrayed by the same monstrous apes. What is happening? A profound sense of the uncanny enveloped him. The settings of these films were undeniably filmed in White Bear City, as evidenced by the street signs. Before the monsters wrought destruction, this city had indeed been breathtaking and magnificent. In the films, those monstrous apes worked and played like humans. Large posters advertising parliamentary elections and talent shows hung from the skyscrapers, and naturally, the images on the posters depicted these very apes. As the rugged terrain of the mountain path unfolded before him, Liu Yan was struck by an exceedingly peculiar notion. Could it be that the demon apes were the true indigenous inhabitants of White Bear City, while the two human soldier corpses he encountered in the basement were the invaders responsible for the city's demise? The more he pondered this hypothesis, the more it resonated with him. The information conveyed through the film suggested that these demon apes had established a complete societal structure within White Bear City, living in considerable comfort. Throughout the film, he witnessed no trace of human existence. If this city had once belonged to humanity, it seemed implausible that the demon apes could have preserved it so intact after their conquest. Liu Yan began to fervently recall his earlier experiences within the ruins. The corpse of the human soldier adorned with the insignia of the Glen City Guard came to mind, as did the perspective of the prologue from the viewpoint of a survivor. Suddenly, he recalled the moment when he had pinned the demon ape that had attacked him to the ground with an arrow, its furious and vengeful shrieks echoing in his ears. Get out! Get out! At that time, Liu Yan had believed the creature sought to flee the ruins. Now, he reflected that what the demon ape truly meant was get out. Leave my home. Initially, he had assumed that the ruins of White Bear City were a manifestation of a biochemical crisis, a descent of monsters. He had not anticipated that humanity itself might be the true monstrosity that had intruded. Liu Yan finally discerned the narrative framework within these ruins. The identities of the presumed victims and monsters had been reversed. Thus, in the eyes of that demon ape, he was no different from the human soldiers who had once ravaged White Bear City. He stroked his chin, feeling a disquieting dissonance with this revelation, akin to believing oneself to be the protagonist destined to save the world only to suddenly find oneself transformed into the ultimate antagonist. Moments later, he switched off the VCD player. The films entirely produced by the demon apes represented an artistic form that, at present, felt somewhat avant-garde for him. He was not a carefree islander living a blissful life, and thus had not yet reached the point of viewing two hairy humanoid beings engaging in romantic exchanges before his very eyes. After organizing all other items, Liu Yan turned his attention to the final object, the Survivor's Diary. Survivor's Diary. Category, Special Item. Function, upon use, can summon the entrance to the ruins and re-enter White Bear City. Number of uses, 03. Description, Greedy invader, I grant you another chance to enter our homeland. We shall await your return amidst the ruins, ready to tear you to shreds. As Liu Yan gazed upon the attributes of this diary, his heart raced wildly. This was the ticket to the ruins of White Bear City. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The technological advancements within White Bear City were remarkably high, featuring even sci-fi inventions such as listening intercoms. The resources at the heart of the ruins promised to be astonishingly abundant. This time, due to inadequate equipment, Liu Yan had been unable to delve deeply into exploration, which was a source of great regret and dissatisfaction for him. As he prepared to leave, he felt a lingering attachment, uncertain of where the next iteration of the White Bear City ruins would materialize in the wilderness, or whether he would ever again have the opportunity to return. Now, with this diary in hand, Liu Yan can enter at any time he wishes. The outputs within the ruins do not reveal their specific functions, Perhaps something seemingly insignificant could wield immense power in the wilderness. Liu Yin is exceedingly grateful that he casually brought this diary out with him. With it, when he is next fully equipped with modern weaponry, he shall ensure that those demonic apes experience the true essence of nuclear annihilation. Liu Yin, of course, would not soften his heart towards the demonic apes simply because their identities have reversed within the ruins of White Bear City. He harbors no pity that would prevent him from re-entering this resource-rich site. The laws of nature dictate a brutal hierarchy of survival of the fittest. Over countless years, since humanity has risen, how many species have been extinguished? As beings perched atop the food chain, humanity inherently possesses the authority to determine the fate of other creatures. In pursuit of sustenance, humans hunt beasts. To cultivate rice fields, they raise forests. For construction, they divert lakes and rivers. It is precisely due to humanity's ruthless expansion and the plundering of countless races' resources that they have secured their dominion on Blue Star. Moreover, even among humans, wars incessantly erupt over the struggle for resources, leading to the slaughter of their own kin. As for the lives of the demonic apes, so distinct from his own kind, who truly cares? In this apocalyptic game centered on survival, only interests and resources remain the eternal pursuit, while notions of right and wrong, good and evil, are trivial concerns for children. Liu Yin opened the diary, and a plethora of text met his gaze. In this apocalyptic game, there exists a commendable function. All languages and scripts automatically convert into a universal version comprehensible to players, regardless of their origin or species. While Liu Yin harbored no interest in the cinematic works of the demonic apes, he scrutinized this diary with utmost attention. It likely contained vital accounts regarding the invasion of White Bear City, aiding Liu Yin in comprehending the ruins and preventing his next venture into White Bear City from being shrouded in ignorance. Diary of Carrie, written on the day disaster struck. To document the final chapter of my life. Chapter 25, Survivor's Diary, April 27th, overcast weather. I was jolted awake by a piercing alarm. As I climbed out of bed and opened the window, I beheld utter chaos enveloping the city. All my kind were frantically fleeing for their lives. Cars collided on the congested streets, screams and honks intertwined in a cacophony. I noticed a viscous dark liquid flowing on the road. Uncertain whether it was leaking engine oil or blood, I stood there in a daze, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Could it be a toxic substance had leaked? Or perhaps the mountains at the city's edge had collapsed due to relentless rain, resulting in a mudslide? Until my neighbor burst through my door in a state of utter panic, urging me to flee for my life. I was oblivious to the source of the turmoil engulfing the city. It was the human garrison from Green City. Their armed helicopters had breached the borders of White Bear City, and our defending forces had been mercilessly annihilated just 10 minutes prior. My mind was a blank slate, utterly unable to comprehend the reality before me. Was it truly the human garrison from Green City? Had they not been steadfast allies of White Bear City? Despite our differing races, we had maintained amicable trade relations over the years. Why would they launch an assault on White Bear City? However, there is no time to ponder this issue. I am being dragged by my neighbor. After hastily gathering some essentials from home, I fled. The neighbor mentioned that there is a basement in a nearby warehouse that could serve as a refuge, a shelter from the impending chaos. Upon reaching the street, the air was filled with frantic cries of terror as my kind sought places to hide. My mind was in a fog, utterly unaware of the direction in which I was running. Thus, I was led by my neighbor to a small, inconspicuous warehouse on the western edge of the city. It was indeed well hidden. Before stepping into the warehouse, I glanced back. In the distance, the silhouettes of armed helicopters loomed against the horizon. We slipped into the pitch-black basement, securely locking the door behind us. The cramped space afforded me a modicum of security. I turned on my flashlight, and gradually, my mind began to settle from its panic. Slowly regaining clarity of thought, I was acutely aware that the defenders of White Bear City were no match for the human military forces. For quite some time, White Bear City had prioritized the development of genetic medicines and electronic products, neglecting military investment. Many citizens had voiced their discontent with this policy. Yet the city council consistently justified its stance by asserting that during peacetime, substantial military funding was unnecessary. The officials maintained an overly optimistic view of peace, firmly believing in the permanent ceasefire agreement signed with humanity 2 decades prior. The human military's assault commenced in earnest. The thunderous sound of helicopter rotors accompanied by violent explosions resonating from outside. The ground trembled beneath me, dust and debris cascading from the basement ceiling. My neighbor and I huddled together in the darkness, like 2 frightened mice, making not a sound, trembling in each other's embrace. Time became indiscernible as the cacophony of bombardment eventually faded. Yet, we dared not leave the basement. I was certain that human soldiers had already infiltrated the city, and a chance encounter would surely prove fatal. April 28th, the weather remains unknown. We have not ventured outside the basement. April 29th, the same as above. May 3rd, Our communication with the outside world ceased entirely on the 27th. I surmised that the communication tower had been destroyed in the bombardment. After spending an entire week in the oppressive darkness of the basement, my mental state was on the brink of collapse, and our food supplies were nearly exhausted. After conferring with my neighbor, we resolved to venture out to ascertain the situation and procure some supplies. We cautiously opened the basement door, only to discover that the warehouse outside had been obliterated, leaving only 2 load-bearing walls standing. Fortunately, the collapsed debris had perfectly concealed the entrance to the basement. It would be nearly impossible to detect without a careful examination. Upon exiting the basement, we found the situation outside far more dire than we had imagined. White Bear City lay in ruins, all buildings reduced to rubble. In the shattered streets of the city center, the bodies of our brethren lay strewn about, grotesquely disfigured, their blood staining the earth. The genetic medicines that White Bear City had invested heavily in had indeed significantly enhanced our kind's vitality, allowing us to live longer and resist death more effectively. However, in the face of human gunfire, it was evident that the benefits of these medicines had not reached such extremes. I stood frozen in place, a chilling wave coursing through my entire being. A once idyllic homeland has now transformed into a hell's cape, with those human soldiers embodying the very monstrosities that birthed this inferno. Indeed, humanity itself appears to be composed of creatures hailing from the depths of hell. I stifled my terror and fury as I navigated through the corpses of my fellow beings, scavenging for supplies amidst the ruins. I stumbled upon some seasonings and half a bag of rice, yet I dared not linger outside, for I discerned that the human army had not yet retreated from this forsaken place. They seemed to be in pursuit of something. Helicopters whirred overhead, and I concealed myself among the heaps of bodies to evade their scrutiny. I fled back to the basement in a frenzy, trembling uncontrollably. As I shut my eyes, visions of blood-soaked mountains of corpses flooded my mind, driving me to the brink of madness. My neighbor returned, bearing with him some cured meat, a VCD player, a walkie-talkie, and crucial news regarding the human army's assault on White Bear City. A groundbreaking renewable energy source had been discovered, one that could be harnessed for any technological application. Unlike wind or solar energy, it would not be depleted and produced energy more potent than that of nuclear reactors. This energy could be utilized in households, industries, and military applications alike, providing an unceasing supply akin to that of a perpetual motion machine. Once employed, it promised to deliver abundant energy until the very end of days. The laboratories in White Bear City had identified and successfully extracted this energy, dubbing it ethereal energy, also known as dark energy. This was a resource capable of propelling our civilization to unprecedented heights, yet the information was swiftly leaked. A race, lacking both military might and weaponry, had developed a new energy source surpassing nuclear power, akin to a delicate maiden adorned with jewels, willingly stepping into the lair of brutes. In the face of immense profit, a permanent ceasefire agreement was rendered akin to mere scrap paper. My city lay in ruins, and my compatriots were all but annihilated. On May 17th, I ventured out once more in search of supplies and, unexpectedly, discovered a survivor, initially reluctant to save him. He claimed to be a staff member from the White Bear City Research Institute. After some consideration, I chose to bring him back to the basement. Meanwhile, the number of human soldiers in the ruins was dwindling, and I wished for these wretched monsters to vacate my homeland swiftly. My neighbor expressed dissatisfaction at my bringing another companion into our midst, as our food resources were diminishing rapidly. Yet soon, the staff member shared a secret with us. The institute had been breached, and the monsters believed they had seized all of the ethereal energy. In truth, however, a small portion remained concealed, and once the monsters fully abandoned the city, we survivors could utilize this hidden fraction of ethereal energy to quietly reconstruct our homeland amidst the ruins and exact our revenge upon the monsters. As for the location of this hidden stash, he fervently asserted that only he knew the specifics, providing me with only a vague indication. Perhaps fearing that knowledge of the precise location would diminish his utility and lead to his expulsion from our group. His cunning was rather pronounced. On May 20th, the monsters ceased their relentless resource scavenging, shifting their focus to the final phase of their campaign, embodying a ruthless mentality as they roamed the ruins in search of survivors to eliminate. Their aptitude for warfare was unmistakable. If their intent was to invade a race, it was imperative to eradicate it entirely, leaving no possibility for revenge. Yet, in such a vast city, how could they possibly scour every corner? By May 27th, we had endured an entire month in the dark confines of the basement, yet our spirits had notably improved as we awaited the monster's departure, eager to uncover the remaining ethereal energy and execute our revenge plan. On May 28th, my neighbor was gravely injured while venturing out for resources, shot through the chest by a monster. His ribs had pierced his lungs, and had it not been for the genetic enhancements we had received, he would have succumbed to his injuries long ago. On May 30th, I discovered that the researcher I had previously rescued was developing lesions on his body. Initially, I feared it was an infectious disease, but he informed me it was a consequence of ethereal radiation. During the monster's theft of ethereal energy, a leak had occurred. The central area of White Bear City had transformed into a vast radiation zone, continuously damaging genetic structures. However, our resilience was such that we could only witness our bodies decay gradually without succumbing to death, ultimately becoming akin to living corpses. I was on the brink of madness. Yet he assured me that the small portion of ethereal energy we had hidden remained secure and tightly sealed. Following this revelation, he still refrained from disclosing the location of that small reserve, though I noticed he had been frequently watching films on my neighbor's VCD, some of which he seemed particularly drawn to. I couldn't help but wonder if there was a connection. By May 31st, the lesions on his body had expanded significantly. I pondered endlessly, feeling an urgent need to confront him and inquire about the hidden ethereal energy. If he were to die suddenly one night, our hopes for revenge would be utterly extinguished. Tomorrow, I resolved, I would seek clarity. But then, I thought I heard something. A noise? Footsteps? They were coming from above the basement door. My muscles tensed involuntarily, and I stifled my breath as I discerned the monster's voices. They had discovered the entrance to the basement. They began to pound on the door. I saw blinding lights streaming through the cracks, the door being violently breached, and a pair of military boots came into view. The monsters had entered. At this point, the diary abruptly ended. The last few lines were scrawled hastily, revealing the profound terror and panic of the writer. Liu Yin closed the diary, processing the overwhelming information within. He recalled the 3 corpses of the monstrous apes he had seen in the basement, precisely matching the number mentioned in the diary. The staff mentioned that only he knows the location of the buried ethereal energy, and within the basement lie 3 corpses. The diary and VCD were not taken, indicating that the invading human army did not discover them. Thus, that small portion of ethereal energy is likely still concealed somewhere in the remnants of White Bear City. This energy is the most valuable resource within the ruins of White Bear City. Most importantly, as stated in the diary, White Bear City developed a genetic serum capable of enhancing physical constitution, which may offer a complete cure for Lu Xiaoyu's anemia. Liu Yan's eyes sparkled with fervor as he tightened his grip on the diary, his gaze turning wild and fierce. The treasures within the ruins of White Bear City are mine for the taking. Whether player or NPC, anyone who dares to contest me will face my unrelenting wrath. Chapter 26. Enhancing Ventilation and Lighting Systems. Having finished reading the survivor's diary, Liu Yan experienced an unprecedented and overwhelming desire for possession. While the ethereal energy within the ruins of White Bear City is undeniably valuable, it is the genetic serums that enhance cellular vitality that Liu Yan yearns for most. The grotesque state of the monster's body, which had rotted away yet still possessed such vitality, must be linked to the genetic serum mentioned in the diary. He recalled the demon ape he had slain. Its abdomen nearly decayed to the bone, yet it remained vibrant with life. Could Lu Xiaoyu's lifelong genetic ailment be cured by such a serum? Her illness had always weighed heavily on Liu Yan's heart. Unlike other children, her physical deficiencies prevented her from attending school or playing like her peers. Although Lu Xiaoyu never complained, he could often perceive the loneliness and insecurity that haunted her. Indeed, it was insecurity. This deep-rooted feeling had rendered Lu Xiaoyu extraordinarily sensitive and fragile, where even a careless remark could wound her pride. Furthermore, there are those wretches in this world who delight in mocking others' flaws. To protect Lu Xiaoyu's fragile heart, Liu Yan had lost count of how many individuals he had confronted over the years, from unruly children to petty delinquents. Such character flaws cannot be remedied through mere psychological counseling. It only serves as a temporary fix rather than a true solution. Only by eradicating Lu Xiaoyu's genetic disorder can her inherent vulnerabilities be fully healed. No matter the cost, I must try. Liu Yan clenched his fists. This expedition into the ruins yielded unexpectedly abundant rewards. Although he did not acquire many resources, he gathered a wealth of intelligence, laying a perfect foundation for his next venture into the remnants of White Bear City. After organizing his supplies, Liu Yan stepped out of the safe house once more, mindful of his primary task today, to enhance the ventilation and lighting systems of the safe house. The lighting system, prior to the advent of electricity, predominantly relied on fire sources. I contemplated crafting a kerosene lamp or an iron stove. Both items belong to the category of rudimentary tools and can be produced with the most elementary level of proficiency within the crafting system, utilizing remarkably simple materials. The kerosene lamp provides illumination, while the stove not only serves as a source of light, but also facilitates cooking and heating. The resolution of the lighting system is relatively straightforward, primarily hinging on ventilation and exhaust. Whether it be the kerosene lamp or the stove, both necessitate combustible materials to generate energy, releasing substantial amounts of harmful gases during combustion. If the ventilation system is not adequately designed, These toxic gases could prove fatal. Until the electric system is fully established, the lighting and exhaust systems of the safe house must be designed in tandem. The most ideal ventilation system would undoubtedly feature large, unobstructed windows at both the front and back, yet such a design is impractical for an underground safe house and significantly compromises safety. An innovative design concept emerged in my mind: a vertical, Z-shaped ventilation duct. This design is commonly utilized in the observation periscopes of submarines, extending from the underground safe house all the way to the surface. A fine wire mesh would be installed at the external corners near the ground within the duct to prevent small creatures, such as snakes and lizards, from entering, as well as to avert leaves from being blown in and causing blockages. As for the internal corners close to the safe house, 6 steel pipes would be installed as security bars to deter humans and large predators from tearing apart the external wire mesh and forcibly invading the safe house through the duct. Concerns regarding rainwater backflow and the intrusion of cold air need not trouble me. In addition to creating a small trench connecting to the drainage channel on the exterior ground of the ventilation duct, I would also craft a sealable glass window to be installed at the innermost part of the vent. In the event of a severe cold front or low temperature weather, I would promptly close the window, transforming the safe house into an isolated haven. I require glass and sealant. I meticulously calculated the materials needed to enhance the ventilation system. Other items are manageable, whether steel pipes or wire mesh. The survival system can produce them. However, glass and sealant are currently beyond my means. Fortunately, these 2 items are not particularly rare commodities, and their prices in the trading market are quite low. I currently possess approximately 8 liters of potable water, which serves as hard currency in the trading market. In this trading arena, there is scarcely anything that cannot be procured with 2 bottles of mineral water, if there is. Then simply add another bottle. 5 square meters of ordinary glass. Price: 100 milliliters of drinking water or 300 g of meat. 5 square meters of explosion-proof glass. Price: 300 milliliters of drinking water. Black tinted glass. Price. I opened the trading platform and conducted a brief search, revealing around 70 to 80 listings for glass. Naturally, ordinary glass, characterized by low strength and thinness, was excluded from consideration. My gaze was immediately drawn to a piece of explosion-proof glass. This glass possesses remarkable strength, excellent sound insulation, and superior thermal retention. Even when subjected to violent impacts, it does not shatter into countless fragments. The internal adhesive binds the shards securely together, preventing any hazardous scattering of debris. Although its price is somewhat steep, it poses no inconvenience to Liu Yan. More importantly, Liu Yan employs high-quality materials in constructing his safe house. While the initial expenditure may be considerable, the resulting comfort and security of the safe house are significantly enhanced. Furthermore, the subsequent daily assessments reward Liu Yan with high scores based on the exceptional quality of these construction materials, creating a virtuous cycle. Thus, Liu Yan harbors no fear of exorbitant prices. As long as he can enhance the performance of his safe house, he is willing to spare no expense. Soon, he spent 300 milliliters of drinking water to acquire 5 square meters of explosion-proof glass and exchanged 100 milliliters of water for 2 cans of 500 grams of sealing glue. After completing his purchases, Liu Yan did not immediately exit the trading venue. Instead, he initiated his daily scavenging phase. In the early days of the apocalypse, many players, driven by survival needs, are compelled to sell valuable resources at low prices, making this an opportune time for scavenging. However, a player with the ID Liu Yuan caught his attention. How could she have listed so many items? Moreover, the prices seemed quite suspicious. Minutes later, Liu Yan furrowed his brow. During his recent scavenging, he encountered an unusual phenomenon. A female player named Liu Yuan had listed over 80 different items in the trading venue, ranging from food and drinking water to snacks, tools, building materials, and even 2 black iron treasure chests. The sheer variety was dazzling. In the mere span of 40 to 50 hours since entering the wasteland, this female player's luck appeared astonishingly fortuitous. What bewildered Liu Yan even more were the absurdly inflated prices she had set for her items. A bag of chips was priced at 5 liters of drinking water, a rice cake at 100 tons of gold ore, and a screwdriver at 500 pounds of beef. Such prices far exceeded the intrinsic value of the items by hundreds, even thousands of times. Any rational individual would never consider purchasing them. If she were an NPC manipulating the market, such ludicrous pricing would be unfathomable. Liu Yan pondered this peculiar behavior, which seemed deliberately aimed at not selling the items. The only plausible explanation was that she was flaunting her wealth. Displaying such ostentation on the 3rd day of the apocalypse was indeed a sign of naivety, Liu Yan mused. Meanwhile, the world channel erupted in excitement over this suddenly emerging wealthy female player. Who is this Liu Yuan? What deity is she? How does she possess so many resources? I'm envious enough to grind my teeth to dust. After 3 arduous days, I managed to obtain only 300 milliliters of drinking water and 2 slices of toast. In comparison, I feel utterly worthless. Her luck is unbelievable. Wealthy lady, I seek your patronage. Upon observing these transaction details, I discovered 2 individuals standing within my sanctuary. One was myself, and the other, a reflection of me. Within the global chat channel, players openly expressed their envy and resentment towards Lu Yuanyuan. Yet, a small faction of players, out of goodwill, cautioned her against such ostentation during the early days of the apocalypse, warning that it could attract unwanted attention. Miss, perhaps it would be wise to remain modest. The wilderness is fraught with all manner of individuals, and attracting the gaze of ill-intentioned persons could be perilous. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuanyuan, who had remained largely silent in the world channel, chose to speak up at this moment. Lu Yuanyuan, I do not wish for this, but my fortune is simply remarkable. I effortlessly acquire such abundant resources. What am I to do? Lu Yuanyuan, I desire to be low-key, yet my prowess does not permit it. Lu Yuanyuan, TSK, as I indulge in chips and fruits, I cannot help but think of how you are parched for even water. It is unexpectedly delightful. Haha. Her 3 remarks immediately ignited a frenzy in the global channel. The smugness she exhibited incited both benevolent and malevolent responses alike, turning the tide of ire against her. Where there is arrogance, calamity surely follows. What are you flaunting? I curse you to meet a gruesome end within 3 days. Amidst the cacophony of insults, Lu Yuanyuan maintained an air of haughty indifference. Lu Yuanyuan uploads an image. Lu Yuanyuan, go on, you envious lot. Here I sit, munching on watermelon and singing, while you scream in vain. In the image Lu Yuanyuan shared, she cradled half a watermelon in one hand and a bag of chips in the other, exuding an aura of carefree leisure. The players in the world channel were incensed, unleashing a torrent of vitriol towards her entire family. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yin pondered for a moment and then earnestly typed in the dialogue box. Lu Yuanyuan, young one, do not presume that your fleeting luck will endure indefinitely. When fortune smiles upon you, do not squander your time in trivial displays of wealth. Instead, invest it in acquiring knowledge, enriching yourself, and enhancing your survival advantages. Good fortune may accompany you for a time, but knowledge will be your lifelong companion. Only through continuous learning can you extend your survival in the wilderness. Here is a question for you, related to geography. Where is your home? Chapter 27, The Ventilation System, completed. After dispatching these words, Lu Yin closed the global chat interface. Though he too disdained her display of wealth, he had no intention of wasting precious time on this futile verbal sparring. His final question was merely a jest. He had no immediate plans to plunder others' resources. The weapons crafted by the system, while finely made, had yet to bestow him with a significant advantage over others. Furthermore, his current combat prowess paled in comparison to seasoned players. Recklessly venturing out to pillage could lead to considerable peril. After gathering all the necessary materials for the expansion of the ventilation system, Lu Yin commenced the meticulous task of excavating a ventilation passage above the earthen mound of the safe house. This endeavor required utmost caution, as the ventilation duct needed to descend directly underground while incorporating a requisite curvature, rendering it significantly more challenging than the drainage channel. A miscalculation could lead to the peril of collapse at any moment. Utilizing a rudimentary design etched in his mind, Lu Yin fortified the soft earthen walls of the passage with stone materials. Every 30 centimeters he excavated, inching forward with determination. After a laborious 4 hours, a rudimentary stone ventilation duct was finally connected to the underground safe house. Consuming 15 survival points and 160 units of stone, Lu Yin stood at the vent, wiping the sweat from his brow, noting that the resource expenditure was strikingly akin to that of constructing the drainage channel. Digging an 8-meter-long ventilation duct with an upward and downward structure proved to be an endeavor that drained both physical strength and mental fortitude. Even with the assistance of a shovel's easy excavation enchantment, Lu Yin's muscles ached uncontrollably after completing the task. It seemed he had aggravated his previous bruises, causing sharp pangs of pain to radiate from his injured leg. For the sake of this ventilation passage, he had indeed paid a heavy price. Yet, as he stood at the vent, feeling the gentle breeze wafting in from the wilderness, imbued with the scent of grass and earth, Lu Yin instantly felt that every effort had been worth it. Stone ventilation duct, width, 1 square meter, length, 83 meters, rating, a robust and exceptional ventilation duct that keeps your safe house dry and ensures constant airflow. The ventilation system was complete. Lu Yin snapped his fingers, and the next step was to enhance the safety of this duct. Without adequate protection, the passage would serve as a self-service buffet for the beasts roaming the wilderness. A mere leap inside would grant them access to the delectable Lu Yin brand tender ribs, fatty pork, and marrow bones. Should a barbed wire be crafted? Requires 1 unit of iron, consumes 1 survival point. Should a wrought iron security window be crafted? Requires 4 units of iron, consumes 1 survival point. Should a sealed window be crafted? Requires 1 unit of wood, 1 piece of shatterproof glass, and sealant. Liu Yin activated the crafting function, adhering to his prior plan to produce 3 items that would reinforce the safety of the ventilation duct. The holes in the barbed wire measured only 0.5 centimeters, making it impossible even for small snakes to slither through. After inspecting the barbed wire, Liu Yin was exceedingly pleased with its protective density. Among the 3 items produced by the system, the barbed wire and security window were of ordinary quality, while the sealed window boasted an exquisite quality. Liu Yin then turned his attention to the security railing, which was constructed from 12 iron rods, each the thickness of an adult's finger, twisted together to form a grid-like structure, featuring 6 vertical and 6 horizontal bars interwoven to create square gaps of approximately 20 centimeters. This spacing was far too small for any adult or medium-sized predator to penetrate. Regarding the final exquisite grade sealed window, exquisite, easily closable when closed. It completely isolates hot and cold air, noise, toxic gases, and microradiation incursions. Liu Yin gazed at the attributes of the sealed window, feeling an overwhelming sense of delight. When it is closed, the safe house becomes utterly isolated from the outside world, preventing any invisible harmful substances from infiltrating through the ventilation. However, its strength is too insufficient to withstand violent destruction. Otherwise, I would truly wish to replace the entrance of the safe house with such a sealed window. Liu Yin sighed, acknowledging that all 3 products had passed his assessment, and the next step was installation. He directly activated the upgrade function within the survival system, and as expected, 2 upgrade options appeared for the stone ventilation duct in his view. Upgrade option 1, enhance anti-theft and anti-intrusion capabilities, requiring 50 survival points. Upgrade option 2, strengthen exhaust and ventilation capabilities, requiring 50 survival points. Placing the 3 items at the ventilation opening, Liu Yin looked again, and the survival point requirement for upgrade option 1 had decreased to 5 points. Commence the upgrade. With a command from Liu Yin, blue light flickered within the ventilation duct, as if unseen hands were grasping the wire mesh, anti-theft rods, and sealed windows, securing them firmly in the specified locations. 3 seconds later, all items were installed. The ventilation system was completely finished. Subsequently, Liu Yin arranged some weeds and dead branches at the external ventilation opening for camouflage. Next, I need to construct a stove and a kerosene lamp, as well as upgrade the walls and door of the safe house to stone. Liu Yin stroked his chin, meticulously outlining his plans in his mind. He discovered that a latent construction gene resided within him, and merely contemplating these matters filled him with an uncontrollable excitement. I must elevate the safe house from merely providing a survival space to offering a safe and comfortable living environment before the sun sets today. Liu Yan's eyes were resolute and radiant. Meanwhile, within the confines of a safe house nestled in a rock wall cave, a young girl stared at the world chat interface on the screen, her face adorned with a smile. The bright midday sun streamed in, illuminating the delicate beauty of her features. With bright eyes and a charming smile, she radiated an aura of confidence and composure. If Liu Yan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this girl as Liu Yuan, who had previously flaunted her wealth in the trading market and fiercely confronted other players in the world channel. Yet now, there was not a trace of arrogance or spiteful triumph in her expression. Instead, her demeanor was filled with assurance, and the subtle smile at the corner of her lips held a hint of cunning. Yuan, how is it going? A tall young man with a wheat-colored complexion approached, carrying a military dagger in his left hand and dragging a freshly hunted wolf with his right, inquiring softly, "Did those players take the bait?" Chapter 28, Major Upgrade. Stone Shelter Hehe. I estimate that those players are now regretting their decision. I must say, this method of flaunting wealth is indeed quite provocative. Liu Yuan held a lollipop in her mouth, her gaze fixed intently on the chat interface. Hundreds had already reached out to me in private, inquiring about the whereabouts of my safe house. Some expressed a desire to seek refuge with me, while others threatened my life. Be mindful of the balance. Do not attract too many at once. I cannot eliminate them all. The tall young man squatted at the entrance of the safe house, deftly skinning a wolf with a dagger. Rest assured, these players are quite cunning. If I reveal my location now, they will surely realize I am baiting them. I shall divulge our position gradually through subtle details to avoid suspicion. Liu Yuan tilted her head and confidently patted her chest, declaring, "You excel in combat. I thrive on strategy. Let us manipulate them directly." The tall young man nodded and continued to inquire, "By the way, have we yet discovered any players with exceptional construction skills? With our combined abilities, me luring them in and you eliminating them, we could thrive in the wilderness better than anyone else. Do we still need to recruit newcomers?" Liu Yuan asked. Murder and plunder are merely survival tactics in the early stages. The wilderness is fraught with peril. We must construct a refuge capable of shielding us from terrifying calamities. The tall man quickly skinned the wolf and began to segment the meat. Let us take a look at the current leaderboard of safe houses. Who holds the top position? Lu Yuanyuan accessed the ranking feature of the game interface. The system rates all players' safe houses based on functionality, safety, and comfort, ultimately compiling a total score. The highest scorer claims the top spot. On the third day of the apocalypse, most players were still struggling for basic sustenance, leaving little energy for safe house construction. Thus, the majority of scores hovered around the initial 10 points. Even the 10th-ranked refuge barely achieved a score of 15 points. One fortunate player had obtained a security door from a treasure chest, boosting their safety score by 5 points. There is hardly anything remarkable here. Lu Yuanyuan glanced at the leaderboard, but suddenly her gaze froze. As if disbelieving her own eyes, she rubbed them vigorously before looking again. To her astonishment, the safe house ranked first boasted an astonishing score of 110. This was 4 to 5 times higher than the second place. On this leaderboard, the score of this safe house was simply unparalleled. Lu Yuanyuan incredulously examined the detailed information: water drainage, ventilation, and load-bearing capabilities, water storage, cooking, water source acquisition. My goodness! Was this individual a monster? In just 3 short days, they had nearly transformed their safe house into a villa. Upon hearing Lu Yuanyuan's exclamations, the tall young man approached, his eyes scanning the leaderboard with equal astonishment. This is utterly abnormal. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuanyuan remarked, "The resources we have amassed were acquired through your hunting of several mutated beasts and players. But how has this individual managed to upgrade their safe house to such an extent in such a brief period? This is precisely the kind of construction talent we require. What is their name?" The tall young man inquired with a smile. Lu Yuanyuan opened the owner interface, and a name quickly emerged: Lu Yan. The name felt eerily familiar to Lu Yuanyuan as she scratched her head, and suddenly a spark ignited in her mind. Yes. He had just been teasing her in the global chat channel. At that moment, Lu Yan remained blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of a duo engaged in fishing, murder, and plundering. After completing the ventilation system, he crafted an oil lamp and constructed a rudimentary stove. With these 2 additions, the 3 essential systems of illumination, drainage, and ventilation in the safe house were finally completed. The next step was to enhance various other details. While the internal configuration of the safe house was already quite formidable, its protective capabilities left much to be desired. The basic wooden door would likely be inadequate against violent assaults. Lu Yan stroked his chin and focused on the wooden door, his greatest concern being that once he had fully equipped the safe house, a group of thugs might burst through the door and brazenly claim everything for themselves. It was imperative to upgrade the door and main walls to bolster security. Lu Yan made up his mind and opened the upgrade function, directing his gaze towards the safe house's door. Upgrade option 1. Upgrade to a stone door and walls, significantly enhancing protective capabilities, featuring a camouflage effect and improved radiation resistance, requiring 800 survival points. Upgrade option 2. Upgrade to a crafted fence door and walls, greatly improving aesthetics, slightly enhancing protective capabilities, with excellent ventilation and light transmission, requiring 600 survival points. Lu Yan merely glanced at the 2 upgrade options before decisively selecting the stone door upgrade. In the wilderness, who in their right mind would opt for a crafted fence as the primary defense of their safe house, inviting a swift death? He retrieved the remaining 2,300 units of stone used for upgrading the ventilation ducts and drainage channels. The survival points required for upgrade option 1 had decreased from 800 to 50, with the materials now at their maximum limit. With 2,300 units of stone and 50 survival points, he could transform the entire safe house into stone, significantly enhancing its security. This was a worthwhile trade. Without hesitation, Lu Yan pressed the upgrade button. A blue glow flickered as the walls of the safe house began to transform rapidly, and the dilapidated wooden doors slowly morphed into a rocky texture. From the outside, it resembled a colossal boulder embedded in a hill. One would never discern it as a door without a keen eye. Look, the rating of his refuge surged again. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanyuan and her companion, who were closely monitoring Lu Yan, gaped in astonishment as the score of the top-ranked safe house skyrocketed from 110 to 160, leaving them utterly speechless. What an extraordinary individual. How did he manage to elevate his safe house to tenfold, or even a dozen times, higher than others in such a short span? Lu Yuanyuan felt her worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. If such a person could join our team, the tall young man fixated on Lu Yan's name, his voice steady yet tinged with barely concealed excitement. Then we could wreak havoc across the wilderness. Lu Yuanyuan interrupted the tall young man, her tone earnest. You handle the chaos. I'll take care of the havoc. Chapter 29, Upgrade completed. Future development path. The azure light swept through the shelter as 2 melodious prompts resonated in the air. All the stone materials that Lu Yan had extracted melted away, entirely replacing the wooden walls and door. As he reached out to touch the wall, the smooth and sturdy stone surface instilled a profound sense of security. Stone wall thickness, 40 centimeters. Attributes: insulation, heat resistance, minor radiation protection. Lu Yin gazed at the wall's specifications, filled with astonishment. The formidable 40-centimeter thickness was sufficient to withstand all biological assaults, save for dinosaurs and mammoths. For humanity to breach such a robust stone wall, the use of explosives or a jackhammer would be imperative. Even a machine gun would be futile. The craftsmanship of the stone door appeared somewhat coarse from the outside. It resembled a colossal boulder long subjected to the ravages of wind and rain, its surface riddled with countless erosion pits. Yet, its strength was undeniably formidable. In addition to sharing the same thickness and properties as the stone wall, it possessed a unique attribute: lightweight effect. When the owner of the shelter opens or closes the door, it reduces the door's weight by 99%. This feature proved quite considerate. A stone door measuring 40 centimeters thick and nearly 2 square meters in size would easily exceed 500 kilograms. Without this lightweight effect, Lu Yin would likely spend an entire morning merely pushing it open each day. Such a door would be akin to a piece of dragon stone within an ancient tomb. The ground also required hardening. Otherwise, the earthen floor would inevitably become a breeding ground for snakes, insects, and rodents. Lu Yin surveyed the shelter and noted the stark contrast between the smooth, pristine walls and door and the uneven, pockmarked floor. He recalled the venomous scorpion he had discovered in the corner of the shelter yesterday. The earthen surface indeed provided excellent camouflage for such diminutive creatures. For the sake of his safety, it was imperative to harden the ground to eliminate any potential hiding spots for these small venomous threats. Lu Yin had no desire to suffer a grievous injury or even death from a hidden scorpion's sting after laboriously upgrading his stone refuge. All for the sake of conserving a modicum of resources and survival points. For safety, no price was too great. At this juncture, having upgraded the ventilation ducts, door, walls, and crafted a kerosene lamp and a cooking stove, Lu Yin had expended 90 of his 112 survival points for the day, depleting his stone materials. He had initially intended to spend 200 milliliters of drinking water at the trading post to acquire more stone, but soon, Lu Yin discovered something even more suitable for flooring. Non-slip gray pattern tiles. Area: 1 x 18 m. Quantity: 200 pieces. Place of origin: treasure box. Price: 1 piece exchange for 10 milliliters of drinking water. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Utilizing these tiles for flooring would undoubtedly surpass the use of stone, and the price is quite reasonable. His safe house spans 130 square meters, and a rough calculation indicates that approximately 73 tiles would be required. This amounts to 730 milliliters of drinking water. Although the price of the tiles is significantly higher than that of stone, their evaluation in the next day's assessment would surely far exceed that of the latter. Indeed, Lu Yin, you deserve better. After a moment of internal deliberation, Lu Yin decisively placed a bid to acquire an adequate supply of tiles. Would you like to upgrade to a hardened floor? Materials available: non-slip tiles, survival points required for upgrade: 5. Lu Yin clicked to upgrade, and soon, as a vibrant blue light shimmered, the ground beneath his feet was adorned with tiles. The color of these tiles closely matched the stone walls, creating a seamless visual harmony. Before long, as the last non-slip tile was laid, the entire environment of the safe house underwent a remarkable transformation. First, the aesthetics. The interior appeared exceptionally tidy, radiating a uniform light gray hue. The walls were polished to a smooth finish, devoid of any roughness or blemishes. The floor, now impeccably level, had completely filled in the previously uneven areas, including the pit where the water extractor was situated, now encased in tiles, revealing only a faucet-like outlet, ensuring its functionality remained unaffected. Secondly, the sensory experience. Following the upgrade of the stone shelter, the pervasive odor of decay and dampness that had lingered in the air vanished entirely, making each breath feel significantly more refreshing. This truly resembled a proper refuge. After surveying the surroundings, Lu Yin opened the game interface to check the shelter information. Personal shelter. Description: a safety house constructed entirely of stone, far surpassing wood in terms of safety and comfort, boasting commendable defensive capabilities. Area: 130 square meters. Height: 3 meters. Facilities available: hammock, oil lamp, underground water extractor, water storage barrel, dining table. Introduction: this is a prototype of an underground fortress, a perfect fusion of human ingenuity and technology, enabling you to thrive in the wilderness with unparalleled comfort, crafted by your own hands. By the way, have you obtained your homestead certificate? It wouldn't be an illegal structure, would it? Ah, the creations of wise civilization, Lu Yin exclaimed, caressing the smooth wall with a sense of grandeur. Everything here is a product of my own efforts. With that, Liu Yan turned his attention to the earthen stove nestled in the corner of the northern wall of the safe house and spoke firmly. System, upgrade for me. The earthen stove has successfully upgraded to a stone stove, consuming 5 survival points. Gazing at the predominantly gray-themed safe house, Liu Yan's thoughts could be distilled to just 2 words. Refreshing. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, while others desperately sought high-intensity, high-security shelters, Liu Yan had already completed his. After a brief pause, Liu Yan reopened the trading market. He currently possessed approximately 7 liters of potable water, which he needed to exchange for more valuable resources before the first rainfall. Once the wilderness experienced its inaugural downpour, the price of water in the trading market would plummet. It was reasonable to assume that once the issues of drinking water and food were resolved, players would soon find themselves in dire need of weapons and medicine, which are fundamental for survival in this perilous wilderness. Liu Yan stroked his chin, his gaze fixated on the vast array of inexpensive metallic ores available in the market. With the survival system at his disposal, he could effortlessly smelt these ores for extraction and subsequently forge various weapons. This method would allow him to acquire goods at a low cost, process them into finished products, and eventually sell them at a premium. If fortune smiled upon him, he could rise swiftly to become the foremost arms dealer in the wilderness. However, one crucial point demanded careful consideration. He must always retain the highest tier, most lethal weapons for himself and sell the secondary tier weapons to other players, thus ensuring his dominance and preventing situations akin to loaning a tank to someone who, once armed, turns the barrel on the arms dealer, declaring they would no longer repay the debt. Chapter 30. The imminent downpour and final acquisitions. To become a merchant of arms in the wilderness, one must ensure the capability to suppress those empowered by weapons. Liu Yan was acutely aware of this. Until he attained the ability to manufacture level 2 weaponry, he would not readily part with high-quality level 1 weapons such as bows and spears. He accessed the weapon crafting interface, noting that his current proficiency in weapon manufacturing stood at level 1, 730, with a mere 23 points of experience needed to elevate to level 2. This roughly equated to the crafting of 8 exquisite weapons to meet the upgrade requirement. While producing level 1 exquisite weapons posed no challenge, the level 2 products, such as flintlock rifles and shotguns, demanded significantly more materials and higher quality standards. Just the barrel alone required custom steel of exceptional strength, alongside materials for black powder and flint for ignition, which were scarce in the trading market. If I were to upgrade my weapon crafting proficiency to level 2 now, I might find myself in the predicament of possessing the capability to create advanced weapons without the necessary materials. Liu Yan astutely assessed his current situation. At this juncture, it was imprudent to expend precious survival points and resources like steel and wood to enhance his weapon crafting proficiency. He could easily conserve these resources for more pressing matters and consider the upgrade once he had gathered sufficient materials. Item for sale: 5,000 milliliters mineral water. Required items: copper or with a content of over 20, iron or with a content of over 50, pure copper, pure iron. Various steel materials, gunpowder, ingredients for gunpowder, kerosene. Exchange rate: 1 unit of copper or 10 milliliters, 1 unit of iron or 5 milliliters, 1 unit of pure copper, 50 milliliters, 1 unit of pure iron, 10 milliliters, remaining 7 liters of drinking water. Liu Yan has reserved 2 liters for personal use, while the rest is listed for trade. Although additional materials have been included in the required items, Liu Yan's primary objective for this transaction remains the various ores. These items are both affordable and valuable. Although all players are acutely aware that once they surpass the initial stages, the value of metal ores will rise, they face a crucial dilemma. If they do not sell these items, enduring the early stages will prove exceedingly difficult. Even if they manage to persevere, most players lack the skills and equipment necessary for smelting the ores. In the short term, retaining these ores holds little significance for them. Damn it. Liu Yan has a significant reserve of water, just as I suspected. I demand a share. The widespread acquisition of ores raises the alarming question. Does the god of Liu possess the technology to refine metals? This is indeed terrifying. While we are still gnawing on tree bark and catching insects, Liu Yan has already begun to stride towards industrialization. Ha ha ha, my safe house is near the mine, and in recent days I have extracted quite a bit of ore. This 5,000 milliliters of mineral water is all mine. Not long after Liu Yan's drinking water was listed, a series of successful transaction notifications chimed in. He did not linger on the trade information, but instead pushed open the door of his safe house and stepped outside. At this moment, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. During what should be the hottest part of the day, Liu Yan felt an unusual sensation. The air temperature remained high, yet the sunlight was not as blinding, as if veiled by a protective layer. After standing outside for a while, his skin and lips did not feel as painfully dry and cracked as they had the previous day. Liu Yan touched his back. Within just 3 minutes, his shirt had become thoroughly soaked. However, He was acutely aware that the dampness was not solely due to perspiration. Such a significant loss of bodily fluids would typically result in dizziness and a parched throat, yet now, apart from a slight heaviness in his breathing, he felt no discomfort. He gazed into the distance, where a flock of birds circled low, preying on tiny mosquitoes. I didn't expect the rain to arrive so swiftly. Luyan squinted, reflecting on the situation. The high temperature, dim sunlight, damp shirt, and heavy breathing. All these signs indicated a dramatic environmental shift in the wilderness. The increase in humidity heralded the end of nearly 3 days of scorching drought. A heavy downpour was imminent. He glanced at the item information in his trading post. Within mere minutes, the 5,000 milliliters of drinking water had been completely sold out. It appears that among this group of players, many lack even the ability to discern celestial phenomena. However, it cannot be ruled out that such environmental changes may be regional. It is possible that rain is imminent in my vicinity. While other areas bask in the unrelenting sun, Luyan stroked his chin, and although he could not ascertain whether this impending deluge would be localized or widespread, one fact was certain: the value of potable water would plummet following the torrential rain. Fortunately, prior to this downpour, Luyan had successfully liquidated his assets at the highest point. He accessed the trading market and discovered that his extractable inventory included 180 units of copper ore, 420 units of iron ore, in addition to 20 units of carbon steel, 10 units of iron, 3 units of soil nitrate, 1 unit of sulfur, and 1 unit of kerosene. After a cursory calculation, Luyan realized that he could ultimately smelt these ores into 36 units of pure copper and 210 units of iron. Such resources would be sufficient to forge over 200 cold weapons, straddling the divide between ordinary and exquisite quality. After accounting for the consumption of survival points, this endeavor promised substantial profit. Let the rain come. After this storm, a premier arms dealer is set to emerge. A radiant smile graced Luyan's face. The bounty he had amassed far exceeded his expectations. Besides the iron and steel ores, he had also procured foundational materials for gunpowder production. With these resources at hand, the plan to manufacture level 2 weaponry was imminent. Seizing a moment of leisure, Luyan continued to scour the trading market for bargains. Suddenly, his gaze halted. An astonishment washed over his features. He had stumbled upon an exceedingly rare item, shaped like a size 5 battery, yet bearing a name that was entirely distinct. Item: mobile electric energy. Capacity: 3,000 mAh. Origin: mystic ruins. Description: a single-use consumable, suitable for mechanical driving and charging electronic devices. Once utilized, the mobile electric energy will dissipate. Required items: weapons, food, drinking water. What is this? A one-time use power bank. Luyan felt a parched sensation in his throat. The listening intercom he had acquired from the White Bear City ruins was currently inoperable due to depleted power. The emergence of this mobile electric energy was nothing short of fortuitous. With this thought in mind, Luyan promptly contacted the seller. Luyan, hello? What is the price for the mobile electric energy? The response arrived swiftly. Qin Yao Yao, 10 kilograms of meat or 1 liter of drinking water. As for weapons, I need to verify their quality first. Please refrain from offering homemade items like those shoddy stone axes. The seller's demands were straightforward. After a moment's contemplation, Luyan resolved not to part with the remaining 2 liters of drinking water for trade, and the price for meat seemed rather steep. After much deliberation, he concluded that his only option was to complete the transaction with a weapon. Accessing the manufacturing system, Luyan combined 2 units of wood and 1 unit of iron to craft a spear. Spear: ordinary. Total length: 205 centimeters. Blade length: 40 centimeters. Resilience: moderate piercing power, capable of thrusting through the hides of large creatures such as wild boars and brown bears. Description: I have always struggled to accept the notion that I am merely an unremarkable spear. I often dream of being held in the grasp of a colossal figure radiating divine light, listening intently to his exaltations. Crimson-edged spear, immortal shield, vanquishing the celestial kings. Soon, Luyan relayed the spear's information to the other party. Qin Yao Yao. Its attributes are quite similar to the weapon I lost in the ruins. Its lethality is decent, and it is available for trade. Luyan. By the way, do you have any more of that portable energy? I wish to procure several more as reserves. God knows the power consumption of this listening intercom. How long a single portable energy source can sustain it remains uncertain. Under such ambiguity, having a few extra could never be detrimental. Qin Yao Yao. To be frank, the production of this item is limited. Even I can only produce one within 48 hours. Had it not been for significant losses in the ruins, I would not have considered trading it. Qin Yao Yao's words immediately sparked Luyan's imagination. He speculated that the other party had likely acquired a small device capable of generating this portable energy within the ruins, with each production necessitating a 48-hour cooldown. With this in mind, Luyan reluctantly abandoned his plan to stockpile. Luyan, by the way, does this device have distinctions in voltage levels? Some low-power electronic devices cannot withstand high voltage, yet the specifics are not displayed here. How can one discern them? Qin Yao Yao. Haha, you've come to the right person with that question. My former teacher was an electrical engineer, and I studied under him for 7 years. Mastering the intricacies of electricity. It is no exaggeration to say that I can ascertain the voltage of any object with a mere touch. Qin Yao Yao. A tingling sensation means 220 V. A sudden bang indicates 380 V. If it crackles before I even touch it, then it is high voltage. Lu Yan's expression stiffened. Truly, you are a little genius. The electrical engineer who taught you this method must be regretting it now. Lu Yan struggled to determine whether the other party was genuinely foolish or merely teasing him. Ultimately, he replied politely, "You certainly know quite a bit." Qin Yao Yao. Nonsense. I understood everything by the age of 12 or 13. Not only academic matters, but I am also well versed in physiological knowledge. Qin Yao Yao. One day, right after class, I suddenly started bleeding, and my classmates were terrified. Yet, I remained completely calm, spending considerable effort explaining what a menstrual period is, even providing some on-the-spot education, which left my classmates in awe and admiration. Qin Yao Yao. If it hadn't been for the teacher frantically shouting that boys do not have menstrual periods and forcibly taking me to the infirmary, I might have perished in the classroom that day. Chapter 31. Heavy Rain. Great disaster. Gazing at Qin Yao Yao's words, Lu Yan fell into deep contemplation. When an individual's words and actions exhibit a degree of folly that leaves you uncertain whether they are being facetious or sincere, Lu Yan restrained the urge to express his disdain with eloquent invective directed at the interlocutor's entire lineage. He patiently exchanged a few more words with Qin Yao Yao, confirming that this mobile energy source would not inflict damage on electronic devices due to fluctuations in voltage, and swiftly completed the transaction, bringing the conversation to a close. He feared that prolonged interaction would render his own mind somewhat aberrant. You have lost a spear, common. You have acquired mobile energy, 3,000 milliamp-hours, as the light shimmered. Lu Yan found himself in possession of an object resembling a size 5 battery. He produced the monitoring intercom, and immediately above the mobile energy, the words, rechargeable, were displayed. Gently bringing the two items together, a faint arc of electricity surged into the intercom, causing the previously dim indicator light to flicker to life. Approximately 5 minutes later, the mobile energy was depleted, while the intercom's battery level had risen to 97%. Monitoring intercom, battery, 97%, capable of operating for 10 days, 10 days. The standby time exceeded Lu Yan's expectations. A duration of 10 days would suffice for him to further augment his capabilities, and perhaps after this period, he would possess equipment capable of generating its own power, freeing him from the need to seek energy in the marketplace. Scanning for resources and hazards. No resource hazards detected within 500 meters. As night descended, Lu Yan stood at the entrance of the safe house, exhausting his last talent skill for the day. With the passage of an afternoon, the humidity in the air intensified, and the sky was enveloped by a thick layer of dark clouds, with fine tendrils of lightning rolling within. A chilling breeze swept across the desolate land from afar. The wilderness was eerily tranquil this evening. Birds huddled beneath the shade of trees, and the herds of beasts refrained from wandering. These creatures possess a sensitivity to meteorological phenomena far surpassing that of humans. They had long anticipated the impending deluge and sought refuge well in advance. A sliver of violet moonlight pierced through the cloud cover, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Lu Yan approached the drainage ditch with a torch in hand, clearing away the debris and fallen leaves blown in by the wind before returning to the shelter. This afternoon, he had removed the wolf pelt that had been sun-dried and windswept for several hours. Although it had undergone a rudimentary tanning process, it remained somewhat rigid. Within the safe house, Lu Yan diligently kneaded the pelt with wood ash, gradually softening it and cleansing it of stains and parasitic eggs lodged within the fur. Once this task was complete, he laid the now supple and odorless wolf pelt upon the hammock. It had transformed into a suitable blanket. Lu Yan reopened the trading post and discovered that the price of drinking water had plummeted dramatically. It appeared that the anticipated storm was not merely a localized event, but would envelop the entire eastern wilderness. Blast it, how unfortunate. Just this morning, he had purchased 1 liter of water at an exorbitant price, only to find that rain was imminent by nightfall. Finally, this day had arrived. He felt as if he were on the brink of dehydration. This cursed game has finally spared us from total annihilation. The global chat is abuzz with jubilant voices, brimming with excitement for the impending downpour. Time ticks away slowly, as ominous clouds descend ever lower. The realm seems to fall into a profound silence. The violet moonlight gradually vanishes into the shroud of darkness. Suddenly, a faint sound pierces the stillness. Drip, drip. It resembles the gentle ticking of a clock's second hand. Almost immediately, this sparse and delicate sound intensifies into a frenzied downpour. Water. Ha ha. It is raining. Let the overpriced drinking water of the marketplace be damned. The issue of hydration is resolved. I no longer need to keep an eye on Lu Yan, waiting for him to restock the drinking water. Unfollow, unfollow. Amidst the torrential rain, ecstatic cheers erupt from countless shelters in the wilderness. Many rush out of their safe havens, using every container they can find to collect the precious water, while others strip off their clothing and stand beneath the downpour, reveling in the gentle caress of the rain. Boom. A bolt of purple lightning twists down from the heavens, illuminating the ecstatic faces of countless individuals below. The torrential rain descends, reviving the parched earth with its nourishing embrace, breathing life back into the world. It seems as though everything is moving towards a brighter future. Yet, a chilling howl suddenly pierces through the wilderness. It hurts. Oh, it hurts. My skin is rotting. What is happening? A player, who was joyfully cleansing himself in the rain, suddenly discovers that a gentle rub of his palm against his body pulls away a large, bloody patch of flesh. He is not alone. Many others bathing in the rain experience excruciating sensations where the rain-soaked skin meets the deluge. In that moment, another flash of lightning splits the sky, and with its light, they see their skin riddled with charred, gaping holes, some areas of flesh utterly decayed, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. This rain is no ordinary precipitation. It is acid rain. Finally, a voice of despair rings out in the global chat. Everyone beware. This corrosive rain can swiftly erode human flesh, posing a grave threat to life. Those who have yet to leave their shelters must stay inside. This foul substance, it only affects living beings. My safe haven is nestled within the woods. The trees and earth remain untouched. No wonder the beasts of the wilderness are so eerily silent tonight. Game developers, how could you do this to us? Are you intent on exterminating us all? I just drank a few sips of this rainwater, and now my entire abdomen feels as if it is ablaze. I am in agony. Who can save me? The dramatic reversal occurred in mere seconds. What was once a promise of rejuvenation for the wilderness has turned into the most profound despair and devastation. The effects of this acid rain extend beyond those drenched in its grasp. The damage inflicted upon some safe havens is equally catastrophic. Do not assume that seclusion within a safe house guarantees your safety. As the rainfall intensifies, fierce winds howl across the land, and water has already seeped into some dilapidated underground shelters through the roofs, door frames, and window crevices. In those underground sanctuaries situated in lower terrain, the situation is even graver, as torrents of water continually flood in, forming puddles upon the ground. This horrifying acid rain wreaks devastation upon the players, far more severe than the previous days of thirst and hunger. Inside the safe house, Lu Yan meticulously examined the ventilation openings and the crevices of the entrance with a kerosene lamp in hand, ensuring no traces of rainwater intrusion were present before he could finally relax. The downpour turned out to be acid rain. How fortunate I was not to venture outside. As Lu Yan read the messages in the World Channel, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Initially, he had intended to collect rainwater for washing and cleaning, but his cautious nature prevailed. He had not forgotten the warnings from the game system regarding the calamities of the wilderness, with acid rain listed as the foremost threat. Thus, he refrained from leaving the safety of his shelter at the onset of the storm. Indeed, prudence can be a lifesaver. Meanwhile, in the wilderness outside, the winds howled. Temperatures plummeted, and acid rain poured down, leaving most players in despair, howling in agony as they trembled within their dark, cold safe houses. In stark contrast, Lu Yan lay on a hammock cushioned with thick wolf pelts, bathed in the soft amber glow of the kerosene lamp that illuminated the entire safe house. In the corner, a stove blazed with a fierce fire, steaming pots of stainless steel releasing appetizing aromas wafting through the air. Warmth, safety, brightness, and an abundance of food and water. This place felt like an entirely different world compared to the chaos outside. At that moment, Lu Yan truly appreciated that every sacrifice made towards constructing this safe house had been worthwhile. If only I could have a bottle of Erguo too, and some company to alleviate my boredom, Lu Yan mused, envisioning the intriguing life that would unfold once Lu Xiaoyu arrived in this world. In stark contrast to Lu Yan's tranquil state, the global chat channel erupted with a cacophony of despair and destruction. My skin is being corroded. Just kill me. I can't take it anymore. Oh, Almighty. Your devoted follower is soon to meet you. I curse the day I constructed the underground shelter. Why did I falter in the face of the challenges of building it and not dig drainage ditches? Now I can only watch helplessly as my home is submerged. Is digging drainage ditches as simple as having hands? Oh no, where are my hands? Damn this acid rain. Chapter 32. Tragedy and Despair. Acid rain refers to precipitation, such as rain or snow, with a pH level below 5.6. Generally, ordinary acid rain poses significant threats to the ecological environment, while for humans, as long as one is not exposed to it for prolonged periods, it typically does not result in severe issues. Scientific data indicates that human skin, when exposed to ordinary acid rain for approximately 30 minutes, may exhibit allergic reactions or burns. However, a mere brief exposure of just a few seconds, followed by wiping off the rainwater, poses no harm. Yet, the acid rain that descends upon the wilderness is starkly different from common understanding. It resembles undiluted sulfuric acid, imbued with an intensely corrosive nature. Each droplet that touches the skin can create a decayed pit within mere seconds. Should one be drenched in this rain, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Moreover, what is most alarming is that this acid rain seems to have no effect on trees. It appears to be specifically designed by game developers to target the creatures of the wilderness. The relentless raindrops pummel the earth, and the howling winds sound like the mocking laughter of a malevolent demon. It mocks the players in the wilderness, who mistake the lethal acid rain for a life-saving deluge. It revels in the sight of their faces, once filled with hope and joy, transforming into expressions of utter despair in mere seconds. As they plummet from paradise to the depths of hopelessness, the global chat channel is inundated with desperate pleas for help and frenzied curses. In the upper left corner of the game interface, the number representing the survivor count plummets from 5886 to below 3,000 in just 3 minutes post-acid rain's arrival. 2,986, 2,864, 2,756. Almost every few seconds, the survivor count refreshes, accompanied by the permanent dimming of player avatars in the chat. Such a death rate is terrifying. If this deluge persists for over 3 hours, it is likely that 99% of the players in the wilderness will be eliminated. Liu Yin watches the fluctuating survivor count with growing anxiety. He does not particularly care for the fates of other players. Yet the issue lies in the fact that if too many players perish, leaving the wilderness sparsely populated, whom will he harvest for his gains? While a dwindling player count means that each surviving player can acquire more resources, relying solely on oneself to clean out an entire wilderness of supplies would demand an excessive amount of time and effort. Conversely, leveraging the interests of other players to purchase his goods and having them work for him could yield more resources in a single day than he could gather in a month. Thus, while it is advantageous for the wilderness to have fewer players, it cannot afford to have none at all. Judging by the current trend, it seems the survivor count may dip below 1,000 tonight. Although Liu Yin feels a twinge of anxiety regarding his future prospects, being able to comfortably remain in a safe house, feasting and sleeping during this stormy night of destruction is already the extent of his capabilities. As for altering the weather to save other players, that would require nothing short of an extraordinary power. So, he decides to take things as they come. Regardless of the fact that all the first batch of players, apart from myself, may perish, in just over 20 days, a second wave of players shall emerge. Albeit with their harvest time postponed. Luo Yin adjusted his mindset, stretched, and leapt from the hammock. The meat simmering in the pot had reached perfection, filling the safe house with a warm and lingering aroma. A chilling howl echoed from the vent. The frigid winds of the wasteland seemed to intensify, marking the 20th minute of the acid rain's arrival. The number of survivors had dwindled to 1,893. A bolt of lightning illuminated the earth with a brilliant flash. On the ground, several ominous skeletons lay in puddles and mire. These were the remains of players who had succumbed to the corrosive acid rain, their flesh and blood entirely eroded, leaving only bones and teeth behind. The skeletons retained the agonizing postures of their final struggles. Some were curled up, while others remained in crawling positions. One skeleton lay at the entrance of a safe house, its dark eye sockets gazing towards the door, its left hand grasping the earth tightly, while its right arm reached upwards, seemingly attempting to grasp something. 3 meters. Just 3 meters separated him from returning to his safe haven, yet he was ultimately a step too late. His feet had been corroded by the standing water, leading to a heavy fall into the mire, helplessly watching as his flesh was devoured by the acid rain. One can only imagine the depth of his despair at that moment. Crack. Finally, under the relentless assault of the acid rain, the skeleton crumbled. Boom. A profoundly muffled sound resounded from afar. It was a dilapidated underground safe house, which, overwhelmed by the incessant influx of water, could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed. Its owner had perished long before the collapse, drowned in the water within the safe house. This was a terrifying catastrophe, with no one knowing when it would cease. The survivors, for the most part, huddled within their leaky safe houses, cautiously shifting their bodies to avoid contact with the perilous acidic water, praying fervently for the calamity to pass swiftly. Perhaps these earnest prayers had some effect, for after a relentless 30-minute onslaught, the violent acid rain finally began to subside. The dark clouds dissipated, and the eerie purple moon returned to its normal state. The cold red moonlight cascaded down, imparting an added layer of sorrow to the land that had just endured such a harrowing ordeal. Thank the heavens. The wretched acid rain has finally ceased. I am alive. I am alive. Sob. Seizing the moment, They hurriedly began to clear the standing water from the safe house, for if the acid rain were to return, all would be lost. In the World Channel, the surviving players, after exchanging words, swiftly sprang into action, igniting torches and hastily using barrels, iron basins, and any available containers to expel the water from their safe houses. Yet at that very moment, the rain, which had seemingly ceased, began to fall once more. The players, who had just rejoiced at the cessation of rain and the emergence of sunshine, were on the brink of madness, unleashing a torrent of curses upon the game developers for their apparent disregard for the players' plight. They fled desperately towards the safety of their shelters, fearing that they might be too late to evade the impending acidic deluge. But wait, this rain felt different. It was not the dreaded acid rain. At that moment, a player suddenly proclaimed in the global chat, "It hasn't harmed my skin. This is normal rain." He shared a screenshot of himself basking in the downpour, enveloped by the rain yet untouched by its effects. Observing this spectacle, most players were skeptical, yet they cautiously collected a few drops of rainwater in containers, gently touching it with their fingertips. It was cold and refreshing, devoid of the searing pain they had come to dread. The second rainfall following the acid rain was indeed a life-saving deluge. Chapter 33. Reward Settlement. After destruction comes rebirth. The violent acid rain, which had ravaged for a full half hour, finally subsided, yielding to a gentle and pure rainfall. In the wilderness, the parched earth eagerly absorbed the accumulated acidic water. Much like a famished beast, the terrifying calamity had at last passed. The survivors, emerging from their shelters, cupped their hands to catch the rainwater and drank deeply. They knelt in the downpour, weeping uncontrollably, mourning for those who had perished, while feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration at their own survival. With the acid rain disaster behind him, Liu Yan sat by the stove, attentively monitoring the global chat, clutching a steaming piece of wolf leg meat. He had before him a plate of dipping sauce made from a blend of salt, pepper, and chili powder. After generously coating the glistening meat with the sauce, he savored it, relishing the tender, flavorful mixture that danced delightfully on his palate, spicy and hot. With each bite, warmth surged through him. Although the acid rain disaster had concluded, ordinary rain still posed a lethal threat to the underground shelters that lacked drainage systems. Liu Yan glanced at the count of survivors. 563. The calamity had claimed the lives of over 4,000 individuals. Humanity felt so insignificantly small in the face of such terrifying natural disasters. Upon entering the wilderness, Liu Yan experienced a genuine sense of unease and fear for the first time. This desolate expanse harbored countless horrors beyond his imagination. The stone shelters could withstand acid rain. But what if an even more dreadful catastrophe struck next time? To survive safely and sustainably in this harsh environment, he needed to seize every moment and resource to elevate the shelter's level. Should he become complacent or arrogant, he too could easily end up as another nameless skeleton upon this unforgiving land, like those players who perished in the acid rain tonight. Would you like to craft a wooden barrel? Requires 2 units of wood. Liu Yan finished an entire bowl of clear stewed wolf meat in hearty bites, and swiftly opened the crafting system to create 5 wooden barrels, each with a capacity of 10 liters. Although he currently lacks no drinking water, the water source within the extractor cannot simultaneously satisfy the needs for washing and cleaning. Thus, it is still essential to accumulate some rainwater. Pushing open the door to the safe house, Liu Yan, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, observed the small rapids forming in the drainage channel at the entrance. The water level in the channel was approximately 30 centimeters, still quite distant from the overflowing height of 80 centimeters. Liu Yan placed the wooden barrel at the doorway and looked up to see the crimson moon in the sky, his brows slightly raised. Before the arrival of acid rain, the moon had turned purple, and now, with the cessation of the acid rain, it had reverted to red. Was there a connection between these phenomena? Liu Yan pondered, stroking his chin. Was the purple moon a harbinger of the impending acid rain? No one could answer this question for him. Not even he could arrive at a conclusion. In truth, what evokes the most fear in the wilderness is not the multitude of disasters, but rather the unknown. For the players, this realm is an entirely new world, vastly different from the one they previously inhabited. To survive, they must continuously explore the laws of this world, such as the overall environment of the wilderness and the signs heralding disasters. For most players still dwelling in the Stone Age, the exploration of such matters may demand not only time and energy, but potentially even their lives. Liu Yan diligently inscribed notes regarding the acid rain and the purple moon on the wall with a charred stick. Should circumstances permit, he intended to compile a wilderness survival diary, meticulously documenting his observations and the discovered rules of disaster in the wilderness. This tome would be an exceedingly precious treasure for subsequent players, capable of fetching a high price with a little promotion. As the torrential rain fell, all the barrels soon brimmed with rainwater. Liu Yan transported them to the stove and closed the door once more. A wave of profound drowsiness washed over him. Since entering the wilderness, today had been the most labor-intensive and eventful day for him. At this moment, his body had reached its limits of exhaustion. He activated the intercom, extinguished the oil lamp, and sealed the ventilation window before collapsing onto the hammock, drifting into a deep slumber. Day 1 of the apocalypse. You have transformed the ventilation system of the safe house and reinforced its security. Survival points 30. You have enhanced the lighting system within the safe house, albeit with only an oil lamp. Survival points 5. You have upgraded the overall material of the safe house, significantly increasing its safety index. Survival points 50. You have successfully entered a hidden ruin and emerged unscathed. Survival points 30. You have constructed a stove and acquired a full set of kitchen ingredients, greatly improving your diet. Survival points 20. You have successfully weathered the terrifying acid rain disaster without sustaining any harm. Survival points 10. You have laid down ceramic flooring, enhancing your quality of life. Survival points 20. After a night of deep slumber, the first thing Liu Yin did upon opening his eyes was to immediately access the daily evaluation system. As he anticipated, all his efforts from the previous day had not been in vain. Every resource invested in the construction of the shelter had transformed into substantial rewards. Today's special item reward was quite impressive, eliciting a sense of surprise from Liu Yin. Beast-type Electronic Guardian Design Blueprint. Function: capable of manufacturing a Beast-type Electronic Guardian with surveillance and attack capabilities. Required materials: 10 units of pure iron, 1 bearing, 1 mutated beast heart, 5 units of copper, 1 unit of magnet. A Beast-type Guardian? Liu Yin examined the blueprint with keen interest. This was indeed a valuable asset. With it, should he encounter any unknown dangers, he could deploy the Guardian as a vanguard to scout ahead, thereby augmenting his own combat effectiveness. Presently, Liu Yin was not afraid of natural disasters obliterating his shelter. His only shortcoming lay in his relatively weak combat prowess compared to top-tier experts. In the event of an external invasion, he would find it exceedingly difficult to triumph over adversaries while isolated and unsupported. Recruiting other players made him somewhat uneasy. However, with this Beast-type Guardian, all his concerns could be alleviated. He had all the necessary materials for the blueprint except for the bearing and the magnet. As he opened the trading market to search for these 2 items, something else caught his attention. Worn-out Shelter Core 3. Seller: Li Xiao. A shelter that has lost its owner will revert to a mechanical sphere state upon use. It can automatically bind itself to the user, reactivating the placement of a shelter. Liu Yin raised an eyebrow. Shelters could be sold? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he swiftly opened the World Chat channel. The chat interface was flooded with lamentations from players who had lost their shelters in the torrential rain last night. My shelter was washed away by floodwaters. All my food and resources were inside. I'm literally buried beneath the ruins. The rain hasn't stopped. I'm homeless. Please, someone, take me in. I can work. It was my wedding anniversary, and I held flowers while telling my wife a carefully prepared joke, but she didn't laugh. Someone else in the cupboard did. Midlife crisis. My wife cheated. My brothers turned against me. My daughter disregards me. My mother-in-law humiliates me. Betrayed by family. Friends consumed by greed. A ruthless boss. Countless hands pushing me into the abyss of despair. I am filled with hatred and fury. And I vow to ensure that all who have harmed me receive their just retribution. To learn what happens next, please invite me to your shelter, and allow me to recount the poignant journey and revenge scheme of a middle-aged man. Chapter 34. Live broadcast. Little did he anticipate that the deluge would bring about a calamity far more severe for the players than he had imagined. Liu Yin silently rejoiced, grateful that he had excavated the drainage system early. Otherwise, he too might currently be facing the dire predicament of homelessness. Rain is undoubtedly a life-saving blessing. Yet an excessive deluge can pose a lethal threat. After nearly 10 hours of relentless rainfall, the majority of underground shelters have succumbed to flooding, with water levels within these sanctuaries reaching as high as 2 meters. Even if they have not yet collapsed, they have become uninhabitable. Over time, this stagnant water breeds a plethora of bacteria and emits a foul stench, transforming the once safe havens into toxic tombs. Currently, there are 1,482 surviving players. Yet it is estimated that only around 3,400 shelters remained unaffected by the torrential rains. These fortunate sanctuaries are either situated on elevated ground, nestled within caves, or have been retrofitted with drainage systems, allowing them to weather this disaster. According to Liu Yan's conjecture, several hundred players are now residing in waterlogged, precarious shelters, while hundreds more have lost their homes and are wandering the wilderness, braving the downpour. As for this shelter core, being sold in the trading market, it is likely a remnant discovered by a player known as Li Xiao, amidst the ruins of fellow players who perished in the acid rain, now being peddled to those who find themselves homeless. However, a moment's reflection reveals the questionable quality of these shelters, which are likely nothing more than substandard offerings nearly collapsed from water damage. Alas, When will this suffering come to an end? I chose a high ground for my shelter, barely surviving last night's torrential rain. In stark contrast, a player from the beautiful nation next to me was not so fortunate. I witnessed his underground shelter collapse before my eyes. Desperately, he clawed his way outward, only to be swept back by the floodwaters and mud, entombed beneath the rubble within moments. How can one remain so cold-hearted? Watching one's kin perish without extending a hand. How tragic. And to think he hailed from the beautiful nation. How harrowing must have been his cries in his final moments. At such a time, such dark humor is utterly unwarranted. Many who have lost their shelters have begun to band together, forming bands of thieves to prey upon others. Everyone must be cautious. Do not fall victim to these beasts. In this lawless chaos, violence reigns supreme. Those who have lost their homes must unite to establish the largest band of marauders in the wilderness. We shall reclaim what we have lost by seizing more from others. Liu Yin silently observed the discussions in the chat channel, realizing that the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. The players, having lost their shelters, have entirely forsaken their last remnants of morality. Humanity has descended into depravity. It seems that from this day forth, the wilderness shall descend into anarchy. It is imperative to swiftly construct beast-like sentinels and set traps around the shelter. With this thought, Liu Yin opened the stone door to glance outside. The sky remained ominously overcast. The rain had diminished slightly since last night, yet showed no signs of abating. Braving the downpour, Liu Yin grasped a shovel and circled his shelter, arriving at the ventilation shaft. The grasses and twigs intended for camouflage had become disheveled in the previous night's tempest. He meticulously rearranged them before commencing to dig a pit before the ventilation shaft. The rain-soaked mud was exceedingly sticky, compelling Liu Yin to exert more physical effort than usual. He swiftly excavated 2 conical traps, each measuring 60 centimeters in depth and 50 centimeters in width, in front of the ventilation shaft. These traps were wider at the top and tapered towards the bottom. Once a foot stepped into one, the curvature and the slippery clay walls would cause the individual to slide directly towards the center of the trap. With utmost caution, Liu Yin retrieved 2 obsidian-like claws from his pocket, remnants from a mutated lynx he had slain. In a display of extravagance, he utilized iron ore to enhance the traps, securing the claws at the center beneath the conical structure. He then gathered some weeds and decaying branches to cover the traps, ensuring they blended seamlessly with the surrounding terrain. Soon, the accumulating water submerged the traps, with the debris floating atop the surface, completely concealing any signs of their existence. To an outsider, the area appeared indistinguishable from the ordinary ground. At present, the entrance to Liu Yan's safe house exhibited remarkable fortitude. Should an enemy approach, a frontal invasion would be implausible. The ventilation shaft, however, presented a singular vulnerability, thus necessitating the placement of traps in that location. After establishing the 2 rudimentary traps, Liu Yin hastily returned to his safe house, shedding his rain-drenched garments before the already kindled stove to dry. Simultaneously, he discovered an intriguing new feature within the system interface: live stream. Curiosity piqued, he activated it to find a layout akin to a broadcasting platform from a bygone era, with 11 channels neatly arranged on the page. Third in the shelter rankings, renowned streamer discusses safe house design. United Alliance of Huaxia, welcoming homeless players, priority for technical personnel. Preference for citizens of Yinxia. Disaster victims provided with food and shelter. How to construct an advanced shelter with offensive and defensive capabilities. Recruitment for the Wilderness Hunter Guild. In total, there were 12 live streams, with 11 focusing on the construction and development of shelters, each accompanied by the streamer's ranking. Only players within the top 20 of the rankings were eligible to initiate a broadcast. A brief glance revealed how streaming privileges were acquired. These streamers boasted impressive standings, with the Huaxia Wilderness Alliance ranked 2nd in the entire wilderness. However, the approach of this particular streamer was decidedly unexpected. Recruiting disaster victims from the Huaxia Federation without any restrictions and offering food and shelter was remarkably audacious in the current climate. Upon entering the live stream, Liu Yin was greeted by a flurry of comments flooding the screen. I am a disaster victim from the Huaxia Federation, and I wish to join the Alliance's shelter. My profession is carpenter. I can craft furniture and tools. I am physically robust and capable of labor. If accepted into the Alliance's shelter, I will contribute all my resources. Currently, I own merely a pair of overalls and a basketball. To the one above, I simply cannot restrain myself from noting that your wilderness survival resembles that of Kai Shu Kuan. How can you possibly relate everything to my dear Kuan? As an ardent supporter of Kuan, I have grown desensitized. Explanations serve no purpose, and reasoning yields naught but a plethora of emoticons. No one stands in solidarity with me. And this world is rife with malice. What transgression has Kuan committed to deserve such treatment? I fervently hope that he may soon depart from this malevolent realm. Liu Yin gazed at the dazzling barrage of comments when, quite suddenly, his private messages began to flicker. Upon opening them, he was taken aback, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. The sender of the message was none other than the host of the Grand Alliance's live stream. Mu Qianqian, greetings Lu God. Welcome to my live stream. Mu Qianqian, you are the owner of the top-ranked shelter. Would you be willing to join me in providing refuge for the victims who have lost their homes? Chapter 35. A clash of ideals. Upon reading the private message from the female host, Lu Yin was momentarily stunned. Since entering the wilderness, he had neglected to keep track of the rankings, and he was surprised to find his shelter had risen to the pinnacle position. Nevertheless, he courteously replied, I apologize, but I have no such intentions at the moment. For a shelter to thrive and expand, increasing its population and workforce is undoubtedly essential. However, Lu Yin felt that the timing was not opportune. The food and water resources he possessed were insufficient to accommodate the needs of the displaced. Most importantly, Lu Yin harbored doubts about others' trustworthiness. Upon receiving Lu Yan's refusal, Mu Qianqian appeared undeterred and continued to respond. Lu God. Many of the victims share the nationality of the Huaxia Federation. Since we share the same blood and have ventured into this unfamiliar world together, we should naturally assist one another in overcoming hardships. If you extend a helping hand in this critical moment, they will surely express their gratitude. And once the calamity has passed, your benevolence will be reciprocated. The victims also represent a labor force, which would significantly contribute to the future development of the shelter. Lu Yan's brow furrowed. His principles diverged from those of Mu Qianqian. He initially wished to avoid further entanglement, yet she seemed resolute, persistently sending him private messages. The relentless downpour outside the safe house showed no sign of abating. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yan decided to take advantage of the current lull to engage in conversation. Lu Yan, how about this? I shall share a story with you. After you've heard it, you may then decide whether to continue expressing your goodwill towards this world without restraint. Mu Qianqian, I am all ears. Lu Yan, approximately 3 years ago, a cake shop opened on the street near my home. The owner was an exceedingly kind and benevolent person who would daily donate unsold cakes to the nearby residents. Over time, everyone became aware of this gesture. Mu Qianqian patiently listened, and when Lu Yan paused, she could not resist interjecting. And then what happened? Did those who received the cakes begin to promote the shop to their friends and family, thereby increasing its popularity? Lu Yan, haha. These individuals indeed actively promote this establishment to others, yet their narratives diverge significantly from your expectations. They proclaim to those around them that the products of this cake shop are unpalatable, that the sanitation is subpar, that the service is lacking, and that the proprietor is of questionable character. Mu Qianqian listened to Lu Yan's words, utterly astounded. She could hardly fathom why these people would engage in such behavior. Shouldn't they be grateful to the shopkeeper? Mu Qianqian, how can this be? Why would they act this way? Lu Yan, because by doing so, the number of customers patronizing the shop dwindles, leaving an abundance of leftover cakes each day, allowing them to indulge in more culinary delights without cost. Lu Yan continued. Eventually, the owner of the cake shop discovered this treachery and ceased the daily complimentary cake distribution. However, those individuals did not relent. Instead, they escalated their insults and slander, ultimately forcing the cake shop to close its doors. The owner lost everything, even selling his home to repay debts. Mu Qianqian, Lu Yan, isn't it absurd? It feels surreal, does it not? I witnessed it all unfold. This is the essence of humanity, greedy, insatiable, and ungrateful. When you extend kindness to others, it does not guarantee reciprocation. Rather, it is more likely that they will take it for granted. And when you withdraw that kindness, they will harbor resentment and animosity towards you. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Mu Qianqian fell into a prolonged silence. In truth, Lu Yan had not intended to share these thoughts, but having entered the live broadcast room, he was moved by witnessing all that Mu Qianqian had done. In Mu Qianqian's live stream, the sky was overcast, with a continuous curtain of rain. Nestled within a natural cave halfway up a mountainside were 3 makeshift shelters. In front of these shelters lay a rudimentary, circular drainage ditch, clad in a heavy raincoat. Mu Qianqian braved the biting winds and the raindrops seeping through the crevices of the rock face, wielding a shovel in a valiant attempt to clear the muddy drainage channel inundated by the rainwater. Beads of sweat mingled with rainwater cascaded down her fair, delicate face. Now etched with exhaustion, her pale hands gripped the shovel tightly, blood trickling from her palms down the handle. Evidence of long toil, leaving her hands raw and her spirit weary. Inside the shelter were several barrels of rainwater, half a bag of flour, some cured meat, and numerous makeshift beds made of thatch. Each player starts with only 1 shelter, yet Mu Qianqian possessed 3 at this moment. Lu Yan surmised that she must have spent considerable resources in the trading market to acquire them for the sake of sheltering more victims of disaster. Even if Lu Yan's assumptions were inaccurate, and these shelters were merely fortunate finds, selling them in the trading market would have garnered her ample resources. Yet she refrained from doing so. A woman who can establish a refuge to the second rank amid an apocalypse certainly demonstrates tremendous effort. In summary, Mu Qianqian is a remarkably kind and diligent woman. Had she been in a civilized society, Lu Yin would have eagerly embraced the opportunity to befriend her. Yet here lies the end of days, where kindness is not a virtue, but rather a pathway to demise. Lu Yin harbors no disdain for her. Perhaps her benevolence stems from an insufficient awareness of the world's dark realities, a consequence of having been overly sheltered. Within his capacity, Lu Yin does not hesitate to remind her of the treachery of human hearts. Mu Qianqian, Lu Shun, your thoughts are excessively extreme. There are still good people in the world. Lu Yin, it seems our perspectives diverge. Therefore, we need not force each other to accept our thoughts. I have said all I wish to say, farewell. Noticing Mu Qianqian's unwavering stance, Lu Yin grew weary of further discourse and promptly closed the private chat window. Before departing the livestream, he observed Mu Qianqian hanging a banner crafted from white cloth and charcoal outside the safe house. All homeless disaster victims, please message me privately. I shall inform you of the coordinates to the refuge. Together we shall advance and surely conquer adversity, ushering in hope. The debate over whether human nature is inherently good or evil has persisted throughout history and will undoubtedly continue into the future. Lu Yin does not deny the existence of those who are grateful and benevolent, yet he is unwilling to wager his life on the integrity of others. While disaster victims can be recruited and labor forces expanded, this must be predicated on a singular condition: the possession of absolute strength to suppress any potential rebellion from the recruits. Such a fine young woman, regrettably. Lu Yin cast a wistful glance at Mu Qianqian in the livestream before redirecting his gaze to the stove ahead. Breakfast was nearly ready. Just then, a cacophony of static erupted from within the safe house. Lu Yan's attention snapped to the intercom resting on the wooden table. Hey, brother, hey, look ahead. That must be a refuge. A shrill voice emanated from the intercom. The speaker's tone was reminiscent of a group of fervent young men encountered in northern Myanmar, who, like heartless marauders, had left him feeling violated. The voice was thin, soft, and feeble, sending shivers down one's spine. In the Qing dynasty, he would have undoubtedly been a grand steward. In modern times, he would be a quintessential rogue. 3 seconds later, a gravelly voice broke through. Indeed, well hidden, but if it weren't for this drainage ditch, I might never have discovered it. The resources to construct a stone drainage system are quite impressive. It seems we have stumbled upon a plump target. After seizing his resources, my brothers will feast today? Chapter 36. The Counterattack Plan. It is the voice of humanity. Lu Yan's heart raced, and his muscles tensed instantly. Hearing familiar human speech in this desolate wilderness elicited not elation, but a profound sense of unease. From the snippets of their conversation, their identities became painfully clear. Clearly, this was a band of marauders, hunting their kind and pillaging resources. Now lurking in the wilderness under the cover of heavy rain, their greedy eyes set upon Lu Yan's refuge. In this apocalyptic world, humanity itself stands as the greatest threat to mankind. The emergence of this band of brigands serves as a testament to Lu Yan's recent discourse with Mu Qianqian regarding the inherent malevolence of human nature. In this desolate wilderness, the acquisition of resources through self-sustenance is invariably outpaced by the expedience of plundering others. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yan activated his innate ability, pursuit of profit and avoidance of harm, causing a cerulean luminescence, visible only to him, to radiate outward. Before long, a virtual three-dimensional map materialized, revealing 3 crimson points situated less than 300 meters from the entrance of the safe house. The first figure, a robust man standing at 181 meters and weighing 90 kilograms, was a butcher of formidable strength, wielding a 60-centimeter handhammer, presenting a high threat level. The second, a slender male at 165 meters and 55 kilograms, was a cleaner, armed with a makeshift stone spear, categorized as a low threat. The third, a 175-meter, 68-kilogram office worker, exhibited average strength and speed, ostensibly brandishing a wooden spear, yet concealing a pouch of quicklime, posing a moderate threat should one be careless. In total, there were 3 adversaries. Their height, weight, and weaponry meticulously analyzed by Lu Yan's talent. He found himself in deep contemplation. It appeared that his equipment afforded him a distinct advantage. He was clad in a set of lightweight scaled armor, capable of withstanding nearly any sharp melee weapon. When donned, it transformed him into a veritable fortress in an age dominated by cold steel. However, the butcher's heavy hammer possessed a deadly capacity to breach armor, as bludgeoning weapons were the sole category of arms capable of instilling fear in such protection. Should he endure a direct strike, even if the armor remained intact, the force could devastate his internal organs. Engaging these 3 directly seemed fraught with peril. Lu Yan's mind raced, contemplating his own physique. Standing approximately 180 meters tall and slightly lighter than the butcher, he was nonetheless a mass of muscle, capable of holding his own in a duel with any of them. However, the numerical superiority of the adversaries was daunting. Should a confrontation ensue, they would undoubtedly swarm him, overwhelming him with sheer force. Inaction was not an option. The stone refuge could withstand their assault for a time, and he needed to devise a strategy for their annihilation during this interval. A fierce glint ignited in Lu Yan's eyes. Since they had targeted him, he could afford no mercy. His intention was not only to vanquish them, but to eliminate them entirely. Through this battle, he aimed to convey to the other inhabitants of the wilderness that he was no mere sheep, but a wolf capable of inflicting harm. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life once more. Black brother, could it be that the stone gate of this refuge belongs to the top-ranked Lu Yan? The voice, filled with astonishment, echoed through the air. Lu Yan glanced at the talent scan, noting that the 3 red dots had approached within 2 or 3 meters of the safe house's entrance. Damn it, it must be him. Have you forgotten about his extensive acquisition of stone materials? Black brother's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Indeed, we've hooked a big fish. Ah, my dear brothers, our fortunes seem remarkably favorable. Just last night, the safe house was breached, and today we have discovered the top-ranking target. If we could seize it. At this moment, a somewhat hoarse voice interrupted He Ji's discourse. It was Li Ao, the office worker, who spoke up. Hey Gu, we must exercise caution. This Lu Yan has recently acquired a substantial amount of resources. Given his capability to transform the safe house into the wilderness's finest, he is undoubtedly a formidable adversary. A reckless assault could lead to our demise. Indeed, attacking during the day poses great risks. It would be far wiser to wait until nightfall when the cover of darkness enhances our chances of success. He Gu fell silent, clearly the leader of this makeshift band, with all critical decisions resting upon his shoulders. Several seconds passed before He Gu spoke again. Very well. We shall follow your counsel and strike under the veil of night. For now, let us find a nearby location to conceal ourselves and observe. There's a small grove to the west. Let us take refuge from the rain there. Lu Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the red dot on the 3-dimensional map representing the enemy, which gradually approached the area where he had previously felled trees. Once more, he found himself ensnared in a precarious predicament. Lu Yan rose and rubbed his temples. The scene before him reminiscent of the time he was stalked by the mutated lynx. However, the peril he faced today far surpassed that encounter, rendering his previous strategies ineffective against these 3 bandits. What course of action should he take? His mind raced with possibilities. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his thoughts. First, he needed to fabricate a beast-like guardian to mitigate the disparity in numbers. Without hesitation, Lu Yan set about searching the trading grounds for bearings and magnets. The magnets were reasonably priced, and he exchanged 200 grams of roasted wolf meat for the required unit of the design blueprint. However, bearings were a product of level 2 industrial proficiency within the manufacturing system and could only be procured from black iron-grade treasure chests, thus commanding a somewhat higher price. After extensive haggling with a vendor, Lu Yan successfully acquired them for a standard long spear and 1 kilogram of mutated lynx meat. With the materials gathered, he proceeded to slice open the chest of the mutated lynx, retrieving its lifeless heart. Materials are ready. Do you wish to create a beast-type electronic guardian? A golden glow enveloped Lu Yan's field of vision. Confirm creation. Clang, clang. The sound of steel colliding echoed as the gathered materials were engulfed in golden light, merging and dissolving into one another. Moments later, a steel construct resembling an antiquated mechanical dog materialized before Lu Yan. Its appearance was far from aesthetically pleasing, somewhat rudimentary, with large patches of rust, akin to a hairless old dog. Yet, its claws and teeth were remarkably sharp and gleamed with a chilling light. Beast-type electronic guardian. Abilities: attack, alertness, bite force, 180 kilograms, speed, 5, equivalent to a standard Czech wolf dog, loyalty, absolute fidelity, unwavering obedience. Introduction: I may not possess conventional beauty, yet I am undeniably formidable. I caution you to avert your hostile gaze from my master's countenance at once, lest I rend your throat asunder. Upon reviewing the data of the beastly electronic guardian, Lu Yan nodded in satisfaction. Without hesitation, he activated the manufacturing system. Shall we forge an iron pickaxe? This requires 2 units of wood and 1 unit of manganese steel. Materials sufficient. Confirm creation. With that, an antiquated yet exquisite iron pickaxe materialized in Lu Yan's grasp. He wasted no time, raising it high before swinging it against the stone walls of the sanctuary. Chunks of stone flew as a pit was hewn into the once smooth, resilient surface. Had Lu Yan lost his sanity? Faced with the impending threat of marauders, he did not reinforce his refuge, but rather chose to dismantle its walls. What was his intention? Chapter 37. Shifting circumstances. Rising armaments. Lu Yan was not driven to madness by fear of the bandits, nor had he succumbed to despair. His motive for striking the stone was to excavate a covert passage within the sanctuary akin to a ventilation duct, facilitating an escape route. During his strategizing, he recalled the bacterium-laden gopher he had previously vanquished. This cunning creature typically did not excavate a single exit. Rather, it would create 2 or 3 openings, ensuring a swift retreat through a back passage when danger loomed, thereby avoiding suffocation within its own burrow. The front entrance served for regular passage, while the rear offered an escape route. The principle of the wily hare having 3 burrows encapsulates this logic. Though Luyan's sanctuary was indeed robust and trustworthy, it lacked such a safety passage. Should he become encircled, even if the adversaries were temporarily unable to breach the formidable stone barrier, they could easily flood the interior or fill it with smoke, leaving Lu Yin to perish within. Moreover, if he were to confront them head-on, exiting through the main entrance would likely result in an immediate ambush by the bandits stationed there. He required a discreet passage to evade the marauders' watchful eyes, allowing him to silently vacate the sanctuary, ideally circumventing behind the ruffians to strike with lethal precision. In truth, Lu Yin should have considered this when he initially expanded the ventilation ducts and reinforced the stone refuge. However, due to a lack of foresight, he now expended greater physical effort to carve out a lifeline, necessitating the demolition of solidified walls, thus wasting valuable resources. Yet, it is humanly impossible to achieve perfection in all endeavors. Even the astute Zhuge Liang could not foresee every eventuality, let alone Lu Yin, who previously possessed little survival experience. The ability to draw inspiration from the gopher's burrowing techniques to create an escape route is already a testament to his quick thinking. One must continually learn through experience. Without traversing a few missteps or committing errors, genuine growth remains elusive. Fortunately, it is not too late. Lu Yin has ample time to rectify his course. Approximately half an hour later, a passage large enough for an adult to pass through was hewn into the stone wall, revealing the earth beyond. After breaching the stone barrier, Lu Yin emerged outside the safe house, surveying his surroundings. His gaze was fixed upon a patch of grassland a dozen meters away from the safe house. This area, spanning roughly 7 to 8 square meters, was overgrown with wild grasses, some reaching half a person's height, though it had previously appeared withered and yellowed. The recent rain had rejuvenated it, giving rise to vibrant green shoots and lush foliage, making it an excellent concealment spot. Lu Yin strode purposefully towards the grass, using an iron shovel to dig several holes within it. He then activated the upgrade system, directing his attention to one of the holes. An unconnected safety passage that can link to the entrance of the safe house. Upgrade option 1. Breach. Requires 10 survival points. Upgrade option 2. Breach. Reinforced with petrification. Requires 90 survival points. Success. Lu Yin beheld the prompts materializing before him, suppressing the surge of joy swelling within. He discreetly glanced towards the direction where the 3 bandits were concealed, noting their lack of movement. Subsequently, he covered several of the holes with grass branches, leaves, and thin stones propped up by small twigs, finally sprinkling a few grains of rice atop the foliage. Thus, several rudimentary bird traps were crafted. Lu Yin had no intention of relying on these traps for hunting. He was acutely aware that the 3 bandits were undoubtedly monitoring his every move. If they were to discover that he had inexplicably excavated a hole in the grass, even if the passage was not yet completed, they would undoubtedly become more vigilant regarding this patch of grass. However, by creating a few such diversions, he hoped to obfuscate their attention, ensuring they would not focus too intently on the grasslands. Though Lu Yan's actions may seem overly cautious, it was imperative to exercise utmost care in this merciless wilderness. Even the slightest oversight could lead to dire consequences. Details are of paramount importance. Having completed his tasks, Lu Yan confidently returned to the safe house. Meanwhile, the trio of bandits, drenched from the persistent rain in the woods, began to harbor suspicions about Lu Yan's behavior. "Third brother, go see what he's up to," commanded the burly, bearded middle-aged man known as Black Brother, his voice low and grave. "Could he be setting a trap for us? Has he discovered our presence?" The lean and diminutive third brother wore an expression of reluctance, yet under Black Brother's imposing authority, he stealthily approached the grass to investigate before swiftly reporting back. "This fellow has set up a few bird traps. I took a look, and the size and depth of the holes wouldn't even fit my calf. They are definitely not aimed at us," Third Brother proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. Only then did Black Brother relax, wiping the rainwater from his face with a fierce scowl. "After being drenched for so long, I am seething with anger. Tonight, I shall make Lu Yin pay dearly." Upon returning to the safe house, Lu Yin did not hasten to breach the passage. As night fell and the adversaries gathered before the safe house, preparing to launch their assault, it would be the opportune moment to complete the passage. Lu Yin opened the trading interface, intending to acquire additional stone materials. Though the potable water has depreciated significantly after the torrential rain, Lu Yin had long anticipated this situation. The hard currency in his possession extends beyond mere drinking water. 30 kilograms of goat meat. Items sought. Weapons, the sharper and sturdier, the better. A box of 3 kilograms of milk. Items sought. Ranged weapons. Preferably crossbows or spears. A waterproof down jacket. Items sought. Heavy axe. In the wake of the downpour, the prices within the trading grounds have subtly shifted. There is a high demand for weapons. Damn it, this morning I encountered a bandit, and fortunately, I managed to escape swiftly. Now, both the safe houses and food have been pillaged by that beast. Is there a kind soul willing to sell me a weapon at a low price? I intend to confront that fiend. Everyone should prepare some handy tools. Numerous safe houses have already fallen victim to bandit attacks. If you wish to protect the resources you have painstakingly gathered, bolster your combat capabilities swiftly. At this moment, the world channel is flooded with messages. The aftermath of the rain has created a multitude of homeless victims who have turned their gaze upon their fellow beings, embarking on frenzied plundering. To safeguard their possessions and lives, players are compelled to immediately equip themselves with armor and weapons. Players require weapons for their protection, and the bandits equally need them for their raids. With this dual demand, the price of weapons has soared, even surpassing that of drinking water. One can endure 3 days without water, but without a weapon, one may not survive even 30 minutes under the gaze of a bandit. Chapter 38. Shopping completed. The great battle begins at this juncture. Liu Yan's total survival points stand at 176, possessing hundreds of units of iron ore and copper ore, along with 20 units of carbon steel and 10 units of iron. Resources acquired at a low price before the rain, which have now skyrocketed in value, at least 20-fold. Liu Yan activates the smelting system, placing the copper ore and iron ore sequentially into it. Would you like to smelt copper ore? It will consume 1 survival point. Would you like to smelt iron ore? Confirm smelting. Smelting successful. Obtained 36 units of copper. Smelting successful. Obtained 210 units of iron. With a flash from the smelting system, 2 piles of metal bars of differing hues appeared before Liu Yan. The quality of the weapons crafted varies according to the materials used. Liu Yan stroked his chin, fully aware of the rules governing the manufacturing system. It is evident that the optimal material for crafting cold weapons is high manganese steel, which guarantees the production of superior quality weapons. However, manganese is present in minuscule quantities within the iron ore, compelling Liu Yan to attempt reintroducing the refined pig iron into the decomposition system. Decompose, extract, and once more smelt the elements in varying proportions. After a series of operations, Liu Yan expended 10 survival points and finally procured a portion of high manganese steel. His current metal holdings are as follows: 36 units of copper, 20 units of high manganese steel, 80 units of ordinary carbon steel, and 130 units of iron. As for the previously felled cedar wood, it has been entirely consumed. However, this readily available material is not particularly costly. Liu Yan effortlessly crafted a standard dagger and tossed it into the trading arena, exchanging it for 50 units of white wax wood. He prepared to forge weapons and decided to embark on a second wave of shopping in the trading area. Observing the substantial pile of materials before him, a smile graced Liu Yan's face. Would you like to craft a spear? Requires 2 wood, 1 steel, 1 survival point. Would you like to craft an axe? Requires 1 wood, 1 steel, 1 survival point. Ding. Congratulations. Your weapon crafting proficiency has reached level 2, 34,600. Before long, Liu Yan successfully produced 10 cold weapons, primarily axes, spears, and daggers. Naturally, he refrained from utilizing the precious high manganese steel and the secondary carbon steel, opting instead for the most ordinary iron, resulting in the weapons not attaining the fine quality standard. Liu Yan remained steadfast in his prior plan. He would not release any fine quality cold weapons until he had crafted firearms of level 2. Through experimentation, he discovered that these ordinary cold weapons posed no threat to his scale armor. Even if he sold them all, they would not significantly endanger him. Having completed the first batch of products, consuming 20 units of wood and 10 units of iron, Liu Yan's survival points dropped to 154. However, he had no time to lament and promptly opened the trading area to commence frenzied shopping. 3 kilograms of milk? Purchased. 20 kilograms of goat meat? Purchased. A duck-down quilt? Purchased. In a mere 10 minutes, Liu Yan's initial batch of goods was entirely traded away, perhaps out of a desire for self-preservation. The players in the trading area offered generous bids for the weapons, aligning closely with Liu Yan's anticipated prices, resulting in little to no haggling. You have received a barrel of Golden Dragon cooking oil, 5L. You have received a basic medical kit, bandages, alcohol, cotton wool, medical tape. You have received a box of amoxicillin. You have received 300 units of stone, 100 units of wood. You have received a powerful flashlight. You have received a case of canned peaches and oranges, 12 cans. You have received a 1 kilogram mixed vegetable pack. A series of notifications chimed, and a plethora of resources materialized before Liu Yan. He accessed the crafting system, consuming 10 units of wood to construct a rudimentary storage cabinet, neatly arranging these resources into the compartments of the cabinet. As Liu Yin gazed at the ever-increasing supplies in his safe haven, a profound sense of fulfillment enveloped him. It was increasingly resembling a home. On the stove, the rice porridge for breakfast was nearing completion. Liu Yin tore open some dried vegetables and tossed them into the pot, eagerly opening a can of oranges. As the sweet orange juice graced his palate, an overwhelming urge to cry surged within him. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, Liu Yin had secured a sufficiently safe refuge, feasted on vegetables and fruits, and possessed medicine and warm clothing and blankets. All of this brought him immense satisfaction. He devoured the canned food, contemplating the three bandits lurking in the woods, their gazes gleaming with ferocity. Such a blissful existence, no matter who seeks to disrupt it, must perish. They shall all perish. 10 hours later, in stark contrast to Liu Yan's warm and secure abode, where sustenance and comfort abound, the trio of bandits led by He Ge found themselves in a far grimmer predicament. Although the rainfall had significantly diminished since noon, it had not ceased entirely. The three men huddled in the woods, shivering as the biting wind assailed them, and coupled with the gnawing hunger from an entire day without food, they felt their spirits on the verge of collapse. Damn it! Damn it! The night has finally fallen. Leo muttered curses under his breath, his hair drenched in the icy rain, feeling as if his body were on the brink of freezing solid. He attempted to move his limbs, but they trembled uncontrollably. If we do not take action soon, we shall all freeze to death here. Though clad in raincoats, they provided little protection against the relentless rain seeping through the seams. Their clothes already soaked, and with the cold wind howling around them, it was sheer torment. We must act. He Ge cast a distant glance towards the refuge, now completely enshrouded in darkness, his crimson eyes glinting with intensity as he gripped his heavy hammer tightly. Today, I shall shatter this brat's skull to find relief. Brother 3, I will draw his attention at the front entrance. You scout for any back doors or hidden passages to stealthily infiltrate and deliver a surprise attack. Leo, find a place to hide. If this kid has any tricks up his sleeve and Brother 3 and I are overpowered, you must seize the moment when he lets his guard down and turn the tide. I am risking everything. If anyone falters, I shall not spare you. Do you understand? A gravelly voice, laden with murderous intent, crackled through the intercom. Liu Yin, having rested all day on his hammock, sprang to his feet, swiftly donning his scale armor, grasping his longbow and steel axe, and in mere seconds, he readied himself to confront the impending bloodshed. The talent for profit and protection activates. Liu Yan's expression grew serious as a brilliant azure light radiated outward, swiftly manifesting a three-dimensional map of the area outside the refuge in his vision. 3 glowing points appeared. The largest red dot stood at the front entrance of the safe house, a medium-sized dot concealed behind a sand dune 20 meters away, and the smallest dot was currently on the move, halting at a vent located approximately 15 meters behind the safe house. An exuberant voice crackled through the intercom. Hey Go, you were indeed correct. This kid's refuge has a vent. Chapter 39. The hunting game. The hunt begins. In the darkness of night, upon hearing Brother 3's response, He Ge revealed a cruel and excited expression, rubbing his hands together as he hefted his hammer and charged straight towards the front door of the safe house. Bang! Bang! As the heavy blows resounded through the night, the entire refuge trembled, and Liu Yin rose to approach the freshly hewn stone wall, a faint smile gracing his lips. A hunting game? Uncertainty loomed over who was hunting whom. He had pinpointed the locations of 3 marauders, and his next move was to launch a counterattack. As he opened the upgrade system, 2 options for the upgrade channel materialized before Liu Yin. He retrieved the stone materials purchased earlier at the trading post. Observing the survival point requirement for upgrade direction 2 diminish from 80 to 20, and without hesitation, he confirmed the choice. With a flash of light, the previously dilapidated stone wall gradually took the form of a doorway, as the dirt within the passage vanished, slowly replaced by stone materials, creating a corridor wide enough for an adult to pass through while stooping. Let us proceed. Liu Yin patted the beast-like guardian on the head. The corridor extended approximately 20 meters, with minimal slope or sharp turns, allowing Liu Yin to reach the end in just 10 seconds. At the passage's terminus stood a rudimentary wooden door, which he gently pushed open, causing the door along with the dirt and grass covering it to lift away. At this moment, the 3 marauders were no less than 20 meters away, and with the cover of darkness and foliage. No one would notice the sudden appearance of this opening. A chilling wind greeted him as raindrops pattered against his face. He adjusted the volume of the listening intercom to its lowest setting and silently stepped outside. In the shadows, Liu Yin and the beast-like guardian appeared as specters from the depths of hell, poised to mercilessly harvest lives. Who shall be the first to fall? Liu Yin identified the positions of the 3 within his Talon-S 3-dimensional map and swiftly selected his initial target. The 3rd marauder stood behind a shelter, methodically clearing away the branches and grasses obscuring the vent above with his stone spear, revealing the inner wire mesh. With a keen sense of safety, the third marauder smirked, preparing to lean in closer to twist open the wire. 1 step, 2 steps. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way, and his right leg plunged into the trap that Liu Yan had previously dug. Damn it! The third marauder yelped, tumbling to the ground, a sharp pain coursing through his calf, as if something had sliced him. What's wrong? The voice of Black Brother called from ahead. Nothing, nothing. Just a layer of leaves floating on a puddle, mistook it for solid ground, and took a fall. The third marauder grimaced, pulling his right leg free to find a 2-centimeter-long gash on his ankle. The wound was shallow, so he brushed it off, muttering under his breath, "What terrible luck." Cut by a rock. Move quickly, Black Brother urged, not pressing for further details. Enduring the pain, the third marauder crouched next to the water-filled trap, reaching for the wire mesh. He began to twist and manipulate the edges with his thumbs. This wire, scarcely thicker than dragon whiskers, would soon snap due to metal fatigue. However, his movements gradually slowed, his fingers stiffening, losing their strength. His limbs felt wooden, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge. In a mere 5 seconds, the third marauder felt as though he had lost command of his own body, his muscles refusing to obey his will. There's a problem. There's a problem. His mind was a blank slate, and he yearned to scream for Black Brother's warning and rescue. But it was only at that moment that he horrifyingly realized he could not even muster a sound. The muscles in his throat had been paralyzed. Thud. 2 seconds later, Old Third's body fell to the ground like a stone. A steel axe emerged from the darkness, swiftly severing his head, blood spraying wildly and mixing with the rain, flowing freely upon the earth. Old Third's head lay gaping, his eyes wide with terror and resentment. As a thug, he had evidently failed miserably, having met his demise without even catching a glimpse of his enemy. The last image this world left him was that of a pair of muddy sneakers. The sneakers walked into the darkness, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints. Leo curled his body as much as possible, gripping a wooden spear in his right hand, while tightly clutching a bag of quicklime in his left, sheltering beneath the dune. His position faced the entrance of the safe house, and due to the dim light, he could only vaguely make out Black Brother's silhouette repeatedly hammering against the door. When it came to dealing with the owner of the #1 ranked refuge, Leo was not as optimistic as Black Brother and Old Third. He had an unsettling feeling that the night's raid would not proceed smoothly. Fortunately, his task was not overly perilous. Should anything go awry, his chances of escape remained considerable. As for Black Brother and Old Third, their gang was merely a temporary assembly. There was hardly any camaraderie among them, and Leo did not concern himself with the lives of others. What a frigid, cursed night it was, with the rain incessantly pouring. Leo exhaled warm breath onto his nearly frostbitten right hand, while the relentless sound of raindrops striking the ground filled the air. Pitter-patter, plop, plop. Leo furrowed his brows. The sound of raindrops hitting the puddles nearby seemed somewhat amiss, perhaps a tad too loud. It did not resemble rain. It sounded more like hail, or rather, footsteps. Leo's pupils contracted, and he suddenly looked up. In the darkness, a silver figure abruptly flashed past him on his left side, kicking up a great deal of mud and filth. Leo's head buzzed, and instinctively, he swung his spear like a club, bringing it down with force. Crack! The wooden spear struck something hard and shattered instantly. Almost simultaneously, he scattered the lime powder from his left hand. Amidst the blinding whiteness, Leo opened his mouth to emit a sharp warning screech, but before his terrified voice could escape, he saw that silver figure leap out from the lime powder. In an instant, he felt a chill at his neck, as if something sharp had pierced his throat. The beast-like guardian, using the cover of night, silently approached Leo and precisely severed his windpipe. Leo's eyes bulged with fury as blood gushed forth from his mouth, his once powerful roar instantly deflating into a feeble murmur, mingling with the blood that erupted from his wound. He wished to cry out, but his voice dissipated into gas, leaking continuously from the gash in his throat. He yearned to resist, yet his strength felt as though it had been drained in an instant. Thud! Leo's body fell backward, the shattered spear slipping from his grasp and plunging into the water. With a crunch, the beastly guardian exerted its strength once more, decisively severing Leo's cervical spine before limping into the encroaching darkness. The beastly guardian was not as formidable as one might have imagined. Its size was merely that of an ordinary Shiba Inu. Leo's desperate strike was not in vain, as it had broken the creature's left forelimb. However, the guardian's attacks were remarkably precise. Had the struggle continued, the outcome of the battle could have been uncertain. In the shadows, having taken 2 lives, Liu Yan felt the very blood coursing through his veins boil with primal instinct. This was the murderous drive buried deep within the biological essence of existence. Even the kindest and gentlest of souls conceal such a monster within. In the realm of modern civilization, This beast is restrained by societal norms and laws. Yet in the wilderness, it is unleashed in its full glory. Clutching his steel axe tightly, Liu Yin fixated on the final red dot on his talent map, cautiously making his way forward. Damn these mutts. To construct such a formidable door, he cursed, his frustration mounting. After all this effort, I will shatter your bones and peel your skin. Despite having struck the stone door dozens of times, it revealed only the slightest crack. It seemed that a frontal assault was indeed a foolish strategy, Liu Yin mused quietly to himself. He lowered his voice and called towards the ventilation duct. Old 3. How are you faring over there? Silence. No response came, only the incessant patter of raindrops against the earth. Furrowing his brow, Liu Yin raised his voice again. How much longer do you need? He was unconcerned that his calls might be heard by Liu Yin. The soundproofing of the stone door and walls was effective. And under the din of the rain and hammering, it was nearly impossible for anyone inside the safe house to hear him. Still, no answer emerged. Liu Yan's irritation grew, his impatience manifesting in his demeanor as he bellowed, Old 3, are you slacking off? Are you even listening to me? Just then, he thought he heard a chaotic electrical noise. Moments later, the very words he had just shouted echoed back to him in an electronic tone from behind. Are you even listening to me? Liu Yan was taken aback. In the pitch-black night, his previous utterances went unanswered until they reverberated behind him. A chill ran down his spine. His pupils dilated as he instinctively spun around. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and in that fleeting moment, he beheld an unforgettable sight, a steel axe magnifying in his vision, slicing through the air, accompanied by a towering figure that had stealthily appeared behind him. Liu Yan. It was Liu Yan. Shouldn't he be inside the safe house? When had he come to stand behind me? In the depths of his mind, He Ge found himself engulfed in a void, momentarily bereft of the capacity for thought. Instinctively, he raised the handle of his hammer and his arm to shield himself from the descending axe blade. With a resounding crack, the steel axe sliced through his hammer's handle as effortlessly as if it were mere rotting wood, subsequently crashing down upon He Ge's shoulder. Blood sprayed forth, and a robust arm was hurled high into the air before crashing heavily into the muddy ground. Liu Yan, wielding the bloodied axe, slowly lifted his gaze, revealing a visage both handsome and cruel. Grinning wickedly, continue speaking. I am, indeed, listening. He Ge was momentarily paralyzed, as excruciating pain surged throughout his entire being. He fell into the mire, wailing in agony while clutching his severed left shoulder and screaming in despair. For reasons unknown, an absurd and utterly inappropriate phrase suddenly surged forth in He Ge's mind. The wise do not fall in love. The young do not adhere to martial ethics. How could a man in his 20s ambush and deceive an elder in his 40s? Is this right? It is not. Chapter 40. I do not slay the disabled. The anguish of his severed arm nearly extinguished all resistance within He Ge. He writhed in the mud like a pig destined for slaughter, emitting heart-wrenching cries. Liu Yan was not inherently cruel or perverse. However, witnessing He Ge's pitiful state in the muck, he felt no shred of compassion. In a world teetering on the brink of apocalypse, mercy towards one's enemies is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Had Liu Yan's axe struck a moment later, it could very well have been him lying on the ground. The moral principles cultivated by civilized society could not restrain the malevolence of human nature in this desolate wilderness. To survive, one must adhere to a code. When faced with malicious kin, one must strike with greater ferocity and swiftness than when confronting beasts. Liu Yan glanced at the axe. The manganese steel blade remained sharp and resilient even after the relentless onslaught, showing no signs of bending. He approached He Ge, axe in hand. Do not kill me. Spare my life. I mean no harm. I merely sought refuge in your safe house from the rain, for the sake of our shared citizenship in the Huaxiao Federation. Please let me go. As blood flowed profusely from his wounds, the terror of death swiftly overshadowed He Ge's physical agony, and he pleaded in fear. Compared to pain, he feared death far more. Did you not proclaim me a fat sheep, intending to seize my resources for your own gain? A sinister smile crept across Liu Yan's face. He would not show mercy due to the other's identity. In these times, even relatives often clash violently over profit. Once interests are threatened, even the strongest familial bonds can fray, and most crucially, Liu Yan faced a threat to his life far graver than any mere financial concern. In such circumstances, not even a brother could be spared, let alone a stranger. With a soft patter of footsteps, the beast-like guards appeared behind He Ge, their menacing claws resting upon his shoulder. A grotesque metallic dog head slowly emerged, and He Ge was overwhelmed by a pungent scent of blood, turning his head only to be nearly rendered unconscious by sheer terror. The metallic jaws of the beastly guard were a mere 2 centimeters away from him, allowing him to discern the fragments of flesh and bone lodged within its teeth. Witnessing this, He Ge was engulfed in despair. It dawned on him that his 2 companions might have long since met their demise. The fleeting hope that his allies would leap forth to rescue him and reverse his misfortune was utterly shattered in that moment. Lu Yan, observing the grotesquely contorted left foreleg of the beastly guardian, felt a surge of fury towards the trio of brigands, commanding vehemently, "Finish him." The jaws of the beast gaped wide as Lu Yan's steel axe descended with force. He Ge let out a piercing scream, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush as he pleaded, "Don't kill me. I possess vital information regarding resources. Prior to my departure, fearing ambush, I concealed some resources in a cave. Spare me, and I shall reveal its location." With a swift motion, the axe and the razor-sharp teeth halted inches from He Ge's forehead and neck, his skin prickling at the chilling sharpness, sending goosebumps racing across his body. "Resources?" Lu Yan, fixating on the terror-stricken visage of He Ge, abruptly raised his axe once more, bringing it down with intent. "Do you dare deceive me? You lot, who have merely formed a band of thieves a day ago and lack even a safe house. Where would you procure resources?" Yes. We possess a small diesel generator and a medium-sized vegetable cultivation box, which we did not steal. I obtained them from a silver treasure chest." He Ge's voice quivered, nearly breaking, his body trembling in fear. A generator? Upon hearing this, Lu Yan felt a surge of excitement. While his current refuge was sufficiently secure to meet basic survival needs, it was far from adequate. He aspired to transition from the Iron Age to a technological era, transforming his underground haven into a fortified sanctuary, making electricity indispensable. With it, not only would his industrial capabilities flourish, but his standard of living would also see a significant enhancement. As for the vegetable cultivation box, it would be a tremendous boon towards a life of prosperity. With it, he could enjoy fresh produce. The harsh wilderness climate was inhospitable for agriculture, with extreme temperature fluctuations capable of obliterating delicate seedlings, leaving only resilient weeds to survive. In the initial days of the apocalypse, Lu Yan's only means of obtaining fruits and vegetables had been through dehydrated vegetable packs. However, the taste and nutrition of dehydrated vegetables paled in comparison to that of fresh ones. A silver treasure chest. What extraordinary luck that scoundrel had. Yet, could his claims be true? Lu Yan furrowed his brow. "I am not deceiving you. I dare not." Sensing Lu Yan's skepticism, He Ge quickly produced a screenshot, revealing an image of a fuel generator the size of a standard computer case, alongside a medium vegetable cultivation box measuring approximately 5 meters in length and width. The surrounding environment also bore resemblance to a cave. "I initially intended to sell it, but the prices in the early days of the apocalypse have been exceedingly unstable. These two items cannot be sold at a high price, so I intend to wait until their value increases before making any decisions." Brother He, enduring excruciating pain that nearly induces unconsciousness, is acutely aware that this may be his only chance for survival, hence he must remain alert. "Let me go? Killing me will yield you nothing, but if you release me, you shall acquire 2 precious treasures. I am missing an arm and am utterly incapable of seeking vengeance upon you. Moreover, in this environment, even if you spare my life, whether I survive until dawn remains uncertain." With tears streaming down his face, Brother He repeatedly bowed and pleaded. Lu Yan, after a brief silence, spoke. "Tell me the location of the cave, and I shall spare your life." A flicker of hope crossed Brother He's eyes, but he gritted his teeth and replied, "You must first let me go. What if I reveal the location and you renege on your promise?" Lu Yan, expressionless, suddenly seized Brother He by the hair and delivered 2 punishing blows to his face, coldly stating, "Understand who holds the power here. How dare you bargain with me? The engine and the culture medium are mine to take or to leave. Do not attempt to further challenge my limits. Do you comprehend? I grant you one last opportunity to speak. Should you choose silence, you shall remain forever mute." Although Lu Yan deeply desired the generator and culture medium, he would never allow his cravings to cloud his judgment. He understood that an overwhelming desire could impair analytical and evaluative faculties, potentially leading him into a trap set by the adversary. The merciless blows shattered Brother He's hopes of negotiation. Gazing at the cold blade of the axe mere inches away, he stammered, "The cave's location is at coordinates 198556. "Wait," Lu Yan interrupted, directly accessing the trading platform. "You must post a transaction listing. I possess the exact location of the cave housing the generator and culture medium, as you just disclosed to me." Brother He, bewildered, took a moment before sorrowfully posting the information he had just shared. Listing failed. The information does not match the description. "Indeed, you attempted to deceive me." Lu Yan's expression hardened, and he ruthlessly pressed his foot against Brother He's injured shoulder, crushing it with force. Blood splattered, and the intense agony caused Brother He to faint, only to be jolted awake moments later by the pain. I won't do it again, I swear. I will post the true information immediately." Driven to the brink by excruciating torment, Brother He's spirit shattered, leaving no room for deceit. He complied with Lu Yan's demands, relisting an item titled "My Severed Arm" at a unique price. Lu Yen picked up the robust severed arm from the ground and completed the transaction. The precise location of the cave housing the generator and culture medium is 165883. Lu Yen exhaled in relief. The successful listing suggested that this was indeed the true location. Brother He swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. I have divulged the exact location. You must honor your promise and let me go now. Lu Yen regarded Brother He with an impassive gaze, fixating on him until he felt unnerved, before finally raising an eyebrow and replying, very well. He paused for a moment, then asked, you wouldn't betray me and launch a sneak attack from behind, would you? Lu Yen chuckled warmly. Uncle, don't be foolish. I would never harm someone disabled like you. You may leave. Chapter 41, Ranking Rewards. First distribution, he stared intently at Lu Yen, then suddenly sprang up from the mud with astonishing speed, stumbling into the darkness. The sound of the wind howled in his ears. He had never imagined he could run so swiftly. No footsteps followed behind him. He was alive, truly alive. A look of joy filled He Ji's face, as if he had escaped death. Damn you, Lu Yen, you wretched creature. After losing my arm, I indeed lost the power to exact revenge. But if I reveal the location of your sanctuary to the world, I am certain that many victims of disaster will flock to you. When that time comes, your demise will be gruesome. His expression twisted with malice, as he envisioned Lu Yen being besieged and left lifeless in the wilderness. Talent skill activated. Lu Yen stood in the shadows, removing the longbow from his back and nocking an arrow, drawing it taut. As the brilliance of his talent illuminated the path ahead, a crimson-hued silhouette emerged within the previously dark wilderness. I delight in the stark contrast of despair when others plummet from heaven to hell. Lu Yen grinned maliciously, his fingers suddenly releasing the bowstring. The featherless arrow shot forth, piercing through the curtain of rain with a sharp, slicing sound. Thud! The muffled sound echoed through the downpour, akin to a liquid-filled wineskin being pierced. In the midst of his frantic flight, He felt as though struck by lightning, his body freezing in place. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and he slowly lowered his gaze to find a blood-stained arrow protruding from his chest, the 3-inch arrowhead gleaming as it reflected his twisted, despairing visage. You promised you wouldn't kill me. You promised. Higu collapsed to the ground, feeling all his strength drain away in an instant, his voice hoarse as he repeatedly screamed, You lied, you deceiver. In the darkness, listening to He Ji's furious cries, Lu Yen wore a peculiar expression, reflecting, how can one easily trust the words of an enemy? A true marauder should possess at least this level of awareness. Not kill you. I truly cannot discern whether you are a fool or if you regard me as one. On this stormy night, 3 marauders lay lifeless upon the earth. Lu Yen stood there, knowing that 3 lives had been extinguished by his hand. In the early days of the apocalypse, he had worried whether, after over 20 years of living in civilized society, he would possess the courage to take another's life in a battle against his own kind. Now he knew the answer. He looked at his palms, recalling the moment he severed the 3rd marauder's head and drew his bow to shoot Higu. His hands had not trembled in the slightest. Indeed, the dance between life and death fosters the swiftest growth. I once hesitated even to stab a pig, yet now I have taken 3 lives without feeling overwhelming fear. Lu Yen pondered. Indeed, in the recent carnage, he exhibited little to no fear. If one were to speak of trepidation, it might only be that Lu Yen feared his axe would not strike swiftly enough, or that his aim would falter, thereby granting his adversaries an opportunity to counterattack. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, Lu Yen had grown increasingly ruthless and formidable. He had acclimatized to the savage laws of survival in this brutal wilderness. 10 minutes later, Lu Yen excavated a large pit some 500 meters from the safe house, discarding the supplies from the 3 corpses into it after meticulously cleaning them. His actions were not born of a desire to grant these 3 souls a proper burial, but rather a practical measure. If the bodies remained exposed, they would become a breeding ground for bacteria and viruses, permeating the air with a foul stench after being drenched by rain and scorched by the sun. If left unattended, this could jeopardize Lu Yan's survival. The rain washed over the earth, swiftly erasing the stains of blood and the traces of dragged bodies. Minutes later, Lu Yan completed his tasks and returned to the shelter. He first inspected the main entrance, which had suffered considerable damage from Brother He's relentless assaults, leaving numerous indentations on the stone door and causing some misalignment with the frame. However, overall safety was not compromised. Only the seal and aesthetics were slightly diminished. He decided to address this once the rain ceased. Securing the door tightly, Lu Yen removed his damp clothing and laid it out before the stove to dry, then turned his gaze toward the now accessible stone passage. The outer door of the passage required sealing, and the newly formed hole in the interior wall marred its appearance. Tomorrow, he would install a stone secret door. Additionally, the forelimbs of the beast-like guardian required repairs. After the fierce battle, Lu Yen had a multitude of repairs to attend to. Yet he had also procured a portion of supplies. Sitting by the stove, he held 3 objects resembling small wallets in his hands. These were the system backpacks of the 3 bandits, which would automatically drop upon a player's demise, what is colloquially referred to as equipment drops. Eager to see if there were any valuable items within, Liu Yan rubbed his hands together, relishing this phase of acquisition. Just as he was about to open one of the backpacks, an announcement echoed in his ears. Attention, all players. In 3 minutes, the inaugural leaderboard rewards will be distributed. Survivor leaderboard, kill leaderboard, and faction leaderboard. Those in the top 10 of each will receive resource items. The second round of leaderboard rewards will be distributed 10 days hence. Subsequent distributions will occur every 10 days thereafter. Leaderboard rewards? Liu Yan paused in his actions, his spirits lifting with excitement. Rewards for the upper tiers of the leaderboard? He was at the pinnacle of the Survivor leaderboard. With an exhilarating sense of anticipation, Liu Yan opened the world chat, where players erupted with enthusiasm in response to the game's announcement, flooding the chat with messages. Liao ha. I only killed a single mutated lizard, and I still made it to the 10th spot on the kill leaderboard. Trip, this is unfair. No one understands kills better than I do. I stomped dozens of frogs, so why am I not on the list? Prince Qing, I am perplexed. Why is there a group of 12 individuals in my refuge, yet it ranks lower than a faction with merely 7 members? Triple X, to the one above? The rankings are not determined by numbers alone, but rather by a confluence of influence, combat prowess, and other pertinent data. How can you expect 12 frail and ailing individuals to surpass a mere 7 elite warriors? Kadanfu, it appears that there is some skepticism regarding the rankings of these 2 lists. However, I trust that there are no objections to the refuge rankings, correct? As players opened the leaderboard, many were incensed, expressing their dissatisfaction over what they perceived as an unjust ranking, claiming that certain individuals did not deserve their elevated positions. Yet soon, their attention shifted to the refuge leaderboard. At the pinnacle stood Liu Yan. Feng Xiong, as expected. The top spot is still held by the god of the rankings, a staggering score of 210, far surpassing the second place by a full 150 points. Zhang Yingying. I beseech you, God Liu, how did you manage to elevate your refuge to such heights in such a short span? The top 10 of the refuge leaderboard remained largely unchanged, but the latter half was entirely different from what they had seen earlier that morning. Among the owners of the lower 5 refuges, Liu Yan noticed a familiar name, Liu Yuan. Wasn't she the one known for flaunting her wealth? Her refuge secured the 10th position, merely a point ahead of the 11th, precariously making the list. Prince Qing. Oh, isn't this the flaunting sister? It's been a few days, and you've fallen so low? You were so ostentatious before. I thought you were impressive, yet your name is absent from the other 2 lists, and here you are, barely scraping by in 10th place. Leo, having so many resources in her hands is nothing short of wasteful. If those resources were entrusted to me, I could undoubtedly propel my refuge into the top 3. Triple X, Liu Yuan, you're nothing but trash, a waste. Why don't you come out and face us? Show yourself. Liu Yan silently observed as the original discussion in the global channel was spiraling into a fierce battle of words, feeling a bit of a headache. It must be said that Liu Yuan's actions over the past few days had indeed drawn considerable ire, and many players were now hounding her. Liu Yan initially thought Liu Yuan would remain silent, but soon, she appeared in the global channel, launching a verbal onslaught against her critics. Liu Yuan, to those who insult me, allow me to pose a riddle. There is a girl who, due to her modest bust, is frequently mocked by her friends. However, as she has always been outmatched in this regard, she endures in silence. Liu Yuan, but one day, after bathing with her friends, she became confident and began to boast, even ridiculing her friends in turn. Can anyone explain why? A moment of silence enveloped the global channel as players were utterly bewildered by Liu Yuan's intent. Liu Yuan, huh? Such a simple question, and no one knows the answer? Allow me to enlighten you. Liu Yuan. The answer is simply that she feels superior to those below her while still recognizing her own shortcomings. Liu Yuan. My refuge may not compare to Liu Yan's or those of the other top-tier players, but it is certainly more than sufficient compared to yours. You pitiful souls. You cannot even find your names among the top 30 of the leaderboard. If the one mocking me today were Liu Yan, it would be somewhat understandable. But who do you think you are? What gives you the right to speak? Liu Yuan's words pierced the hearts of most players like a merciless blade. Aptly described as Garen wielding light's whisper, silent yet devastating. Indeed, even though Liu Yuan ranked only 10th in the sanctuary, she has surpassed 99% of over 1,000 players in the wilderness. In a certain sense, only the top 9 players on the sanctuary leaderboard hold the right to criticize her. The rest lack even the privilege to engage in equal dialogue with her. I advise you not to constantly gaze at others with envious eyes. Instead, devote that time to enhancing your own sanctuary. You lot toil in the mines by day until your tools smoke, only to return at night to endure hunger and dank, dark earthen burrows. And yet you still find the audacity to mock someone like me, who is free from such worries. Who grants you the courage? The world channel descended into chaos. Many players, incensed, felt their blood pressure rise as they unleashed the most venomous insults upon Lu Yuan, flooding the screen with their vitriol. Yet, it was painfully evident that no matter how vicious their words, they seemed utterly impotent. Lu Yuan spoke the truth. These players had suffered a complete defeat. Their spiteful curses were akin to a dog whose tail had been stepped on, frantic and furious, yet no amount of howling could elevate their standing in the eyes of others. Such is the brutal wilderness. Strength equates to power in discourse and the liberty to deride others. If you lack strength, you do not even possess the fortitude to exchange barbs with others. Lu Yan held no interest in the conflict between these players and Lu Yuan. He merely sensed that this woman was too ostentatious, too arrogant, easily inviting the ire of others, much like he once experienced at the hands of that individual, Zhao Ruifeng. Back then, Lu Yan had merely sold water a few times in the trading market, displaying a touch of affluence. Now, Lu Yuan's actions far exceeded his former indiscretions, and nearly 80% of the players throughout the wilderness harbored a poor impression of her. Should this woman dare to reveal her sanctuary's location, she would undoubtedly attract a horde of players seeking her demise. As the rewards were about to be distributed, Lu Yan rubbed his hands together, shifting his gaze from the world channel to the leaderboard interface. The 3-minute countdown had reached its final 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, ding. The melodious announcement echoed in every player's ears. Attention players, the first rewards for the leaderboard are now being distributed. First up is the faction leaderboard. The top of the faction leaderboard is held by Wilderness Hunters Squad. Members, 7. Captain, Kardelov. The foremost reason for the top ranking, a formidable 7-member team composed of the fierce and untamed Chechen warriors. 6 of these individuals possess combat and military experience. Their physiques robust and powerful, while the 7th, a doctor, completes this ideal early-game profession combination. This ensemble is more than capable of maximizing survival odds in the initial stages of the game, nipping potential dangers in the bud. When you see 7 burly men, their bodies adorned with a thick mane of hair, approaching you, flee. Flee immediately. The top-ranking Wild Hunters squad may not boast the largest number of members, yet their combat prowess and overall capabilities are undeniably the strongest. Among these 7, there is not a single weak link or ordinary individual devoid of skill. The combination of 6 fighters and 1 medic is sufficient to overpower most early-game threats in the wilderness, including small beast packs, mutated creatures, and rival player factions. Katalov, this name rings a bell. Is he not that bearded man from whom I once procured wolf meat? Lu Yan instantly recognized the familiar face atop the leaderboard. On the day of the apocalypse, Lu Yan exchanged 10 kilograms of wolf meat and a wolf pelt, along with a wolf brain, for 1,050 milliliters of drinking water. That very pelt still rests beneath him. Reward for ranking first in the faction leaderboard is now being distributed. Rewards: 10 kilograms of salmon meat, 20 kilograms of rice, 5 kilograms of rye bread. Rewards: 60 units of iron ore, 1 bearskin cloak, and 1 monocular. Special title reward: Wolf of the Wilderness. While the initial rewards may not evoke much interest, the final special title reward captures the attention of all players. A title? What is that? Does it confer additional attributes? The term Wolf of the Wilderness sounds quite imposing. Does it imply that the 7 members of the Wild Hunters squad resemble a small pack of wolves? Players engage in lively discussions, and just then, another announcement is made. Player Katalov has opted not to disclose the attributes of the title. The system will mask the attribute enhancements in his personal interface. Indeed, there are attribute enhancements. My conjecture was correct. Damn it, why not reveal it? Can't they satisfy my curiosity? Who would lay bare their trump cards for the world to see? Have you lost your mind? The announcement incites fervent discussions among the players, simultaneously igniting excitement in Lu Yan. It now appears that titles are akin to talent skills, providing players with additional abilities or attribute boosts, a direct and powerful means of enhancement. Now distributing the rewards for the Kill Leaderboard. Kill Leaderboard Champion, Yao Qi. Kill count, 26. Reason for ranking. He possesses the purest combat and slaughter techniques, a born killing machine. In the span of 4 days, 21 players and 5 mutated beasts have met their demise at his hands. These fallen are unfortunate, for they lie lifeless in the wilderness. Yet, they are fortunate, as their deaths were swift and devoid of prolonged suffering, all succumbing to a single blow. Upon encountering Yao Qi in the wilderness, do not fear or flee. Instead, fix your gaze upon him with unwavering intensity, projecting an aura of authority. This approach may afford you a more dignified demise. The leaderboard's apex is occupied by a rather unfamiliar name. Not only has this ID never graced the global channel, but it has also eluded transactions within the trading arena. Lu Yan gazed upon the leaderboard, Noting the avatar of a youth with a slightly darkened, wheat-colored complexion, and couldn't he help but feel a sense of admiration. It appears the wilderness conceals many discreet powerhouses who seldom emerge into the public eye, yet whose strength surpasses all expectations. Before long, the rewards for the kill leaderboard were distributed, and like Katalov, Yaoqi opted to conceal the attributes of his title. Now, we shall dispense the reward for the top of the shelter leaderboard. Upon hearing this announcement, Liu Yan's heart raced uncontrollably. Finally, it was his turn. He hoped that this reward would include materials for forging a level 2 weapon, for he was confident that before the next leaderboard was revealed, he could secure the top position on both the shelter and kill leaderboards. He murmured to himself, his eyes fixed intently on the leaderboard interface. Shelter leaderboard champion, Liu Yan. Shelter score, 210. Reason for ranking, a stone-structured safe house equipped with 3 major systems. It stands as a veritable bastion in the wilderness, effectively isolating most threats. Neither storm nor beast can breach it. It is impervious to marauders. It provides a secure and comfortable living environment, serving as your warm and resilient home in the wild. Note, put in some effort. I can still manage. Lacking the strength to swing a hammer, and yet you dare to call yourself a demolition team? Rewards, 5 liters of freshly squeezed juice, 20 kilograms of flour, 5 kilograms of granulated sugar. Rewards, 1 wrist arrow, 1 duck-down quilt, insect repellent incense. Special title reward, Wall of the Wilderness. Chapter 43. Assessing gains a cascade of rewards materialized before Liu Yan. Yet his focus remained fixated on the crowning jewel, the special title. Wall of the Wilderness. Upon equipping, this title bestows an increase of 3 points in strength, 3 points in defense, and 3 points in stamina. It enhances the host's resistance to viruses, bacteria, and radiation by 30, while also augmenting self-healing capabilities by 20. Description: I am the toughest man in the wilderness. Upon reviewing these attributes, Liu Yan eagerly selected Equip. As the successful Equip notification chimed, he felt an extraordinary transformation coursing through his body. An invisible force erupted from the depths of his cells, permeating his limbs and sinew. He clenched his fist, sensing a remarkable enhancement in his physique. After a moment's silence, Liu Yan retrieved the longbow hanging on the wall, attempting to draw it. With a gentle exertion, the bowstring was effortlessly pulled to a full moon state. What a breeze! Liu Yan was elated. Previously, drawing the bow to its full tautness would leave his arm muscles aching and strained. Yet that sensation had vanished entirely. His strength and endurance had been significantly amplified. At present, he can effortlessly lift a weight of 100 kilograms with the combined strength of his arms. Naturally, this lifting capacity still falls short when compared to professional athletes. However, this is not due to Liu Yan's inferiority in strength relative to weightlifters of similar stature. Rather, it is because Liu Yan has not undergone specialized training and remains unaware of the precise techniques required for exerting force. When considering sheer power, Liu Yan stands on par with professional weightlifters. Not only has his strength increased, but so has his defensive capability. Liu Yan rolled his eyes and picked up a sharp shard of stone that had been shattered during his previous wall-smashing endeavor, attempting to slice it across his palm. With a swift motion, the sharp stone grazed his palm, leaving merely a faint white mark upon his skin. He did not even feel a twinge of pain. He continued to apply more pressure, and while a sharp sting began to emerge in his palm, the skin remained unbroken. With a crack, the stone shard finally succumbed to the force of Liu Yan's relentless scraping, shattering into even finer pieces. Ordinary stones could no longer pierce my skin. Liu Yan could not contain his laughter. Such defensive prowess could rival that of crocodile scales or wild boar hides. Even without wearing scale armor, it was likely that the claws and teeth of most small beasts would be incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Subsequently, Liu Yan meticulously tested the attribute enhancements bestowed upon him by this title, and the results left him exceedingly satisfied. The attribute enhancements were remarkably overpowered. He estimated that if 2 players possessed identical statistics, the one adorned with the title would exhibit nearly double the overall physical strength of the other. Liu Yan, Identity, Leader of the Shelter Rankings, Advanced Player, Strength, 11, Speed, 5, Defense, 5, Stamina, 8. Special Abilities, Enhanced Self-Healing, Increased Resistance to Viruses, Bacteria, and Radiation. Talent Skill, Risk Aversion. Title, Wall of the Wilderness. Description: You have successfully established yourself and begun to shine in the wilderness. Yet do not let your guard down or become complacent. The position at the top of the rankings will attract fierce competition from countless players. May you solidify your standing and aspire to claim the top spot in all 3 rankings, ultimately striving for the title of King of the Wilderness. Liu Yan's gaze traversed his personal information, pausing at the final remark. King of the Wilderness? This title sent his heart racing uncontrollably. The apex of the 3 rankings, the undisputed strongest in the entire wilderness. the recognized sovereign of the wild. Who could possibly refuse such a resplendent accolade? Yet, with a modicum of contemplation, one could readily discern the immense difficulty of contending for this title. Those worthy of such a designation would likely have to survive countless battles amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, navigate through innumerable schemes and treacheries, and emerge from the brink of life and death time and again, conquering all adversaries step by step, treading upon the heaps of bones to ascend to the throne. The triumph of one general often comes at the cost of myriad lives. As the leader of the shelter rankings, Liu Yan fully comprehended that even without a desire to engage in conflict, he would inevitably become a target for other competitors. In the wilderness, one's fate is seldom their own. If one wishes to avoid being slain by competitors vying for the title of king of the wilderness, one must cultivate strength. Liu Yan clenched his fists, his heart brimming with a sense of urgency. The game is ingeniously designed, featuring a leaderboard that intentionally creates the title of king of the wilderness, compelling the top 3 contenders to regard each other as rivals. This deliberate instigation of internal conflict heightens the difficulty and prevents the rapid completion of game instances. Indeed, in comparison to the mutated beasts and hordes of the wilderness, it is solely the human players who stand as each other's greatest foes. Only humans possess the knowledge of how to swiftly and effectively eliminate their kind. Upon unveiling the top 3 rankings, the game also distributed corresponding rewards to the other players within the top 10. Notably, after slaying 3 marauders, Liu Yan ascended to the 6th position on the kill leaderboard, earning a bounty of food and furniture. Meanwhile, the beautiful streamer Mu Qianqian, who had conversed privately with Liu Yan, maintained her 2nd place in the shelter rankings and, with a cohort of 37, secured the 10th position on the influence leaderboard. It appears she ultimately disregarded his counsel, stubbornly attracting a multitude of refugees. Liu Yan paid little heed to this. Everyone is entitled to their choices, and Mu Qianqian's approach is not necessarily misguided. With her growing numbers, she might soon find herself in a position to challenge the Wilderness Hunter squad. Oh, but what do the affairs of others concern me? Let me first tally the spoils of tonight's endeavors. With the leaderboard rewards distributed, Liu Yan shifted his focus to the mountain of resources before him. This evening's haul was the most bountiful since the onset of the apocalypse, and he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Freshly squeezed premium juice, fresh juice, refreshing and cooling, rich in fiber from fruits and vegetables, replenishes various vitamins. Description: remember, in the wilderness, there's always good juice waiting for you. Friend endorsements: Xiao Liang, Tiger Brother, Donald Duck, for Liu Yan, who had feasted on meat for several consecutive days. Juice was undoubtedly a delightful treasure, capable of replenishing vitamins and promoting digestive health. After days devoid of fruits and vegetables, he had noticed a distinct sluggishness in his bowel movements. Carefully storing the juice, he then turned his attention to the 2nd item on his left, which was the reward for achieving 6th place on the kill leaderboard. Flush toilet. Simple flush toilet, to be used after connecting to the sewage system. Description: oh God, I hope that in my next life, I can have endless water, my skin becomes fairer, and I can gaze upon infinite posteriors. A lifelong bachelor from Africa prayed fervently before perishing of thirst. Liu Yan silently stared at the last line of the description, his cheeks involuntarily twitching. Is this truly the sort of introduction one would expect for a flush toilet? Even I, a pervert, find this utterly bizarre. Chapter 44. The importance of reputation. Thanks to the esteemed Xiaoshang for the urging talisman, much appreciated. This contraption is utterly useless unless a complete sewage system is established. Liu Yan merely glanced at it before casting the toilet into the corner. The 3rd item is a diminutive sleeve arrow, no larger than an ordinary pen. Its unassuming appearance belies its true potential. It can be discreetly secured to the wrist with a few simple straps, easily concealed beneath the cuff of one's garment. This weapon is perfect for ambushes and counterattacks. However, it can only be fired once and lacks the capability for rapid succession after a shot is discharged. One must reload the miniature arrow or it will merely serve as an ornament. If wielded with skill, it could very well be a life-saving artifact. Among the rewards from the leaderboard, apart from the prestigious title, this compact sleeve arrow brings the greatest satisfaction to Liu Yan. While its lethality may not rival that of a longbow, its compact size and the element of surprise in its attack are its true advantages. Should the arrowhead be coated with the toxin of a poison dart frog, it would transform into a formidable weapon. With excitement, Liu Yan affixed it to his left wrist. A slender silver cord extending from the base of the quiver, wrapping around his middle finger. This serves as the firing mechanism. In times of urgency, a mere tug on the silver cord would unleash a deadly projectile. The subsequent rewards from the inventory were largely inconsequential, predominantly consisting of food and seasonings. However, this is understandable, as leaderboard rewards are distributed every 10 days at a notably high frequency, making it improbable to receive an abundance of substantial prizes. The crux lies in the ownership of the special title. Everything else is merely ancillary. Liu Yin organized the items according to their categories. His sanctuary now boasts a stockpile of rice, flour, drinking water, condiments, blankets, and various essentials for sustenance. Apart from the absence of electricity, it is nearly indistinguishable from a bygone civilized society. Next, Liu Yin began to inventory the supplies of the 3 brigands he had defeated, only to find himself swiftly disheartened. The most valuable possessions among their loot comprised a bag of approximately 5 kilograms of cream biscuits and a rudimentary, hand-drawn map. Aside from that, there were merely 2 pairs of foul-smelling rubber shoes and a few tattered raincoats. Upon reflection, this situation is entirely plausible. The trio of bandits had only just lost their refuge the previous night and were now wandering the wilderness. Their path of plunder had not yet truly commenced, and they had not amassed wealth through their raids before Liu Yin dispatched them, making their impoverished state quite understandable. Liu Yin quickly emerged from his disappointment. Certainly, while these brigands may be destitute, their legacy encompasses far more than what is immediately visible. Tomorrow, once I retrieve that diesel generator and the vegetable cultivation base, my life in the wilderness will undoubtedly enter a new phase. He recalled the words spoken by Black Brother before his demise, as he lay in his hammock, contemplating a bright future. Soon, a profound sense of fatigue and drowsiness enveloped him. Liu Yin drowsily closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned his sanctuary aglow with light, standing proudly atop the wilderness. A beam of sunlight seeped through the fissure created by the battered door of the shelter, casting a golden veil upon Liu Yin's face, rousing him from his slumber. Has morning arrived already? Rubbing his eyes, Liu Yin felt his vitality and spirit restored to their zenith after a night of sleep. He was brimming with boundless energy. To his surprise, he found solace in his psychological resilience. He had anticipated nightmares filled with the haunting visages of the 3 marauders he had slain. Yet their specters did not invade his dreams. Could it be that a latent feral instinct dwells within me, suppressed by the constraints of civilized society, yearning for liberation? Remarkably, his hands had remained steady during the act of killing, and he felt no undue anxiety. Caressing his chin, he chuckled softly. It appears I am indeed well suited for this wilderness. Rising to his feet, he gently pulled the door ajar by 10 centimeters, allowing the dazzling sunlight to wash over him. In the wilderness, only a few scattered areas were still receiving sporadic raindrops, but under the gradually rising sun in the east, the remaining clouds were dissipating at an astonishing pace. The deluge that had persisted for over 20 hours, which had both prolonged the lives of the players and posed countless survival challenges, was finally drawing to a close. Day 6 of the apocalypse. You have established a secure passage extending outward, significantly enhancing your chances of survival. Survival points, 30. You have crafted a mechanical companion. In this desolate expanse, you are no longer alone. Survival points, 10. You have eliminated 3 ill-intentioned bandits, safeguarding your life and the sanctity of your shelter. Survival points, 50. You have claimed the top spot on the shelter leaderboard, earning the title of Wall of the Wilderness, ensuring that all players remember your name. Survival points, 150. You have amassed a wealth of resources, significantly enriching your reserves. Survival points, 10. Your overall score from yesterday is A. Calculating rewards. Survival points, 250. Calculating special reward. Advanced pet egg. 1. Liu Yin was taken aback by the outcome of this reward assessment. He had never imagined that the highest survival point reward would stem from his ranking, marking his name indelibly in the wilderness. Is this assessment system encouraging me to flaunt my prowess and elevate my notoriety? He understood the essence of maintaining a low profile in the wilderness. Yet, as Liu Yuanyuan once remarked, I too wish to be inconspicuous, but my capabilities do not permit it. It seemed that the more ostentatious his actions, the greater the admiration and envy he garnered, resulting in higher scores and rewards upon evaluation. Such is the significance of reputation, Liu Yin mused, contemplating a term more fitting than showing off. Among the gaming community, a higher notoriety often signifies a greater prestige. Although the concept of prestige may seem intangible and of little consequence in the early stages of the wilderness, its significance will undoubtedly manifest as the situation stabilizes and a comprehensive social structure gradually emerges. Take, for instance, the expansion of influence and the recruitment of labor. Should Liu Yin publicly seek followers in the World Channel, many players might abandon their safe havens, eagerly flocking to become his subordinates. Conversely, if an obscure character were to post a recruitment notice, it is likely to go unnoticed for an extended period. A person of high prestige can call out, and countless individuals will heed the call, eager to become their disciples, whereas someone of low prestige may shout until hoarse, yet remain ignored. This illustrates the importance of notoriety and prestige. Chapter 45. Hatching the Pet Egg. a first exploration of the wilderness next, Liu Yin turned his attention to the pet egg. Advanced pet egg. Upon hatching, a random beast pet will be obtained, possessing one innate ability and emerging in its adult form. Gently caressing the egg, which was the size of a basketball, Liu Yin recognized that its value far surpassed that of Yuan Wenya's former egg. The hatched pet not only bore a unique talent, but also eliminated the lengthy growth period. As he prepared to leave the safety of his shelter for his inaugural exploration of the wilderness, acquiring a pet was undoubtedly a tremendous advantage for Liu Yin. With eager anticipation, he clicked the hatch button. In an instant, countless fissures spread across the shell, golden light emanating from the cracks. Wow, a golden legend. Liu Yin squinted, his gaze fixed upon the silhouette of a creature gradually emerging from the radiant glow. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the shelter. With talons like blades and eyes like arrows, two powerful wings unfurled before Liu Yin. As a sharp, fierce cry echoed within the shelter, he finally discerned the true form of the creature that had hatched from the pet egg. It was a magnificent raptor, entirely snow white. Pet. Heidonking. Species, spear falcon. Mutant variant. Talent ability, color change camouflage. Description. The mutated genes enable its feathers to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment, making it a stealthy and lethal predator. Whether in mountains, skies, forests, or snowy terrains, it was a hunting falcon. Liu Yin was momentarily stunned before being enveloped in euphoria. The hunting falcon, a rightful ruler of the skies, occupies the pinnacle of the food chain. It stands undaunted against wolves or small lynxes, and most importantly, it possesses not only formidable combat prowess, but also incredible speed, serving as a scout to explore the surrounding environment at any given moment. The Heidonking, a paragon among falcons, is akin to a special forces soldier within the military, exceedingly rare and esteemed. Certain nomadic tribes even regard it as their totem, underscoring its formidable nature. This particular Heidonking measures approximately 65 centimeters in length, with a wingspan that nearly reaches 2 meters, undeniably a magnificent creature. Its talons, resembling jade, extend 3 centimeters, a length sufficient to effortlessly pierce a human skull. Gazing upon this fierce raptor, Liu Yin felt no trepidation. Rather, an innate sense of affinity welled within him. He extended his hand to caress its back and feathers, and the Heidonking offered no resistance, instead nudging its head against his wrist in a gesture of camaraderie. This is the inherent trait of a pet egg. The creature that hatches will possess an innate closeness to its master, exhibiting absolute obedience and loyalty. A prompt appeared. Please name your pet. Observing its pristine white plumage, Liu Yin mused, let us call you Little White Dragon. After a moment's reflection, he chuckled. I hope you will carry me across the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing this name, the once quiet Heidonking flapped its colossal wings and let out a jubilant cry, seemingly elated by the designation. Its demeanor was regal, exuding an indescribable majesty. Little White Dragon, LV1 mutated beast. Talent, color-changing camouflage. Description, mutated beasts can enhance their genes by devouring other mutated species. While it is currently powerful, it is still far from becoming a dominant being. May you nurture it into a true beast king. As the notifications reappeared above the falcon, Liu Yin felt a sense of nostalgia. Alone in the wilderness, he had no friends or family, and interactions with other players were often laced with ulterior motives and deceit. He found it hard to trust anyone or open his heart, leaving him feeling profoundly isolated and desolate. But now, he had a companion, and he was no longer alone. Eat. Liu Yin promptly severed a hind leg from a mutated lynx and placed it before Little White Dragon. Don't hold back on my account. The pungent scent of lynx meat was met with enthusiasm as Little White Dragon feasted heartily. Its sharp claws moved with ease, tearing off sizable chunks of flesh and skin, causing Liu Yin to marvel in shock. Such talons would surely leave gaping wounds if they were to scratch human skin. In no time, the leg, weighing 2 to 3 kilograms, was reduced to mere bones and tattered fur. Reluctantly, Little White Dragon diverted its gaze from the remains, and Liu Yin offered it some fresh water to ensure it was in peak condition. All right, it's time to venture out for the generator and cultivation base, Liu Yin exclaimed with a hearty laugh. He checked his equipment, scale armor, wrist darts, a longbow, a steel axe, a standard long spear, a first aid kit, drinking water, biscuits, and even some materials for weapon crafting. For his first expedition, he was determined to be well prepared. Such caution was a sign of respect for the apocalyptic wilderness. Having organized everything, the clock indicated it was around 8 o'clock. The beast-shaped guardian would remain behind to safeguard the area, preventing any potential theft of the crystals upon his return from battling in the wild. Liu Yin had meticulously arranged everything, securely locking the door before leading the Little White Dragon through the second passage. At that moment, the rain had completely ceased, and warm sunlight bathed the earth. It would not be long before the sun's rays turned harsh, and the sweltering heat would transform the muddy ground back into a dry, hard surface. The cave housing the generator was a mere 3 kilometers from the safe house. With the rudimentary map in hand, I could discern a relatively safe and swift route. Liu Yin unfolded the hand-drawn map he had obtained from Black Brother yesterday. The map, albeit crookedly sketched, depicted the paths traversed by Black Brother and his companions as they roamed the wilderness, serving as a detailed itinerary. The locations of Liu Yan's safe house and the generator's cave were also marked on this map. One advantage of this game was that it constantly displayed the player's coordinates, ensuring that players would not lose their way or misremember locations, thus significantly enhancing the map's reliability. Certain areas on the map were marked with skull icons, clearly indicating regions of immense danger. Liu Yan surmised that these locations were likely territories inhabited by mutated beasts or packs of creatures. We are ready to set off. Little White Dragon, scout ahead along this route. Liu Yan quickly identified a path on the map, directing it toward a specific point. If you encounter any unexpected situations, return immediately to report. At Liu Yan's command, the Little White Dragon soared skyward like a wild stallion, with Liu Yan closely following, maintaining a distance of approximately 300 meters. The muddy terrain after the rain posed significant challenges to their progress. A journey of 1 kilometer took Liu Yan a full 30 minutes. Just as he paused for the 4th time to scrape the wet mud from his shoes with a twig, the Little White Dragon, which had been calmly circling in the sky, suddenly emitted a sharp warning cry and dove toward a nearby hill. Was there danger? Without hesitation, Liu Yan activated his talent for seeking advantage and avoiding peril. In an instant, 4 crimson dots appeared in his line of sight, 400 meters ahead. Chapter 46. Coyotes, 4 male coyotes, averaging 80 centimeters in length, weighing 16 kilograms, with sharp teeth, relatively weak strength, and a moderate threat level. As his talent for seeking advantage and avoiding peril scanned the area, a prompt appeared before Liu Yan's eyes. For coyotes, Liu Yan knocked his longbow and cautiously advanced. Although he had attempted to steer clear of the skull-marked locations while planning his route, some dangers were unpredictable. Much like the 4 coyotes before him, they would not remain in one fixed location, but rather wander the wilderness in search of prey. Encountering them now could only be deemed an unfortunate twist of fate for Liu Yan. Taking a detour held too much uncertainty. Who could guarantee that other routes would not harbor creatures more terrifying than coyotes? Thankfully, they were merely small wolves and in limited numbers. With my equipment and the cooperation of the Little White Dragon, we should be able to dispatch them with relative ease. Liu Yan moved forward approximately 20 meters and finally spotted the 4 coyotes in a rocky hollow on the distant hill. Their appearance closely resembles that of the common gray wolf, yet they are a size smaller, making them the smallest and least threatening of the canids. An adult man, armed with a dagger, could effortlessly slay 2 coyotes. Liu Yan estimated the distance between himself and the coyotes to be approximately 100 meters. Although he had been practicing archery diligently over the past few days, enhancing his accuracy, this distance was still somewhat excessive. Within 50 meters, however, Liu Yan could ensure a precise shot to the throat. A sharp cry echoed through the sky as the small white dragon, having spotted the target before Liu Yan, launched its attack, diving towards the coyote below like a missile. The coyotes, drawn by the small white dragon's presence, immediately assumed defensive stances, howling furiously at the sky. In most instances, small coyotes are also part of the dietary repertoire of the sea eagle. The sea eagle's sharp talons can easily pierce through their fur. What a splendid opportunity. Seeing that all 4 coyotes were distracted by the small white dragon, Liu Yan swiftly advanced. The 100-meter distance was rapidly diminishing. As the small white dragon swooped down, only 4 to 5 meters from the ground, a dark-furred coyote suddenly leaped onto a nearby rock and then sprang into the air, rising to the same height as the small white dragon, opening its massive jaws to bite at those sturdy wings. Meanwhile, the 3 coyotes below spread out, positioning themselves strategically in front, behind, and to the left, their gazes fixed intently on the small white dragon. This was their tactical maneuver, using the first coyote's leap to engage the small white dragon. Even if that coyote were to be pierced by a claw in this confrontation, it could seize the opportunity to latch onto the small white dragon's wings, dragging it down to the ground where the 3 companions could swiftly tear it apart. As the coyote leaped, the 3 below howled intensely, attempting to distract the small white dragon with their fierce roars. Yet, just as the coyote was about to collide with the small white dragon in midair, a powerful gust of wind suddenly surged, causing the descending small white dragon to halt its fall, twisting its body to draw a perfect arc in the air, its wings narrowly missing the coyote, and soaring back up into the sky. This movement appeared utterly effortless, like a mesmerizing display performed by the finest gymnasts in the world. The coyote, snapping at nothing but air, plummeted heavily to the ground, emitting a pained howl. The small white dragon had expertly toyed with the coyote. At that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air as an arrow, unnoticed by the coyotes, shot forth from the shadows, striking directly into the throat of the howling coyote. Were there more enemies? The remaining 3 coyotes, now panicked, quickly discerned the direction from which the arrow had come and howled ferociously at Lu Yan. Though they appeared fierce, their fur bristling and bodies poised to lunge forward, not one dared to initiate an attack. Instead, they pressed themselves against the stone wall, trembling in fear. Clearly, confronted by both Lu Yan and the white dragon, the creatures hesitated to launch an attack on either side, wary of exposing any vulnerabilities. The scene momentarily descended into a stalemate. Yet, Lu Yan did not waver. He drew his longbow to its full extent, took a brief aim, and the sharp arrow once again claimed the life of a coyote. With 2 companions felled in quick succession, the remaining coyotes erupted in terrified howls. One, unable to contain its fear any longer, bolted eastward, but the rain-soaked, muddy ground significantly hampered its speed. Before it could cover even a few dozen meters, the white dragon had caught up. It swooped down, its claws piercing the unprotected back of the coyote, and with a powerful flap of its massive wings, it lifted the creature, its size not dissimilar to that of the dragon, into the sky. The coyote struggled desperately, but its efforts only served to widen the gaping wound on its back, proving futile. At an altitude of 70 to 80 meters, the white dragon released its grip, and the coyote plummeted, blood scattering in the air like a crimson rain, crashing onto a rocky outcrop and meeting its demise on impact. How brutal! Lu Yan could not help but exclaim. This was the hunting technique of raptors, employing gravitational force from several dozen meters above. Not even a wolf, let alone a heavily armored tortoise or pangolin, could withstand such a fall. To encounter me is indeed your misfortune. A smile crept across Lu Yan's face as he notched his longbow, aiming at the last remaining coyote. With a piercing sound, blood sprayed forth. The beast, which had prepared to fight to the death, finally collapsed less than 10 meters from Lu Yan. This marked the first successful cooperation between Lu Yan and the white dragon in aerial and ground combat, yielding remarkable results as they effortlessly eliminated a pack of small wolves. Under the aerial threat posed by the white dragon, these coyotes were rendered mere targets. Could ordinary beasts also yield treasure chests? Lu Yan lifted his gaze, ready to survey the battlefield, when something shimmering in the distance caught his eye. On the corpse of the coyote felled by the white dragon, a black iron chest glimmered enticingly. Indeed, the game announcement had never stated that ordinary beasts could not drop treasure chests. It merely indicated that the probability of such drops was significantly lower compared to the assured drops for mutated beasts. With a sense of skepticism, Lu Yan accessed the game announcement interface and found specific details under the section for treasure chest drops. The rewards from this coyote kill exceeded his expectations. In addition to a bounty of meat and fur, a treasure chest had also emerged, an auspicious start, and he hoped for a smooth journey ahead. Elated, Lu Yan approached the coyote's carcass to retrieve his arrows, but at that moment, his hand, resting on the thick fur of the coyote's neck, encountered something unusual. A sudden change washed over his expression as he forcefully extracted the object from the dense fur. It was a collar. Lu Yan stood frozen. A shocking thought dawned upon him. These coyotes were not wild. They had been domesticated. Chapter 47, Traces of Lightning Strikes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lu Yan, with a somber expression, arranged the corpses of the 3 coyotes together and discovered identical collars around their necks. The players had only ventured into the wilderness for a mere 4 or 5 days, making it impossible to have tamed such beasts on a large scale. Furthermore, these collars appeared to be ordinary items, devoid of any capabilities for coercive taming or ownership claims. Additionally, the information on the coyotes did not indicate any pet status. All these factors suggested that the true owners of these 4 coyotes were not players. This revelation was quite alarming. In this wilderness, beyond human players, there existed other sentient beings. Lu Yan spoke gravely, articulating a thought he had harbored since the 3rd day of entering the wilderness. The possibility of indigenous life forms inhabiting this land. His suspicions had finally materialized. A group of intelligent natives posed a far greater threat than the wild wolves or mutated beasts. However, Lu Yan speculated that even if such sentient beings existed, their power would likely be limited, perhaps only at the tribal level. The absence of technological artifacts or monumental architecture in this wilderness suggested that the indigenous residents were still at a relatively primitive stage of development. Nonetheless, even the most rudimentary intelligent tribes would not be within his capacity to confront. If besieged, his chances of survival would be utterly bleak. Gazing at the coyote carcasses on the ground, Lu Yan furrowed his brow and made a swift decision to hasten his pace and retrieve the generator and culture medium before the intelligent beings discovered that their watchdogs had been slain. He placed the 4 coyote corpses into his system backpack, hastily tidied the battleground, and departed the scene. The sun climbed higher, causing the temperature in the air to rise rapidly. The path ahead was strewn with rocks, and Lu Yin was no longer hindered by mud nor concerned about leaving footprints. Xiao Bai long soared above as a loyal sentinel, guiding him toward the cave. After setting off again, Lu Yin compared the map with the coordinates and traversed 3 to 4 kilometers without incident, encountering no traces of beasts or mutated creatures along the way. In the distance, a vast shadow loomed over the land. It was a towering mountain, precisely where Lu Yin aimed to reach. The cave housing the generator lay to the north of this mountain. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Yin tucked the map into his pocket and surveyed the surrounding terrain. The mountain was vibrant with life, its surface adorned with a lush canopy of trees, birds chirping softly among the branches, and monkeys leaping playfully through the woods. At the foot of the mountain, a shallow stream meandered, likely swollen from the heavy rainfall the previous day. Ordinarily, this valley would be parched. The mountain appeared robust, and the forest within was abundant in resources, making it an ideal location for establishing a refuge. Lu Yin felt a twinge of envy, but the safe house lacked mobility, leaving him to merely gaze longingly at the mountain. In the desire to incorporate this resource-rich forest into his own garden, it seems that he must wait until the influence of the refuge expands, thereby enveloping the peak within his territory. After all, in this world, there exists no law of property rights. The land belongs to whoever occupies it first. Following Lu Yan's instructions, the little white dragon circled the northern side of the mountain to ensure safety before Lu Yin ventured onto a trail worn by wild beasts. The hoofprints of herbivores, the claw marks of canines, and the droppings of monkeys indicated that the biodiversity of this woodland was indeed quite abundant. As he journeyed along the beast path, Lu Yin discovered numerous intriguing signs. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a thicket ahead, where green leaves were conspicuously stained with fresh bloodstains, along with the tracks of a large feline. Instinctively, Lu Yin became alert, cautiously approaching the thicket. He gently parted the dense foliage, and upon discerning the situation, his pupils dilated sharply, and he gasped in shock. In the muddy ground beneath the thicket, soaked with large pools of blood, lay the unmistakable paw print of a sizable feline. Numerous coarse, black and yellow hairs clung to the thorns of the bushes, while surrounding branches had been violently snapped and torn apart. This scene resembled the aftermath of a hunt by a colossal predator. Yet, for reasons unknown, a powerful intuition surged within Lu Yin. He felt that the blood on the thicket was not left by a predator after vanquishing its prey, but rather was more likely the trace of an injured beast fleeing for its life. Otherwise, how could one explain the absence of any other herbivore tracks in the vicinity? Why was there only one type of fur caught in the thicket? Why were there no signs of other animal activity nearby? This paw print was significantly larger than that of the mutated lynx, resembling more closely that of an adult leopard or tiger. Lu Yin compared the print with his own palm, and immediately, his right eye twitched uncontrollably, as feelings of unease intensified within him. An adult leopard or tiger, at the pinnacle of the food chain in these woods, has virtually no natural enemies. If Lu Yan's conjecture held any truth, then what creature could inflict such severe wounds upon such a formidable beast? Was it a more powerful mutated creature? Furrowing his brow, Lu Yin looked deeper into the jungle, realizing that this seemingly vibrant forest was more perilous than he had initially perceived. After a brief pause, he rose and continued onward, the bloodstains gnawing at his mind and compelling him to remain vigilant and cautious. Soon, however, just a few dozen meters away, he spotted something else that caught his attention. It was a charred mark, irregularly circular in shape, spanning approximately several centimeters. The bark at its center had been blown apart, revealing a several centimeter deep cavity in the trunk, presenting a rather grim sight. Had it been struck by lightning? Lu Yin furrowed his brows, unable to suppress a murmured question. He forced himself to regain composure and proceeded toward the cave, noticing that the trees and rocks around him increasingly bore scars reminiscent of lightning strikes. Most importantly, near these charred traces, bloodstains typically accompany their presence. Lu Yin remained silent. After 15 minutes, he finally arrived at the cave where the generator was hidden. The interior of the cave appeared pitch black, resembling the gaping maw of a demon, waiting to ensnare wandering souls. Lu Yin retrieved a flashlight from his inventory and illuminated the cave's interior. A beam of light pierced the darkness, revealing everything within a 30-meter radius. However, upon discerning the conditions inside the cave, his mind was suddenly struck with a resonating thud, as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. Within the cave, the spot that was once occupied by the generator and culture medium was now utterly devoid of any presence. In a corner on the opposite side of the cave lay a pile of smoldering remnants of a fire and gnawed animal bones. Lu Yan's brow furrowed. Gripping the steel axe tightly, a surge of anger welled up within him. Could it be that someone had arrived first? Chapter 48. The one who took the generator. Standing in the desolate cave, Lu Yin wore an extremely grim expression. The generator and culture medium, which he had deemed his to possess, had been taken by an unknown individual, replaced only by a heap of smoking embers and scattered remnants of animal bones. In this cave, Lu Yen observed at least 5 different sets of footprints. He bent down to examine the traces, noting some muddy prints, 3 of which belonged to Higo, Lao San, and Liao, appearing relatively dry and firm. The remaining 2 sets of footprints exhibited peculiar patterns, looking chaotic as if made by someone wearing straw sandals, and were notably damp. Clearly, after Higo concealed the generator within this cave and departed, 2 others had inadvertently stumbled upon it, striking a windfall. As for the timing, Lu Yen picked up a bone discarded nearby, noticing it still retained some warmth, and a smile crept upon his lips. In such a damp and chilly cave, the temperature of food remnants would plummet rapidly once the flames extinguished, leading to the conclusion that the individual who took the generator had likely departed less than 15 minutes ago. 15 minutes. This span of time was not overly lengthy. Lu Yen rose to his feet, his expression darkening. Though he wished to avoid conflict in this perilous forest, the generator was of utmost importance to him. Even in the face of danger, he must take the risk. Moreover, having dealt with the trio of thugs, it was unbearable to let others reap the rewards without effort. Lu Yen exited the cave and began surveying the ground nearby. Soon, he discovered 2 remarkably clear tire tracks on the beast path adjacent to the cave. These tracks were not the heavy, patterned imprints akin to automobile tires, but rather narrow and flat marks resembling those made by a cart or donkey-drawn vehicle, deeply pressed into the ground, indicating a substantial load. It seemed these 2 individuals had made quite a haul. Lu Yen let out a cold chuckle, placing his finger to his mouth and producing a sharp whistle. The little white dragon, circling in the sky, immediately swooped down. The ones who took the generator had likely not yet departed this mountain range. He would pursue them in this direction, and should anything arise, he would be informed at once. Lu Yen retrieved 2 pieces of beef jerky, cradling them in his palm. Given the master-servant relationship between him and the little white dragon, communication between them was virtually seamless, allowing for the effortless exchange of information. The little white dragon swiftly consumed the jerky and then took flight, pursuing the direction of the tire tracks. Lu Yen, too, remained vigilant, closely following the creature while carefully scanning their surroundings for any potential dangers that might arise. The eagle soared high above, gliding gracefully through the sky. Soon, Lu Yen heard the piercing cry of the little white dragon echoing from above the treetops, laced with a hint of anger and tension, as if it had detected an enemy. A pang of alarm struck Lu Yen. He fervently hoped the dragon would not act impulsively. He recalled the earlier incident with the coyotes, where the little white dragon had recklessly initiated an attack, causing his heart to race with anxiety. The proud and arrogant nature of the hawk made it typically disdainful of teaming up with other creatures to hunt. Once it had locked onto its prey, it would launch a thunderous assault. However, the foolishness of coyotes was incomparable to that of humans, with weapons in hand. 2 humans could easily contend with a single peregrine falcon. Lu Yen hurriedly made his way toward the source of the sound, apprehensive about the possibility of the little white dragon engaging in a 1-on-2 confrontation. Before long, however, the rustling of leaves above signaled the descent of the little white dragon, which landed directly on Lu Yen's shoulder. Phew, you have some sense, Lu Yen sighed in relief, then tightened his grip on his longbow as he communicated with the dragon. You mean, they are less than 200 meters ahead, stronger than me? Lu Yen furrowed his brow. Although the little white dragon could converse with him, its statements were often vague, leaving him puzzled about certain aspects. What exactly did not quite like you imply? Was it a difference in gender or skin color? He cast aside these distracting thoughts, having pinpointed the enemy's location. His immediate goal was to pursue and eliminate them, reclaiming what rightfully belonged to him. Let us go. Lu Yen signaled with a gentle wave as they stealthily approached their target. At that moment, the little white dragon activated its camouflage ability, its feathers blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment, rendering it nearly undetectable from 3 meters away. As the sun rose, its scorching rays illuminated the earth. The forest, shrouded by dense foliage, felt stifling and humid, with the ground covered in a layer of decaying leaves, each step requiring significant exertion. Lu Yen stealthily approached the location indicated by the little white dragon, now able to hear the heavy creaking of axles and the snapping of branches ahead. Crouching behind a cluster of bushes, Lu Yen used an arrow to part the branches before peering through the gap toward the source of the sounds. The first thing to catch his eye were 2 stout legs resembling columns, their dark skin wrapped in boots fashioned from bark and straw. As he looked up, a tiger-striped skirt clung to the waist of the figure before him. Following that, Lu Yen beheld 2 arms, each as robust as his own thighs, with muscles bulging as if brimming with explosive power. Such a physique exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Surely, even Schwarzenegger could not rival this. Lu Yen widened the gap of his concealment, and instantly, the entirety of the figure came into view. At the moment he glimpsed the full visage, Lu Yen's pupils constricted, and an electric shiver coursed through him, as if a tidal wave of horror crashed against his mental defenses. This creature was no mere human. The being standing before Lu Yin possessed the form of a human, complete with limbs and fingers, yet its head was that of a grotesque, hairy pig, with 2 tusks jutting from a narrow maw, exuding an aura of sheer terror. A pig-headed man, a wild-boar man. Lu Yan's mind roared with disbelief, utterly astonished. Was this the intelligent indigenous inhabitant of the wilderness? There were 2 of these pig-headed beings, one in front and one behind. The one at the rear pushed a massive wooden cart, its physique robust, with dark hair crowning its head, appearing to be in the prime of its youth. The cart was laden with the slain bodies of beasts, deer, rabbits, monkeys, and even an adult leopard. While Lu Yin did not see any vegetable cultivation medium among the carcasses, he did spot a generator the size of a computer case. The pig-headed sentinel in the front bore a bamboo basket on its back, appearing somewhat aged, although its chest and arms remained muscular. Its hair was beginning to fade to a silvery hue, indicative of middle age. At that moment, Lu Yin finally grasped what the little white dragon had meant by "not quite like you." He forcefully suppressed the impulse to scream, quietly knocking an arrow coated with poison from the arrow frog onto his longbow, carefully aiming at the young pig-headed man who was pushing the cart, peering through the foliage. At present, Lu Yin was approximately 20 meters away from his adversaries, and the dense jungle obscured visibility significantly to ensure a guaranteed hit. He needed to wait until they drew nearer. Around 15 meters would be ideal. He held his breath, gauging the position of his target. 18 meters, 17 meters, 16 meters. Lu Yan's gaze was sharp, fixated on the young pig-headed man, utterly still. The arrow in his hand yearned to taste blood. Suddenly, a gaunt red-furred coyote emerged from the bamboo basket on the back of the middle-aged pig-headed man. It poked its head out, revealing a collar around its neck identical to those worn by the 4 coyotes Lu Yin had previously slain. At that moment, the red-furred coyote's gaze locked onto the direction where Lu Yin concealed himself, as if sensing something, and began to howl furiously. Almost simultaneously, the 2 pig-headed beings raised their weapons, casting their menacing, bloodthirsty stares toward him. Damn, they have discovered me. Through the thicket, Lu Yan's eyes met theirs in an instant. Chapter 49. The chase. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Lu Yan immediately realized he had been exposed. He abandoned all pretense of aiming and released the bowstring. The arrow soaring through the air with a piercing shriek. The figure of the pig-headed man, burdened with a bamboo basket, had already raised his peculiar weapon, a dark iron tube approximately 12 meters in length, complete with a wooden handle. At the moment an arrow was released, the iron tube was also aimed at the thicket where Lu Yin concealed himself. A remarkably crisp click resonated, and a spark erupted from the handle of the tube, followed by a fiery projectile, 2 to 3 meters long, accompanied by a dense plume of smoke shooting forth. It was a flintlock gun. Upon hearing the click, Lu Yin had surmised the nature of the weapon wielded by his adversary. It was the sound produced by a hammer striking flint. He rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding a steel ball that grazed his cheek, a sharp pain surging through him. When he wiped his face, his palm revealed a vivid crimson hue. For the first time since entering the wilderness, Lu Yin felt the chilling proximity of death. Had that steel ball been a fraction more accurate, he would have surely become a lifeless corpse. He finally comprehended the origin of the extensive bloodstains and scorch marks he had previously observed in the presence of firearms. The ferocious beasts of this forest were indeed no match for the 2 pig-headed men. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yin sprang to his feet and fled. This implied that the 4 coyotes he had previously dispatched were likely tamed by these 2 pig-headed men. Perhaps the scent of blood on him had drawn the red coyote's attention. Lu Yin sprinted desperately, his heart racing with urgency. Although reloading a flintlock gun required considerable time, he had observed that the younger pig-headed man bore a second flintlock. Given Lu Yan's current equipment, engaging in combat was far too perilous. Survival was paramount. Gritting his teeth, he could not ascertain whether his earlier arrow had struck its target. In light of the circumstances, he decisively chose to abandon the generator and the culture medium. A gentleman's vengeance may be delayed, but not forgotten. Or just 2 flintlocks. Once I manufacture automatic rifles, you shall witness the true meaning of firepower. As Lu Yin ran for his life, he soon heard the heavy footsteps and the snapping of branches behind him. A quick glance over his shoulder revealed that the 2 pig-headed men had abandoned their wooden cart and were now in hot pursuit. In the forest, their robust physiques moved with surprising speed. Had Lu Yin not chosen a high vantage point to hide, he would have likely been caught by now. Nevertheless, the distance between them continued to diminish. The red coyote possessed keen senses. Whenever Lu Yin attempted to take a turn and hide in a corner to shake off the pig-headed men, it would astutely detect him and report his location to its masters. Boom! Another dull gunshot rang out, as a steel ball struck a tree not half a meter from Lu Yan's left side, sending splinters of bark flying. Damn it, this is never-ending. Frustration began to mount within Lu Yan. His adversaries boasted superior firepower, swifter speed, and a far greater familiarity with the terrain than he did. If this trend continued, it was only a matter of time before he was overtaken. Having successfully eliminated 4 of the enemy's patrol hounds, he concealed himself within the thicket, poised to launch a surprise attack. However, should he be discovered, it would spell certain doom. He needed to seek an opportunity to counterattack. The forest, cloaked in fallen leaves and mud, posed significant challenges to his escape as he sprinted forward with uneven footing. His shoes and calves were already caked in mire. But there was no time to clean up. The menacing roars of the 2 pig-headed creatures echoed behind him, inducing a sense of dread. Soon, a remarkably steep valley came into view, its chasm plunging over 10 meters deep and spanning more than 7 meters in width. The sight of this ravine left him momentarily dazed. This was it. It felt as if fate had conspired against him. His heart raced. A fall from such height would surely shatter half his bones, rendering survival nearly impossible. He quickly scanned his surroundings and took refuge behind the sturdiest tree at the valley's edge, concealing himself entirely from sight, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to aim at him. Given the circumstances, counterattacking from behind this colossal tree was his final chance. If he miscalculated, today could very well mark his end. The 2 pig-headed creatures, upon noticing his retreat behind the tree, refrained from recklessly charging in, although his arrows had not struck them. They had pierced the skull of a wild boar on the wooden cart, showcasing a terrifying lethality that could easily spell their demise. With a cautious demeanor, the 2 pig-headed beings began to inch toward the massive tree from opposite sides, their movements deliberate and stealthy, ensuring they remained hidden among the trees and shrubs to evade detection. At this point, they were less than 15 meters from his position, raising their firearms and holding their breath, striving to make no sound. The forest was eerily silent, an oppressive stillness hanging in the air. Suddenly, a sharp cry of an eagle pierced the tranquility above, and a small white dragon, perfectly camouflaged with its surroundings, swooped down, its claws striking the unsuspecting head of the middle-aged pig-headed creature, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh in an instant. Without pausing, the small white dragon's fur returned to its pristine white as it soared away into the distance. The middle-aged pig-headed creature let out a howl of anguish, bloodied and battered, its focus shifting from hunting down the protagonist to chasing after the small white dragon. Meanwhile, hidden behind the great tree, he understood that the dragon had activated its color change camouflage ability to divert enemy fire, drawing one adversary away from him, a move fraught with peril for itself. In this harsh and unforgiving wilderness, the dragon's selfless act warmed his heart. Just as the middle-aged pig-headed creature departed, the younger one, seemingly losing patience, suddenly fired a shot, the explosive sound reverberating through the forest. A prime opportunity had arisen. Lu Yan was filled with excitement as he suddenly leaped from behind the colossal tree, drawing his longbow towards the direction of the gunfire. However, in that fleeting moment of emergence, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. The young pig-headed man, with his right hand clutching a flintlock pistol, did not emit the smoke typically associated with a discharged weapon. Instead, the ominous black muzzle was firmly aimed at Lu Yan. His left hand grasped 2 oddly shaped stone beads, and with a gentle exertion of his fingers, the beads collided, producing a thick plume of smoke accompanied by a deafening explosion. This indicated that the sound Lu Yan had just heard was not the report of the flintlock, but rather the sound of the stone beads clashing. The young pig-headed man had cleverly misled Lu Yan with these beads, luring him out from his concealment behind the giant tree. For a moment, the scene became a stalemate. Both Lu Yan and the young pig-headed man had their lethal weapons trained on one another, neither daring to strike first, for neither could guarantee that a successful hit would not provoke a deadly retaliation from the other. Suddenly, the young pig-headed man spoke, uttering words in a language Lu Yan could comprehend. "Allow me to pose a riddle. If you can unveil the answer, you may leave this place alive," he murmured softly. Lu Yan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What riddle? Tell me, what creature has neither parents nor offspring?" The young pig-headed man tilted his head, observing Lu Yan with keen interest. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yan replied, "A human trafficker? A seller of counterfeit birds' nests and live streams? A capitalist advocating the 996 work culture?" The pig-headed man reacted with confusion. Lu Yan inhaled deeply, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he stated, "From a genetic perspective, such a creature does not exist." "Bingo, you are correct." The young pig-headed man's expression twisted into a mocking grin. "Thus, you shall never leave this jungle alive." Chapter 50. The clash. Upon uttering these words, Lu Yan felt a sudden and excruciating tearing pain in his calf. A gaunt coyote had stealthily approached him, utilizing the underbrush for cover, and lunged towards Lu Yan's unprotected ankle. Almost simultaneously, the young pig-headed man pulled the trigger, and a lethal steel pellet erupted from the blazing muzzle, striking Lu Yan squarely in the chest. With a sharp clang resounding from the collision of steel, Several plates of Lu Yan's scale armor shattered, scattering debris in all directions. The immense force generated by the shattered plates significantly diminished the pellet's momentum, ultimately preventing it from penetrating Lu Yan's body, as it became lodged within the innermost layer of his scale armor. Nevertheless, Lu Yan still felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, the impact rendering him breathless and causing a metallic sweetness to surge from deep within his throat, which he forcefully swallowed. He was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Even if the pain were to amplify 100-fold, he could not afford to let his focus waver or allow himself to fall. The pig-headed creature, after unleashing a shot, swiftly drew a massive wolf-toothed club from its lower back, charging forth with a menacing grin akin to that of a small tank. I, Lu Yan, felt a surge of determination as I endured the pain in my ankle and chest, unwavering in my aim, and released an arrow targeting the creature's chest. The featherless arrow whistled through the air, reaching the pig-headed beast in the blink of an eye. To my astonishment, its colossal form moved with surprising agility. It bent its legs sharply, sinking its body by about 30 centimeters, causing the arrow, which could have pierced its heart, to strike its shoulder instead. With a sickening thud, the arrow embedded itself, blood gushing forth as the creature let out a painful roar. Yet, with fiery rage in its eyes, it violently snapped the exposed shaft of the arrow and charged forward once more. The ground trembled beneath its enormous weight as it ran. Leaving no time for me to contemplate my next move, I discarded my longbow and drew my steel axe, swiftly severing the head of the gaunt coyote gnawing at my ankle, then raised the axe in a stance ready for battle. At this juncture, the distance between me and the pig-headed beast made it clear that evasion was no longer an option. The toxin smeared on the arrowhead would take about 30 seconds to take effect, granting me no choice but to confront the foe head-on. The youthful pig-headed creature stood approximately 2.6 meters tall and weighed well over 300 pounds, its arms thick as a man's thighs, veins bulging ominously. Who could possibly remain composed when such a colossal beast charged forth with a roar? A bead of cold sweat trickled down my brow. Finally, the pig-headed creature reached me, swinging its wolf-toothed club with ferocity. Long before it drew near, I felt a menacing gust rush towards me, tousling my hair in disarray. I knew I could not withstand this blow. If it struck me, even my body imbued with the title of Wall of the Wilderness would likely falter. I dropped low and rolled forward, narrowly evading the club as it swept past, accompanied by a sharp crack as it struck a small tree behind me, cleaving it in two. Huh, you insignificant little creature, do you wish to play longer with me? The young pig-headed monster cackled maniacally. Once I have you in my grasp, I will savor every moment. I shall break your bones one by one and hang you from the mountaintop, letting the demonic crows feast upon your flesh. You will witness your own demise. That fear will entwine you until your last breath. I straightened up, fixing my gaze firmly upon the creature. I understood that its taunts were designed to heighten my anxiety, to strip away my composure and provoke disorder in my movements. In such moments, I must not yield to fear. Fear leads to death. I would not allow its grotesque expression to intimidate me. Instead, it repulsed me. With an expressionless face, I retorted. Looking at your face makes me want to vomit up the very meal I had last night. The laughter of the youthful pig-headed creature abruptly ceased, its eyes consumed by rage. It once again raised the heavy spiked club in its grasp and ferociously swung it down. The massive pig-headed being resembled a devastating war machine. Before the 15-meter-long formidable club, the surrounding saplings crumbled as if they were mere sheets of paper. Soon, within a 10-meter radius of the battlefield between it and Lu Yan, all the saplings were utterly obliterated. Wow, you are quite impressive. Your tree-felling skills are extraordinary. Were you a lumberjack in your past life? By the way, you shouldn't be lingering in this wilderness. You ought to team up with Bald Chong at Bear Ridge, with the advantage of his size. Lu Yan adeptly evaded the pig-headed creature's numerous strikes, his gaze now brimming with mockery as he began to take the offensive, incessantly provoking his foe. The young pig-headed creature was now covered in wood shavings and fallen leaves, its expression increasingly ferocious, breathing heavily. Its massive frame granted it greater strength. Yet it also meant that its stamina would deplete more rapidly. If this continued, it would not be long before Lu Yan turned the tables and struck back due to the creature's exhaustion. However, Lu Yan sensed something amiss. More than a minute had passed since the pig-headed creature was struck by the arrow, and the poison from the arrow frog should have taken effect by now. Yet, judging by the current situation, aside from its waning stamina, there were no evident signs of poisoning. Could it be that this creature possessed a resistance to toxins? Lu Yan's heart sank. If that were the case, he would have to alter his previous strategy. Thud, thud. After a brief respite, the pig-headed creature wore a grim expression as it advanced towards Lu Yan once more. With a powerful swing, the heavy spiked club, accompanied by a menacing gust, descended. Lu Yan, keenly observing, dodged to the left once again. In that moment, a sinister grin spread across the pig-headed creature's face. It released its grip on the club and hurled it as a projectile to obstruct Lu Yan's escape route. Simultaneously, its massive body pivoted and lunged directly at Lu Yan. How cunning, employing a feint. Lu Yan's pupils dilated. He found himself with no avenue of escape. Gritting his teeth and gripping his steel axe tightly as he swung it forward, slicing through the air. A piercing sound echoed as the beast's hide was cleaved open at its waist. The sharp edge of the axe carved a 30-centimeter-long gash on its lower abdomen. Though due to the horizontal nature of the strike, the wound was not deep, merely 2 or 3 centimeters, thus not fatal. With a powerful grip, the pig-headed creature seized Lu Yan's right wrist, akin to a steel clamp, lifting him off the ground effortlessly. I told you, you cannot escape. You will not leave this jungle alive. With one hand hoisting Lu Yan, the other pressed forcefully against the wound on its belly. The grotesque pig head loomed close to Lu Yan, a foul stench assaulting his senses. Lu Yan felt as though his wrist might shatter under the immense pressure. Gazing at the grotesque visage mere inches from him, an unexpected cold smile emerged on his face, a stark contrast to the fear one would expect. Leave alive? That is not a certainty. In a flash, his left hand shot up, halting mere centimeters before the pig-headed creature's face. The motion so swift that it left no room for reaction. After a mere second, the pig-headed creature heard a faint sound of a mechanical spring being released from the sleeve of Lu Yan. Almost instantly, the world through its right eye shattered, transforming into a bloody haze. A petite steel dart had pierced directly into the pig-headed being's left eye, the 3-inch shaft nearly fully embedded. The once silent jungle was suddenly pierced by a shrill and haunting scream. Chapter 51. Counterattack. The pig-headed creature's anguished cries reverberated throughout the entire forest. The eyes are the most vulnerable targets for all living beings, and the agony of having one's eyeball punctured is a torment that cannot be suppressed by sheer willpower. The young pig-headed being, driven to madness, hurled Lu Yan away as if he were a volleyball, collapsing to the ground with a thud, hands clutching at the eye that had been pierced, blood oozing incessantly through its fingers. Thud. Lu Yan was violently thrown into a thicket 3 to 4 meters away. The jarring impact left him feeling disoriented. However, he quickly regained his composure, scrambling up from the underbrush, steel axe firmly in hand, prepared for a potential desperate counterattack from his adversary. Indeed, the vitality of the pig-headed race is remarkably resilient. Despite being invaded by the poison of the arrow frog and having its eye punctured at close range, the creature still refused to succumb. While it wailed in agony, it did not forget to retrieve its discarded spiked club. Leaning against a tree, its remaining eye fixated fiercely on Lu Yan. Lu Yan cast a glance at his abandoned longbow, which had been broken during the earlier skirmish. You wretched creature, insect, I shall not let you escape. The pig-headed being howled in anguish, yet it no longer dared to initiate an attack on Lu Yan. Instead, it relied on the tree to shield its back. Adopting a defensive stance, the standoff persisted, yet the dynamics of the confrontation had shifted. At this moment, Lu Yan had seized the initiative. I truly wish to slay you before departing. Lu Yan gripped his steel axe tightly, staring at his opponent for a long moment, reluctantly speaking. Having injured your eye with the dart, I have gained a certain advantage, albeit a slight one, as I have lost my longbow and wish to avoid close combat. An injured beast is far more perilous than one in good health. The control Lu Yan wielded was simply the choice to either retreat or remain and continue the fight. The wounded pig-headed creature still possessed formidable combat prowess, and Lu Yan did not wish to risk severe injury by attempting to kill it in close quarters. In this harsh wilderness, without the support of a clan, sustaining grave injuries equates to death. Lu Yan's primary purpose for venturing into the mountains was to retrieve a generator, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Suddenly, he reached down to pick up the flintlock that his opponent had just discarded and began to retreat slowly into the depths of the jungle. A mocking smile gracing his face. Little piglet, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. We shall meet again. Farewell. The young pig-headed creature's expression twisted into a grimace, its fury boiling over as it howled, its tusks glimmering ominously, and spat out, "Despicable insect, you cannot escape. My father is nearby. He will undoubtedly employ the most brutal methods to eliminate you." Lu Yan, undeterred by the threat, decisively turned and fled into the dense jungle, his silhouette swiftly vanishing from the sight of the young pig-headed man. Howl! The young pig-headed man roared in fury, brandishing his spiked club and seething with impotent rage at the spot. Damn it, if I fail to secure the generator this time, it will be a significant loss. Lu Yan sprinted through the thickets, simultaneously attuning himself to the position of the little white dragon. Waves of pain coursed through his body, particularly in his ankles and wrists. Just moments ago, he had inspected the ankle bitten by the coyote. In this wilderness, there was no rabies vaccine, and if he had indeed contracted a virus from that coyote, it would spell trouble. Fortunately, upon examination, Lu Yan discovered that his ankle bore no puncture, only a ring of tooth marks and bruising. Though the coyote possessed sharp senses, it was rather diminutive and had low biting force. Coupled with the defensive attributes granted by the wilderness, the coyote's teeth ultimately failed to penetrate Lu Yan's skin. This was the only good news since entering the mountains. Soon, Lu Yan sensed the little white dragon's position. It was still moving slowly through the forest, unsure whether it was due to injury or its continued attempt to lure the middle-aged pig-headed man. Estimating the distance to be around 1,000 meters, Lu Yan hurriedly pursued while whistling. 1,000 meters away, amidst the trees, the snow-white little white dragon navigated through the branches, while 20 meters behind it, the bloodied middle-aged pig-headed man relentlessly pursued. Boom! A gunshot rang out. The branch beside the little white dragon was shattered, sending splinters cascading down upon it. Seizing the moment, it found a branch to alight upon, casting a mocking and derisive gaze at the middle-aged pig-headed man. This was part of its strategy, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. If too close, it would be in peril. If too far, the opponent might abandon the chase, placing Lu Yan in jeopardy. Thus, with each shot fired by the middle-aged pig-headed man, the little white dragon would pause, allowing him time to reload, a tactic that not only ensured ongoing pursuit, but also maximized the opponent's irritation. 20 seconds later, the middle-aged pig-headed man compressed the gunpowder within the barrel with a slender rod and reloaded a steel ball. Observing this, the little white dragon soared into the air once more, leaping forward. However, at that moment, a resounding whistle pierced the canopy above, causing the little white dragon's forward momentum to falter. It then flapped its wings vigorously, breaking through the thick foliage and ascending into the sky, vanishing from the middle-aged pig-headed man's line of sight in an instant. Enraged, the middle-aged pig-headed man, clutching the wound on his head with animal hide, fired a shot in the direction where the little white dragon had disappeared, but it only succeeded in dislodging some leaves, achieving nothing further. With a rustle, the little white dragon descended from the sky, landing squarely on Lu Yan's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his face while emitting soft chirps. His voice carried a hint of somberness, no longer as fierce and domineering as usual. All right, I'm fine, no need to worry. It just itches, haha. Lu Yan gently patted the little white dragon's head, recognizing its concern expressed in its own unique manner. You weren't hurt, were you? Upon hearing Lu Yan's inquiry, the little white dragon proudly lifted its head and chirped incessantly, as if to boast, how could that clumsy creature, the pig-headed man, possibly harm me? As long as you're unscathed. Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that both he and the little white dragon could return from their expedition in the mountains unscathed. However, Lu Yan felt a deep sense of discontent about returning empty-handed. Not only had he failed to acquire the generator and nutrient solution, but he had also ended up battered and bruised. A profound sense of frustration enveloped him, rendering him restless for quite some time. The little white dragon, seemingly attuned to Lu Yan's emotional shift, glanced around and let out a few soft chirps. What do you think about lying in wait again and using the flintlock to hunt our enemies? Lu Yan shook his head, furrowing his brow after considering the little white dragon's suggestion. That would be impractical. All I've managed to find is the gun. I still lack the gunpowder and steel balls. The system needs one more ingredient, sulfur, to produce gunpowder. Chapter 52. The mystery unveiled. Lu Yan felt pressed for time, unsure of how far the enemy's tribe lay from his position. What if they came to reinforce their comrades while he was setting traps? He was certain that the two pig-headed men must have returned to the vicinity of the wooden cart by now. Without eliminating them, it would be impossible to obtain what he desired. He had to swiftly accomplish the tasks of hunting, retrieving the generator, and escaping the forest. After a moment of silence, the little white dragon chirped again, and without waiting for Lu Yan's consent, it took flight. You damned creature, come back. Come back. Lu Yan's eyes widened as he whispered angrily at the little white dragon's retreating figure, but ultimately, his protests proved futile, and he could only watch helplessly as it vanished from his sight. Lu Yan's outburst stemmed from the little white dragon's second proposal. He would remain hidden while the little white dragon lured the middle-aged pig-headed man over, then seized the opportunity for a surprise attack, striking decisively. To be frank, the feasibility of this plan was high, yet it also placed the little white dragon, serving as bait, back into peril. Faced with a creature wielding a firearm, even the little white dragon's agility could not guarantee its safety. Lu Yan valued the little white dragon's well-being far more than obtaining a generator. Previously, it had drawn the enemy away to save him, but now he did not believe it was worth the risk for the sake of a mere machine. Nevertheless, as a pet that shared a deep bond with him, the little white dragon might have already anticipated Lu Yan's thoughts, yet it still ventured forth without hesitation. If you treat me as a national hero, I shall repay you in kind. Though this sentiment might seem somewhat laughable or absurd when applied to the little white dragon, it encapsulated the current situation perfectly. While the golden eagle possessed a degree of intelligence, its thinking remained simple in certain areas. Your kindness towards me, your concern, your provision of sustenance, and your worry for my safety evoke a profound loyalty within me, compelling me to sacrifice even my life for your sake. Such is the simplest and most sincere emotion a pet harbors for its master. Amidst the dense jungle, a middle-aged boar-headed man trudged forward, wielding a flintlock rifle, his countenance shrouded in shadows of discontent. As the sovereign of these mountains, when had he ever been bullied by a mere peregrine falcon? In this wilderness, his kind reigned supreme, instilling fear even in the hearts of tigers, leopards, bears, and wolves. Yet today, he had faltered, met with failure. Upon returning to his tribe, he would likely endure ridicule from his peers for an extended time. He gingerly touched the wound atop his head, the sharp, searing pain incessantly prodding at his emotions, teetering him on the brink of uncontrollable rage. Cursed be it! Should you dare to cross my path once more, I shall consume you alive. The middle-aged boar-headed man cursed vehemently as he pressed forward, only to be interrupted by the unmistakable sound of wings flapping overhead. Instinctively, he raised his gaze and beheld that detestable, snow-white figure once more. The little white dragon reappeared, perched on a branch 3 to 4 meters high, its talons clutching 2 dead mice, which had dropped with precision upon his head. After discarding the mice, the little white dragon soared away. In that instant, the middle-aged boar-headed man lost all semblance of reason, roaring furiously as he pursued, his commotion startling countless wild rabbits and mountain chickens. The jungle erupted into chaos. Liu Yuan concealed himself around a corner of a rocky outcrop, gripping his steel axe tightly, silently attuning himself to the little white dragon's proximity. It drew nearer, 800 meters, 600 meters, 300 meters. The unsightly roars of the boar-headed man reached Liu Yuan's ears. 200 meters, 100 meters. He heard the crack of breaking branches and the thud of heavy footsteps. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The little white dragon swept past the rocky wall where Liu Yuan hid. With a thunderous crack, a gunshot echoed. The bullet grazed the little white dragon's tail feathers, sending several plucked feathers cascading down like snowflakes. Witnessing this, Liu Yuan's expression turned eerily calm as he slowly raised his steel axe, assuming an attacking stance. Heavy breaths emanated from behind the rocky wall, accompanied by an overpowering stench. A colossal shadow burst forth from the left side of the wall. The middle-aged boar-headed man fixed his menacing gaze upon the little white dragon, his expression a terrifying mask of rage. Liu Yuan's legs coiled like springs, and the moment the boar-headed man came into view, he silently launched himself forward. You wretched beast, you cannot escape. The middle-aged boar-headed man sneered as he ran, reloading his weapon while keeping his eyes locked on the little white dragon. Liu Yuan swung his steel axe in a perfect arc, striking the unguarded neck of the boar-headed man from behind. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed ominously. The sinister laughter of the middle-aged pig-headed man abruptly ceased, and his body fell heavily to the ground. The middle-aged pig-headed man stared wide-eyed, stammering as he spoke. Without a hint of expression, Liu Yuan extracted the axe blade from the opponent's cervical vertebra and raised it once more, aiming for the pig-headed man's skull. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. There was no longer any movement from the pig-headed man. Blood splattered as Liu Yuan remained impassive. Beneath the axe, the corpse of the middle-aged pig-headed man lay shattered. Even with a life force as terrifying as that of a magical ape, it could no longer retaliate. Liu Yuan gasped for breath, wiping the blood from his face. At last, he had eliminated one. Gazing down at the nearly minced corpse, Liu Yuan took a moment to rest. He located the remains of a colossal tree that had been struck down by lightning. Its interior was hollowed out, forming a natural hollow. He discarded the middle-aged pig-headed man's body into this cavity, covering it with some bark. From the outside, it resembled a natural grave. His intentions were not born from compassion. There were still numerous resources on the corpse he had yet to collect. Liu Yuan needed to eliminate another enemy. Yet he feared that the scent of blood would attract beasts, prompting him to conceal the body. After completing this task, Liu Yuan picked up the flintlock and powder pouch of the middle-aged pig-headed man and silently made his way back to his initial ambush site. Beside the wooden cart, the young pig-headed man sat cross-legged on the ground, clutching 2 wounds, a pained expression etched across its face. The wound on its abdomen had ceased to bleed, but the injury near its eye was too deep, and inexplicably, it began to feel a violent wave of dizziness assailing its mind. Why hasn't my father returned? I need medical attention immediately. The young pig-headed man's expression darkened. Upon returning to the tribe, I must lead a hunting party to thoroughly search this forest. To find that damned bug, I shall devour him alive. Alas, that opportunity may have slipped away. At that moment, a voice laced with mirth emerged from the nearby woods, instantly alerting the young pig-headed man, which turned its remaining eye towards the source of the sound. Liu Yuan emerged from the trees, flintlock in hand, the barrel firmly aimed at the pig-headed man. How dare you show yourself? Upon seeing Liu Yuan, the young pig-headed man brandished its spiked club, and charged forward. Recalling vividly that the flintlock stolen from Lu Yen contained no bullets or powder, Lu Yen smiled slightly and pulled the trigger. Boom! A vicious tongue of flame erupted, and a gaping blood hole the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in the pig-headed man's abdomen. Staring in shock at the wound, it froze. 3 seconds later, a deafening scream erupted from its lips. I told you we would meet again. Lu Yen reloaded his weapon and approached the young pig-headed man, intrigued as he spoke. Let us make this interesting. I shall pose a riddle to you, and if you can answer it correctly, I will allow you to leave alive. The young pig-headed man trembled, its voice quivering. What riddle? What creature hides within a shell, remaining utterly still? Lu Yen tilted his head, inquiring. It's a turtle. The young pig-headed man gritted its teeth in response. Lu Yen smiled brightly, exuding an unusual radiance. No, it is your father. He is now resting in his coffin. Chapter 53. Interrogation. After the pig-headed man took a bullet, he had a vague suspicion regarding his father's condition, but upon hearing Lu Yan's words, he was entirely convinced that his father had indeed been murdered. What have you done with the vegetable culture medium that was in the cave? Lu Yan inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. The young pig-headed man, appearing almost deranged, staggered to his feet, driven by both physical pain and the grief of losing a loved one. With bloodshot eyes, he approached Lu Yan, seemingly intent on a desperate struggle. Lu Yan narrowed his eyes and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger once more. Bang! A violent explosion of mixed blood and shattered flesh erupted from the young pig-headed man's left knee, sending his massive form crashing to the ground like a mountain toppled. I lack patience, so do not continue to test my limits. Lu Yan frowned. Cooperation would be beneficial for us all. Cooperate with you? Will that allow me to survive? The young pig-headed man sneered, his face twisted in a grotesque mockery, drenched in blood, and resembling a monster that crawled from the depths of hell. In the end, we all must die, so why should I make you happy? I'll tell you this, the vegetable culture medium is hidden somewhere in this mountain forest, but you will never obtain it. Seeing the young pig-headed man's defiant attitude, Lu Yan suddenly laughed. He withdrew a long spear from his storage compartment and, without warning, thrust it forcefully into the shattered wound of the opponent's knee, twisting it violently. A horrific wail echoed throughout the forest, startling countless birds into flight, rendering the area almost a vacuum. I do not wish to deceive you. Your ultimate fate is certainly death. However, the choice of how you perish lies in my hands. I can prolong your suffering or grant you a swift end. Blood stained Lu Yan's refined face, and with a chilling smile, he appeared almost demonic in his terror. The Banlu tribe warriors shall never be cowed by fear. The young pig-headed man, battered and bruised, maintained his defiance. 3 genes weight of duck, 2.5 genes weight of beak. Lu Yan scoffed, planting the bloodied spear into the ground before squatting down to ask, what do you think I plan to do with you? The young pig-headed man remained silent, his single crimson eye brimming with raw hatred. If looks could kill, Lu Yan would have been shredded to pieces. You previously mentioned hanging me high, allowing the devil crows to feast upon my flesh and blood, forcing me to witness my own demise. Lu Yan's smile grew even brighter. How intriguing. I lack the power to command a swarm of devil crows. I only possess a falcon, so the process will be slower and more drawn out. Brave warrior, endure. Lu Yan patted the pig-headed man's head. Suddenly, the little white dragon lunged from the side, its sharp claws sinking into the pig-headed man's shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh the size of a palm. Ah! The pig-headed man howled in agony. The little white dragon swallowed the fresh morsel, its claws inflicting numerous gaping wounds deep enough to see bone. What is the sound of flesh being torn apart like? Previously, Lu Yan had never had the opportunity to experience it, yet today, he listened intently. The sound of flesh being rent was low and muffled, typically accompanied by the splatter of ruptured blood vessels, reminiscent of the noise made when a pastry bag expels cream. This auditory sensation instilled an unsettling discomfort and a primal fear that sent shivers down one's spine. As the protagonist, what thoughts occupied the mind of the pig-headed man at this moment? The young dragon eagerly devoured chunks of meat, even staining its feathers crimson. Its movements were deliberate, allowing the pig-headed man to witness every inch of his flesh being consumed. In a mere 30 seconds, the once formidable pig-headed man trembled, losing control of his bowels, his grotesque face marred by terror. This race, dominant in the forest, was known for its irascibility and resilience, often remaining composed even in the face of death. Yet now, as he watched the young dragon incessantly feast upon him, he finally succumbed to despair. Kill me, in my suffering. The pig-headed man shrieked. You worthless scum, you wretched creature. Just do it. His breakdown stemmed not from physical agony, but from the psychological torment of witnessing his own demise. The visceral horror of being consumed surpassed any pain inflicted by a blade piercing his flesh. The feeling of powerlessness, of awaiting death while observing one's body gradually transform from life to sustenance, was a despair potent enough to engulf any resilient spirit. Amidst his howls and curses, he spat vile words in a desperate attempt to provoke Lu Yin into ending his torment. Yet he failed. Lu Yin remained composed, his expression impassive, showing no signs of anger. "I can't take it anymore. I'll tell you where to find what you seek," the young pig-headed man gasped, revealing a location to Lu Yin. "If you had cooperated sooner, you wouldn't have to endure so much suffering." Lu Yin's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing this, and he smirked before rising to his feet. "Little white dragon, go check this location. If it dares to deceive us." Lu Yin paused, glancing at the pitiful pig-headed man, contemplating that he likely wouldn't risk further deception. After all, only a creature trained in the depths of hell would maintain composure under such torment. The pig-headed man was not of that caliber. The young dragon took flight. Lu Yin, observing the life ebbing from the pig-headed man at his feet, felt a twinge of reflection. In truth, he bore no deep-seated enmity towards this creature, and in this encounter, he had instigated the conflict. The pig-headed man was merely acting in self-defense. In this scenario, he had slain the man's father and tortured him beyond recognition. From a rational perspective, it seemed he was the true villain, the antagonist of this tale. Yet, here in the wilderness, Lu Yin softly spoke. "Indeed, this is not a civilization governed by law, but rather a savage, post-apocalyptic wilderness where moral distinctions of good and evil hold no sway. Here, the primal instinct for survival reigns supreme." The previous assault on Lu Yin by 3 marauders exemplified this reality, as does Lu Yin's current attack on the boar-headed creature. Lu Yin is acutely aware of the rules that govern this desolate expanse. Thus, he is neither surprised nor incredulous when faced with an attack. Similarly, he feels no psychological burden when inflicting harm upon others. As Lu Yin has previously articulated, humanity has obliterated countless races in the pursuit of a better existence. Yet who can blame them when humans occupy the pinnacle of the food chain and enjoy such privileges? To secure their own survival, they invade other species, a trait inherent to all living beings. To avoid becoming prey to apex predators in this wilderness, one must ascend to the top of the food chain by any means necessary. Lu Yin's ambush of the boar-headed creature is akin to a tiger hunting an antelope, an embodiment of the most fundamental survival principles. Should a tiger feel remorse for devouring an antelope? Absolutely not. It is inconceivable. Chapter 54 Run. Approximately 3 minutes later, the little white dragon returned with news that delighted Lu Yin's heart and spirit. In the location disclosed by the young boar-headed creature, the long-lost vegetable cultivation base was discovered. With that, Lu Yin straightened his posture, inhaled deeply, and declared, "It is time to depart." This statement bore dual significance. He must leave this forest, and the young boar-headed creature must embark on its journey. Though the creature was on the brink of death, clinging to its last breath, Lu Yin nonetheless thrust his spear into its heart repeatedly, piercing several translucent holes in its chest before finally feeling assured enough to collect the spoils. To Lu Yin's astonishment, upon the young boar-headed creature's demise, a resplendent treasure chest emerged above its corpse, gleaming with a silvery hue. It was indeed a silver chest. Lu Yin felt a rush of thirst and excitement. It is well known that the higher the chest's grade, the rarer the treasures it yields. Previously, Lu Yin's bronze chest had bestowed upon him a subterranean water extractor and a skill book. While his primary objectives for this expedition, the generator and the vegetable cultivation base, were derived from the silver chest procured by the enigmatic Black Brother. This was truly a fortuitous discovery. Approximately 20 minutes later, after collecting his spoils, Lu Yin followed the guidance of the little white dragon to the location where the cultivation base was concealed. Nestled within a pit shrouded by lush foliage, he beheld the vegetable cultivation base, which resembled a grand cake display in appearance. Its sheer size rendered it impossible for the boar-headed creature, lacking the capacity of a system backpack, to transport it from this site. Observing the cultivation base hidden within the earthen pit, Lu Yin extended his palm to gently touch its edge, and with a flash of brilliance, it was promptly absorbed into his backpack. When he set out that morning, only 11 slots remained in his system backpack. Now, it was overflowing, with spoils even adorning his shoulders and hands. A rough tally of the spoils reveals the slaying of a coyote yielded a black iron chest. The defeat of 2 boar-headed men garnered a silver chest, 2 flintlock rifles, a pack of steel balls, 2 bags of gunpowder, approximately 800 grams, a hefty wolf-s mace, a sturdy wooden cart, and a tome adorned with an unidentified label. Additionally, there is a generator, a vegetable cultivation base, and over 20 diverse species of game. However, due to the variety of the prey, they could not be stacked or consolidated in the inventory. Thus, Lu Yin opted to place the largest adult leopard into the last slot, while awkwardly balancing a mountain chicken in his left hand and a wild rabbit in his right, presenting a rather comical sight. This expedition into the wilderness was the most perilous experience Lu Yin had encountered since venturing into the wild, yet the rewards were bountiful. He now comprehends why it is said that the swiftest means of accumulating wealth lies in plunder. High risks often yield substantial returns. Having dispatched 2 boar-headed men, he had amassed such a wealth of resources. If he could annihilate the entire tribe, it would result in both a cataclysmic disaster and a tremendous windfall. A smile crept upon Liu Yan's lips as he retrieved a bottle of drinking water from his inventory, swiftly consuming half of it. The recent skirmishes had severely drained his stamina, but now, having distanced himself from combat, the enhanced self-healing effect from his title, Wall of the Wilderness, began to manifest. The pain in his ankle and wrist gradually subsided, and even the bruises and bite marks were slowly fading away. This was no place to linger. After gathering all the spoils he could carry, Liu Yan dared not remain in the forest any longer. Despite its abundant resources, it harbored countless dangers. The fact that he had emerged unscathed from a confrontation with the intelligent beings of this forest was a stroke of immense fortune. With heavy steps, Liu Yan sought the beast path he had previously traversed, preparing to retrace his route. At that moment, the little white dragon, which had been languidly perched nearby, suddenly became alert, its sharp gaze fixed intently on a direction within the thicket, emitting a low, anxious growl. "What is it?" Liu Yan inquired immediately. Animals often possess a heightened sensitivity to impending danger, and the little white dragon's demeanor clearly indicated it sensed something amiss. In the dense, lush undergrowth behind them, it seemed as though a peril was rapidly approaching. The little white dragon suddenly let out a shrill cry, its feathers bristling in alarm, urgently urging Liu Yan to flee with utmost haste. Taken aback for a moment, Liu Yan wasted no time and propelled himself forward, sprinting towards the forest's edge. Earlier, when facing the boar-headed men armed with flintlock rifles, the little white dragon had remained remarkably composed and untroubled, displaying no signs of anxiety. Yet now, its state was one of extreme unrest and panic. What could instill such fear in it? Liu Yan dared not contemplate, nor could the little white dragon articulate its fears. It merely conveyed to Liu Yan that it sensed an overwhelming, lethal danger approaching swiftly. The ground began to tremble beneath them. As Liu Yan sprinted through the wilderness, he beheld a multitude of startled birds taking flight from the dense foliage behind him, accompanied by the violent sound of tree branches snapping. It was as if a terrifying beast was rampaging through the forest. The tremors beneath his feet grew increasingly intense, indicating that this creature was drawing nearer. Glancing back with the corner of his eye, Liu Yan finally discerned the source of the earth's tremors. It was not a colossal monster, but rather a frenzied horde of large, pig-headed beings. There were over 30 of them, wielding flintlock guns, spiked clubs, axes, and various other weapons. Resembling a battalion of heavy cavalry, mercilessly crushing everything that obstructed their path. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Yan felt the blood drain from his face. The enemy had swiftly discovered the demise of their kin and was in hot pursuit. The sheer number of pursuers was overwhelming. They were not foes to be confronted head-on. Escape was the only option. With a fierce determination in his gaze, Liu Yan discarded the mountain chicken and wild rabbit he had been carrying, lightening his load to the utmost extent. In a burst of sheer adrenaline, he outran his pursuers. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of flintlock guns erupted from behind, steel balls whizzing through the air, yet not a single one struck Liu Yan. This was not due to the pig-headed being's lack of marksmanship. Rather, it was because flintlock guns were smoothbore firearms. Without rifling, the projectiles quickly lost stability after being fired, leading to erratic trajectories. Generally, the effective range of a flintlock gun was only around 80 meters, slightly superior to that of a bow. Even within this range, accuracy remained dismally low. In the face of strong winds or bright light, being able to hit a target within 20 meters with a flintlock was already the mark of a sharpshooter. Beyond this distance, whether one hit or missed was left to fate. Chapter 55. A review of gains. Liu Yan raced onward, finally reaching the end of the beast trail, where he spotted the small creek he had encountered upon entering the mountains. With a powerful leap, he vaulted over the creek, escaping the forest. However, as he cleared the water, the previously relentless pig-headed beings halted in their tracks, standing at the forest's edge, unleashing furious roars at Liu Yan. Yet none dared to pursue him further. Liu Yan paused, observing this peculiar scene, and suddenly a profound realization struck him. If this wilderness were a game, then the forest before him must be the monster map that produced the pig-headed beings. Players could freely enter this map to hunt monsters, and within its confines, the pig-headed beings could likewise slay players. Yet, once players exited the forest, the creatures could not pursue them beyond its boundaries. They were confined to their designated territory. Indeed, it had to be so. Every type of monster possessed its fixed domain. As Liu Yan gazed at the continuously roaring pig-headed beings, he erupted into laughter. He had previously feared that their relentless chase might reveal his sanctuary, but now all his concerns had vanished. Although this wilderness offers players a remarkable degree of autonomy and exploration, it adheres strictly to the established rules concerning monsters and disasters within the game. The difficulty of this monster-infested map is indeed formidable. Should the boar-headed creatures armed with flintlock rifles emerge from the thicket, it is likely that all players in the wilderness would meet their demise at their hands. Liu Yan, filled with trepidation, exhaled a heavy sigh. His experience was akin to a level 5 player inadvertently wandering into a level 10 monster territory. Without the fortuitous combination of luck, equipment, and pets, he might not have escaped the forest at all. Gazing at the brilliant sunlight beyond the woods, Liu Yan felt a profound sense of relief as if he had narrowly escaped the catastrophe. Once again, the harsh reality of this land proved that countless unknown dangers lurked beneath its surface. Just when one believes they have a firm grasp on the terrain, new threats emerge to deliver a staggering blow. It won't be long before I return. This forest shall become my domain, Liu Yan declared with unwavering resolve, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the woods behind the boar-headed creatures. Everything within this mountain will be mine. With that proclamation, all traces of reluctance vanished from Liu Yan's eyes, and he resolutely turned to retrace his steps to the shelter. The spoils of this venture were bountiful, and he intended to tally them upon his return. Furthermore, having acquired 2 flintlock rifles, it was time for his plans as an arms dealer to take shape, as level 2 weapons were soon to be introduced. After slaying 2 fantastical creatures, Liu Yan remained lost in contemplation on his way back to the shelter. The location where he had previously dispatched the coyotes was not within the forest. If the woods were indeed the monster map of the boar-headed beings, then why could the coyotes, tamed by them, roam freely outside? Was it because coyotes lack intelligence and hence are not formidable, or perhaps due to their classification as the most basic of creatures, akin to mosquitoes and rats, which can scatter across the world without the constraints of a designated map? Liu Yan could not ascertain the answer to this dilemma, yet a sense of unease lingered. The fact that the boar-headed creatures could tame coyotes to venture beyond the forest suggested that they, too, were unwilling to remain confined to their lair, seeking ways to explore beyond the map's boundaries, extending their reach as far as possible. These fantastical beings of the wilderness were truly bizarre. Liu Yan's thoughts began to swirl. This journey had not only yielded substantial rewards, but also ignited concerns for humanity's future. If even creatures as outlandish as the boar-headed beings existed in this wilderness, what more fearsome monstrosities might arise in the future? Perhaps even the legendary mythical beings, such as titans or dragons. If such entities were to manifest, the fate of players would likely be no better than that of the moles Liu Yan had effortlessly crushed before. Enough. I am not yet worthy to ponder such matters. Even if mythical beings do exist, Doomsday Game would not introduce these monsters in the early stages unless it intends to execute a player extermination plan. Liu Yan cast aside all distractions from his mind as he stood on a rocky outcrop, gazing toward the distant horizon. The outline of his shelter had come into view. The journey back had been remarkably smooth. At this moment, the clock read 11:23 a.m., the hottest time of the day. After enduring hours of relentless sun, the puddles on the ground had all but evaporated, and the air drawn into his lungs had become dry and searing once more. Inherent ability, seeking benefit and avoiding harm, activated. A blue light emanated from Liu Yan, scanning a radius of 500 meters around his shelter, confirming that no unfamiliar creatures had approached since his departure. Only then did Liu Yan and his companion, the little white dragon, open the door of the shelter and step inside. The brilliant sunlight formed a beam that poured through the entrance, completely dispelling the dampness within the safe haven. Countless tiny specks of dust floated gracefully in the air, resembling a golden sea of stars. Ah, there is truly no place like home. Upon entering, Liu Yan felt his muscles and spirit relax thoroughly. Here, he need not worry about ambushes, nor be concerned with hunger, thirst, or the threats posed by frigid winds. This was the unparalleled sense of security offered by a top-tier shelter ranked first. After resting for a moment in the hammock, Liu Yan laid out the spoils from his recent expedition, preparing to categorize them. The first item to catch his eye was undoubtedly the main objective of this endeavor. Fuel generator, status, normal maximum power, 5500 W voltage, 220V maximum fuel capacity, 15L description, a standard household generator. Upgrade path 1, fuel conversion upgrade, capable of burning coal, waste, and various fuels for operation, survival points required, 300. Upgrade path 2, core energy upgrade, transforming into a controllable nuclear fission energy core, survival points required, 300, 000. Liu Yan raised an eyebrow, momentarily dazed as he counted the survival points required for the second upgrade path. What on earth? 3 little goals. Liu Yan felt his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Setting aside the absurdly long number akin to a phone number, the phrase, controllable nuclear fission energy core, left him incredulous. In my current situation, Do I look like someone who can afford a small nuclear power station? Goodness, perhaps I should examine something else first. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yin turned his attention to the expansive box-like vegetable cultivation base. Vegetable cultivation base, usable area, 25 square meters daily water consumption, 5L daily power consumption, 15 kilowatt-hour effect, easy growth description, capable of autonomously providing suitable temperature, light, and nutrients for various crops, significantly shortening the growth cycle of products cultivated within. Chapter 56, A Bountiful Harvest. Shelter Design Blueprint. Seeing the attributes of the cultivation base, Liu Yin couldn't help but smile. This journey through the mountains had certainly been worthwhile. Capable of autonomously fulfilling all conditions necessary for crop survival. There is no need for fertilization, and temperature regulation occurs automatically. Although the daily water consumption reaches an impressive 5 liters. A heavy rain yesterday has allowed Liu Yin to accumulate a significant amount of rainwater. Aside from daily cleaning needs, this is more than sufficient to supply the growth medium. There are 5 wooden barrels, each with a capacity of 10 liters for rainwater storage, which can adequately support the growth medium for approximately a week. Based on my observations of the wilderness terrain, the rainfall cycle is estimated to be around 57 days. Otherwise, the soil below 30 centimeters would surely struggle to remain moist in such high temperatures for extended periods. Rubbing his chin, Liu Yin recalled the moisture content he discovered while excavating the drainage ditch, quickly arriving at a conclusion. The irrigation water required for the growth medium is not a concern. Upgrade Option 1. Transition the energy supply method from electric and water sources to solar energy. Requires 300 survival points. Upgrade Option 2. Enhance the quality of crops. Upgrading products from ordinary to premium quality. Requires 100 survival points. Before Liu Yin appeared 2 upgrade options once again. The first option was not worth considering. The energy and water required for the growth medium posed no pressure on him, and the survival points needed were significantly higher. Naturally, Liu Yan's gaze shifted to the second option, enhancing the quality of vegetables. That was indeed intriguing. Premium-grade vegetables not only boast higher nutritional content and yield, but, most importantly, they also offer a substantial improvement in taste. The very thought of this brought tears of joy to his eyes. However, it seemed unclear what materials were needed to upgrade the vegetable growth medium. Scratching his head, Liu Yin retrieved a plethora of materials from his backpack, including steel, stones, and wood, placing them before the growth medium. Yet the survival points required for the upgrade remained unchanged. Clearly, the materials needed to upgrade this technological product were entirely different from those required for upgrading basic items like wooden walls or cold weapons. And even Liu Yin could not produce them at this moment. First, he would purchase some seeds and fuel to utilize the generator and growth medium. Rubbing his hands together, the moment Liu Yin laid eyes on the growth medium, the ingrained talent for planting within him was awakened. He was determined not to waste a single second, eager to make the most of this opportunity. His sole requirement for the vegetables to be planted in the growth medium was that they must have a short growth cycle. After 5 days in the wilderness, Liu Yin had been subsisting on tasteless dried vegetable packs, and he longed for the tactile sensation of fresh, vibrant green vegetable leaves being bitten into. With a planting area of 25 square meters, Liu Yin decided to divide it into 5 distinct sections. The first section would be dedicated to tomatoes, a vegetable known for its high yield and rich moisture content, which could be used in stir-fries or soups, or even enjoyed as a fruit. The remaining 4 sections would be allocated for planting bok choy, leeks, cherry radishes, and mustard greens. Among these 5 vegetables, except for the tomatoes, which have a longer growth cycle of about 110 days, the other 4 can be harvested in approximately 30 days and are well suited for dense planting, yielding abundantly. Soon, Liu Yin exchanged a long spear that he had previously used to dispatch the boar-headed man for 30 liters of fuel and a dozen packets of various vegetable seeds at the trading post. After categorizing the seeds and embedding them into the soil of the cultivation medium, he lifted a large barrel filled with fuel and approached the dormant generator. Unscrewing the cap of the fuel inlet, as the golden liquid flowed into the generator's fuel chamber, the technological marvel gradually regained its vitality. With a sudden fervor, Liu Yin gripped the handle and shook it vigorously several times. As the raucous sound of the engine ignited, a plume of blue smoke billowed from the generator's exhaust. The generator was operational. A smile graced Liu Yan's face. Though the thin stream of smoke carried a pungent odor, he felt no repulsion, rather an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After being stranded in the wild for 5 days, he had finally, through his own efforts, ushered the safe house back into the age of electricity. Although it was merely a nascent form, it marked a splendid beginning, a perfect omen. With the addition of the vegetable cultivation medium, the once spacious shelter now appeared rather cramped, and the arrangement of various furnishings and items seemed somewhat chaotic. Liu Yin furrowed his brow. The pressing issue before him was the necessity to redesign the layout of the shelter to maximize the utilization of space. However, Lacking experience and expertise in interior design, it seemed he would need to seek assistance in creating a design blueprint. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin discreetly posted an item listing at the trading post, offering a fine-grade axe in exchange for a blueprint for an electricity-equipped shelter. Now possessing a flintlock gun and preparing to craft level 2 weaponry, the fine-grade melee weapon had become outdated, and it was time to introduce it to the trading post. Chapter 57. Fine-grade weapons, item for sale, steel axe, fine. Special effect, easy to fell, cutting effectiveness increased by 100%. Required item, a complete interior design blueprint for a shelter that maximizes space utilization and includes electrical wiring. Consigner, Lu Yin, with the first weapon featuring special effects to hit the trading post in the wasteland, a fervor erupted across the eastern continent. While many still wielded stone axes and wooden spears, an axe with the easy-to-fell effect was a stark leap in capability, akin to the distinction between white and purple equipment. As soon as the item was listed, it drew a throng of onlookers. Wow, a weapon with special effects? This axe is simply a divine artifact. It can be used for both chopping trees and combat. The owner is none other than Lu Shun. Good heavens! How many more treasures does he possess? I crave that shelter design blueprint. Back when our school had a guaranteed spot for Tsinghua's architectural design program, I didn't seize the opportunity. What a regret. Bro upstairs, impressive. You turned down a guaranteed spot at Tsinghua. Care to share why? There were many factors involved. But the main reason was that the guaranteed spot wasn't for me. To hell with it. A multitude of defenseless players gazed longingly at the merchandise within the trading arena, their mouths nearly watering in anticipation. All were acutely aware of the immense value of the axe. Acquiring it would significantly aid them on their treacherous journey through the wilderness. Amidst the thicket, a diminutive player tore his clothing into strips to reinforce the loosening stone axe in his grasp. The blade was marred with numerous cracks, and the handle appeared on the verge of splintering, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Yet, the player cherished it deeply, for he understood that this stone axe was the foundation of his survival in this harsh terrain, his last line of defense. Should he lose it, he would become but a lowly creature at the bottom of the food chain. Oh, how I wish I could acquire that steel axe, the frail player mused. Opening the trading interface, his eyes greedily fixed upon the transaction details posted by Lu Yin. Then I wouldn't have to live in constant fear like a mere rodent. Before a steep cliff, a towering player wore an expression of anguish, his right wrist grotesquely twisted, a broken wooden spear clutched in his palm. Before him lay a pool of blood and tufts of animal fur. Damn it, I've wasted so much time and expended so much energy, only for that goat to escape. The tall player bellowed in fury, his gaze fixed on the shattered spear in his hand. If only I had a better weapon. This hunt would have surely succeeded. In a forested area, two players precariously perched atop branches 5 meters high, while below them, a pack of coyotes gathered, baring their sharp teeth and howling menacingly. You foolish pig, you've lost your weapon. What can you possibly do now? We are unarmed and cannot confront them. We'll be trapped here to perish. The elder player shouted, gripping the younger player's hair in frustration. Tell me, what should we do now? Across the wilderness, players found themselves ensnared in dire predicaments due to the lack of weaponry. In their eyes, that finely crafted axe represented a lifeline, a long-awaited boon. Yet, upon glimpsing the necessary item, the shelter blueprint, the majority fell into a deep silence. This item was not something that an ordinary individual could fabricate. Without relevant knowledge and experience, one could not hope to deceive the requirements. Lu Yin was well aware of the rarity of this item and the considerable difficulty in obtaining it, thus he patiently awaited developments. To his pleasant surprise, mere 30 seconds later, the world channel buzzed with the voices of players eager to engage in trade. At that moment, the number of survivor players on the eastern continent stood at 108, suggesting that among this multitude, there were indeed talents in interior design. Li Yin, Lu Shun. I have previously studied interior design. Let us discuss this privately. Hadif. I am a current lieutenant officer in the Russian military, having participated in the design and construction of military fortifications, and I possess abundant experience. Feng Xiong. I hold a senior interior designer certification. Previously, I had my own studio, leading a team to execute design projects over 1,000 times, achieving a client satisfaction rate of 99%. Qin Yao Yao. I am a senior electrical engineer, well-versed in designing systems that minimize energy loss. I have invented a special circuit that can save at least 10,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity daily. Qin Yao Yao, here as an image. Li Yin. Qin Yao Yao, are you serious? Although I am not well-versed in electrical technology, the materials used in your special circuit design appear outdated, and it employs various high-power consuming switches and long-distance transmission. Such a design may not achieve energy-saving results, would it? Qin Yao Yao, you understand nothing. My special circuit consumes 10,000 kilowatt-hours a day. However, if it remains inactive, doesn't that equate to saving 10,000 kilowatt-hours? Chapter 58. Change in Circumstances. Li Yan. Fangxiang. Hadif. I apologize, I'm a bit confused. The world channel was filled with question marks. Qin Yao Yao. You may find my words difficult to comprehend, even amusing. But this is not due to your lack of intelligence. Rather, it stems from my advanced thinking. My design is not solely practical. More importantly, it delves into the realm of philosophical depth. Qin Yao Yao. Philosophy is a complex subject. Let me illustrate with a simple example. The longer one lives, the more emotions one experiences. The more emotions one has, the shorter one's life becomes. Thus, living longer paradoxically leads to a shorter existence. Another example. The more cheese there is, the more holes it contains. The more holes there are, the less cheese remains. Therefore, more cheese results in less cheese. Qin Yao Yao. Can you grasp this statement? If you cannot, it indicates a significant gap between your philosophical understanding and mine. Qin Yao Yao. Only when you reach my philosophical height will you comprehend the greatness of my design. You will feel profound shame for your current skepticism. A profound silence enveloped the world channel, as all were captivated by Qin Yao Yao's incomprehensible discourse. Even Lu Yin fell into a lengthy silence. After a considerable pause, Lu Yin sighed and quietly selected the option to mute Qin Yao Yao for 48 hours in the world channel. What you said was well articulated, but please refrain from speaking further. Lu Yin's time is precious. He has no leisure to ponder the thoughts of a disturbed mind. After all, a design cannot be crafted in a moment. Even if someone wishes to negotiate with Lu Yin, the other party must first present some preliminary sketches for Lu Yin's review before finalizing any agreement. Lu Yin. Interested parties, please private message with conceptual sketches. After uttering this, Lu Yin closed the world channel and trading arena, his gaze settling on the remaining spoils. In the hands of Lu Yin lay a tome that bore an uncanny resemblance to a skill book, its title, however, entirely distinct. Upon noticing the two characters that formed the word illustration, he was suddenly reminded of the early monster compendium he had previously encountered with Zhao Ruifeng. The identification process required the expenditure of 10 units of wood and 10 units of stone. A prompt materialized within Lu Yan's mind, indicating the necessity of this identification. As wood and stone were the most rudimentary and inexpensive materials, they posed no significant concern for Lu Yin. He promptly selected the identify option. Congratulations! You have acquired the basic resource compendium. As the delightful notification chimed, the tome began to emit a gentle glow, as if infused with vitality. And the previously sealed pages gradually unfurled at the behest of Lu Yan's fingers. Item name: Niter. Basic resource, utilized for the refinement and manufacture of gunpowder, fertilizers, pigments, ice making, etc., with a high yield. Primary production locations: Pig Nest, 165338, Mang Mountain, 55222. Precautions during extraction: the pig nest is heavily populated by pig-headed beings, posing a significant danger. Mang Mountain features steep terrain, lurking with numerous deadly serpents. Lines of characters danced before Lu Yan's eyes, his brows arching in surprise. And a hint of astonished joy graced his lips. To discover a resource compendium was indeed fortuitous. Lu Yan felt his heart quicken. In the wilderness, resources are paramount. Amassing a considerable stockpile of resources in the early stages of the game would allow his advantages to snowball exponentially. Yet, in this unfamiliar land, resources were scattered haphazardly and without pattern. Within mere days, players found it exceedingly challenging to fully explore this wilderness, rendering the locations of various resources uncertain. Gathering them relied solely on luck, akin to a headless fly. However, the situation had now transformed. Armed with this compendium, Lu Yin could embark on targeted explorations. And the compendium thoughtfully informed him of potential dangers lurking nearby. This was indeed a prized possession. Lu Yin cherished it dearly and immediately set about crafting an abundance of weapons for trade, with this compendium serving as the cornerstone for logistical material supply. Next, he commenced the unboxing. During this excursion into the mountains, he uncovered two treasure chests, one of black iron and the other of silver. Record: you have opened the black iron chest. Record: you have obtained 10 packs of white oak instant noodles. Record: you have acquired 1 Variload charger. Record: you have received a full set of Arminisci attire. Although the instant noodles and attire held little value, the Variload charger piqued Lu Yan's interest. After tidying away the other 2 items, he examined the compact charger. Its design bore a striking resemblance to a standard mobile phone charger, featuring a circuit board socket for power connection tethered to a half-meter-long wire, which terminated in an array of over a dozen charging ports, accommodating various mobile devices' charging needs. With this device and a fuel generator, the necessity to purchase portable energy from the trading post was rendered obsolete. Lu Yin recalled the astute Qin Yao Yao. After 2 encounters, he truly wished to sever ties with her. This person seemed to be rather unwell. Record: You have opened the silver treasure chest. Record. You have obtained a sand motorcycle X1. Record. You have acquired thorn traps X5. A brand new four-wheeled motorcycle materialized before Lu Yin, modest in size, adorned in camouflage, and designed to accommodate only 2 passengers. Its 4 robust tires, broad and striped, lent the entire vehicle an exceptional stability, while a protective roll cage, akin to the thickness of a baby's arm, encircled it. Lu Yin tapped the cage, confirming that it was crafted from a lightweight alloy. What a striking sand vehicle. Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed upon this formidable mechanical beast, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Who would not cherish such a steed? As the adage goes, there are but 2 sounds that can truly stir a man's blood: the sultry sighs of a woman and the fierce roar of an engine. Lu Yin caressed the sand motorcycle, yearning to take it for a wild ride. He envisioned himself speeding across the boundless, flat wilderness, with Lu Xiaoyu seated beside him and Xiao Bailong soaring above, feeling the wind caress his face, a sensation that epitomizes freedom. A smile involuntarily graced Lu Yan's lips, but soon, a private message from the trading post abruptly yanked him back to reality. He opened the private chat interface and discovered a sketch had been sent. To his surprise, the sender bore an exceedingly familiar name, Mu Qianqian. Within a cave, a group of ragged survivors toiled diligently, chiseling stones near their shelter and transporting them to the drainage channel to reinforce the walls. Mu Qianqian stood at the center of the crowd, wielding a pickaxe with fervor, beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks. Teacher Zhang, I have sent the sketch you created to Lu Yin. I hope we can secure a trading opportunity, she said, wiping her brow, her gaze anxiously scanning the 42 individuals in the shelter. She whispered to a middle-aged man wearing glasses beside her, our numbers are increasing. And so are our resource demands. We need more advanced weaponry to hunt beasts and ensure our food supply. The middle-aged man listened to Mu Qianqian's words, glancing at the laboring survivors. Among them, many worked diligently, yet some took advantage of the situation. Others, due to age or illness, were incapable of such strenuous labor. Nor did they possess skills for intellectual tasks. Such individuals were a burden to the entire shelter. He opened his mouth, intending to offer advice to Mu Qianqian, but ultimately remained silent. After all, he shared the same status as these survivors, and any excessive commentary in front of Mu Qianqian might provoke resentment among the others and lead her to believe he was ostracizing them. Let us hope for the best. He sighed, his gaze falling upon a young survivor. From the moment he arrived, he noticed the other individual idly shifting a stone the size of his palm, clearly procrastinating for half the day. During the recent lunch, this young disaster victim consumed the largest portion of food. The middle-aged man with glasses furrowed his brow, holding back for a while before finally confronting the young man, saying, "Young man, could you expedite your work? With your current pace? Do you truly feel deserving of the food you consumed at noon? Miss Mu took us in not to support our idleness." The man lowered his voice, ensuring only the 2 of them could hear, thus preserving the other's dignity. However, to his astonishment, the young disaster victim displayed no hint of shame upon hearing these words. Instead, he shot a sidelong glance and retorted in a similarly hushed tone, "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to dictate to me?" Miss Mu herself stated that she would take us in, providing food and shelter. I did not beg her. It is a mutual agreement. So why do you prattle on? The middle-aged man was taken aback, gritting his teeth as he responded, "Shameless. To hell with you. Mind your own business." The young disaster victim completely disregarded him, turning his back in silence. "You are nothing but a parasite. Allowing you into the shelter was a grave mistake." The middle-aged man, infuriated, reached out to grab the young man's shoulder, raising his voice significantly. As the attention of the crowd shifted towards them, the young disaster victim swiftly lunged toward the middle-aged man while discreetly striking his own nose. Instantly, blood gushed forth. "He hit me. He hit me." The young man's nose bled profusely, his appearance quite tragic, as he clutched the middle-aged man's collar, screaming, "He bullies me because he joined the shelter a day before I did, acting all superior. When I refuse to comply, he resorts to violence." The middle-aged man stood in stunned silence amid the chaos that erupted within the shelter. In Chapter 59, within the confines of the shelter, Lu Yin enlarged an image on the private chat interface, revealing a rudimentary, overhead sketch of the shelter drawn with simple pencil lines. The initial safe house provided by the system was uniform in both size and shape, differing only between above and below ground. This uncomplicated overhead view was easily comprehensible, even to those unacquainted with engineering. The safe house was divided into 6 areas: 2 bedrooms, a storage room, a kitchen, a vegetable cultivation room, and a hall, all separated by walls. Upon examining the design sketch, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, noting that shooting holes were allocated at various points in each of the 6 rooms, connected by steel cables, with the control center situated in the master bedroom. Approximately 3 minutes later, Lu Yin closed the image. Overall, he found certain design concepts within the sketch quite satisfactory, while the division of space appeared somewhat mundane. It allowed for optimal utilization of space if the shelter were restructured according to this design. The most ingenious aspect was the self-defense system outlined in the sketch. Installing crossbows and flintlock guns at the shooting holes, connecting the triggers with steel cables, and linking the cables like electrical wiring directly to the master bedroom, ultimately converging into a single control box. Liu Yin merely needs to sit in his bedroom, where he can control multiple weapons through a console, unleashing a formidable assault. Coupled with his talent for self-preservation and the ability to monitor communications, this refuge is destined to transform into a bastion of firepower. If this concept is fully realized, he can eliminate adversaries, such as the trio of hoodlums from last night, without ever stepping outside. What pleases Liu Yin most about this design is that it not only accommodates the space he currently possesses, but also offers a preliminary plan for areas he has yet to expand. For instance, the future lower levels, B2 and B3, and a lookout tower to be constructed above ground. Though these plans are sketched in broad strokes, they clearly reflect the designer's sincerity. As the future unfolds, the mere 100 square meters of his shelter will undoubtedly prove inadequate. The thought that someone could anticipate this need brings a smile to Liu Yan's face as he strokes his chin. This must be what they call internal competition. Meanwhile, within the trading arena, the exquisite steel axe has become exceedingly sought after, with everyone striving to meet Liu Yan's approval. Mu Qianqian's design clearly resonates with his thoughts. Soon, several private messages arrive, each containing design drafts from different players. Liu Yin meticulously compares these blueprints and ultimately chooses Mu Qianqian, whose design emphasizes military defense and practicality, even thoughtfully outlining a blueprint for the future expansion of the shelter. This foresight saves him considerable trouble, rendering the other sketches, by comparison, utterly unappealing. Opening the private chat interface, Liu Yin replies to Mu Qianqian, eager to discuss the details further. However, he waits a full 3 minutes for her response. Mu Qianqian, sorry. Liu God, I was dealing with some personal matters and just saw your message. Is there anything about our design draft that you find unsatisfactory? Liu Yin, the design direction is quite promising, but I must clarify a few details. My shelter has ventilation ducts. Before long, Liu Yin shares the inherent equipment within his shelter and makes some minor requests regarding item placement. Upon receiving her affirmative response, he temporarily finalizes the trading agreement with her. In one day, Mu Qianqian will present the complete design blueprints. With the design issue resolved, Liu Yin shifts his focus to the final 2 spoils of his woodland expedition, 2 somewhat rudimentary flintlock guns. Old flintlock gun, maximum range, 600 meters, penetration, 4, can penetrate 5 centimeters of wood at 100 meters. Description: this is the most basic firearm. Its accuracy comparable to that of a crossbow, yet its power is several times greater. Its only drawback may be its slow loading speed and the potential for barrel explosion. The 2 weathered flintlock guns lie before Liu Yin, their surfaces still carrying a faint scent of gunpowder. In terms of sheer power, these 2 flintlock guns are not significantly stronger than Liu Yan's previous longbow. However, it is important to note that Liu Yan's longbow is of exquisite quality, while these 2 flintlock guns may merely be of the most ordinary, if not inferior, variety. This illustrates the disparity in weapon grades. A top-tier level 1 melee weapon may only be on par with the lowest grade level 2 inferior weapon. This represents a suppression of levels. Upgrade Path 1. Enhance material quality to prolong weapon lifespan and reduce the risk of bursting. Requires 20 survival points. Upgrade Path 2. Upgrade design precision. Increase rifling. And enhance range and accuracy. Requires 40 survival points. 2 distinct options appeared before Liu Yin. Although incidents of bursting seem quite severe, I do not intend to utilize these 2 flintlock guns. Instead, I plan to forge new firearms of superior quality using stronger steel, which may even possess special effects. Liu Yin glanced at Upgrade Path 1 before focusing on Upgrade Path 2. Increasing the rifling seems essential. However, it would be optimal to produce a bore rifle. Industrially crafting rifling could allow for mass production of flintlock guns in the future. Upgrading once requires 40 survival points. Who can afford that? Chapter 60. The hardships of life. Liu Yin accessed the crafting interface within the system and sought the materials required for the flintlock gun. Flintlock gun. Materials: 2 units of ordinary steel, 1 unit of high-quality steel, 1 unit of flint, 1 unit of wood. 1 machine spring. Survival points required. 2. The materials needed to manufacture a flintlock gun are not particularly rare, and Liu Yan's current stockpile is more than sufficient. However, a more pressing issue looms before him. He lacks the complete materials to produce gunpowder. Level 2 weapons possess greater power and precision than Level 1 weapons, yet they are also more cumbersome to utilize. A flintlock gun primarily consists of the gun body, projectiles, and gunpowder, with gunpowder being the most vital propellant and the primary source of the gun's power. Without it, a flintlock gun is merely a hefty iron rod. The few hundred grams of gunpowder seized from the pig-headed man will not last long. He must create more. Liu Yin is well aware of the method to produce gunpowder: 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. Among these materials, acquiring charcoal poses little difficulty, while both saltpeter and sulfur are predominantly found in considerably perilous areas. Since encountering the pig-headed man and observing the beginner resource compendium, Liu Yin has confirmed that this wilderness is home to a plethora of intelligent indigenous inhabitants. They seem well aware of the destructive potential of gunpowder, with most of their habitats situated near mines rich in raw materials for its production, firmly securing these precious and lethal resources for themselves. Acquiring them is not a trivial task. So far, Liu Yin's backpack contains only 3 units of saltpeter and 1 unit of sulfur obtained during his previous shopping spree. In comparison to other iron ores and raw materials, the yield of gunpowder ingredients is alarmingly low. Black powder. Materials: 1 unit of potassium nitrate, 0, 2 units of sulfur, 0, 3 units of charcoal. Survival points requirement: 2 survival points for every 10 units consumed. To manufacture 1 kilogram of black powder, it requires the consumption of 15 kilograms of materials. Liu Yin gazed intently at the figures concerning material requirements, realizing the necessity of procuring additional raw materials at the earliest opportunity. He firmly believed that it would not be long before players, having established themselves in the wilderness, would come to recognize the critical importance of gunpowder as a weapon. At that point, the competition for such an item would become exceedingly fierce, compelling him to stockpile resources beforehand, or even to audaciously seize a few mines that yield the necessary materials for gunpowder production. As Liu Yin perused the elementary resource compendium, a frown gradually creased his brow. After compiling all his findings, he noted that it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, drying the rain-soaked ground and leaving behind cracked fissures. The temperature reached its zenith, creating an oppressive atmosphere even in the underground refuge, which felt akin to a steam chamber. Wild beasts congregated in the still moist low-lying mud pits, rolling in the mud to coat their fur as a means of shielding against the sun's ultraviolet rays. In certain shelters and mines, numerous players adorned with hats woven from branches and grass garments were laboriously wielding their hoes and pickaxes under the relentless sun. Dust swirled around them, washed away by their sweat, and their sun-exposed skin turned a shade of purplish red, with some even beginning to experience severe peeling. Working under such conditions was indeed grueling and fraught with peril, yet these players had no alternatives. Their survival resources were insufficient, and they had to seize every moment to gather what they could. The cooler temperatures of morning and evening marked peak activity for the beasts. Venturing out recklessly posed a significant threat, and nighttime brought even greater dangers, where even a moment's carelessness in a safe house could lead to dire consequences, let alone exposure to the wilderness. Currently, it was the most inhospitable time of day, yet paradoxically the laziest period for most wild beasts. Though laboring at this hour was arduous, the likelihood of encountering an attack was considerably diminished. For the sake of survival, what was a little hardship? The clanging sound of hoes and pickaxes striking stone resonated throughout the wilderness, a mournful lament from players forced to acquiesce to the harsh laws of survival. One particularly tall player, drenched in sweat, had developed numerous blisters on his palms. Nevertheless, he dared not cease his efforts. As mining was the least dangerous method of resource acquisition, he could not afford to squander time. By persisting a little longer, his chances of survival in the future would increase incrementally. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from his stomach, a potent wave of hunger flooding his mind. He paused momentarily to unscrew his water bottle, gulping down a generous amount of rainwater collected the previous day. He felt his stomach swell with the liquid, transforming the intense hunger into a rather peculiar sense of fullness. Yet, he dared not pause for long and raised his hoe once more, furiously digging. After 6 days in the wilderness, he still had not resolved his food crisis, relying solely on rainwater to stave off hunger. Fortunately, he still possesses his own sanctuary, sparing him the plight of wandering aimlessly like a lost soul in the wilderness. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of relief and was quite content with his circumstances. At the very least, he was still alive and had a home. In a certain grove, a female player clutched an axe tightly, laboriously attempting to fell a tree that was thicker than her waist. The trunk was robust, the axe rather diminutive, and her strength appeared insufficient. Each swing left but a mere millimeter of damage upon the bark. At this rate, it seemed she would require several hours to bring the tree down. Yet she remained undeterred, refusing to abandon her efforts, as if an immense energy lay dormant within her frail form, each swing of the axe a testament to her resolve. After a considerable time, she retrieved a slice of cream cake from her backpack, carefully breaking off half and placing it into a bag for safekeeping. She savored the diminutive piece, roughly the size of a standard egg, swallowing it slowly as though reluctant to let the sweet flavor slip away. Relishing the taste, she meticulously licked the crumbs and cream from her fingers until they were spotless. Life in the wilderness was undoubtedly harsh, yet she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. She had food, though not abundant. It was sufficient to stave off hunger. In comparison to those who had no sustenance at all, she was indeed enviable. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, the recent calamity had nearly eliminated those ill-equipped for survival. Now, the remaining individuals were either exceptionally fortunate or truly capable of thriving in the wild. Although their circumstances remained challenging, they were significantly better off than those who had perished long ago, were they not? A little hardship, a bit of struggle, yet at least they were alive. Life still held its beauty. In this desolate expanse, in the early stages of the apocalypse, who among them did not feel as though they were enduring a purgatory? They consoled themselves with such reasoning. Within the sanctuary, Liu Yin was presented with several slices of wolf meat, perfectly pan-fried to a golden crisp, exuding a tantalizing aroma, alongside a freshly opened can of oranges. He savored a bite of the wolf meat, indulged in a couple of orange segments, and raised a half cup of juice to his lips. After a brief moment, his brow furrowed, and he lapsed into silence. After a while, Liu Yin sighed deeply, his expression fraught with anguish. Life is truly arduous. Surviving is such a struggle. This juice isn't even cold. Ugh, it tastes terrible. Chapter 61. Live broadcast. In contrast to the majority of players in the wilderness, Liu Yan's sole vexation at this moment was perhaps the subpar taste of the room temperature juice. He had transcended the threat of food scarcity and had emerged as one of the elite players in this unforgiving landscape. While most players were still preoccupied with mere survival, he was already contemplating how to amplify his advantages to an exponential degree. Consulting his beginner resource compendium, Liu Yan identified the nearest locations of nitrate and sulfur mines, the closest being the very forest where he had previously encountered the pig-headed creatures. Other locations were either too distant or fraught with greater peril. In light of this, it seemed that re-entering the forest was indeed Liu Yan's optimal choice. However, at this moment, it is undoubtedly unfeasible. I have just caused quite a commotion within their territory, and the adversaries are certainly on high alert. Furthermore, given my current strength, approaching them would be akin to delivering a feast. Liu Yan recalled the time when he was relentlessly pursued by a horde of pig-headed creatures. The majority of their arsenal consisted primarily of melee weapons, with flintlock firearms being a mere 1/6 of their armament. This indicates that, despite their natural resource advantage, their technological development remains rudimentary. This may be attributed to the inherent lower intelligence of the pig-headed race, or perhaps it is due to their relatively short tenure in this mountainous domain. They are impulsive, reckless, and easily deceived. This was Liu Yan's general impression of the pig-headed beings, formed after a brutal battle. Their formidable physique and combat prowess, coupled with their overwhelming weaponry, did not prevent Liu Yan from achieving a counterattack, which underscored their lack of intelligence. Had the young white dragon not provoked that middle-aged pig-headed creature, and instead joined forces with the others to encircle Liu Yan, he would have had no chance of escaping the jungle, even with wings. The behavior of the pig-headed beings reminded Liu Yan of a certain human ethnicity, African black individuals. The strength of their genes is undeniable. They are robust and physically superior to both yellow and white races. Yet, for countless years, Africa has not produced a single notable power, descending instead into a state of hunger, reliant on the support of other nations for survival. It is akin to squandering a royal flush. This predicament arises from the fact that many individuals within this demographic possess lower intelligence, are quick to anger, and exhibit a tendency towards lethargy. Even in other countries, the output of scientists and scholars among black individuals lags behind that of other ethnicities. This represents a racial deficiency. Liu Yan is not a racist, yet when compared to other races, black individuals can, regrettably, resemble talking gorillas in terms of intellect. This is an undeniable truth. The pig-headed race shares certain similarities with black individuals. They possess exceptional physical attributes and advantageous environments. However, as long as their intelligence and temperament remain unchanged, their territory will inevitably be overrun by players. The advantages they currently hold will, in due course, be gradually bridged by players. It appears imperative to devise a tactical plan. Clenching his fists, Liu Yan, having experienced a brush with death, increasingly recognized the value of life. He opened the manufacturing interface. Would you like to craft a spear? Materials required: iron 1, wood 2. Confirm crafting. Crafting successful. With the melodious notification chiming, 10 ordinary spears emerged before Liu Yan once more. Through several transactions, he discovered that spears, with their extensive range, are the most sought-after weapon. After all, when venturing into the wilderness, no one wishes to engage in close-quarters combat with monstrous beasts. The spear, measuring 18 meters in length, ensures that one can maintain maximum distance from foes while still achieving a kill. In the early stages of wilderness survival, aside from bows, the spear reigns supreme among cold weapons. A competent merchant must constantly contemplate market trends and the genuine needs of customers. Liu Yin hung these 10 spears in the trading area, aiming to exchange them for various high-purity steel, sulfur, saltpeter, and other materials. Although the yield of these items is relatively low, amidst the vast number of players, there are always a few fortunate ones to be found. Taking advantage of the hottest moments outdoors, Liu Yin reclined in a hammock for a brief respite. Feeling somewhat bored, he suddenly remembered that the game had introduced a live streaming feature, which piqued his interest. He opened the live stream channel and discovered that the number of streaming rooms had increased by more than a dozen since the initial leaderboard rewards were distributed. Many eligible players have been fervently promoting their shelters to attract companions, as having more people makes tasks easier. Everyone is driven by the desire to contend for the top position on the leaderboard. Liu Yin casually entered one of the streaming rooms. Before him stood a blonde, blue-eyed man with a bushy beard, who was passionately introducing his shelter. This is the Zeus shelter of the Eagle Nation. I am Trip, the owner of this establishment. Allow me to present the advantages of our shelter. He continued. As you can see, the Zeus shelter ranks third on the leaderboard. We have ample food and water supplies, including bread, meat, barley, and cream. Our hunting team comprises 12 members, fully equipped, having successfully completed 18 hunts, with our largest catch being a black bear. We have a total of 17 safe houses, 3 of which are designated for water and prey storage. Our recruitment criteria for newcomers are: males must be at least 178 centimeters and weigh over 70 kilograms, free from infectious diseases. Females should be 168 centimeters and possess special skills, such as construction or medical expertise, with preference given to them. Liu Yin patiently watched for a few more minutes before exiting and entering another streaming room. The second streamer was a player from the southern nation, whose safe house was simply decorated yet visually appealing, reminiscent of ancient architectural styles. This aesthetic naturally attracted the interest of many players. Park and Yong, esteemed viewers, this is my meticulously crafted shelter, steeped in the rich cultural heritage of the southern nation. I now sincerely invite all aspiring individuals to join us. His words flowed continuously, but soon the chat exploded with comments. Xiao Jianzhou, I swear by the emperor's name, this is undoubtedly the style of our cherry blossom nation. This is blatant cultural appropriation. Park In-yong, this is a traditional architectural style that has been passed down for thousands of years in our southern nation, completely unrelated to the cherry blossom nation. Tae Ryokadon, anyone with a basic understanding of history knows that the Yanhuang civilization is the oldest existing civilization in the world, whose culture, traditional beliefs, cuisine, attire, language, and architectural styles have significantly influenced East Asian countries. In other words, the cultural pride you hold originates entirely from Yanhuang. Park In-yong, you simply do not understand. You are not Asian and are unaware that certain things exist solely in South Korea and not in the land of the Yellow Emperor. Xiao Jinzi, haha. When it comes to things that South Korea possesses but the Federation of the Yellow Emperor does not, I can only think of the soldiers from the land of the Eagle. Upon hearing Xiao Jinzi's remark, Park In-yong could no longer maintain his composure, his face turning a shade of iron, as the live streaming room filled with malicious laughter in the comments. After a prolonged silence, Park In-yong coldly replied, Park In-yong, to my friend from the land of cherry blossoms, I suspect your relationship with the Vatican must be quite cordial. I have heard that the Pope is exceedingly fond of your country. Park In-yong, after all, among all the nations in the world, only in the land of cherry blossoms do little boys fall from the sky. Chapter 62. Illusions. The live streaming room was engulfed in a chaotic atmosphere, with both Park In-yong and Xiao Jinzi being masters of their craft, keenly exploiting each other's vulnerabilities. As an observer, Liu Yin found great enjoyment in witnessing this dog-eat-dog spectacle. Just as he lay comfortably in his hammock, preparing to relish this theatrical confrontation, a sudden knocking echoed from the stone door of the shelter. It was the wandering little white dragon calling at the entrance. The journey through the mountains had worn Liu Yin out, yet little white dragon remained brimming with energy, showing no signs of fatigue. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking intensified, and Liu Yin sensed an air of impatience and anxiety. Could it be that little white dragon had encountered some danger? He swiftly leaped from his hammock and opened the stone door just enough to create a 20-centimeter gap. However, little white dragon did not rush inside, but instead continued to stand at the threshold, hissing at Liu Yin, while raising its wings to point towards a distant direction. You say you saw a door? Moments later, Liu Yin grasped the meaning behind little white dragon's gestures, his pupils dilating. A blood-red door. The carefree expression on Liu Yin's face transformed into one of seriousness. Clearly, another hidden realm had emerged, and judging by little white dragon's indications, its location was approximately 5 kilometers beyond the shelter. Since the experience of exploring the previous hidden realm, Liu Yin had developed an eager anticipation for these mysterious and terrifying special scenes. The ruins contained a plethora of resources and treasures, all in a ready-to-use state. For instance, the listening intercom he had previously obtained had enabled him to successfully eliminate the trio of marauders. Without it, he might not have even perceived the impending danger. In comparison to the mundane map of Pighead Mountain Forest, it was evident that the yield from the hidden realms was of a higher caliber and superior quality. Although the ruins were fraught with peril, the age-old adage of seeking fortune in danger remained timeless. What was a little risk compared to the potential rewards? Moreover, in contrast to his first venture into the ruins, Liu Yin's equipment was now remarkably upgraded. At this moment, he felt undaunted by any challenge. The sandy motorcycle roared across the desolate landscape, trailing clouds of dust like a dragon. The remaining 15 liters of fuel acquired earlier were entirely poured into the motorcycle's tank by Liu Yin. According to the instrument's readings, this fuel would suffice for a journey of 300 kilometers. The little white dragon soared through the skies, observing below from its elevated vantage point. Liu Yin appeared as a valiant warrior, fearlessly riding forth on his steed towards the enemy. A few kilometers ahead, a thick, ominous black mist enveloped the land. Within this obscurity, a blood-red gate flickered into view, ajar as if the very mouth of a demon lay open, eagerly awaiting its unsuspecting prey. 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer. It was not until Liu Yin halted a mere 300 meters from the dense black fog that the little white dragon, with utmost caution, descended from the sky, its sharp gaze fixated on the core of the mist. Yet, even the little white dragon could not discern the interior of the gate, for an invisible barrier obscured the exploration of its depths. Riding around the gate, Liu Yin noted the differences from his previous venture into the ruins. He squinted, striving to focus on the faint character at the top of the gate, Void. He finally discerned that the mark upon this gate was not the evil of the White Bear City ruins, but rather the void akin to that of the tribal ruins previously entered by Yuan Wenya. The void ruins were entirely distinct from the evil ruins. Based on the intelligence gathered, it was understood that entities within the void-type ruins might not manifest as tangible adversaries, seemingly rendering them easier to traverse than the evil type. After all, Yuan Wenya had successfully acquired resources with little to no danger and left unscathed during her last encounter. However, Liu Yin did not underestimate the potential perils lurking within the void ruins. In truth, he regarded the risks associated with the void type as greater than those of the evil type. At least the latter could be confronted with arrows or firearms, while an intangible enemy posed an entirely different challenge, one for which he had no means of defense. From the information previously obtained from Yuan Wenya, it was known that adversaries within the void ruins left players with no visible injuries upon their demise. Liu Yin contemplated, could the creatures within the void employ some form of psychic force, sorcery, supernatural entities? Though he considered himself a staunch materialist, having long dismissed notions of spirits and curses, in this desolate wilderness, he found himself pondering the inexplicable. After all, in a world where pig-headed beings, demon apes, and mutated creatures existed, the emergence of urban legends like Sadako or Mei hardly seemed far-fetched. In light of this, he mused, my equipment may not confer any advantage. He glanced at his own heavily armed self, feeling as though he were striking a fist against cotton. Would armor and helmets prove useful against intangible foes? This time, I shall not delve deep into the heart of the ruins, but rather explore the periphery, retreating immediately upon detecting any anomalies. Surely, this approach will safeguard me against unforeseen dangers. Liu Yin took a deep breath. Although the virtual ruins were rather enigmatic, the fact that even Yuan Wenya, a woman, could emerge unscathed from within them suggested that, as long as he did not succumb to excessive greed, he would likely encounter no unforeseen mishaps. After hesitating for a moment at the entrance, Liu Yin activated the manufacture system. Flintlock pistol, required materials. Proceed with crafting? Confirm crafting. Liu Yin pressed the confirmation button. In a flash of light, an exquisitely crafted flintlock pistol materialized in his palm. Crafting successful. LV2 weapon crafting quantity, 4,800. The weapon produced by the system was indeed refined, starkly contrasting with the crude creations of the pig-headed creatures. Not only was the barrel smooth and sleek, but its compact design resembled that of a large pistol used in medieval duels, rather than the unwieldy long guns. With the handle included, its total length did not exceed 30 centimeters. Although the short barrel might compromise shooting accuracy, its advantages in ammunition loading, portability, firing speed, and responsiveness far surpassed those of cumbersome long guns. Flintlock pistol, quality, ordinary, maximum range, 800 meters. Description, my dear, times have changed. Gripping the flintlock pistol firmly, Liu Yin felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He was acutely aware that this weapon might prove ineffective against the monsters lurking within the virtual ruins. Yet it was always prudent to be well prepared. He gazed at the imposing door before him, refraining from rushing inside. Instead, he turned to prepare a second weapon. Chapter 63. Ancient architecture. This system-produced flintlock, from the muzzle to the handle, was remarkably elegant, with a total length not exceeding 30 centimeters. While the brevity of the barrel could affect shooting precision, its superiority in ammunition loading, portability, firing speed, and responsiveness was undeniable compared to the bulky long guns. Flintlock pistol, quality, ordinary, maximum range, 800 meters, description, my dear, times have changed. Clutching the handle of the pistol, Liu Yan felt a sense of calm settle over him. Although he understood that this weapon might not be effective against the creatures within the ruins, being overprepared was never a disadvantage. Moreover, it was crucial to recognize that the dangers lurking within the ruins extended beyond the ruins themselves. The players entering the same ruins could pose a greater threat than the monsters within. While the system did not provide information on this aspect, through days of exploration and observing conversations in the World Channel, Liu Yan had deduced that a ruin could accommodate multiple players for simultaneous exploration. Should he encounter fellow players within the ruins, a fierce battle might ensue. At present, Liu Yan was akin to a succulent morsel in the wilderness, tempting anyone who might wish to take a bite. He regarded the imposing door once more, yet he did not hastily step inside. Instead, he turned to prepare a second weapon. Utilizing the clothing he had scavenged from the bodies of the Black Brothers trio, he cut them into palm-sized fabric squares. Pouring the gunpowder he had seized from the pig-headed creatures into these cloth bundles, mixing in sharp shards of stone and sugar before wrapping them tightly. Would you like to craft a fuse? Materials required: 1 g of nitrate powder, 1 sheet of paper. Liu Yan activated the manufacturing system, utilizing soil nitrate and orange juice, along with the advertising plastic from the exterior of a golden dragon oil container to craft several fuses. After inserting the fuses into the explosive package, Liu Yan gazed at a homemade earth mine in his hand, roughly the size of an egg, and a satisfied smile graced his face. His second weapon was not a product of the system. It appeared somewhat rudimentary, yet its power was undeniably formidable, akin to a simplified combination of a fragmentation grenade and an incendiary device. Once the explosive package detonated, sharp fragments would scatter like crossbow bolts, while the intense flames would instantly liquefy the sugar, causing the molten sugar to spread with the explosion, igniting an uncontrollable inferno. Even a wild buffalo, struck directly by such a device, would likely find itself summoned to the underworld. However, due to its homemade nature, stability and safety might be compromised. Improper handling could result in self-inflicted harm. The gunpowder seized from the pig-headed man amounted to only 800 g, and each explosive package consumed approximately 120 g. Thus, after crafting 3, Liu Yan paused his efforts. Should he not encounter a large number of foes, 3 would suffice. Carefully, he placed these 3 earth mines into the compartments of his backpack. This was the most powerful explosive he could currently manufacture. Although the system would eventually yield a vintage wooden handle grenade upon unlocking level 2 weapon proficiency, it required far more materials than his handcrafted earth mines. At present, Liu Yan's materials were insufficient to meet production demands. Would you like to craft a spear? Confirm crafting. Consumes high manganese steel X1, wood X2. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yan retrieved steel and wood, skillfully crafting a spear. The advantages of firearms were evident, yet their shortcomings could not be overlooked. Without an automatic mechanism, each reloading after firing took several seconds. Liu Yan needed a reliable melee weapon to ensure he would not be ambushed during this vulnerable reloading period. Spear, exquisite. Special effect, easily pierces. Description, you claim your spear is the sharpest in the world, and your shield is the sturdiest. If your spear were to strike your shield, who would prevail? Do not leave. Answer this question. Is this not contradictory? A spectator who found a loophole in the weapon merchant's pitch met their demise at the hands of an enraged merchant. This left little room for further commentary. Liu Yan gripped the spear firmly, stowing the flintlock pistol loaded with gunpowder into his bosom, his gaze fixed upon the nearby entrance to the ruins. Little white dragon, let us go. He twisted the throttle, and the roar of the engine erupted, billowing thick smoke from the exhaust. The sandbike swiftly vanished through the doorway, with little white dragon trailing closely behind. An overwhelming chill enveloped him from all directions. This familiar sensation allowed Liu Yan to clearly discern his location. He had entered the depths of the ruins. Before him, the impenetrable, dark chaos began to dissipate the moment he entered, revealing the world within the ruins in its entirety. A multitude of solitary beings remained eternally anchored to this land, having endured countless years of waiting. In this prolonged ordeal, they lost not only their physical forms, but also their hopes. All that remained was their obsessive and fervent souls. Should you not be the one they await? Upon sensing their presence, flee immediately, for their madness has rendered them capable of mercilessly ending your life. Conversely, if you are indeed the one they seek, hasten your escape. For in their interminable wait, they have transformed their once cherished hopes into bitter resentment, and they will employ the most gruesome methods to torment you. Much like the ruins of the White Bear City, upon entry, a series of narrative cues appeared before Liu Yan's eyes. These cues seemed etched into his memory, and soon the text began to blur and gradually fade. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, where an exceedingly magnificent ancient ruin lay before him. Towering spires and majestic temples rose high, their architectural style strikingly reminiscent of ancient Egypt. However, due to the passage of time, many structures had succumbed to varying degrees of collapse, and the glazed tiles atop the temples had lost their luster, shattered into fragments of azure stone. A gentle breeze swept through, rendering the entire ruin eerily silent, as tranquil as a midnight graveyard. Chapter 64. The Earth Fortress in the very heart of the temple. It was encircled by numerous low, modest buildings, resembling sentinels guarding the sanctum. The architectural style continued to reflect that of ancient Egypt. Yet the ravages of time had left most structures in varying states of disrepair. The temple's glazed tiles had dulled, crumbling into shards of blue stone. Another whisper of wind passed, and the silence deepened within the ruins, echoing the stillness of a midnight cemetery. You have entered the secret realm of the ruins. The game panel functions are temporarily disabled. As with his previous entry into the White Bear City ruins, the moment he set foot on this land, the original game interface had faded to gray. The little white dragon cautiously perched upon Liu Yan's shoulder, its feathers trembling slightly, sensing an ominous presence it could not identify, causing it to anxiously glance around. The technological level of this place seemed to belong to an era of cold weaponry. Liu Yan gazed ahead, noticing arrows embedded in the nearest low structure resembling an earth fortress. He stowed his sand motorcycle and approached the building, gently tapping the arrows with his spear. Instantly, the once solid arrows shattered into countless tiny wooden splinters. The degree of weathering was severe, indicating that this place had not been touched for at least a century. Liu Yan pondered the passage of time, remaining silent for a moment as he circled the earth fortress, raising his spear to strike forcefully against the fortress wall. Amidst a cloud of dust, a basketball-sized hole emerged in the decayed and crumbling wall, long ravaged by the passage of time. Bang! Bang! Liu Yan pressed forcefully a few more times, enlarging the opening to a size ample enough for an adult to pass through. He then cautiously illuminated the interior with his flashlight, ensuring no creatures lurked within, before stepping inside with trepidation. In his earlier observations, he noted that this earthen fortress bore no doors or passages, merely two football-sized apertures near the top for lookout purposes. This peculiar architectural design left Liu Yan perplexed. What could be its purpose? Was it a guest house? But how would one enter or exit? A prison? Yet, who would establish a prison on the outskirts of a temple? Burdened with profound curiosity, Liu Yan waved away the dust before him and ventured deeper, hoping to discern the details of this fortress-like structure illuminated by his flashlight. However, before he could steady himself, an unforeseen incident occurred. Crack! Liu Yan's gaze shifted as he felt he had stepped on something. A sharp sensation of fracture resonated beneath his feet, and directing his flashlight downwards, he beheld a ghastly white skull staring back at him. The light's reflection revealed what appeared to be ghostly flames flickering within its hollow eye sockets. Goodness! A chill ran down Liu Yan's spine as he instinctively recoiled, pressing his back against the wall, while his spear swiftly thrust forward. With a whoosh, the spear pierced the skull effortlessly. Liu Yan gasped for breath, realizing that he was standing atop a complete skeletal remains, which he had failed to notice due to his previous angle of view. This skeleton neither sprang up with a sinister grin inquiring about the whereabouts of Tang Seng and his disciples, nor did it suddenly emit glowing orbs from its eye sockets to proclaim itself as Ain's Ol Gaon, the Bone King of the Abyss. It lay quietly on the ground, its ribs shattered under Liu Yan's weight, its skull impaled upon the spear, resembling some malevolent artifact. It was undeniably deceased, posing no threat whatsoever to Liu Yan. Crack! Liu Yan forced himself to regain composure, striking the skull against the wall until it shattered, and then began to examine the earthen fortress with caution. From the outside, the fortress appeared to be slightly over 2 meters high. However, the maximum height within was only about 18 meters, making Liu Yan feel quite cramped standing inside, requiring him to stoop or bow his head. A ring of iron hooks was affixed to the walls, laden with numerous quivers. Some of these quivers were long emptied, while others still contained a few arrows, yet due to their age, these arrows crumbled to dust upon contact. In addition to the quivers, several broken longbows and a rusted dagger lay scattered across the ground. The dagger bore remnants of blood, and the top of the fortress along with the walls were splattered with copious amounts of blood, while no other passageways existed within. Observing this scene, Liu Yan seemed to piece together a narrative. The cause of this skeleton's demise appeared to be a self-inflicted wound to the neck with the dagger, suggesting a tragic suicide. A completely enclosed earthen fortress, a skeleton of a suicide victim, and the exceedingly bizarre prompts encountered upon entering the ruins. An array of information rapidly swirled in Liu Yan's mind. Yet he found himself unable to connect them coherently. He did not merely view the prompts as a narrative summary. He was steadfast in his belief that certain rules of the ruins, or perhaps strategies for success, lay concealed within these messages. If he could glean even a modicum of insight from them, it would significantly enhance his exploratory journey. After a few minutes of contemplation, Liu Yan sighed, acknowledging that the information gleaned from these clues was woefully insufficient to weave them into a coherent narrative. It seemed clear that further exploration was essential. Just as he prepared to leave the earthen fortress and delve deeper into the ruins, the vigilant little white dragon stationed outside suddenly emitted a shrill cry. As someone who shared a profound connection with the dragon, Liu Yan immediately understood its warning. Danger was approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yan leaped from the fortress, drawing his flintlock pistol and fixing his alert gaze in the direction of the little white dragon. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy, chaotic footsteps echoed, and in Liu Yan's line of sight, a youth clad in a denim shirt stumbled out from another direction of the fortress cluster. This was another player. His face was etched with terror, his demeanor frenzied, as he ran while frequently glancing back, as if being pursued by some horrific entity. Soon enough, he noticed Liu Yan standing outside the fortress. His eyes brimmed with hope and madness as he continued his frantic dash, incoherently shouting, "Are you the one they've been waiting for? Yes, it must be you. Save me, please. I don't want to die. If you die, they won't kill me." The youth's eyes were bloodshot, seemingly devoid of reason, teetering on the brink of madness. As the distance between them diminished, Liu Yan suddenly felt a chilling sensation sweep over him, raising the hairs on his body as though he were being scrutinized by unseen eyes. A wave of intense cold surged up Liu Yan's spine, and in an instant, goosebumps covered his skin. It was akin to standing in a morgue at midnight, hearing the chilling sound of nails scraping against the wall from behind. Thud, thud, thud. The frantic youth stumbled multiple times, his body caked in mud, one shoe lost in his desperate flight, appearing utterly disheveled. "Save me, I don't want to die," he implored, extending his arms forward, his 10 fingers smeared with filth, grasping like withered branches reaching for salvation, his gaze fixated on Liu Yan as though he were a drowning man spotting a lifeline. "Please, just die? Just die, will you?" The distance between the youth and Liu Yan continued to shrink, and with it, the sense of cold intensified, as though an invisible specter was swiftly advancing toward them. "Stop!" Liu Yan raised his spear, its tip aimed directly at the adversary, and barked with authority, "Stand still. Move any closer, and you shall perish." Although he could not see the intangible foe, Liu Yan was acutely aware that should the player approach further, he would likely face grave peril. The young man, in a state of frantic desperation, disregarded Liu Yan's warning, dashing forward like a startled antelope pursued by a ferocious tiger. To him, the threat posed by the spear-wielding Liu Yan paled in comparison to the unseen menace he was desperately evading. With a piercing shriek, the little white dragon erupted in feathers, emitting a sharp cry. As the player drew within 10 meters, Liu Yan hesitated no longer. He thrust the spear backward, launching it like a javelin. The spear traced a perfect arc through the air, and in the next heartbeat, it pierced the player's chest. Enhanced by the easily pierced effect, the spear transgressed through flesh, pinning the fleeing player against the earthen wall of a fortification. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. The player lifted his head, a grotesque expression twisting his features, revealing teeth stained with blood as he glared at Liu Yan with a sinister smile, uttering, "You cannot escape either." His body convulsed, and after a frantic struggle of 2 or 3 seconds, his head finally drooped in defeat, relinquishing the breath of life. Oddly, as the player succumbed, the chilling sensation that had gripped Liu Yan began to dissipate, eventually vanishing completely. Standing in place, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on Liu Yan's forehead. In those fleeting 3 seconds, he felt as if he had endured the most harrowing event imaginable. It was then that he comprehended the depth of fear that Yuan Wenya had experienced upon her first entry into the virtual ruins. The icy dread enveloped him, reminiscent of falling into a winter abyss, as if he had inhaled the very stench of decay that accompanies death. He was convinced that some form of invisible demon had manifested. Surely, the monsters within the virtual ruins had emerged. The sensation mirrored precisely what Yuan Wenya had described. Furrowing his brow, Liu Yan pondered, but why did this chilling feeling dissipate upon the player's demise? Could it be that the invisible demon's target was this player, and upon his death, the entity lost its target and thus departed? Why did it not attack me? Perhaps the monsters within the ruins possess a unique attack mechanism. This player triggered it, leading to his pursuit, while I did not activate such a mechanism, hence I remain unscathed. Liu Yan's mind raced with rapid deductions based on the information at hand. At that moment, The previously silent earthen fortress came alive once more with the sound of footsteps. Luyan instinctively placed his hand upon the spear's hilt, gazing toward the source of the noise. From behind the fortifications emerged a dark-skinned youth, treading cautiously, a steel knife gripped tightly in hand, eyeing Luyan with trepidation. "Excuse me, are you also a player?" he inquired. Chapter 66. The parchment scroll. Luyan's mind continued to whirl, swiftly weaving together a series of hypotheses based on his current understanding of the situation. At that moment, the once silent earthen fortress once again echoed with the sound of footsteps. Luyan abruptly placed his hand on the grip of his weapon, gazing towards the source of the noise. Emerging cautiously from behind the fortress was a young girl with fair skin, her demeanor wary, clutching a steel knife as she carefully regarded Luyan. "Pardon me, are you also a player?" she inquired. The girl, slender and approximately 165 centimeters tall, donned an obviously ill-fitting male shirt and denim shorts. Her long, dark hair framed a delicate face, embodying the innocence of a frightened little rabbit. Her grip on the weapon unwavering. In comparison to the towering Luyan, she appeared utterly inconspicuous, apart from the gleaming steel knife in her hand. She exuded no threat whatsoever, with glistening tears seemingly lingering on her long eyelashes due to her fear. Her pure and charming countenance was of the sort that easily ignited a man's protective instincts. However, after scrutinizing her appearance, Luyan did not lower his guard. Instead, he swiftly approached the lifeless body of the previously slain player, extracting his spear and directing it at the girl with a cold voice. "I give you 10 seconds to clearly state your identity, name, and the city from which you hail before arriving in the wilderness. I harbor no hostility." Startled by his demeanor, the girl appeared flustered and explained, "I only wish to leave this place, to escape this ruin." "Answer my question." Luyan, expressionless, reiterated. "I grant you merely 10 seconds. Perhaps it was the sight of the bleeding corpse beside them, or Luyan's unyielding attitude, that rendered the seemingly fragile girl trembling with fear, her eyes wide. Complying, she spoke. "My name is Jin Jingxiu, a player from the city of Luoshan in North Korea. 5 hours ago, I entered this ruin to explore, and I formed a temporary team with him." She indicated towards the deceased player. "But before we could reach the temple within the depths of the ruin, we were attacked by monsters. We barely managed to escape, and then we encountered you." A rather simple tale, devoid of twists or turns. After hearing her words, Luyan's demeanor softened slightly, yet he still did not lower his spear. "What did you find?" he inquired. Upon hearing his question, a strong wave of fear washed over the girl's face, and she instinctively stepped back, pressing her hand against the pocket of her shirt. Stammering, "In nothing. We were attacked by monsters before we could enter the temple. We found absolutely nothing. Could you be any more obvious?" Luyan narrowed his eyes and suddenly barked, "Produce it. Lay it on the ground." "Please, don't," the girl implored, her large, tear-filled eyes fixed on Luyan, biting her lip in desperation. "I risked a great deal to obtain this." Witnessing her fragile, pleading demeanor, Luyan felt as though his heart had been struck by something. The sensation of wielding power over someone so soft and vulnerable was undeniably exhilarating. One punch, and she would likely weep for a long time, wouldn't she? "I commanded. Present it, place it upon the ground." Luyan's voice was icy as he raised the spear in his hand, poised to throw, and pointed deliberately at the lifeless body of the young player, declaring, "Unless you desire to share his fate." He was not a fool, easily swayed by the allure of beauty. In the wilderness, attractiveness held the least value. No matter how exquisite the exterior, it could neither serve as sustenance nor as a weapon. Luyan's policy of plunder was never altered by the appearance of his adversary. Upon hearing the death-laden threat from Luyan, the girl could no longer bear her terror. Trembling, she retrieved an object from her shirt pocket and reluctantly placed it down. It was a scroll crafted from ancient parchment. As she unfurled it, Luyan spoke once more. The girl, following his instructions, untied the strings securing the scroll and laid it open. Before Luyan's eyes unfolded an exceedingly ancient illustration. With the spear's tip, he carefully examined the scroll, which was divided into several palm-sized sections, each adorned with a distinct pattern reminiscent of ancient murals. Together, these segmented images wove a coherent narrative. The first image depicted a group of primitive people clad in animal skins, brandishing long spears and wooden bows, dancing around a fire. Each bore the mark of lightning upon their backs, their bodies marred with scars, while heaps of slain beasts lay beside the fire, a celebration of their bountiful hunt. In the second illustration, these primitive beings had established clusters of thatched huts and tents, even erecting watchtowers, having flourished into a formidable tribe. The third image introduced figures adorned as shamans, as the people began to sculpt effigies of deities, venerating the sun and moon. By the fourth illustration, the primitives had shed their animal skins in favor of linen garments, indicating a rapid advancement in civilization. They commenced the cultivation of crops, moving beyond mere hunting. The fifth image chronicled a fierce battle, where the tribe marked by lightning, after a bloody confrontation, vanquished their foes, slaying their leader, capturing their women, and seizing their territory, thereby expanding their power. In the sixth depiction, the tribe had grown to an alarming magnitude, asserting dominion over the land. They constructed towering pagodas and temples, ruling with absolute force. Liu Yan held the scroll up against the distant temple for comparison, confirming that the structure illustrated on the parchment was indeed that temple. The murals on this scroll chronicled the experiences of the tribe that built this very ruin. In other words, this scroll was the historical record of this relic. Casting a glance at the trembling girl crouched before the earthen fort, he redirected his attention to the scroll in his possession, pondering that within its confines, he might uncover the means to navigate the mysteries of the ruins. The seventh illustration underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming eerie and oppressive. It depicted a multitude of grotesque creatures whose origins remained a mystery, suddenly descending upon this land and methodically consuming the tribe. Nay, it was now more appropriate to refer to it as an empire. These monstrous beings relentlessly assaulted the territories and populace of the empire. Liu Yan noted that from the seventh illustration onward, the background color of the mural had shifted to a deep crimson, seemingly conveying the notion that even the earth had been stained with blood. Chapter 67, Coercion. Next came the eighth illustration, which recorded a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Faced with the formidable monsters, the empire suffered consecutive defeats, and ultimately, its territory was compelled to contract around the temple. As for the other regions of the land, they had largely succumbed to the creatures. In the ninth illustration, the monsters began their advance towards the temple from all directions. After handing a horn to the commander of the army, the king led a portion of the populace away from the temple towards the unoccupied lands untouched by the monsters. Beneath this image, a striking inscription was evident. We cannot withstand the onslaught of the monsters. We must seek assistance from afar, should no one come to our aid. Then after the sun has risen and set 100 times, we shall return to our ancestral land and meet our demise alongside my kin. A line of exceedingly ancient and intricate characters flashed before Liu Yan's eyes, and in an instant, they were translated into comprehensible text. Although the game functions were inoperative within the ruins, the constructs of the ruins adhered strictly to the game's parameters, following the principle of shared text, shared language. The 10th illustration depicted the Empire's army escorting the king and several nobles from the encirclement of the monsters. Subsequently, the commander blew the horn entrusted to him by the king, and the troops engaged in countless bloody battles with the creatures, suffering immense casualties, ultimately retreating to the vicinity of the temple. In the 11th illustration, the Empire's army constructed numerous earthen fortifications near the temple to serve as temporary bastions. They prepared for a final confrontation to defend their ancestral land and homes, engaging in a brutal and protracted war. Each soldier embraced a fatalistic resolve, filling the fortifications with arrows, spears, and provisions, regarding this as their last stand. Faced with the monsters, they would neither flee nor could they escape. The fortifications lacked exits. Once sealed, there were only two outcomes. Either they would repel the monster invasion or the creatures would breach their defenses, dragging the soldiers' bodies away. In the 12th illustration, the harrowing conflict inflicted tremendous psychological strain on each soldier, yet they clung to hope. Daily, they etched lines upon the walls of the fortifications, patiently awaiting the arrival of the promised date of 100 days from their king. Despite the ferocity of the war, as long as they could endure for 100 days, the king would return with reinforcements, would he not? Before the king's return, it was imperative to hold the ancestral land, ensuring that he would not witness a desolate ruin. Under the support of such beliefs, the soldiers endured the cramped confines of the earthen fortress, the ferocity of their adversaries, and the looming specter of death, repeatedly repelling the onslaughts of monstrous foes. The 13th illustration bore no imagery, only a solitary line of text. The sun rose and set, marking 127 days since the king's departure. Yet he had not returned. The military commander stood atop the tower, gazing towards the direction from whence the king had vanished, but found no trace of life upon the distant horizon. In the 14th illustration, the invasion of the monstrous beings intensified, while the soldiers' faith began to crumble. More despairing than the brutality of the enemy was the king's betrayal and the treachery of their kin. The soldiers came to the grim realization that they had been forsaken, abandoned by the king they trusted most, and by their closest relatives. This despair swiftly extinguished their fighting spirit, leading many to choose self-termination within the fortress upon learning this bitter truth. Those who had managed to remain resolute before the savage monsters ultimately collapsed under the betrayal of their own. In the 15th illustration, on the 157th day, nearly all the soldiers had perished. The commander, clutching a blood-stained horn, entered the temple alone and shattered the throne that symbolized royal authority with a hammer, kneeling before the idol to unleash the most vengeful of curses. Those who have forsaken us, we shall not perish. Instead, we will wander this land as specters, awaiting your return. We shall so shut your deceitful mouths and extract your treacherous hearts. The 16th illustration depicted the general standing within the temple, sounding the bloodied horn. As its echoes reverberated, twisted apparitions emerged from the remains of the fallen soldiers, howling mournfully and swirling above the temple like a chaotic dance of vengeful spirits. The 17th and final illustration, devoid of imagery, concluded with a single statement. The general, at the cost of his own soul, summoned the deceased soldiers to rise again as tormented wraiths, lingering here to await the return of those who had betrayed them, eager to rend them asunder. No longer were they the loyal soldiers of the king. They had transformed into vengeful phantoms. When the horn resounded once more, they would heed the command of its master, dragging any soul into a realm of unspeakable terror. Thus concluded the murals upon the parchment, encapsulating a tale that, though slightly cliched, told of a cowardly king who, when danger loomed, deceived his army into holding the line while he fled with his followers, ultimately inciting the wrath of the soldiers who would seek vengeance even in spectral form. The connection between the parchment's illustrations and the initial prompts encountered by Liu Yan upon entering the ruins sufficed to validate its authenticity. This indicated that the most precious treasure within these ruins was indeed that very horn. Liu Yan quickly discerned the focal point, concluding from the final words inscribed on the parchment that the horn wielded by the general was the artifact capable of controlling all spectral soldiers within the illusory realm, akin to a military token in certain games. With it, he could effortlessly and safely acquire everything within this ruin. Liu Yan's heart raced with excitement. Although the technological level of this relic appears to pale in comparison to that of the White Bear City ruins, the records inscribed on the parchment bestow upon the treasures within this site an aura of surreal capability. Which poses a greater threat, the spectral soldiers or the special forces? Is a horn capable of commanding a ghostly army more precious than a fighter jet? Despite the vast differences in their roles, Liu Yan perceives that their value is remarkably similar. However, the dangers of exploring the temple alone are considerable. With this thought, a gentle smile graced Liu Yan's face as he stowed the parchment away and turned to the crouching Jin Jingxiu, softly proposing, "Young lady, I extend to you an invitation to join my expedition into the temple. How about we share the spoils equally?" His smile was warm and inviting. Yet Jin Jingxiu abruptly shook her head, trembling as she replied, "No, I do not wish to go there again. It is far too terrifying. You need not fear. We shall be a team. I will protect you." Liu Yan reassured her with a pat on his chest. Jin Jingxiu's expression only grew more fearful. Rising to her feet, she pointed accusingly at Liu Yan, her voice quivering. "Do not deceive me. You intend to use me as a mere scout, a disposable pawn. Do you think I am foolish? What pretense of goodwill is this?" Liu Yan's smile faltered, becoming rigid. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, his demeanor shifting to one of cold indifference. "I advise you, young lady, in interactions between individuals, when the strong are still willing to feign benevolence, it is best for the weak to pretend they have not seen through it and refrain from exposing the truth. Otherwise, when the facade is shattered, the weak will find even their last vestige of dignity stripped away." With the tip of his spear hovering a mere 3 centimeters from Jin Jingxiu's throat, she could sense the acrid stench of blood and the palpable aura of death emanating from it. "So, do you agree to my proposal?" Liu Yan inquired softly. "Or will you be compelled to acquiesce?" Chapter 68. The general, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, has been an enduring principle since time immemorial. In the perilous wilderness, strict adherence to this rule is essential for survival. After careful consideration, Liu Yan concluded that the benefits of temporarily collaborating with Jin Jingxiu far outweighed the advantages of eliminating her to seize her resources. The temple within the ruins is fraught with dangers. Having a scout in front would significantly reduce his odds of encountering peril. Weighing the pros and cons, Liu Yan extended a friendly invitation to form a team with Jin Jingxiu. Faced with Liu Yan's unabashed malice, Jin Jingxiu found herself devoid of any means of resistance. Should she agree, there remained a glimmer of hope, but should she refuse, Liu Yan would undoubtedly pierce her delicate throat without hesitation. The corpse of the player beside them had yet to grow cold. "Fine, I agree to team up with you. However, I have one stipulation. I wish to retrieve his body," Jin Jingxiu stated, pointing to the young man slain by Liu Yan, her voice low and somber. "He aided me on several occasions. I cannot bear to see him left to rot in the wilderness." Raising an eyebrow, Liu Yan remained silent for a moment before retrieving a small pouch that had materialized from the deceased youth's body, his expression devoid of emotion as he replied, "As you wish." After receiving permission from Liu Yan, Jin Jingxiu embraced the lifeless body of the young man, struggling immensely to drag it into a nearby earthen fortress. He then procured some rubble and soil to bury the remains. This entire endeavor lasted approximately 10 minutes. By the time he completed this grim task, Jin Jingxiu's previously clean attire was now smeared with blood and dust, his cheeks, hands, and hair stained, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Lu Yin, witnessing this scene, smiled and remarked, "You possess quite a kindness." Jin Jingxiu cast a surprised glance at Lu Yin, seemingly perplexed as to why such words would emanate from the lips of a man of his notorious disposition. Alas, benevolent souls do not tend to thrive in such environments. Lu Yin scoffed lightly, gesturing towards the temple standing resolutely amidst countless earthen fortifications, and said, "Let us proceed." As Lu Yin and Jin Jingxiu traversed the labyrinth of fortresses, signs of devastation and the ravages of war became increasingly apparent. Dried, blackened blood splattered the outer walls of the fortifications, while the ground was littered with bones reminiscent of ferocious beasts, identical to the malevolent creatures chronicled in ancient scrolls. The ghostly soldiers indeed possessed an offensive mechanism. During their journey, Jin Jingxiu conveyed some insights he had gleaned. It appears to be linked to the emotions of the attacked. In our previous explorations, we often sensed a feeling of being watched, yet we were met with no aggression until my companion grew irritable after a prolonged inability to enter the temple. In his fury, that sensation of being observed swiftly morphed into an increasingly imminent mental assault. A flicker of unease crossed Jin Jingxiu's visage, as the recent events left him unsettled. Though I cannot discern the enemy's location, I feel its presence. It lunged at my companion, and upon being attacked, he bore no physical wounds, yet his mental state seemed to crumble instantaneously. It was as if he beheld something terrifying, descending into madness and fear. No matter how I called out to him, I could not rouse him from that frenzied state. Lu Yin, trailing behind Jin Jingxiu, recalled the state of the young player he had encountered earlier, who indeed resembled a person plagued by mental turmoil. This method of assault bore resemblance to the mechanics of a creature from the Cthulhu mythos, when a player's emotions or sanity falter, resulting in a decline of their sanity points. They become susceptible to mental attacks from adversaries. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Lu Yin inferred that the ghostly soldier's mechanism might activate when players exhibit significant emotional fluctuations. This signified that from henceforth, he must not succumb to fear, anger, negativity, or even excitement. While this notion was easily articulated, the genuine mastery of one's emotions proved to be a formidable challenge. Even seasoned practitioners in secluded temples often struggled to achieve a tranquil mind, let alone Lu Yin himself. Suddenly, Lu Yin recalled the mental stimulant he had unearthed from the bronze chest. Its purpose was to invigorate the mind and enhance mental fortitude. Perhaps it would yield remarkable results in this predicament. He unobtrusively retrieved a vial and consumed its contents. The appearance of this potion resembles a medical capsule, its size merely akin to the tip of a pinky finger. One need only puncture the outer plastic layer to access the liquid within. As for Jin Jingxiu, she refrained from sharing this precious elixir with her. Even if she were to be assailed by the spectral soldiers shortly, she could easily extract the potion and force it into her mouth to save her. Thus, there was no need to reveal it prematurely. After all, this could be considered a trump card. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you have been unable to enter the temple for a prolonged period. What has obstructed your path? Lu Yin suddenly pondered a crucial question. Jin Jingxiu fell silent for a moment, gesturing towards the temple gate, now only a few hundred meters away, and softly replied, "You shall see it soon." The majestic temple towers over 50 meters high, its walls adorned with exquisite and intricate relief sculptures. Two stout, towering columns stand sentinel on either side of the grand entrance. These bronze pillars are embellished with various mysterious runes and images of deities, exuding an overwhelming sense of majesty and sanctity. Despite the surrounding ruins, the temple has remained largely unscathed by the ravages of past wars. It still radiates splendor and might, as though narrating tales of its former glory and honor to the world. Such an artistic and timeless edifice is sure to captivate all who behold it, were it not for the mound of corpses heaped before its gates. Lu Yin and Jin Jingxiu concealed themselves behind a high tower wall, mere meters away from the entrance, their gazes fixed intently upon the temple gate. A multitude of corpses, both monstrous and human, lay in grotesque disarray, pressed together in a nightmarish tableau. Beside this macabre mountain of remains sat a general clad in tattered armor, wielding a curved blade. His cheeks bore little flesh, and his eye sockets were sunken, rendering him indistinguishable from a desiccated corpse. Yet, Lu Yin distinctly observed that when a distant earthen fortress crumbled under the onslaught of wind and sand, the corpse-like general lifted his head, his hollow eyes glimmering with an eerie, ghostly fire as he gazed toward that direction. This was the general who once wielded the horn. He was the sole being within this phantasmal ruin to possess a corporeal form. Chapter 69. The Shattered Steel Blade. The general stood guard before the entrance, presenting the most formidable obstacle to entering the temple. We have observed this site for a considerable time. There is no secondary entrance to this temple. making any attempt to circumvent him virtually impossible. Jin Jingxiu tightened her grip on her steel blade, declaring, "To gain entry, we must eliminate him." Liu Yan's gaze remained fixated on the corpse-like general. His presence had entirely skewed Liu Yan's previous assessments of the phantasmal ruins. It now appeared that the enemies within were not solely ethereal specters. What might his combat prowess entail? Liu Yan squinted, murmuring to himself. The adversary was a general. Though he seemed somewhat weakened in his current state, he had once led armies against fierce monstrosities, accumulating an unfathomable wealth of battle experience. In a one-on-one confrontation, Liu Yan did not feel confident in overpowering him. Moreover, and of utmost importance, once the battle commences, one finds it exceedingly challenging to regulate the fluctuations of one's emotions. Should the mechanism of retaliation be triggered, it would draw the loyal soldiers roaming this vast land towards oneself, leaving both oneself and Kanai Hidetaka with no hope of a proper burial. Thus, the most significant threat remains those intangible, ghostly soldiers. You must divert their attention. After a moment of silence, Liu Yan turned to Kanai Hidetaka with an expressionless face. Run further away. If one wishes to avoid conflict with the adversary, this is the most prudent course of action. Furthermore, Liu Yan's coercive invitation for Kanai Hidetaka to join his ranks was inherently intended to have her bear the brunt of danger during such a time, leaving him devoid of any guilt. Kanai Hidetaka clenched her teeth, a hint of reluctance flickering across her innocent visage. Yet she was compelled to submit to Liu Yan's imposing will. She stealthily emerged, gripping the steel blade tightly, as if it were the sole source of courage to face the terrifying general. The distance between Liu Yan's concealed tower and the temple entrance was merely a few dozen meters. Upon exiting her cover, Kanai Hidetaka instantly fell within the general's line of sight. A guttural, rasping breath echoed across the earth as the skeletal general abruptly rose, his eyes ablaze with a chilling ferocity. "Living beings? Have you come as reinforcements summoned by our king? Are you here to defend our homeland?" The general's voice brimmed with fervor, seemingly overwhelmed with excitement. Kanai Hidetaka appeared momentarily paralyzed by fear, standing frozen in place at the general's inquiry. "No, you are mistaken. Our king has forsaken us. He has betrayed us." Yet in the next instant, the general's emotions were once again consumed by rage and resentment, his fury surging forth like a tidal wave. "He shall not return. He is damned, and all shall perish." With that proclamation, the general completely lost his sanity. His arms raised like dry branches, lunging forward with a ferocious intent, exuding a murderous aura. Kanai Hidetaka turned and fled. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Yan, witnessing the general depart from the temple entrance, sprinted towards the partially ajar doors of the temple with great haste. However, at that moment, the general, who had been pursuing Kanai Hidetaka, suddenly seemed to sense something and decisively shifted his focus to Liu Yan. "Have I triggered its priority attack mechanism?" Liu Yan's mind raced, quickly deducing that perhaps this general's programming was to prioritize attacking those who intended to trespass into the temple. Compared to Kanai Hidetaka, who had been pursued over 100 meters away, Liu Yan evidently conformed more closely to its attacking criteria. The general moved with astonishing speed, covering 100 meters in mere 5 seconds, a physical prowess that left even Liu Yan, bolstered by the title of Wild's Guardian, in awe. A low hum echoed in the air as the gleaming curved blade descended upon him from an exceedingly peculiar angle. Liu Yan had no time to evade, swiftly raising his spear to strike back. With a resounding clash of metal, the curved blade met the spear, sending a jarring force reverberating through Liu Yan's hands. The seemingly frail body of his opponent concealed immense power, defying its outwardly fragile appearance. The general wielded his steel knife with the ferocity of a tempest, attacking from various unpredictable angles, leaving Liu Yan's arm numb and his grip on the spear tenuous. Most alarmingly, he felt an increasingly intense sensation of being watched, his emotions spiraling into anxiety and agitation. The invisible phantoms wandering the land sensed Liu Yan's emotional turmoil, triggering their assault mechanism. Suddenly, a vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood flooded Liu Yan's sight. He beheld countless bloodied soldiers surging towards him like a relentless tide. In the face of such an onslaught, Liu Yan felt insignificantly small, his fear amplifying uncontrollably. A battle axe came crashing towards him. Instinctively, he ducked to the left, only to be met with an excruciating pain in his shoulder. Awakening abruptly, he realized that the battle axe he had seen was but an illusion, a figment of his mind, and his evasive maneuver had inadvertently brought his shoulder into the path of the general's descending steel knife. Had he not been clad in scale armor, his left arm might well have been severed. Cursing under his breath, Liu Yan sensed a chaotic swirl of images in his mind, his vision becoming increasingly blurred and distorted. Without hesitation, he crushed the mental stimulant he had been holding in his mouth, the warm liquid bursting forth. In an instant, clarity returned to his once confused mind, the horrific visions dissipating. Effective. Lu Yan's spirit soared, his mental state restored to its peak. Not only that, he felt the blood within him boiling, as if he possessed boundless energy. The second effect of the stimulant temporarily enhanced cellular vitality, placing his body in an exhilarating state. His strength, speed, and self-healing abilities were all momentarily heightened. Thud. The undead general struck again, but to Lu Yan, the once lightning-fast attacks now seemed to slow dramatically. Reacting swiftly, he rolled aside to evade the lethal blow, his spear darting forth like a striking serpent, plunging into the general's chest. Simultaneously, he caught a glint of steel. A knife materialized behind the undead general. Jin Jingxiu, having returned unbeknownst to him, swung her blade down onto the general's right arm, embedding the knife several inches into the bone but failing to sever it, instead becoming firmly lodged in the joint. Jin Jingxiu's expression shifted as she exerted all her strength to withdraw the steel knife. Yet it was as if it were ensnared by iron pincers, refusing to budge. She gripped the hilt and shook it vigorously, attempting to pry it free, but a crisp crack resonated through the air. The steel knife had, astonishingly, snapped in two. Chapter 70. Killing blow. The breaking of the knife momentarily stunned Jin Jingxiu. In the fleeting moment of her daze, the desiccated general, with fingers as brittle as twigs, tightened his grip upon the spear and forcefully withdrew it from his chest, causing blackened fluids to splatter, filling the air with a putrid stench. Damn it! Damn it! The decaying general howled, his eyes glimmering with a frenzied light as his torso twisted in a grotesque manner, the curved blade slicing through the air towards the nearby Jin Jingxiu. Ah! Jin Jingxiu screamed, collapsing onto the ground. The blade skimmed past, severing a substantial portion of her hair. What an opportunity, Lu Yan thought, his gaze flashing with icy determination. Although the opponent demonstrated remarkable combat skills, his lack of rationality made him susceptible to the player's agro-mechanics. At this moment, the decaying general had targeted Jin Jingxiu, presenting Lu Yan with the perfect chance to strike. Under the influence of the stimulant, which heightened his cellular activity, Lu Yan was at the pinnacle of his state. In a mere second, he retracted his spear, his arm muscles bulging dramatically, resembling a great bow drawn taut with power. Kneel before me. Lu Yan roared as the spear descended with a sharp whistling sound. Empowered by Lu Yan's tremendous strength and the piercing effect, the spearhead effortlessly penetrated the left knee of the decaying general. A sickening crack echoed as the knee bone shattered completely under the force. The lower leg nearly severed below the knee, hanging by a mere flap of skin. Lu Yan could even glimpse the dark yellow bone and bluish-black fascia through the wound. With a loss of balance, the decaying general stumbled and fell. Just as Lu Yan prepared to deliver a finishing blow, an overwhelming buzzing filled his mind, and a chilling sensation enveloped him. He felt as if a tempestuous fire raged within his heart. Kill. Kill them all. They all deserve to die. Countless eerie voices echoed in his ears, some filled with vengeful malice, others with lamentation, and yet others with madness. These voices possessed an uncanny power, amplifying the fiery rage within Lu Yan, scorching him, inflicting both mental and physical agony. Images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood flooded his vision, as death and despair took dominion over his mind. Die, die. It must be painful, right? Enduring this torment is unbearable, isn't it? Just kill yourself, and you shall be free of this suffering. Join us. Become one of us. Panting heavily, Lu Yan gritted his teeth, his entire being racked with spasms. His eyes clouded with crimson. The spear hovered above the decaying general's head, yet he found himself unable to strike. Despite his fervent attempts to maintain emotional stability, compounded by the dual assurance of the stimulant, the desire to vanquish his foe and the elation of imminent victory quietly fractured Lu Yan's mental state, allowing the spectral soldiers to seize the opportunity. Moreover, the effects of the psychostimulant can only endure for a mere 30 seconds, and most importantly, its potency diminishes over time. This is a significant reason behind Lu Yan's vulnerability to mental assaults. Currently, Lu Yan is in a perilous state, his veins bulging, his face contorted, resembling someone who has lost all reason and judgment. He is under a mental attack within the illusory ruins, and should he succumb entirely, he would become as deranged as the young man he once killed. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that Lu Yan is positioned less than 2 meters away from the corpse general. If the corpse general rises and casually swings his curved blade, Lu Yan would not even qualify to become mad. He would immediately join the heap of corpses at the temple's entrance. The sound of armor and blade dragging across the ground resonates as the corpse general, devoid of expression, uses his arms to support himself back to his feet. He casts a glance at the disoriented Lu Yan and mercilessly swings down his sword. A menacing gust rushes forward. The despairing flash of the blade, imbued with a chilling coldness, sends shivers down one's spine. Clang! A clash of metal echoes. Just as the curved blade descends within 10 centimeters of Lu Yan's neck, A broken sword suddenly appears, staunchly blocking the advance of the blade. Jin Jingxiu materializes beside Lu Yin in an exceedingly peculiar stance, her broken sword colliding with the curved blade, showering sparks in every direction. Her petite frame struggles against the lethal blow from the towering corpse general, her arms trembling incessantly under the pressure, retreating, as the curved blade gradually presses toward Lu Yin's throat. At that moment, a piercing eagle cry echoes from the sky. The little white dragon, which had vanished since the appearance of Jin Jingxiu, suddenly descends, its claws ruthlessly piercing into the unarmored back of Lu Yin's hand. Intense, tearing pain jolts through him, momentarily awakening him from his chaotic mental state, and a flicker of clarity emerges in his eyes, clouded by negativity. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yin retrieves another psychostimulant. Biting it open and letting the liquid splatter, he feels as though a warm current has been injected into his body. The endless eerie whispers in his ears and the horrifying illusions before his eyes dissipating instantly. Damn! Gazing at the sharp blade hovering merely 5 centimeters from his neck, Lu Yin is drenched in cold sweat, instinctively raising his knee to collide with the corpse general's groin. Thud! Lu Yin feels as if his knee has struck a block of iron, a wave of agonizing pain surging through him. What on earth is that made of? Is it equipped with an Armstrong spiral jet cannon? There is no time for further contemplation as Lu Yin kicks into the general's abdomen, forcing the corpse general to stumble back 2 or 3 steps, creating a space of approximately 1 meter between them. Take this spear. Lu Yin swings the spear, aiming desperately for the general's throat. Thud! Black blood splatters. Lu Yin shows no signs of stopping. The spear thrusts forward like a tempest into the general's throat, chest, and other vital areas. As the burdened Hidetaka Kanai regained her composure, she raised the dagger in her hand and struck at the general's remaining right ankle. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. With a flurry of blows, she severed the tendons, the blade wedging into the joint of the bone. With a forceful twist, a sickening crack echoed as the ankle was grotesquely broken at an unnatural angle. The cadaverous general toppled like a felled tree. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yin thrust his spear with remarkable precision, piercing the general's brow and pinning him to the ground. A melodious notification chimed. Artifact record. Player Lu Yin has slain the LV-1 relic, Empire Ruins, boss, General Carl. Chapter 71. Hidetaka Kanai record. LV-1 Secret Realm, Empire Ruins, boss. General Carl has been defeated. Record. Congratulations to player Lu Yin for achieving Slayer of Generals. As the delightful notification resonated in their ears, the tension in both Lu Yin and Hidetaka Kanai dissipated instantly. Lu Yin gasped for breath, his arms trembling uncontrollably, not out of fear, but due to the surge of adrenaline coursing through his body. Hidetaka Kanai's forehead glistened with cold sweat, revealing the psychological toll the fierce battle had exacted on her. Had she not reacted swiftly to the general's deadly strike, she might have met a grim fate. The two collapsed beside the general's lifeless body, both overwhelmed by a sense of survival. Although the battle with the cadaverous general had concluded swiftly, and Lu Yin appeared to have dispatched him with ease, the peril of the encounter was known only to those who had participated. Combat with cold weapons is never as melodramatic as depicted in films and television, where opponents clash for countless rounds without resolution. The true moments that determine life and death often transpire within mere seconds. A single blade or thrust to a vital point can instantaneously conclude a conflict. There are no flowing garments or heroic figures clad in white. Only the savage fervor of desperate beasts fighting for survival. Lu Yin sat on the ground, breathing heavily for several seconds. He tentatively moved his left shoulder, which had been struck by the curved blade. Initially, the adrenaline and the effects of stimulants had masked the pain, but now a wave of excruciating agony surged forth, akin to shattered bones and torn muscles. The steel plates of his fish-scale armor were completely shattered, stained with dark blood and dust, looking tattered and far from the original brilliance of its craftsmanship. Yet, to Lu Yin, it appeared more beautiful than ever. No wonder people say that a suit of armor is worth 3 crossbows in the age of cold weapons. The distinction between being armored and unarmored is profound. It makes it exceedingly difficult for enemies to breach one's defenses. Lu Yin reflected, acknowledging that this fish-scale armor had saved him thrice, from the demon ape, the pig-headed man, and the cadaverous general. Without it, he would likely have long since become a mere memory. Although the general wore armor, it had decayed beyond recognition under the ravages of time, its protective capabilities severely diminished and utterly inadequate against the spear's piercing effect. Let us hasten to the temple and retrieve the horn. After a brief respite, Jin Jingxiu cast a glance at the imposing hall nearby and remarked, although the general has been vanquished, I can sense that the ghostly soldiers remain undispersed, their malevolent gaze intensifying, now more pronounced than ever. Lu Yin rose to his feet, acutely aware of the pervasive, sinister stares emanating from all directions, confirming Jin Jingxiu's words. The specters had not faded with the general's demise, but appeared even more ferocious. You are correct. Let us clear the battlefield and prepare to enter the temple, Lu Yen said, eyeing the corpse of the skeletal general, from which a dazzling silver chest hovered, captivating one's gaze. Jin Jingxiu promptly retrieved the silver chest, but did not pocket it. Instead, he dutifully presented it to Lu Yan, declaring, "This is your spoils." A smile graced Lu Yan's face as he examined the silver chest with keen interest, addressing Jin Jingxiu. "We both contributed to the demise of the skeletal general, and you just saved my life. Thus, a share of the spoils ought to belong to you as well. Are you willing to relinquish it all to me? As you said, I am well aware of my circumstances." Jin Jingxiu offered a wry smile, spreading his hands. "I am already content with the prospect of leaving the ruins alive. I dare not hope for treasures." He added, "I hope you will honor your promise to let me depart after we explore the temple." Lu Yin chuckled, remaining silent as he casually stowed the silver chest away. Jin Jingxiu glanced at the temple's grand entrance, then at his own broken and chipped dagger, displaying a hint of hesitation. Such a weapon was utterly unfit for continued use. He surveyed his surroundings and then picked up the rusted iron scimitar, stained with black blood, from the skeletal general's grasp. Jin Jingxiu frowned in distaste at the unsightly blemishes, scrubbing it with a rag for some time. It appeared as though it could break at any moment. With a resigned sigh, Jin Jingxiu gripped the scimitar and awkwardly swung it a few times, stating, "However, it is still somewhat usable. Let us proceed." Jin Jingxiu discarded the broken dagger and strode purposefully toward the temple entrance. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, quietly observing her silhouette, before suddenly laughing. "Wait a moment." Jin Jingxiu turned, her face a picture of confusion as she inquired, "What is it?" "Throw that scimitar over here. I shall exchange it for a better one." Lu Yin raised his spear, pointing toward the rusted blade, a sturdier, sharper one. Jin Jingxiu hesitated. "You are my savior. How could I allow you to wield such a broken blade?" Lu Yin smiled as he activated the crafting system, effortlessly shaping a superior steel knife, which he then extended toward Jin Jingxiu, saying, "We fight side by side. Out of both compassion and reason, I must contribute." Jin Jingxiu appeared shy, stammering, "I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept your gift. In dramas, it always unfolds this way. If I accept your offering and turn away, you would stab me in the back. Are you intending to silence me?" Jin Jingxiu's eyes brimmed with tears, her body trembling in distress. The juxtaposition of her innocent and youthful appearance with such a demeanor effortlessly stirred feelings of compassion in the hearts of those who beheld her. "I truly do not want your possessions. All the treasures within the ruins rightfully belong to you. Your chest is yours, and the horn is also yours," she stammered, biting her lip as she retreated in fear. In such a state, even the hardest-hearted warrior would find themselves softened. Lu Yin wore an expression of intricate complexity as he sheathed his steel blade into his backpack, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Jin Jingxiu. Taking a deep breath, he asked in a tone of utmost seriousness, "How much longer will you continue this charade?" Jin Jingxiu, bewildered, responded, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." At last, Lu Yin lost his patience. He raised his spear, assuming an aggressive stance, and reiterated each word with deliberate emphasis. "I said, cease this pretense of being harmless and naive. There is no horn within the temple to command the undead soldiers. The true treasure within these ruins is the curved blade you hold in your hand, is it not?" Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the atmosphere after Lu Yin spoke those words, leaving Jin Jingxiu in a state of utter shock. Her expression was a vivid tableau of emotions, first astonishment, then indignation, and ultimately sorrow. You have taken my belongings and slandered me. I even saved your life just moments ago. How can you be so inhumane?" Her voice quivered as tears streamed down her cheeks, her frail form trembling uncontrollably. "If you desire this blade, take it." In a fit of defiance, Jin Jingxiu positioned the curved blade before her, feigning an offer to hand it over to Lu Yin. "Stand still." Lu Yin suddenly barked, his spear poised to strike with alarming swiftness. Drop the blade on the ground. At that moment, he exhibited even greater trepidation in confronting Jin Jingxiu than he had shown when facing the corpse general. Jin Jingxiu stood frozen in place, startled by his outburst. Lu Yin, his expression impassive, maintained his unwavering gaze upon her, repeating with unyielding insistence, "Drop the blade on the ground." A heavy silence lingered. An extended stillness enveloped them as Jin Jingxiu lifted her gaze to meet Lu Yan's, their eyes locked for a prolonged span of several seconds. At long last, the expression of grievance, helplessness, confusion, and terror vanished from her face, replaced instead by an unadulterated tranquility. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as indifference. A cold disregard. A long, drawn-out sigh escaped her lips as Jin Jingxiu fixed her complex gaze upon Lu Yin, her lips parting slightly. "May I inquire how you discern the truth?" Indeed, ever since Lu Yin entered the ruins, or rather, since he first interacted with Jin Jingxiu, He had been unwittingly led by her rhythm. He had believed himself to be the one in control. In reality, he remained ensnared in Jin Jingxiu's trap until the death of the skeletal general. To be candid, I initially had no inkling that I was being played. Upon witnessing the transformation in Jin Jingxiu, Liu Yan's suspicions crystallized into certainty as he tightened his grip on his spear, stating, "Your appearance is indeed most deceptive. No one would suspect they could be so thoroughly manipulated by you. I surmised that from the moment that deranged player appeared. I unwittingly stepped into the snare you had meticulously crafted. You claimed to have teamed up with that player, arriving near the temple only to be ambushed by ghostly soldiers. That must be true." Liu Yan began to recollect their first encounter, but from that moment onward, the trap was set. You retrieved the corpse of that player, feigning weakness in order to make me perceive you as a timid yet kind-hearted individual. And that parchment chronicling the history of the ruins, I suspect you deliberately allowed me to see it, igniting my curiosity. You compel me to team up with you, leading us to the temple to vanquish that skeletal general. Each player possesses their own inventory slots. If Jin Jingxiu truly valued that parchment, why did she not secure it within her belongings? Moreover, she had clearly expressed her desire to leave the ruins. If that was the case, then the parchment she had already perused would be of no use. Why, then, did she exhibit such reluctance when I attempted to seize it? Initially, Liu Yan had not pondered these matters deeply, but in retrospect, it seems she may have intentionally employed such tactics to draw my attention to the parchment's value. Once I had perused the parchment, the subsequent events unfolded naturally. Players enter the ruins to explore, undoubtedly in search of treasures. And what treasure could be more enticing than one that commands ghostly soldiers? Liu Yan, being merely human, would surely be tempted as well. That parchment must be a forgery, correct? It should have been fabricated by you, Liu Yan inquired with a smile. Jin Jingxiu fell into silence for a moment before once again retrieving a parchment from her inventory and unfurling it. This new parchment bore murals that largely resembled those Liu Yan had previously observed, save for a singular alteration concerning the token presented by the king to the general. In this parchment, the general did not receive a horn from the king, but rather a curved dagger. Furthermore, it was this very dagger that later awakened the ghostly soldiers. The historical record Liu Yan had seen earlier was, aside from the alteration in the token's appearance, indeed a near-identical counterfeit crafted by Jin Jingxiu. "Please continue," Jin Jingxiu said. Her interest piqued as she gazed intently at Liu Yan, still unaware of how he had discerned her disguise. "Upon finishing the scrolls of parchment, you, in the guise of a captive, accompanied me to the temple, demonstrating remarkable compliance with my commands. Later, during the skirmish with the skeletal general, not only did you selflessly intervene to save my life, but you also willingly surrendered the silver treasure chest. Such conduct was more than sufficient to dispel any lingering suspicions towards you, perhaps even instilling a sense of guilt and fondness in others." Liu Yan continued, asserting that during the conflict your weapon shattered, yet when the battlefield was cleared, you requested nothing for yourself, merely claiming a broken blade from the defeated boss for your own use. Everything appeared entirely reasonable. One might say the entire plan was impeccably executed. Yet, how did Liu Yan unravel it? Jin Jingxiu stood still, awaiting Liu Yan's response. However, therein lay the crux of the matter. Liu Yan gestured towards the remains of the skeletal general, stating, "As a captive, a mere pawn forced to scout, you exhibited an abnormality by not fleeing during my battle with the boss, but rather returned to save me. This is highly unusual. When something deviates from the norm, there is invariably something amiss. Thus, upon witnessing your act of rescue, I immediately began to speculate on your intentions, ultimately concluding that your previous demeanor of weakness and helplessness, merely seeking to escape, was undoubtedly a facade. Your arrival at the temple alongside me must harbor far more significant motives." Jin Jingxiu paused, her expression peculiar. "I did not foresee that this would raise your suspicion. Yet, should not a normal individual feel overwhelming gratitude towards their savior, allowing the exhilaration of surviving a perilous encounter to cloud their judgment, attributing any irrational behavior of their benefactor to their kindness?" Liu Yan chuckled softly. "I apologize. When contemplating matters, I tend to perceive individuals from a perspective of malice. In this world, the malevolent far outnumber the benevolent." Jin Jingxiu sighed. "Is it merely due to this slight oddity that you question your savior? Are you akin to Cao Cao in the wilderness? Any detail that deviates from the expected could precipitate a mortal crisis. Even a minor irregularity suffices." Liu Yan fixed his gaze upon Jin Jingxiu, gradually rotating the spear in his hand. "Upon recognizing this, I have been vigilant regarding your movements. Subsequently, when I observed that you desired nothing but to claim that curved blade, everything became clear to me. The artifacts within the ruins do not display attributes. They only manifest once removed. Thus, I was initially uncertain whether the treasures within the ruins were horns or something else. However, after witnessing your reaction, I comprehended everything. Moreover, The most telling sign was that even I fell victim to the ghostly soldier's assaults twice during the battle, while you remained utterly unperturbed. This indicates that your emotional and mental fortitude far exceeds that of an average individual, a trait not possessed by an innocent and naive soul. Lu Yen raised his spear, declaring, "This signifies that you are certainly no ordinary person." Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Jin Jingxiu applauded, a genuine admiration gracing her refined features. "Splendid, splendid. You are indeed very astute. However, have you considered from where my audacity to devise such a scheme amidst the treacherous ruins stems?" After uttering these words, Jin Jingxiu shifted his grip on the knife from a conventional hold to a reverse one, bending his body slightly forward, resembling a leopard poised to pounce. His appearance was peculiar, yet it exuded an aura of undeniable menace. Like a beast shedding its sheep's disguise, he sharpened his claws, ready to strike at any moment. I circled around deliberately, merely to entice you into willingly confronting the boss. In truth, I possess ample confidence in my ability to vanquish it. However, my aim is to minimize danger and conserve stamina. A scornful smile graced Jin Jingxiu's fair and youthful visage as he beckoned to Lu Yen with a finger, proclaiming, "Now, I bestow upon you the same words. It is not that I cannot kill you. Rather, I wish to avoid conflict that may lead to injury. But since you have seen through my intentions, there is no turning back. By the way, I forgot to mention that I have served in the Delta Force, where I honed my skills in the art of combat for 3 years. This is an unparalleled killing technique, allowing me to utilize every part of my body to eliminate foes. The number of enemies who have perished at my hands exceeds 3 figures. On one occasion, I snapped an enemy's neck in just 3 seconds, and that individual was taller than you. I have witnessed too many deaths, and my mental fortitude and emotional stability far surpass that of an ordinary person. Thus, how could such a specter of a soldier possibly affect me?" With a radiant smile, Jin Jingxiu twirled his curved knife, reminiscent of a scorpion's tail. "Finally, let me impart this wisdom to you. When the strong still choose to disguise themselves, the weak would be wise not to expose them. Otherwise, a strong adversary with their facade torn will bring ruin upon the weak." With a fierce roar, Jin Jingxiu lunged forward like a tempest, his stance even more formidable than that of the previously encountered cadaverous general. Lu Yen remained rooted in place, suddenly discarding his spear. Jin Jingxiu furrowed his brow. What did this signify? Had Lu Yen abandoned all resistance? With an air of calm, Lu Yen withdrew a flintlock pistol from his bosom, aiming the muzzle directly at Jin Jingxiu's forehead, and asked earnestly, "I have but one question for you. With your bravado, is your head bulletproof?" Chapter 73. Preparing to depart, you possess such prowess. Is your head bulletproof? Lu Yen inquired with an unruffled demeanor. Jin Jingxiu's forward charge abruptly halted, his legs seeming to root themselves to the ground as surprise and astonishment flickered across his face. His gaze fixated entirely on the flintlock pistol in Lu Yan's grasp. The dark muzzle aimed at his forehead, the distance between them reduced to less than 5 meters. Click! The sound of Lu Yan cocking the hammer echoed clearly. Jin Jingxiu's throat convulsed, and the previously arrogant and disdainful expression vanished completely, replaced by an awkward smile. "How do you still possess a gun? You see, had you revealed it sooner, we would have avoided this conflict altogether, wouldn't we?" After a brief stalemate lasting 3 seconds, Kim Jong-su's face once again radiated an innocent and harmless smile, her demeanor shifting with remarkable fluidity. She took 2 slow steps back, gently placing the curved blade she held upon the ground. "If you desire it, dear brother, I shall gladly relinquish it to you." Little did Kim Jong-su anticipate that Lu Yen had concealed a flintlock pistol on his person. The emergence of this weapon effectively rendered her martial prowess obsolete. One should never be swayed by the dramatizations of television, wherein special forces or martial arts masters evade bullets or confront firearms with melee weapons. These narratives are merely crafted to cater to the fantasies of an audience, resulting in an almost fantastical portrayal. In a one-on-one encounter, unless one can close the distance to within 3 paces of the gunman, it is utterly impossible to counter firearms with cold steel. No matter how swift a person may be, they cannot outpace a bullet. While some masters might predict the timing of a bullet's discharge by keenly observing the gunman's movements, the body may not always respond in kind. One may perceive the act of shooting, yet evading the speed of the projectile is an altogether different challenge. Thus, when faced with an armed adversary, unless one is clad in body armor or can breach the 3-step barrier, it is folly to entertain any audacious maneuvers. Such actions are likely to be fatal. "I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Do restore it," Lu Yen remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gently swayed the muzzle of the gun. Kim Jong-su's face flushed with embarrassment. Throughout the entirety of her scheme, she had meticulously accounted for every detail, even devising a contingency to eliminate Lu Yen using her formidable weapon should her plan be unveiled. In the vast wilderness, She had even held confidence in her ability to measure her skill against the top-ranked killer, Yao Qi. Lu Yin was certainly not her equal. However, the appearance of the flintlock shattered her entire strategy, evoking within her a sense of losing control for the first time. You have surprised me on 2 occasions. The first was when you saw through my plan, and the second was when you revealed the flintlock, Kim Jong-soo expressed with genuine astonishment. She had never imagined that Lu Yin would possess such a hidden trump card. By conventional reasoning, one would expect an individual in such a perilous ruin, especially after the encounter with the General of the Dead, to have swiftly utilized their trump card, the flintlock, to eliminate the boss. This had been one of Kim Jong-soo's own strategies, as she intended to gauge Lu Yan's hidden capabilities through the General of the Dead. Yet, she had not anticipated that even in such dire circumstances, Lu Yin would retain his strength, ultimately turning the tide upon revealing his weapon. Your audacity is remarkable. Were you not afraid of perishing at the hands of the boss? Kim Jong-soo inquired, a hint of perplexity in her voice. Lu Yin was indeed fearful of death. He had previously contemplated using the flintlock against the General of the Dead. However, upon noticing Kim Jong-soo's peculiar behavior, he forcibly suppressed that thought. To me, humanity is eternally more terrifying than the devil, Lu Yin chuckled. When I sensed that you might pose a danger, I preferred to risk leaving my trump card for you. It was a gamble. Fortunately, I bet correctly. Lu Yin smiled radiantly, his conjecture proving correct. The threat posed by Jin Jingxiu, a fellow human, far surpassed that of the cadaverous general. Had he drawn his flintlock to fell the general earlier, he would likely have found himself a headless corpse by now. Humanity is always more terrifying than demons. Jin Jingxiu echoed these words, nodding in agreement. Such a person, capable of ascending to the pinnacle of the refuge rankings, is indeed not undeserving of their fame. Even lacking outstanding combat prowess, one can survive in the wilderness longer than anyone else. In the World Channel, messages are always accompanied by avatars and IDs. As a renowned figure in the wild, Lu Yin had likely been etched into the memories of many. From the very moment Jin Jingxiu laid eyes on Lu Yin, she recognized his identity. Yet, this revelation did not instill fear. Rather, it ignited her excitement. The prospect of scheming against and plundering a renowned player filled her with a sense of satisfaction and the promise of great rewards. I concede to you today, Jin Jingxiu stated calmly, placing her curved blade on the ground. We inhabit the same wilderness. It is only a matter of time before we meet again. Sooner or later, I will reclaim what I have lost to you. Lu Yin, his expression impassive, inquired, do you truly believe you can leave alive and seek revenge against me? I dare not strike first, nor do you. If you were bold enough, you would have fired already. With unwavering confidence, Jin Jingxiu replied. The flintlock lacks an automatic reloading feature. You have but one chance. If you fail to kill me, I shall end your life. Jin Jingxiu was not mistaken. In that moment, the flintlock's intimidation far outweighed its lethality in Lu Yan's hands. Lacking the precision of a superior weapon, he could not guarantee a single shot would obliterate Jin Jingxiu's head. A shot to a non-vital area, such as the shoulder or forearm, could provide her an opportunity to retaliate, placing him in grave danger. In the perilous ruins, Lu Yin wished to avoid injury. Therefore, keeping the gun holstered was, at present, a more advantageous choice. Hand over some of your belongings, and I shall let you go, promising not to pursue you further. Lu Yin breathed deeply and spoke. You have plotted against me for so long. I cannot allow you to leave unscathed. I even saved your life, Jin Jingxiu retorted, somewhat disgruntled. That was merely a part of your scheme. Had it not been for your deliberate manipulation, I would not have engaged the boss so swiftly. Lu Yin interjected with brusque authority. Jin Jingxiu fell silent for a moment, then, quite cooperatively, retrieved some food and items from her inventory, placing them on the ground before swiftly turning and sprinting away with the grace of a nimble monkey. Lu Yin observed her retreating figure, swiftly collecting the curved blade and the scattered provisions. He then summoned his sand motorcycle, revving the throttle as he pursued Jin Jingxiu. The distance between them dwindled. With his left hand gripping the firearm, he aimed at the fleeing figure of Jin Jingxiu. Bang! The sound of the gunshot reverberated through the ruins. Blood droplets splattered. In the distance, the anguished roar of Jin Jingxiu echoed, laced with fury. Lu Yin, you promised not to pursue me. You treacherous scoundrel. Lu Yin chuckled. I lied. You may condemn me morally, but I assure you, I shall not retort. Chapter 74. The hunt not pursue? Spare you? How could that be possible? In this desolate wilderness, once interests clash, adversaries become irreconcilable. The conflict between him and Jin Jingxiu stemmed from that very curved blade. Unless she relinquished it willingly, their discord would remain unresolved. Even if Lu Yin let Jin Jingxiu go, she would not express gratitude. Given the chance, she would undoubtedly retaliate with the utmost cruelty. To eradicate the threat completely was the only prudent course of action. As for the notions of betrayal, dishonor, and ruthless destruction, such sentiments held no sway in the wilderness. Buzzing. The powerful sand buggy roared within the ruins, its wheels stirring up a swirling cloud of dust, ominous and terrifying. In direct confrontation, Liu Yan indeed lacked the confidence to end Jin Jingxiu's life. However, should she sustain injuries, he could employ the sand buggy for relentless harassment, gradually wearing her down. Caw! The little white dragon let out a piercing cry, soaring into the sky to locate Jin Jingxiu. At this moment, Jin Jingxiu's left arm hung limply, a gaping wound near her shoulder oozing blood that swiftly soaked the left side of her garment. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Jin Jingxiu clutched her injury, stumbling into a cluster of earthen fortifications, seeking refuge in the corner of a ruined structure. Liu Yan, you cunning, shameless bastard. She unleashed every curse she knew in a furious tirade. This expedition into the ruins had not only yielded her no benefit from Liu Yan, but had also cost her some supplies and left her grievously wounded. It was a classic case of losing the hen while trying to catch the fox. She glanced at the gunshot wound on her forearm. The steel ball was embedded not too deeply, yet it appeared to have severed a blood vessel, causing blood to gush uncontrollably, regardless of her attempts to staunch the flow. Though her constitution was robust, such significant blood loss would soon lead to symptoms of collapse. If Liu Yan were to catch up with her at that moment, it would spell certain death. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed that this spot seemed relatively safe for the time being, and thus resolved to tend to her wound. Quickly, she retrieved a small packet of granular black powder from her backpack and swiftly sprinkled it onto the injury. In a situation of heavy bleeding, any delay in her actions could cause the powder to be washed away or dampened. Next, she produced a makeshift fire starter she had prepared earlier and thrust it into the powder. Crackle! The blinding flash of flame erupted, accompanied by the acrid stench of charred flesh that spread instantly. Jin Jingxiu's eyes turned crimson, the veins on her fair forehead and neck bulging. Cold sweat pouring down her brow as she repeatedly banged her head against the wall, desperately seeking to alleviate the excruciating pain. Using gunpowder to treat wounds is a common trope in television dramas and films, with many believing it serves to prevent inflammation. However, this is a misconception. The primary purpose of igniting gunpowder on a wound is to harness the intense heat produced during combustion to char the flesh and blood vessels nearby, effectively acting as a means of hemostasis. Although the charred wound may stem the bleeding temporarily, if not addressed promptly, it can lead to a series of dire complications. This method is one that no one wishes to employ unless absolutely necessary. Jin Jingxiu convulsed violently, collapsing to the ground, and it took nearly a minute for her to regain her breath and stagger back to her feet. She cast a furtive glance at the wound on her left arm, now sealed by charred flesh with no blood seeping forth, leaving behind an unsightly scar. Pausing momentarily, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, preparing to depart quietly. Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry echoed from above. Without needing to look up, she knew her position had been compromised, as the roar of a powerful engine grew nearer. Jin Jingxiu witnessed several earthen fortifications behind her collapse with alarming ease. Liu Yan drove his sand motorcycle forward like a rampaging beast. Before him, the ancient earthen structures, weathered by centuries of sand and wind, crumbled like fragile sculptures at the slightest impact. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Jingxiu turned and fled. The fierce rush of wind howled around her as a dark spear flew from the swirling dust. Jin Jingxiu rolled to the ground just in time, the spear embedding itself into the earthen wall beside her. What an opportunity! Observing the spear, Jin Jingxiu's mind raced. Having just discarded her weapon, if she could retrieve this spear for her own use, she might yet turn the tide. As she reached for the spear, her pupils suddenly constricted, sensing an impending threat, and she swiftly withdrew her right arm. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a penetrating black hole appeared in the earthen wall, mere inches from the spear. Had she reached for it just moments before, her right arm would likely have been rendered useless. Quite astute. Liu Yan's voice emerged from the dust, laced with a hint of admiration. The spear had been deliberately discarded by him to bait her, yet he had not anticipated her keen vigilance. Jin Jingxiu sprinted for her life, her figure quickly disappearing once more. Liu Yan, seizing the spear, halted to reload his flintlock, finishing the task in approximately 20 seconds. With a shrill cry from the little white dragon above, he relocked onto Jin Jingxiu's fleeing position and twisted the throttle, launching himself forward. 10 minutes later, Jin Jingxiu panted heavily, her complexion ashen. Her stamina was nearing its limit, yet she could not shake off Liu Yan and the little white dragon. In their recent skirmishes, she had sustained additional injuries. Moreover, and most importantly, as her body continued to sustain injuries, her emotions began to spiral out of control. She could faintly perceive that the virtual realm had begun to exert its influence upon her, with indistinct images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood manifesting within her sight. Caw! The sky echoed once more with the cry of an eagle. A cloud of dust surged towards her like a dragon emerging from the earth, as Liu Yan, spear in hand, approached with a smile gracing his lips, a smile that was inexplicably menacing. Jing finally succumbed to despair. She was convinced that her abilities could no longer facilitate her escape from this ruin, nor from Lu Yan's relentless pursuit. Gradually, she came to a halt, a token embedded with 3 gemstones materializing in her palm. Gazing at the token, a flicker of sorrow and reluctance emerged in her eyes. Subsequently, she lifted her gaze towards the distant Lu Yan, her expression radiating the purest essence of resentment and hatred. Lu Yan, she vowed, I swear to exact 1,000-fold vengeance upon you, to tear you apart limb from limb. Raising the token, she gritted her teeth and declared, Return to city order, activate. A brilliant light flashed as one of the gemstones shattered into fragments. Simultaneously, Jing's figure began to blur, reminiscent of a distorted scene from a low-quality film, before ultimately vanishing entirely from the spot. Chapter 75. The Setting of the Ruins, a complete tale buzz. The sand bike thundered across the earth in a wild display. Racing from afar, Lu Yan witnessed the increasingly distorted figure of Jing disappearing, and, although unaware of the existence of the return to city order, he could surmise that she was employing a forced withdrawal item. She must not be allowed to escape. Sweat beaded on Lu Yan's brow. If a formidable and cunning adversary were to flee, he would be perpetually on guard against her retribution in the future, especially since the enemy was a woman, known for their propensity to bear grudges. Crack! Lu Yan instantly twisted the throttle fully, the engine roaring ferociously as his speed surged once again. Amidst the swirling dust, he squinted and raised his flintlock to aim at Jing's position, decisively pulling the trigger. Steel pellets shot forth, striking Jing. However, before Lu Yan could exclaim in triumph, the next moment revealed that the pellets had effortlessly passed through Jing's form, creating a crater in the earthen wall behind her. The projectile had merely struck the shadow she left behind. Her physical body had already vanished from this ruin. A gentle breeze swept by, and Jing's dissipated like a wisp of fog, leaving no trace behind. Lu Yan pressed down on the brakes, the sand bike gradually coming to a halt. It was a bitter pill for Lu Yan to swallow, having allowed her to escape. Though their encounter lasted less than half an hour, Jing's had indelibly impressed him. She was undoubtedly the most formidable and cunning adversary he had encountered since entering the wilderness. Even in a state of grave injury, she had managed to elude him, and while she ultimately resorted to using the return to city order, her ability to evade him for so long spoke volumes of her exceptional prowess. After being struck by a bullet, she had consistently utilized the earthen fortifications for cover, leveraging her agility to counteract the speed advantage of the motorcycle. Following several collisions between the motorcycle and the fortifications, which kicked up clouds of dust, Jing adeptly employed the smoke to conceal her form. Lu Yan even speculated that on several occasions, Jing had deliberately exposed her position, allowing herself to be hit to generate a smokescreen for evading the pursuit of the little white dragon. In terms of environmental manipulation, Jing, with her background in special operations, certainly possessed more experience than Lu Yan. As an ordinary individual, Lu Yan had to concede that she still fell short in certain aspects compared to some formidable figures. Resignedly, she muttered to herself that even if she escaped this time, she would likely be severely injured. Without a sterile environment and medical supplies for surgery in the wild, her chances of survival, even temporarily, were slim. A flurry of wings broke the silence as the little white dragon descended, its demeanor seemingly subdued as it nudged Lu Yan's arm with its head. This time, it's not your fault. It's mine. Lu Yan acknowledged the dragon's emotional shift, smiling as she stroked its back. You've done remarkably well, always helping me locate her. You are already an exceptional scout. The little white dragon, initially disheartened by Jing's escape, perked up once more upon hearing Lu Yan's praise. Lu Yan tossed a few pieces of meat into the air, and the little white dragon deftly caught them mid-flight, swallowing them with satisfaction. Half an hour later, Lu Yan ventured into the temple guarded by the mummified general, but aside from discovering a few silver bowls and dishes, she found nothing of value. Before departing, the former emperor of the temple had taken most of the supplies, leaving behind only weapons and armor, which had long since deteriorated beyond use. Apart from the curved dagger in the mummified general's grasp, the only well-preserved relic was the temple itself. In comparison to Lu Yan's safe house, the opulence of the temple was indescribable. However, these treasures could not be stored in her inventory. Even the bronze throne and white jade flooring within the hall were integral to the structure and could not be separated. Clearly, the most precious and singular treasure within this level 1 ruin was the dagger held by the mummified general. Ultimately, after fruitless searches, Lu Yan reluctantly decided to leave the ruin, feeling an unsettling presence lingering within. Following a series of mental assaults, although she managed to control her emotional fluctuations and avoid further attacks from the ghostly soldiers standing within the temple, she felt as if malevolent gazes from all directions were fixated upon her, as if they intended to tear her apart. Those stairs were mere centimeters away, uncomfortably close. If spirits could be seen, the scene surrounding Lu Yin would be quite a spectacle, with numerous fierce and grotesque apparitions crowding beside her, almost pressing against her face. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down her spine. Buzzing, the sand motorcycle raced swiftly, soon arriving at the entrance of the ruins. Lu Yin, exercising utmost caution, stood at the threshold and peered outside, confirming the absence of danger before stepping inside. As he departed from the ruins, a melodious notification chimed forth. Exploration of the ruins completed, completion rate 97. Exploration rate of the Imperial ruins exceeds 90, meeting the completion criteria. The illustrated guide to the Hill Empire ruins has been unlocked. Current completion, 17. Upon full completion, a substantial reward awaits. Illustrated guide to the Hill Empire secret ruins. Imperial ruins, completed. Bloodied Earth, incomplete. Exiled Emperor, incomplete. Monster's Nest, not unlocked. Legacy of Fire, not unlocked. Abyssal Source, not unlocked. Final Battle, not unlocked. A series of prompts materialized before Lu Yan's eyes, and he stroked his chin, seemingly grasping the essence of the situation. According to the prior summary of the ruins, the Hill Empire unfolded as a grand and lengthy narrative. Clearly, the Imperial ruins he had just explored constituted merely a fragment of this vast tale, akin to a beginner's map. In this desolate wilderness, further ruins linked to the narrative of the Imperial ruins would eventually emerge, piecing together the complete saga of this kingdom. He could potentially encounter the descendants of the emperor who abandoned his army in the other 6 interconnected secret ruins, or witness the fateful battle where the army once defended the temple, perhaps even confront those terrifying monstrosities. As he contemplated these notifications, Lu Yin affirmed a profound truth. Each ruin represented an entire world, a complete narrative. The game had meticulously segmented this narrative realm into several, or even dozens, of independently existing mini-worlds, known as ruins. Much like the grand instances within the game, one must conquer a succession of mini-bosses to ultimately weave the storyline together and unveil the final map of the Dark Overlord. Chapter 76. The halo of the hero amidst the wilderness, the yellow sands swirled wildly. The blood-red door gradually distorted, becoming ethereal, and eventually faded away. Lu Yin drew forth a curved blade, his gaze fixating upon it, and immediately a detailed description emerged. Bloodied Imperial Warblade. Quality: purple, rare, item, weapon. Consumable, usage count, 33, special effect, can activate weapon effects at will. Summoning 30 ghostly soldiers to launch spiritual assaults on enemies. Description: this blade has witnessed the death of countless thousands. When wielded, one can distinctly hear the wails of the departed. Lu Yin attempted to wield it, and a faint yet chilling scream echoed in the wind, reminiscent of dying lamentations, akin to the most desperate curses. Merely listening to this sound instilled a sense of near collapse in his psyche. This weapon was undoubtedly a formidable instrument of destruction. Elated, Lu Yin recalled the torment of being assailed by ghostly soldiers. He was acutely aware of the unbearable anguish that emanated from such spiritual attacks. This intangible assault disregarded any external defenses, tearing directly at one's very soul. Those who find themselves under attack, unless they are individuals with specialized training, often struggle to maintain their composure and resist such psychological assaults. This expedition into the ruins has led to an encounter with a perverse adversary, Jin Jingxiu. Yet it has also yielded a curved blade capable of summoning malevolent spirits. Overall, the benefits have outweighed the troubles. Lu Yin silently assessed his gains and losses. Apart from consuming some gunpowder and 2 doses of mental stimulants, this journey through the ruins could be deemed a resounding success. Slayer, achievement unlocked. After tallying his spoils, Lu Yin once again accessed the system notifications and recalled a message that had appeared earlier within the ruins. Slayer, a man's duty lies in the battleground. With the courage of a bear and the gaze of a wolf. To live as a man is to slay. Not to let a man's body be wrapped in a woman's heart. To kill one is a crime. To slay thousands is to be a hero. Slay 900,000 to become the mightiest among men. Slayer achievement. When players defeat general-level monsters, advanced players unlock this achievement and receive the heroic aura. This aura enhances all attributes of the player while simultaneously diminishing the courage and willpower of nearby foes. The range and effects increase with the number of slayings. Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback and then opened his personal information, suddenly noticing that his name had transitioned from a pure white font to a shade of red, subtly tinged with blood. It seems that by slaying a general-level undead, he had inadvertently marked himself as a criminal. Heroic Aura LV1 increases all attributes by 3, reducing the courage and willpower of all enemies within a 10-meter radius by 5. Gazing at the newly added line of information beneath his name, Lu Yin felt a sense of unexpected delight. Although the effect of the heroic aura appeared modest at present, It could be infinitely enhanced as his kill count rose. The aura's effects would eventually reach an exceedingly formidable level. However, the conditions for upgrading the heroic aura were quite stringent. Aside from the general-level enemies within the ruins, he could only achieve this by defeating other players, specifically those with the Advanced Player title. Currently, only 3 players within the top 10 of the leaderboards held the Advanced Player title, totaling merely 30 individuals, including Liu Yan. It was evident that the game's system had introduced the Slayer title with a similar intent as the previous King of the Wilds title, both designed to encourage advanced players to turn against one another. Chapter 77. Power Struggles and Rising Heroes. After surviving for several days in the wilderness, Liu Yan gradually began to comprehend some of the mechanics of Doomsday Game. The game's designers seemingly did not wish for players to form alliances, particularly among the more distinguished advanced players. Both the title of King of the Wilds and the heroic aura obtained from the Slayer achievement serve as evidence of this. Perhaps in the future, the game will introduce even more extreme mechanics that further divide players. For humanity, cooperation or alliances is inherently the quickest way to augment strength. Yet within this wilderness, the risks and costs of collaboration are exceedingly high. No one dares to trust strangers lightly. Even friends known from the normal world may turn into bitter enemies under the perverse conditions of the wild. This setting is exceedingly twisted. The game requires no additional horrific disasters. It merely needs to perpetually divide players, transforming them into one another's greatest adversaries, thereby incessantly augmenting the difficulty of survival. Liu Yan, while reflecting on the perverse nature of this arrangement, could not help but admire its brilliance. Humanity, a resilient species, has triumphed over countless natural calamities and terrifying beasts since ancient times. Acid rain, famine, cold snaps, and sweltering heat. These disasters, which once claimed innumerable lives, will eventually be vanquished by players. However, the internecine wars and conflicts among humans remain the only calamity that has proven impossible to eradicate throughout the ages. As long as there are interests at stake, players in the wilderness will undoubtedly continue their relentless infighting and slaughter. The title of King of the Wilderness belongs to but one, which seasoned player would willingly settle for second place. Thus, by merely casting out such a tantalizing bait, it is certain that in the future, the number of players who perish at the hands of their own kind will far exceed those who fall victim to natural disasters. Perhaps players will comprehend that the game is deliberately escalating the difficulty, guiding them towards mutual destruction, yet who could resist such temptation? Even Liu Yan, gazing at the enhancement of his personal attributes, felt a surge of elation wash over him like a tidal wave. Lacking the power to alter the game's parameters, he resolved to become the strongest within this framework. To avoid becoming mere fodder for others' ambitions, he must transform himself into a colossal crocodile, devouring all threats that dare to oppose him. Liu Yan sheathed his curved blade and muttered to himself indifferently. 30 minutes later, Liu Yan returned to the safe house. The passage of time within the ruins differed greatly from that in the wilderness. He had spent less than an hour within the ruins, yet it was already deep into the night outside. According to the system's time display, 1 hour in the ruins equated to 5 hours in the wilderness, a staggering 5-fold discrepancy. The last time he entered the White Bear City ruins, although the temporal flow was altered, it was not to such an absurd extent. The 5 hours had allowed Liu Yan to sell out all the weapons he had listed in the trading market, and he had received numerous messages inquiring whether he accepted wholesale orders for weapons. Upon reviewing the IDs of these inquirers, he noted that most belonged to teams ranked among the top 10 on the power leaderboard. It was evident that after 6 days in the wilderness, the various small factions, forged for survival, were poised to expand their territories and vie for dominance. In the near future, the wilderness would undoubtedly witness a plethora of bloodshed. With his weapon manufacturing capabilities, Liu Yan was poised to become an exceptionally sought-after individual. At that moment, a particular message caught Liu Yan's attention. Upon opening it, his pupils constricted in an instant. The message board read, Chapter 78, Bounty. Among the myriad of messages, one abruptly captivated Liu Yan. Someone was offering a substantial reward for the location of his refuge. Many had received this bounty notification, indicating that his situation would soon become perilous. Should he require the hiring of bodyguards, they offered to provide protective services. The message concluded with the signature of the Wilderness Hunter Squad, the foremost team on the power rankings. A sense of dread enveloped Liu Yan. Had he truly become a target? Who would place a bounty on his head? In an instant, numerous figures flashed through his mind, with the most likely suspect being Jin Jingxiu, with whom he had recently clashed in the ruins. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion, for the timestamp of the message predated their confrontation. Jin Jingxiu could not have foreseen the future to post such a bounty in advance. But apart from her, who else harbored animosity towards him? After much contemplation, Liu Yan suddenly realized that the one who had placed the bounty might not even be his enemy. Perhaps they had never crossed paths. The motivation could merely stem from the allure of profit. Liu Yin now held the top position on the shelter leaderboard and had repeatedly sold weapons in the trading arena. Anyone could surmise that he was amassing a substantial stockpile of resources. To eliminate or capture him would undoubtedly yield great rewards. Such temptation would incite even those with no prior grievances against him to covet his downfall. An innocent man bears guilt merely for possessing treasures. Recognizing this, Liu Yin chuckled coldly to himself. The wilderness was a realm devoid of morality and rules. Violence was the sole determinant of status. To establish and maintain a foothold in this untamed expanse, conflict with various factions was unavoidable. In fact, Liu Yin had anticipated that he might attract attention since the leaderboard rewards were distributed last night. The public nature of the leaderboard and his arms-dealing ventures were fundamentally at odds with a cautious growth strategy. From the moment the leaderboard was revealed, Liu Yin, as the frontrunner, had transformed into a coveted prize for all. He believed that, besides himself, several other lone wolves on the leaderboard had likely become targets for other players as well. After all, seizing the achievements of high-level players would be far more expedient than slowly gathering resources. It appeared that being an arms dealer was fraught with peril, as many were eagerly plotting his demise or intent on capturing him. Liu Yin scrutinized the signature of the message, although the Wilderness Hunter Squad had expressed goodwill. Who could ascertain whether this kindness was genuine or deceptive? Moreover, relying on the protection of others might mitigate immediate dangers during the developmental phase, but it would inevitably lead to a gradual loss of autonomy, reducing him to a vassal, akin to the relationship between South Korea and the United States before his transmigration. Liu Yin detested being beholden to others. It seemed he required a bloody struggle to solidify his position in the wilderness, to extinguish any thoughts of conquest harbored by those who coveted him. His gaze hardened as he grasped his flintlock. One must be ruthless to stand firm. As a figure on the leaderboard, Liu Yin was convinced that no one would dare place a bounty on the Wilderness Hunter Squad, the leader of the power rankings, or on Yao Qi, the top of the kill list. Ultimately, it was his perceived weak performance that rendered him akin to an easily manipulated soft target among the leaders of the three lists. It is imperative that the renovation of the shelter be completed promptly, mused Liu Yin softly to himself. Meanwhile, within a natural cave, Mu Qianqian held a draft of a semi-finished shelter design, while a middle-aged man with glasses stood before her, his expression oscillating between uncertainty and agitation. Beside Mu Qianqian sat a young disaster survivor, who had previously clashed with the middle-aged man, incessantly chattering. What more is there to deliberate? Do you not see how high the bounty for Liu Yin is on the wasteland? He is now akin to a succulent piece of meat. If we do not partake, others certainly will. We need not engage him directly. We merely need to introduce a minor flaw in this design, a vulnerable point in its defenses. Once his location is compromised and others launch an assault, we can sell this design flaw for an exorbitant price. At that juncture, whether we use this defect to coerce Liu Yin or sell it to other attacking players, the wealth we acquire will be beyond imagination. Is this not more lucrative than simply selling him a design? Mu Qianqian's expression was fraught with turmoil as she absorbed the young survivor's words, her thoughts in disarray. She glanced up at the middle-aged man with glasses and softly inquired, "Teacher Zhang, what do you believe we should do?" The middle-aged man discreetly observed the young survivor, only to be met with the latter's ravenous, wolf-like gaze. Recalling the shameless and ruthless demeanor displayed earlier, he swallowed hard, suppressing his initial response, and simply stated, "You must decide for yourself." As night fell completely over the wasteland, tranquility was not destined for this eve. By a flickering campfire, 7 burly men of the kitchen tribe were roasting a yellow sheep, their robust physiques exposed to the night chill, showcasing exaggerated muscle contours akin to towering brown bears. "Boss, what do you make of that fellow named Liu Yin?" inquired a burly man with a brown beard, slicing off half a sheep's leg and tearing into it with abandon. "Do you think he will seek our assistance? Regardless of whether he ultimately appeals to us for help, he cannot escape the fate of annihilation or becoming a vassal of another force." The man referred to as boss by the bearded man was none other than Katarov, the captain of the Wilderness Hunters, who had once transacted with Liu Yin. He took a swig from a bottle of strong liquor and continued. "He possesses an abundance of resources and a high status, yet lacks the corresponding strength and achievements to safeguard his treasures. I surmise that currently, 30% of the wasteland's populace has set their sights on him, and this figure will only escalate with time. Faced with 100 enemies with bloodshot eyes, even we and Yao Qi must retreat far and wide. Presently, those harboring animosity towards him in the wasteland undoubtedly exceed 300. What do you think he can accomplish in the face of such overwhelming numbers?" The bearded man raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, you are suggesting that he is doomed?" "The only uncertainty now lies in whether he will perish or not." Kadyrov remarked that it is not about his potential demise, but rather how long he can endure against the relentless tide of enemies once his refuge is discovered. "Shall we take a gamble?" I believe that once his sanctuary's location is revealed, he will not last an hour. Chapter 79. The Stance of Various Forces in the Wilderness. Following the bounty announcement for Lu Yin, many have begun to speculate about his impending fate. The majority harbor little hope for him. Those who consider themselves capable of hunting Lu Yin are eagerly preparing, poised to strike the moment his refuge is exposed. Meanwhile, the ordinary players, who are still struggling to make ends meet, revel in the news, relishing the misfortune that may befall him. Always in the spotlight, now he faces calamity. Doesn't he? What good is hoarding such resources? What does it matter if his sanctuary is perfectly constructed? In the end, will he not merely serve as a stepping stone for others? I truly hope Lu Yin's refuge is discovered soon. I can hardly wait to witness his downfall in the wilderness. People often take pleasure in the misfortune of those who live better or are more capable than themselves, regardless of whether they are good or evil. This is the jealousy inherent in human nature, even if Lu Yin bears no grudge against them, and even if his demise offers them no tangible benefits. The mere sight of him being forcefully cast down from the pedestal of being the top survivor is sufficient to provide a twisted sense of satisfaction for those at the bottom of the wilderness hierarchy. Humanity's inherent malevolence is vividly illustrated in this moment. I indeed have many who wish for my demise. Lu Yin observed the discussions flooding the world channel with an impassive expression. Many expressed great interest in the bounty placed upon him, and some players had already begun to form groups, ready to venture out in search of Lu Yin's sanctuary, assuming the role of bounty hunters. Of course, there were also those who hoped for Lu Yin's survival. This group primarily consisted of smaller teams ranked on the power leaderboard, who had a more long-term perspective. They believed that killing Lu Yin now would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. After all, he is the only player capable of mass-producing and trading weapons, which are consumables that inevitably wear out, regardless of their fine craftsmanship. Eliminating Lu Yin might yield immediate rewards for a number of individuals, but what about the future? In the long run, players in the wilderness may face a dire shortage of weapons. Activities such as exploring ruins, hunting mutated beasts, and vying for territory all require weaponry, and without quality arms, player development could slow to a crawl. What these smaller teams truly desire is to capture Lu Yin and have him serve their interests. Within a secure hideout, Lu Yuan watched the incessant stream of conversations regarding Lu Yin's bounty in the world channel. Furrowing her brow, she softly remarked, "This could spell trouble. With so many eyes upon him, safeguarding him and bringing him into our fold will be a significant challenge." "You are mistaken." At that moment, a calm voice emerged from the shadowy darkness behind her. "The more perilous his situation becomes, the greater the likelihood of his joining us. He currently holds the top position in the sanctuary, on par with me. Under normal circumstances, he would never accept our invitation, as it signifies his subservience to me. However, should he find himself besieged by a multitude of enemies, with the sanctuary breached and his life hanging by a thread, his pride would be utterly shattered. At that juncture, if we extend an olive branch, the difficulty of enticing him would diminish significantly." Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled. "You mean we must intervene to save him at his most treacherous moment? That is indeed a brilliant strategy. Yet, once he is exposed, he may face an overwhelming number of foes from all directions. How can we ensure his safety?" In response to Lu Yuan's apprehension, the voice concealed in the shadows remained remarkably serene. "It is quite simple. I shall first eliminate all enemies to the east, then to the west, followed by those to the north, and finally, those to the south." Chapter 80. High temperatures. The pure underground water flowed from the extractor's outlet into the bucket, swiftly depleting today's quota of 1,500 milliliters. The stove beside it billowed with smoke, the enticing aroma of rice wafting through the air. Despite the mounting pressures from the outside world, which positioned Lu Yin as a target in the wilderness, he remained undaunted. His daily meals continued to be prepared with the utmost standards. "You have acquired 30 units of high-carbon steel. You have acquired 10 units of saltpeter. You have acquired 10 units of sulfur. You have acquired iron ore." After tallying the spoils from trading weapons at the marketplace, Lu Yin wore a satisfied smile. With the materials gained from selling 10 ordinary-grade weapons, the steel alone was sufficient for him to forge 30 higher-quality spears. This establishes a positive feedback loop. By leveraging this snowball effect, Lu Yin could expand his advantages to an alarming extent in the foreseeable future. Of course, this is contingent upon his survival. Lu Yin lifted the pot lid, and as the scalding steam billowed forth, a bowl of perfectly cooked rice appeared before him. Today's dinner was prepared using a unique steaming method rather than boiling. Thus, Lu Yin ingeniously crafted a small steamer from wooden sticks and iron wire, suitable for use within the stainless steel pot. Initially, he harbored concerns that the contraption might warp under high temperatures, but it proved to be remarkably effective despite its unsightly appearance. A wooden bowl, the size of a human head, filled with rice and water, weighed over 3 pounds, and after half an hour of steaming, His homemade steamer showed no signs of deformation whatsoever. Rubbing his hands together, he removed the large bowl from the steamer, discarded the remaining water in the pot, replenished the oil, and tossed in slices of ginger, dried chili, and pork. This was the bounty seized from the pig-headed creature today. Liu Yan was unable to bring back the entire cartload of game, returning instead with only a few larger and more palatable specimens, such as wild boar and yellow sheep. Yet these would suffice to sustain him for quite some time. The game required prompt processing, otherwise, under the sweltering daytime heat, it would rapidly spoil. Moreover, his inventory space was limited, leaving no room for prolonged occupation by these carcasses. How he wished for a large freezer. He stroked his chin, gazing at the pile of beast carcasses in the corner, resembling a small mountain. Alternatively, he could turn them into cured meat. The process of making cured meat was not overly complex. It merely required a substantial amount of salt and seasonings, both of which were reasonably priced at the trading post. One could exchange a piece of cake for a large bag. However, Liu Yan found himself disinclined to exert further effort today. After battling with the pig-headed man, contending against the general of the dried corpses, and engaging in a battle of wits with Jin Jingxiu, he felt utterly drained, longing only for a hearty meal followed by a deep slumber. Soon, glistening spicy stir-fried pork slices were served. Liu Yan sprinkled a bit of salt and pepper, mixing it thoroughly before picking up a slice to chew. Instantly, a wave of spicy, savory flavors surged through his senses. In that moment, he wished to think of nothing more than indulging in his meal, filling the emptiness in his stomach with food. On the 6th day in the wilderness, Liu Yan's accommodations and dietary standards had transcended mere survival, ascending to the level of living. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, you have hatched a pet egg, gaining a companion in the wilderness, and will no longer feel lonely. Survival points, 10. You and your pet have fought together for the first time, defeating 4 coyotes. Although the tactics were somewhat clumsy, this marks a commendable beginning. Survival points, 10. You have encountered a new intelligent being, engaged it in battle, and emerged victorious. Survival points, 50. You have acquired a generator and a vegetable cultivation base, greatly enhancing your standard of living. Survival points, 30. You have crafted a level 2 weapon. Survival points, 20. You have obtained a sand motorcycle, significantly improving your exploration and escape speed. Survival points, 10. You have explored ruins, successfully defeating adversaries and securing the most precious treasures therein. Survival points, 50. You have unlocked the General Slayer achievement, successfully obtaining the heroic halo. Survival points, 20. You have been marked for bounty. Many wish to eliminate you and claim your wealth. Your name has resonated throughout the wilderness, known to all. Everyone desires to encounter you, eager to express their heartfelt enthusiasm. Survival points, 80. Evaluation, A. Special item reward, upgrade scroll 1. Survival points reward, 280. At dawn, the first thing Liu Yan did upon opening his eyes was to initiate the daily assessment. After a series of statistics were compiled, his survival points soared once more, reaching a remarkable 528. To Liu Yan's astonishment, he found that the highest score was attributed to the fact that he had been rewarded by others. Gazing at the evaluation information, he felt a mix of amusement and despair. He had fought fiercely in the mountains and ruins, teetering on the brink of life and death. Yet in the eyes of the system, his efforts seemed utterly worthless. Clearly, the system's scoring criteria prioritized fame. The more attention he garnered, the higher his daily evaluation bonuses would rise. It appeared the system was compelling him to constantly create disturbances. Liu Yan let out a wry smile. Although such an approach clashed with his inherently low-profile demeanor, circumstances left him little choice. With the leaderboard now public, maintaining a low profile was no longer feasible. Thus, he resolved to alter his usual modus operandi and orchestrate some grand events. Upgrade scroll, a one-time consumable. It can be used for the low-level upgrade of items without consuming any survival points or materials. Liu Yan directed his gaze toward the special reward distributed today, a golden scroll, whose function was straightforward yet impactful. It allowed for a system upgrade of an item. However, what constituted a low-level item? After a moment of contemplation, he focused on the flintlock pistol by his bedside, and immediately 2 pieces of information materialized. Upgrade option 1. Enhance the rifling, improving shooting accuracy. Upgrade scroll can be used. Upgrade option 2. Enhance quality, reducing the risk of barrel explosion. Upgrade scroll can be used. A level 2 weapon, eligible for upgrade. Liu Yan paused momentarily, then turned his attention to the generator nearby. Upgrade option 1. Upgrade fuel conversion. 300 survival points. Upgrade scroll cannot be used. Upgrade option 2. Upgrade scroll cannot be used. The generator is ineligible for upgrade. The range of low-level items seemed to pertain to products from the pre-electricity era. Liu Yan surmised, and as he attempted to select several other items, he discovered that armor and cooking stoves were eligible for upgrades, while walkie-talkies, VCDs, and vegetable growth mediums were not. This finding confirmed his hypothesis. Roughly calculating, the upgrade scroll could equate to about 100 survival points. Having tallied today's rewards, Lu Yin routinely opened the world channel, only to be greeted by a flurry of messages from players. Lu Mingwei, what the hell? Why is the temperature so high today? It's only 8 o'clock, and the air temperature has already soared above 48 degrees Celsius. If it continues like this until noon, won't it reach 60 or 70 degrees? Lin Feng, the ultraviolet intensity today is indeed outrageous. I merely stepped outside for a moment, and my skin was already burned. Luin, this wretched environment truly leaves no room for survival. Players in the World Channel were venting their frustrations over the bizarrely high temperatures of the day. Lu Yin had also sensed some signs. Since earlier, he had felt a persistent sweat, and the typically cool underground shelter was now 4 to 5 degrees warmer than usual. The gentle morning light that usually seeped through the door cracks now felt somewhat scorching. After the torrential rains, was it now the onset of extreme heat? Lu Yin murmured to himself. This was not particularly good news for him, as the high temperatures would hasten the decomposition of the carcasses. He needed to dispose of the heap of prey swiftly, or the refuge would turn into a fetid pit of death. Just as Lu Yin was contemplating acquiring some salt and pickling spices at the trading post, a player's comment in the global channel caught his attention once more. Wang Quan, the quality of the Yanhuang people is truly abysmal. They curse and complain over trivial matters all day long. In terms of civility, the Yanhuang people should learn from the Sakura nation. Xiao Quan Jianren, Wang San is right. Our Yamato people are indeed a highly cultured and superior race. Allow me a few minutes to enlighten you about our nation's culture. Lu Weiming. You Lin Feng. You little. You motherf. Luin. Go to hell, you treacherous dog. Although strife persisted among them in the wilderness, the Yanhuang players exhibited an astonishing unity when confronted with the Sakura nation, promptly unleashing a barrage of vitriol upon Wang Quan. The global channel erupted in chaos. Soon, players from the Sakura nation and the Korean peninsula joined the fray. Approximately 3 minutes later, the instigator of this verbal melee, Wang Quan, spoke again. Wang Quan, just a mere 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, and you start cursing incessantly, blaming the heavens and the earth. This is the Yanhuang people for you. Wang Quan, look at the Sakura nation. On August 6, 1945, the weather in Hiroshima turned to a mushroom cloud with a maximum temperature of 6,000. Not a single soul among 170,000 Hiroshima residents complained of the heat. Now that is what you call a cultured citizen. Chapter 81. A Feast, Lu Weiming. I've drawn my knife. Even if you're an ally, you'll receive a cut from me today. Lin Feng. I have many acquaintances in the Sakura nation. Barbecue Master Li Mei. Luin. Though I was born in Yanhuang, my heart has always yearned for the Sakura nation. Only on that land can my life bloom in the most splendid manner. Dongfeng 41. Xiao Quan Jianren. In the global channel, Wang Quan's sudden reversal managed to successfully shift the rhythm for many players, and the mocking voices flooded the screen. Realizing that he had gleaned no useful information from the global channel, Lu Yin decisively closed it. He then opened the trading post and purchased a significant quantity of salt, star anise, straw, and other materials necessary for curing meat, all at the price of a spear. He meticulously counted out 10 kilograms of coarse salt and 10 kilograms of Sichuan peppercorns for the pickling process. Subsequently, he dragged the carcass of a wild boar to a shady spot beneath a poplar tree, not far from the safe house, and began to prepare for the gutting. Although he had seen others process pigs before, it was his first time doing so himself, and his technique was somewhat clumsy. He spread a layer of leaves on the ground and, in an extravagant manner, produced a finely crafted machete imbued with the effect of easy to cut, made from high manganese steel, which effortlessly sliced open the boar's belly. A strong, pungent odor of blood assailed his senses as colorful entrails spilled forth from the wound. Lu Yin, suppressing his nausea, slowly began to eviscerate the wild boar, discarding the entrails to the side. The entire process consumed over 2 hours. Upon completing this arduous task, Lu Yin, enduring the rising temperatures, ignited a fire to thoroughly burn off the coarse bristles from the boar's skin. He then commenced cutting the meat into chunks on a makeshift cutting board fashioned from leaves. Concerned that he might not be able to process all of his catch in a timely manner, leading to spoilage, Lu Yin chose to retain only the most delectable cuts, the shoulder, tenderloin, and rump, along with some fatty belly meat, totaling no more than 30 kilograms. He also kept the heart and liver from the entrails, while the remaining portions of meat were hung at the trading post for sale. During this time, the bored little white dragon wandered nearby. Suddenly, its eyes brightened as if it had discovered something. With a flutter of its wings, it soared into the air. Soon, a series of plaintive cries reminiscent of canids emanated from a distant thicket. The grass rustled, and a small pup, approximately 30 centimeters long, emerged in a panic. The little white dragon pursued it leisurely, occasionally diving down to send the pup tumbling. as the sovereign of the skies. The little white dragon did not embody the aloofness suggested by its appearance. In truth, it possessed a playful spirit akin to that of a child. Even when not hunting, it would chase rabbits and mice to inject some excitement into its otherwise dull existence. This exemplified the fundamental principle of survival of the fittest. The lives of the weak held little value in the eyes of the strong, often merely serving as a source of amusement. The little pup, covered in dust and crying out in distress, seemed driven by panic as it ran straight towards Lu Yan. At that moment, the little white dragon, appearing weary of the chase, extended its sharp claws towards the pup's head. Just before the lethal claws could pierce the pup's body, a large, blood-stained hand unexpectedly reached out, seizing the pup by the scruff of its neck and lifting it up. It was Lu Yan. Perplexed, Lu Yan tilted his head, gazing at the pup he held in his grasp. How could there be a dog here? This little creature was entirely covered in dark, shaggy fur, with robust limbs, exuding a wild essence. Though lifted by Lu Yan, who was many times its size, it continued to struggle fiercely, attempting to bite Lu Yan's fingers with its sharp little teeth. Wait, this seems to be a wolf pup. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yan observed the creature. As memories flooded back from his earlier perusal of the beginner's resource compendium, which had noted the existence of such a creature near certain resources, he wiped the blood from the pup's fur, retrieved the compendium, and quickly located the page he recalled, soon revealing a wealth of information before his eyes. White grass, elementary resource, medicine, capable of treating symptoms such as hemorrhage and wound inflammation, origin XX. Potential danger, North Mega Wolf Pack. This page of the compendium features two images. The first depicts the white grass, while the second showcases the North Mega Wolf Pack, among a group of colossal wolves. Several pups appear strikingly similar to the little dog in hand. Indeed, they are true wolves. Lu Yan could not help but exclaim. The North Mega Wolf is distinctly different from the coyote he had dispatched yesterday. It is the largest wolf species in the world, with adults reaching lengths of up to 2 meters and weights exceeding 80 kilograms, embodying the essence of a formidable beast. In terms of combat prowess, a single adult North Mega Wolf could effortlessly overpower 2 Tibetan Mastiffs, and a pack of 5 or more could contend with apex predators such as grizzly bears and cougars, firmly establishing itself at the pinnacle of the food chain in a bygone world. Could there be a wolf pack nearby? As Lu Yan gazed at the little wolf, a sense of foreboding gradually enveloped him. This breed is known for its ferocity and formidable strength. The presence of such beasts near his safe haven would indeed pose a significant concern. Sensing his unease, the little white dragon took to the skies to conduct a reconnaissance of the vicinity. Approximately 30 minutes later, the little white dragon returned with news. No traces of wolf packs were found within a 10-kilometer radius. Could it be that this little creature was abandoned by its pack? Relieved, Lu Yan looked at the pup, and an idea suddenly dawned upon him. He pinched off a piece of wild boar meat, cut to the size of a finger, and slowly extended it towards the little wolf's mouth. The scent of blood seemed to awaken the pup's primal instincts, or perhaps hunger drove it. It promptly seized the meat and devoured it voraciously. Within mere seconds, the morsel vanished down its throat. He cut another piece and tossed it to the pup, which continued to act swiftly, chewing a few times before swallowing. Following this, the little wolf gazed up at Lu Yan with an expectant look, its resistance waning. When Lu Yan placed it on the ground, it did not flee but occasionally licked its nose, as if anticipating something. Lu Yan chuckled, once more teasing the pup with a small piece of meat, resembling an uncle enticing an unsuspecting child. Would you care to accompany me? If you choose to follow, you'll have as much meat as you desire. The little wolf regarded Lu Yan with a hint of wariness, yet ultimately succumbed to the allure of the food, cautiously stepping towards him and beginning to lick his fingertips. Satisfied, Lu Yan affectionately stroked the pup's head, saying, "Little one, remember my name. I am Dun Dun Bao." Chapter 82. Design blueprint clearly famished. The little wolf consumed 7 or 8 strips of meat until its small belly bulged roundly. In truth, upon first sighting this little creature, Lu Yan had contemplated driving it away or even eliminating it. However, he soon reconsidered and decided to domesticate the pup, akin to how he had witnessed the pig-headed men tame coyotes in the forest the previous day. In this desolate wilderness, many players, sharing the same humanity, cast covetous glances at Lu Yan, intent on taking his life and seizing everything he possesses. Although Lu Yan can temporarily rely on advanced weaponry to crush his enemy's assaults, he is ultimately but a solitary figure, destined to tire and falter. To remain perpetually vigilant against the threat of invasion, maintaining a state of heightened alertness, would prove exhausting even for the most resilient of souls. In the future, he will undoubtedly need to expand the ranks of his sanctuary, thereby augmenting his combat capabilities and alleviating the burdens he bears. However, apart from Lu Xiaoyu, his steadfast companion since childhood, Lu Yan is reluctant to form alliances with anyone else in this wilderness. Humanity, with its cunning intellect, often betrays a fickleness that rivals even the wildest of beasts' loyalty. Even if familiar faces from his past emerge among the second and third waves of players, Liu Yin remains wary, for in the face of self-interest, many friendships, once thought unshakable, may easily crumble. Having witnessed similar betrayals in his past, Liu Yan's resolve only strengthens. The more he interacts with others, the more he finds himself longing for the simplicity of the wild, until he establishes an intricate, irreplaceable chain of survival or possesses a formidable force capable of quelling any insurrection. He has no intention of recruiting human members into his sanctuary. At least when faced with the temptation of profit, beasts do not betray their nurturing masters for a chance at a better living environment or higher status, whereas most humans readily would. Little one, would you care to join me? Liu Yin called to the young wolf cub, lifting a piece of butchered wild boar meat as he stood. Though the hour was merely around 10 in the morning, the temperature had already soared above 55 degrees Celsius, and the searing ultraviolet rays mercilessly scorched the earth, making Liu Yin feel as though he were trapped in a sauna, drenched in sweat. The wolf cub hesitated for a moment, but then scampered after Liu Yin towards the sanctuary. As Liu Yin pushed open the sanctuary's door, the little white dragon darted inside with remarkable speed. Just then, the young wolf cub, trailing closely behind, regarded the entrance with a renewed sense of vigilance. With its naive understanding, it could only draw parallels from the ancestral genetic memories, recalling a contraption crafted by sentient beings known as a trap. Entering such a place could spell danger. Before the sanctuary's entrance, the cub's gaze shifted from trust to a wary resistance laced with malice. Its fur bristled, striving to appear more fearsome as it growled lowly at Liu Yin, seemingly warning him to keep his distance. Then, with resolute determination, it turned and fled back to the thicket where it had previously sought refuge. Such an untrainable little cub, Liu Yin sighed, allowing it to escape without pursuit. Taming wild beasts is no simple endeavor. Haste may yield results contrary to one's intentions. Before me lies a small wolf, undoubtedly engulfed in a state of profound panic and unease, whether it be due to separation from its pack or abandonment by its parents. It resembles a lost child, confronted by an unfamiliar world and strange creatures, utterly unaware of where to seek refuge or whom to trust. Both young animals and children embody an exquisite fragility and sensitivity, particularly when they find themselves distanced from their parents, facing new environments alone. In such moments, the slightest gesture or utterance from a person can wield immense influence over them. They rely on these cues to discern whether one is benevolent or malicious. Previously, when Liu Yin fed the young wolf, it fostered a sense of familiarity, prompting it to follow him. However, upon glimpsing the entrance to the shelter, a wave of fear washed over it, causing it to flee once more. This behavior is not capricious. Rather, it reflects the profound loneliness and intense self-preservation instincts that surge within the heart of a child. The small wolf cub nestled into the thicket, yet did not venture far, instead crouching in a bed of grass, striving to obscure its body with the foliage. Peering out with half its head exposed, watching Liu Yan's every move. Observing the cub's demeanor, Liu Yan was reminded of an apt idiom, sly as a dog. Clearly, though the entrance to the shelter instilled a flicker of fear and apprehension, Liu Yan's prior act of offering meat strips had cultivated a sense of trust and affection within the young wolf. Caught in this psychological tug-of-war, the cub concealed itself in the grass, prepared to continue its observation of Liu Yan. Should he engage in any action that elicits fear or aversion, it would flee immediately, albeit not necessarily to safety. Conversely, should Liu Yan evoke a sense of security, the little wolf would undoubtedly lower its guard, thus becoming the third member of the sanctuary. Liu Yan, relieved by the cub's cautious demeanor, turned and entered the shelter, crafting a bowl from wood, filling it with rainwater, and placing it at the entrance before firmly closing the door. The cub remained crouched in the thicket for a considerable time, the oppressive heat and intense thirst igniting a fervent yearning for water, its gaze fixated on the bowl at the shelter's threshold, its tongue flicking at its nose in anticipation. As Liu Yan sealed the entrance, the scorching ultraviolet rays were barred by the heavy stone walls, ushering in a refreshing coolness distinctly different from the outside world. He chose not to dwell on the young wolf, instead placing the cut pieces of meat into a wooden barrel, mixing them with salt and spices, and setting them out to dry in a ventilated spot. After 2 hours of industrious labor, Liu Yan came to a realization. He could never process all the prey before it began to decay. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to preserve the more palatable and easily prepared cuts, such as lamb legs, while placing the remaining meat and hides on the trading shelf. With prices still set in various metals and gunpowder as currency. With all tasks completed, the clock struck 11 in the morning. Just as he prepared to rest for a moment, a private message arrived. Hello, Mu Qianqian. The design blueprint for the electrical shelter you commissioned has been completed. You may check it. If there are no issues, let us expedite the completion of the transaction. Mu Qianqian, sending a snapshot. Chapter 83. Mu Qianqian's 2 design blueprints. A snapshot appeared in the private chat interface. Lu Yan casually clicked on it, and a meticulously crafted and vividly clear design blueprint unfolded before his eyes. This blueprint was segmented into 5 parts, showcasing various perspectives including side profiles, bird's-eye views, and diagonal angles. Special locations were thoughtfully annotated, detailing functional aspects, optimal wall thickness, and the latest construction materials. Although he had yet to examine it in detail, the presentation of certain nuances indicated that the sender had undoubtedly invested considerable effort. This design blueprint essentially fulfilled all of Lu Yan's requirements. As the countdown concluded, the design blueprint transformed into a mass of indistinguishable pixels in the private chat interface. The snapshot feature, while reminiscent of a certain messaging application from a bygone era, was implemented with more stringent regulations within this apocalyptic game. When the snapshot function was activated, no in-game screenshot or recording tools could be utilized. Even external recording devices such as cameras or smartphones would capture nothing but darkness. This was a protective measure for intellectual property within the game's design. To acquire the design blueprint without payment was nearly impossible unless one possessed an extraordinary memory capable of retaining all the details from the blueprint within 20 seconds and reproducing it precisely. Lu Yan, I have a few minor requests regarding the number of shooting ports. Could we possibly increase the count? Since his shelter's location had been put on a bounty, Lu Yan's desire for firepower had intensified. He noted that the design included 6 shooting ports, a number that would typically suffice to counter threats, transforming the shelter into a fortress. However, now, faced with the malicious intent of nearly a third of the players in the wasteland, Lu Yan felt that 6 shooting ports did not provide him with adequate security. Upon making this request, Lu Yan expected Mu Qianqian to take advantage of the situation to raise her price, extracting more resources from him, especially with the bounty on his head, making him a prime target for extortion. To his surprise, Mu Qianqian not only refrained from doing so, but instead exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, eagerly accommodating Lu Yan's request for modifications to the blueprint, almost to the point of being obliging. Finally, 2 hours later, a design blueprint emerged that perfectly aligned with Lu Yan's specifications. Ding! Transaction complete. You have lost 1 steel axe. Excellent grade. You have gained. As the notification of transaction completion chimed, Lu Yan found a design blueprint in his possession. He immediately began to scrutinize it closely, preparing the various materials necessary for transforming the shelter: stone, insulation cotton, and the reflective mirrors required for the shooting observation ports. Initially, Lu Yan searched for materials in the trading area according to the annotations on the blueprint. After about half an hour, a small mountain of supplies had accumulated before him. Just as he was about to commence the renovations, a private message chimed once more. It was, as expected, Mu Qianqian. The other party sent a standard image along with a succinct message. Mu Qianqian. Hello, Lu Shun. I apologize, but there are a few structural flaws in the previous design, so I have refined it and made some minor alterations. If you are to proceed, please use the second version as the reference. Lu Yan raised an eyebrow and opened the image, discovering that, as Mu Qianqian had asserted, it bore a striking resemblance, 99%, to the design he held, albeit with subtle differences in 3 or 4 areas. This Mu Qianqian truly possessed a commendable spirit of craftsmanship. If she were to endure a bit longer, she would certainly be a worthy partner for long-term collaboration. Lu Yan replied with a smiley face and then closed the private chat interface, saving the second version of the design. Within the second-ranked Alliance shelter, dozens of disaster victims were laboriously mining or perspiring profusely. The shelter's owner, Mu Qianqian, opened the door to her abode, and a middle-aged man with glasses emerged, colliding with a young man approaching. So, did Miss Mu sell the flawed design to Lu Yan? The young disaster victim inquired anxiously. I don't know, the middle-aged man replied impassively, shaking his head. You don't know? You drew that design and witnessed their transaction. How can you claim ignorance? The young victim retorted with a sneer. I produced 2 versions of the design, one flawed and one flawless. Miss Mu provided both to Lu Yan. I am unaware of the order in which they were given. The middle-aged man's expression darkened with irritation. It is possible the first was flawed, and later Miss Mu, feeling guilty, replaced it with the flawless version. Of course, it could also be that the first was flawless, and Miss Mu, agreeing with your assessment, used the flawed second version to deceive Lu Yan. This complicates my future plans. Women are such a hassle. A straightforward matter turned unnecessarily intricate. Even if she provided the flawed second version, it would surely arouse Lu Yan's suspicions. The young disaster victim's face turned grim. Isn't that madness? Wang Yu. Just as the young victim continued his tirade, the middle-aged man suddenly barked. Do you even recognize your place? You are merely a disaster victim sheltered by this refuge, while Miss Mu is its owner. She can act as she pleases, and you have no right to criticize or inquire. Wang Yu was taken aback by the man's outburst, his anger surging within. He was about to seize the middle-aged man's collar and retaliate when the door of the safe house swung open abruptly. Mu Qianqian stood at the entrance, holding a steel axe recently acquired from Lu Yin, her brow furrowed. What is going on? Wang Yu hesitated momentarily, then swiftly donned a smile, his expression obsequious. Miss Mu, I was just discussing the construction of the water channel with Teacher Zhang. Coexist in harmony, Mu Qianqian finally managed to articulate after considerable effort. Harmony, harmony. I assure you of harmony. Wang Yu naturally adjusted the collar of the middle-aged man with glasses before cheerfully walking away. As he distanced himself, Teacher Zhang could no longer contain himself and turned to Mu Qianqian, advising her, Miss Mu, I believe Wang Yu is not a person of good character. If he remains here, it could lead to trouble. Mu Qianqian waved her hand, interrupting Teacher Zhang. We all come from diverse backgrounds, and it is inevitable that some misunderstandings and conflicts arise in the beginning. We must practice more tolerance. Perhaps, in time, we will recognize each other's merits. Teacher Zhang hesitated, wanting to say more, but ultimately sighed heavily. In the distance, Wang Yu was amidst the crowd of disaster victims extracting, or glancing towards Mu Qianqian and Teacher Zhang with a cold smirk, silently murmuring, my identity? A disaster victim? Heh, who knows what this shelter will become in the future? Chapter 84. Upgrading the shelter. The emergence of a small fortress as the second design blueprint contained only minor adjustments compared to the first. The materials used remained largely unchanged. The stones and other items previously acquired by Lu Yin were not wasted. The new design, according to Lu Yan's earlier request, divided the shelter into 6 distinct areas: master bedroom, command center, secondary bedroom, warehouse, kitchen, vegetable cultivation room, hall. Currently, the command center only housed a single intercom for monitoring and an incomplete shooting controller, but in the future, equipment such as surveillance systems would surely be added. One day, this rudimentary shelter would evolve into a militarized base. After meticulously reviewing the design blueprint several times and confirming that no further changes were necessary, Lu Yin accessed the shelter interface. Personal safe house. Level: LV1, homestay level. Description: a shelter constructed from stone, capable of effectively resisting cold waves and beast hordes. Offering excellent security. Damage status: 3, stone door subjected to external force. Equipment: stove, underground water extractor. Gazing at the shelter information, Lu Yin reopened the Doomsday survival system, and immediately 2 upgrade options appeared before his eyes. Upgrade option 1. Expand the shelter's area, creating new usable space in all directions. Cost: 200 survival points. Upgrade option 2. Based on the current resources possessed by the host, restructure the existing space in the shelter, dividing it into functional areas. Cost: 280 survival points. Detected design blueprint exists. Would you like to import it? Additional cost of 15 survival points. The system proved to be remarkably considerate, capable of automatically importing the design blueprint. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised by the prompt in parentheses regarding option 2. Clearly, among the 2 choices presented, option 2 aligned with Lu Yan's requirements. Although importing the design blueprint required an additional 15 survival points, what mattered most to Lu Yin at this moment was swiftly completing the upgrade according to the plans. While he could certainly forego the expenditure of those 15 survival points, the upgraded functionality of the shelter might not entirely fulfill his needs. To err on the side of caution, he was willing to part with a bit more of his resources. He chose the second upgrade direction and confirmed the import of the design blueprint, version 2. With a deduction of 295 survival points, a golden light enveloped the entire shelter, revealing a virtual, 3-dimensional representation of its current state. Loading design blueprint. Initiating pre-planning according to the design blueprint. As the notification chimes resonated, the 3-dimensional image before Lu Yin began to evolve. The equipment within the shelter transformed into virtual representations, shifting in accordance with the design plan. The positions of the generator, cultivation base, and stove were altered, while wires and steel cables were seamlessly integrated into the steel pipes embedded within the walls. 3 minutes later, the 3-dimensional image portrayed a dramatically transformed shelter. With a simple swipe, the entire representation began to rotate before him, allowing him to scrutinize every angle of the shelter from a divine perspective. Quite impressive, Lu Yin mused, as his finger gently pressed the Confirm Renovation option at the bottom of the 3-dimensional image. Before his eyes, the image shattered into a cascade of sparkling points. A series of subtle tremors resonated from the ground beneath him, and the walls within his view began to morph, as if an invisible hand of a creator was caressing the shelter. The mountain of assorted materials piled before Lu Yin rapidly vanished. In the trading market, he had not acquired all the necessary items for the design blueprint, yet the system would automatically compensate for these deficiencies, albeit at the cost of additional survival points. Based on Lu Yan's conjecture, if all materials were accounted for, the required survival points for the renovation would be around 150. Currently, however, the consumption stood at 280. clearly indicating that the additional 130 points represented the system's charge for the materials. As the ground tremored, the previously low and soft steps of the shelter's entrance dissolved into thin air, replaced by a stone passage with corners. Consequently, the intense sunlight could no longer pierce directly into the shelter, significantly enhancing its security. Even if the stone door were breached from the outside, enemies would not be able to directly invade the main hall. This winding passage afforded Liu Yin at least 3 extra seconds to react. 3 seconds may seem brief, but in the realm of life and death, it could be the determining factor of fate. Shortly thereafter, the stove and ventilation ducts repositioned themselves, relocating from the center to the corners, thus freeing up greater usable space. Heavy equipment, such as the cultivation base and generator, appeared to lose their weight, floating from the ground to their designated locations as per the design blueprint. Walls began to rise from the ground, seamlessly integrating with the shelter to partition the once spacious interior into distinct rooms. At this moment, the structure of the entire shelter had undergone a profound transformation. Behind the corner passage at the entrance lies a living room of approximately 28 square meters, furnished with the table and stools crafted by Liu Yin, along with dining utensils. A soft click echoed as the newly added partition cast shadows upon the safe house, rendering it dim. To illuminate the space, Liu Yin ignited an oil lamp, using its flickering glow to inspect the amenities within the shelter. At the rear of the living room, the partition leads to the master bedroom, which not only serves as a sleeping area but also functions as a command center, boasting an impressive area of 40 square meters. In the corner, Liu Yin envisioned a storage bed with compartments beneath the mattress for his clothing and bedding. Additionally, he planned to include a nightstand, a lamp, and a washstand. With these essential furnishings, the bedroom would be sufficiently equipped. Turning his gaze to the opposite side, Liu Yin noted that the right side of the bedroom, corresponding with the bed, would serve as the domain of the command center. Here, he intended to install the main electrical circuit for the shelter and the control box for the crossbows positioned at the firing ports. In the future, he might also add a surveillance monitor or a control mechanism for trap gates, all contingent upon an uninterrupted power supply. As he contemplated this, Liu Yin lifted the oil lamp to inspect the upper wall, where he observed 2 circular plastic steel conduits. The left conduit housed several electrical wires, while the right contained 8 slender yet resilient steel cables. It was evident that these conduits concealed the shelter's most vital power lines and weapon control systems. The 8 steel cables corresponded to the 8 firing ports, by equipping them with crossbows and flintlock guns, securing the triggers with the cables, and linking them to a multi-switch valve akin to a circuit breaker. Liu Yin could harness multiple firepower to precisely strike adversaries from the comfort of his bedroom. This could be regarded as a rudimentary form of military capability akin to satellite targeting and precision strikes. Chapter 85. Returning to the age of electricity, the secondary bedroom, situated directly opposite the master suite, was designated for the future inhabitant, Liu Xiaoyu. Since it only needed to fulfill a residential purpose, its area was modest, around 20 square meters, requiring merely a bed and a bookshelf. Adjacent to the living room on the right lies a storage room, stocked with various resources and weapons that Liu Yin had gathered over time. He planned to construct several shelves within the storage area to categorize the items and optimize space utilization. On the left side of the living room is a vegetable cultivation room, filled to the brim with a fuel generator and growing mediums. Given the substantial noise produced by the generator, Liu Yin had deliberately chosen high-quality soundproof materials for the partition walls and door. Although a hum persisted even when the door was securely shut, the volume remained within acceptable limits. As Liu Yin approached the cultivation medium, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the seeds sown the previous day had already sprouted tender green shoots, breaking through the dark soil in a delicate display of life. This should be the remarkable efficacy of the vegetable cultivation medium, and following this trend, within a maximum of 10 days, I shall reap the first harvest of my own cultivated vegetables. This revelation fills Liu Yin with immense delight, a sentiment that others may find difficult to comprehend. In the midst of a barren wilderness, witnessing the vegetables I have personally nurtured taking root and sprouting feels akin to glimpsing hope itself. This signifies that from this day forth, Liu Yin has entirely embraced a state of dietary freedom. Even if a severe famine were to erupt in this desolate expanse, he would not succumb to starvation due to a lack of sustenance. With a gentle splash, Liu Yin lifted a bucket of collected rainwater, carefully irrigating the vegetable medium to fulfill today's water requirements. At present, for the sake of survival, he can only endeavor to cultivate high-yield, rapidly maturing vegetables, relinquishing the luxury of seeking out flavor and nutrition. In the future, conditions permitting, he may aspire to grow fruits such as strawberries and watermelons. Liu Yin swallowed hard. Since entering the wilderness, he has not faced hardships due to food shortages, yet thus far, the fruits he has consumed have solely been canned produce. While the majority available at trading posts are wild fruits, sour and astringent, rendering them difficult to swallow. As for the delectable and nutrient-rich fruit groves, they have long been overrun by vast herds of herbivorous beasts. In the wilderness's early stages, players dared not provoke those formidable wild boars, hippos, bison, and elephants, often numbering in the hundreds. Though these creatures are herbivorous by nature, their combat prowess and temperament are anything but mild. Their territorial instincts surpass even those of lion prides and wolf packs. Upon sensing an unfamiliar entity encroaching upon their domain, they will swiftly unite in defense. Exiting the vegetable cultivation room, Liu Yin made his way to the kitchen, where a stone table resembling a cabinet stood beside the stove, housing an array of condiments and ingredients. Above the stove, an exhaust duct efficiently channels all steam and smoke generated during cooking out of the safe house, ensuring both safety and cleanliness. As for the secret passage he had previously excavated that connects to the outside world, its entrance has now been discreetly fitted with a door that closely matches the surrounding walls and foliage, rendering it nearly undetectable. Next, Liu Yin turned his attention to the shooting ports, which were meticulously aligned with the design blueprints. 8 shooting ports are strategically positioned at each cardinal point of the safe house, one at the apex of each corner and one at the center of each wall, complemented by periscope-like observation holes adjacent to the shooting ports, providing ample defense against any encroaching foes from any direction. However, at present, the weapon racks beside the shooting ports are conspicuously empty, as Liu Yin has yet to install his crossbow and flintlock gun. Subsequently, Liu Yin dedicated half an hour to affixing the light fixtures and bulbs he had recently acquired from the trading post to the ceiling of the safe house. These seemingly trivial items were not detailed in the design blueprints, hence the system did not automatically deduct survival points for their procurement during the recent renovations. With a creak, Liu Yin secured the final bulb and slowly pressed the switch. In an instant, a warm, creamy yellow light flooded the entire safe house. He inhaled deeply. Seated on the bench, gazing at his rejuvenated abode, a profound sense of accomplishment surged within him. This radiance heralded Liu Yan's triumphant return to the age of electricity. Chapter 86. Survival has never been a simple matter, though the equipment within his dwelling remained rather rudimentary compared to that of civilized society in the vast wilderness. Liu Yan's sanctuary stood unrivaled, leaving all other shelters far behind. He opened the leaderboard, and to his delight, his sanctuary's rating soared once more. Sanctuary leaderboard. First place. Owner. Liu Yin. Rating. 450. Reason for ranking. A stone safety house equipped with 3 major systems and area partitioning, enhanced with power generation devices, offering exceptional safety and comfort. It is the foremost and the only small fortress in the wilderness possessing a complete electrical system. This latest upgrade marked an increase of 240 points in sanctuary rating since the leaderboard was first issued late the night before, surpassing the second-ranked Mu Qianqian's Alliance Sanctuary by 386 points, rendering the top position utterly unshakable. As he beheld the leaderboard, alongside his joy, a flicker of concern emerged. The rapid updates on the leaderboard left no opportunity for anyone to conceal their strength. While occupying the top position yielded substantial rewards, it also entailed the peril of information leakage. Too many eyes were fixated upon him. Should his sanctuary incorporate any new devices or alterations, it would be swiftly detected by the vigilant players monitoring the leaderboard. This created an unfavorable situation of, I am in the light, while the enemy lurks in the shadows. After careful contemplation, Liu Yin resolved not to equip his safety house with firepower for the time being, choosing instead to retain certain trump cards. Of course, refraining from armament did not imply a cessation of weapon production. It meant not affixing long-range weapons like crossbows or flintlock guns to the firing ports, nor connecting them with steel cables. Based on Liu Yan's estimation of the leaderboard's displayed information, as long as he refrained from mounting weapons in the firing ports, the leaderboard would not indicate that the sanctuary possessed long-range firepower. Thus, Liu Yin decided to manufacture the weapons intended for installation in the firing ports, deferring their assembly until a more opportune moment, thereby creating a facade, a diversion for those players in the wilderness who had been closely observing him. Regarding the selection of long-range weapons, Liu Yin opted for a configuration of 4 crossbows and 4 flintlock guns. Although he now possessed the capability to manufacture level 2 weapons, flintlock guns, despite their superior range and power compared to crossbows, bore an undeniable flaw. They could not fire in rapid succession and required manual reloading after each shot. In contrast, crossbows allowed for repeated firing. Ancient models like the God Marquis crossbow and Zhuge's repeating crossbow could load up to 20 arrows and discharge a maximum of 10 at once, akin to a semi-automatic rifle of the cold weapon era. Liu Yan's strategy was clear: should enemies encroach, the crossbow bolts would serve to fend off numerous foes with lesser armor, while the flintlock guns would be reserved for confronting fewer adversaries clad in heavy armor, thereby maximizing the advantages of each weapon. Certainly, This notion is rather idealistic. The grim realities of war seldom unfold according to one's meticulous planning. The enemy will not necessarily advance along the paths you dictate, nor will they willingly enter the designated strike zones of your meticulously crafted weaponry. Thus, to achieve such objectives, one must prepare additional elements, obstacles. Liu Yin must devise barriers in close proximity to the safe house, compelling the enemy to traverse a route entirely orchestrated by him. For instance, if he wishes to divert heavily armored adversaries away from the range of crossbow attacks and into the firing zone of flintlock firearms, he must excavate traps of half a man's depth outside the safe house's non-flintlock attack perimeter or create areas muddied with wet soil and strewn with stones. The weight of the armor will render these foes less agile. Should they fall into a trap, they will expend significantly more energy than an unencumbered individual to extricate themselves. Similarly, the treacherous terrain of wet muck and scattered rocks will deter these heavily clad enemies, who, upon encountering such obstacles, will likely opt to circumvent them in favor of a more hospitable route. Liu Yin's strategy involves manipulating the landscape, gradually luring opponents into the line of fire of his flintlock weapons. As for the unarmored adversaries, they are even more straightforward to ensnare. To lead them into the shooting zone, he merely needs to arrange thorny bushes and branches around the safe house, ideally of a toxic variety, as they would naturally shy away from potential skin lacerations. He will deliberately leave a relatively accessible path for them, which conveniently aligns with the range of his crossbows. Whether they might opt to ignite these bushes or cleave them asunder is another matter. Freshly cut foliage, within a day, retains too much moisture to easily catch fire. As for the likelihood of them resorting to blades, Liu Yin finds that improbable. In this desolate wilderness, weapons are exceedingly precious. Any individual intent on hunting Liu Yin would not squander their weapon's sharpness before the confrontation. Given a viable path, no one would choose to laboriously carve a new route. This endeavor is undeniably complex, demanding considerable stamina and time. Yet survival has never been a simple affair. Players at the lowest echelons of this wilderness endure the torment of hunger and scarcity of resources. Conversely, those at the pinnacle face their own tribulations. While they may possess a relatively abundant supply of survival necessities, they must remain ever vigilant against the predatory gazes of others who covet their resources. In this regard, who leads a more carefree existence? No one can provide a definitive answer. Now, let me assess the materials required for crafting a crossbow. Liu Yin cannot afford to waste time, for danger lurks perpetually. He opens the crafting interface, preparing to assemble the firepower turrets necessary for his refuge. A gaunt, ragged young man, clutching a wooden spear, wanders the wilderness like a specter. His expression was vacant, his eyes filled with a numbing despair. He had not eaten for 2 consecutive days, subsisting solely on some rainwater he had previously collected. Enduring the sweltering heat of 50 to 60 degrees for 2 hours without catching any prey, both his physical and mental strength had reached their limit. As he ascended a high ground, the young man suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and his legs buckled, causing him to tumble down the slope like a rolling ball. Thud! He landed heavily in a dirt pit. As the dust settled, the young man felt a pervasive ache throughout his body, with his skin marred by cuts from sharp stones and thorns. "I must be dying," he murmured to himself, a bitter smile escaping his lips. "Perhaps it is better this way. Death would spare me from further suffering." He closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to the embrace of death. Beneath the relentless ultraviolet rays, he felt his body temperature soaring while his vitality waned. Time became a vague concept, and just as he sensed his consciousness beginning to fade, a distinct whimper pierced the silence around him. He abruptly opened his eyes to behold a furry creature. His hazy vision gradually sharpened, and he finally discerned the true nature of the creature. It was a small wolf cub. The cub tilted its head, curiously observing him, displaying no signs of fear. The young man's lifeless pupils slowly rekindled with life. His gaze transformed into one of fierce greed. His once feeble body seemed reinvigorated. In that moment, the wolf cub appeared to him as a precious morsel, a lifeline that could sate his hunger. The young man sprang to his feet and lunged toward the cub like a ravenous beast. Startled, the cub turned and fled, prompting him to scramble out of the pit. However, the next moment, he froze in place. He noticed the direction in which the cub was escaping. Across the desolate landscape, a stone drainage channel lay conspicuously in sight. Chapter 87. Mu Qianqian's suggestion: both crossbows and bows can be crafted with a proficiency level of 1, but compared to the relatively simple longbow, the crossbow requires a greater variety of materials. Within the weapon crafting options, the crossbow is categorized into several types, namely, hand crossbow, seat crossbow, and small crossbow card. Among these, the hand crossbow is the smallest and most portable, yet it boasts the least range and power, rendering it unsuitable for defending a shelter. Conversely, the small crossbow card is excessively cumbersome, comparable in size to a handcart, essentially a miniature artillery piece with formidable power. but its drawback lies in the inability to fire repeatedly due to lengthy reloading times. Considering these factors, only the medium-sized seat crossbow aligns with Liu Yan's requirements. The seat crossbow measures approximately 70 centimeters, and like the hand crossbow, it can be equipped with a rapid-fire mechanism. Its frame is primarily constructed from hardwood, while the mechanism is crafted from bronze or steel, weighing around 10 kilograms, manageable for an adult to carry, disassemble, and assemble. Seat crossbow. Required materials: 10 wood, 3 steel, 1 brass, 50 centimeters nylon. The materials required to craft a crossbow, namely steel and wood, are hardly a concern for Liu Yan. However, the nylon rope once used as a bowstring was discarded alongside a broken bough in the Pighead Man's forest. Upon accessing the trading platform, Liu Yan searched for nylon materials and discovered several listings for sale. Among them, a particular item labeled composite nylon rope commanded the highest price, with a 6-meter length listed for an exorbitant 100 kilograms of meat. In a civilized society, this price might be considered reasonable, as composite nylon possesses remarkable strength. A rope of similar thickness to a bicycle spoke can easily lift a car. Naturally, the manufacturing cost of such robust composite nylon rope is substantial, with 6 meters fetching thousands or even tens of thousands of currency units. Yet, this is the wilderness. Although recent heavy rains alleviated players' water shortages, many still grappled with food scarcity. 100 kilograms of meat could sustain an individual for 3 months, making the pricing of the composite nylon rope excessively high when viewed from the market demand perspective. Nonetheless, Liu Yan did not engage in haggling, nor did he hesitate in his decision. What he lacked most was time. While he had an abundance of meat left from the spoils acquired from the Pighead Man swiftly, he retrieved half a wild boar and half a yellow goat, then clicked on Confirm Transaction. You have lost 52 kilograms of pork. You have lost 48 kilograms of goat meat. You have obtained 6 meters of composite nylon rope. With the materials procured, Liu Yan mentally selected the manufacture function. As the sound of virtual hammers echoed, the materials in his inventory gradually diminished. The steel was melted into molten form and subsequently forged into the shape of an automatic crossbow, while the wood was cut and sculpted into the crossbow body and arms. The composite nylon rope was divided into segments and meticulously stretched and tightened across the bow arms. Record: crossbow successfully manufactured. Lost 1 survival point. Acquired weapon crafting proficiency level 1. The pleasant chime of a successful item creation resonated, and Liu Yan found a gleaming crossbow materializing in his inventory. With a mere thought, he summoned it forth, revealing an entirely black weapon exuding a chilling and mysterious aura. Crossbow: quality, superior, rate of fire, magnified, maximum arrow capacity, 20. Maximum shots, 10. Rate of fire: arrows fly at a speed 152 times that of a normal crossbow bolt. A series of details unfolded before Liu Yan. The hardwood-crafted crossbow body was exceptionally sturdy, and the simple opening mechanism at the center offered ample space to accommodate 20 lightweight arrows in one go. At both ends of the bow arms were brass disc rollers, with the nylon material affixed to these rollers. By gently pulling the cocking hook located at the rear of the crossbow body, the rollers would spin, facilitating a smooth and effortless cocking process, thereby conserving significant physical energy. In a civilized society, the crossbow is regarded as a controlled weapon. Liu Yan had only encountered its operational tutorials online and had never wielded one himself, so he was eager to experiment with its power. Soon, he crafted 20 matching short arrows, inserted them into the arrow slots, and retrieved a wooden board to serve as a target, propping it against the wall. With his shoulder braced against the crossbow, he decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! In an instant, a cacophony of wind erupted as 10 short arrows were released like a torrential downpour. Before Liu Yan could fully comprehend the spectacle, the arrows had all embedded themselves into the wooden board, their tips piercing deeply. The speed was remarkable, and the accuracy was astounding. Liu Yan's eyes sparkled with delight as none of the 10 arrows missed their mark, all striking the board, which was approximately 8 centimeters thick and completely penetrating, leaving only half of the shafts visible on the front. Typically, multi-shot crossbows possess a lower rate of fire and power compared to single-shot models. However, due to the exceptional quality of this weapon, the initial velocity of the arrows was undoubtedly on par with that of an ordinary small-caliber handgun. In the realm of ranged weaponry, the rate of fire is often correlated with its power. The faster an arrow flies, the greater its penetrating capability. This is fundamental physics. The power of this crossbow had undoubtedly exceeded Liu Yan's expectations. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had merely conducted a trial shot from a distance of 10 meters, with the maximum spread of the 10 arrows being 60 centimeters. Should the shooting distance increase to 50, 100, or even 150 meters, the dispersion of the arrows would become considerably pronounced. Overall, this weapon was best suited for engaging groups, with an optimal firing range of approximately 50 meters. However, The necessity to recock the crossbow after each shot was rather cumbersome. If it could be modified for electric cocking and the arrow slot expanded, I could achieve the firing effect of a heavy machine gun with a single crossbow. While Lu Yan pondered this, he suddenly received a private message. It was from Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian. Hello, Lu Shun. I mean no offense. I merely wish to offer a suggestion. There are many hostile individuals in the wilderness currently. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me. I can provide manpower support. Lu Yan glanced at the message, chuckling helplessly. This woman was indeed a bit too enthusiastic and kind-hearted. Mu Qianqian. Furthermore, I would like you to reconsider my previous suggestion. While taking in some disaster victims may increase initial survival pressures, it would also yield numerous benefits. At the very least, it would significantly bolster combat capabilities, alleviating concerns of invasion from other factions. Taking in disaster victims? Lu Yan stroked his chin, contemplating that, just as Mu Qianqian had mentioned. Those who had taken in many victims had indeed seen a substantial enhancement in their strength, free from the worry of being targeted like Lu Yan was at that moment. However, Lu Yan, while sheltering disaster victims may resolve certain issues, the dilemma lies in the potential dangers that could arise if they are not managed properly in the future. Lu Yan, my dear girl, do not always assume that by providing them shelter, you will inevitably receive their sincerity and genuine affection in return. Human nature is inherently greedy and insatiable. Perhaps what they currently seek is merely a hearty meal and a roof over their heads. Yet as time progresses, their desires will escalate, becoming increasingly outrageous. The moment you can no longer satisfy their whims, they may very well turn against you. Lu Yan, the insatiability of human greed can be likened, albeit in a somewhat inappropriate manner, to my initial encounter with a beautiful woman. At first, I merely wished to know her name. However, as time passed, my curiosity deepened, and I found myself wanting to uncover the intricacies of her identity.